It's the Disney era. Jump on into the House of Mouse with
Disney.
totally fair copyright infringement laws and definitely not
Please,
Steamboat Willie
Disney.
references. No, like this is all of maybe the Disney era of Power Rangers in one video if YouTube will allow it. We don't know. So, y'all, what all is being covered in this? If it works in one video,
So
Well,
we are getting um technically Ninja Storm, aren't we? As
yep.
well, including in this, or yeah. So Ninja Storm, Dino Fury, not Dino
Dino
Fury, Dino
Thunder.
Thunder, SPD, Mystic Force, Operation Overdrive, Jungle Fury, and RPM.
If YouTube lets us put this all in one, because there are two different limits that YouTube likes to put on there. A file size type, and I don't know what this will be when it's rendered because we're recording this before I throw this through an editor. And two, they also don't like videos over a certain length. And one of these videos, I'm looking at USPD, clocks in at a hefty 4 hours and 8 minutes and 11 seconds without any form of editing. And God knows I am not fucking editing 4 hours of footage. I would rather do lines of nails rusted right here live on the desk for you to watch than edit 4 hours of footage of SPD, no matter how good that is. So we're gonna see how this plays out. If things don't go as planned, we will throw like Mystic Force on down into different videos because they are all like an hour of footage, 2 hours of footage, and it should work theoretically. I don't know. We're going to play around with this shit. It is going to be super fun. Totally no inflammatory comments about any of these seasons that are fan favorites whatsoever. I'm going to go file for a bodyguard now. If anyone has any final words for this intro.
Yeah, I feel like we all need to get our flame shields activated because of our protection on Operation Overdrive.
So many people are going to
It's
be mad
time to
about
get
so
on
many of
that
these.
Jet X bandwagon because we're going with the Disney seasons.
And with that,
I mean, hey, I said Jason. I said I didn't like Jason, and I'm fine.
he also committed tax
there's a lot
fraud,
of
and
people.
between you filming that video and now, he also threw Hitler quotes on shirts. I think you're fine for eternity. And with that, we're into the next videos. It's time for the Disney era, everyone.
Yeah, not just the Disney era, but the New Zealand era.
That's right. Like, this is where they shifted production to be more affordable. And we stayed here until Cosmic Fury.
Yeah,
actually.
Or as people like to put it, landscape capital, porn of the world.
I mean, it is a beautiful fucking country. Like, and that is no ads, by the way. That is in the first 30 seconds. Damn it.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, there wasn't going to be any ads here. I'm referencing the mouse. I'll be lucky if I don't have the fucking Gestapo at my door.
Yeah.
But, like, here's the thing. This season kind of drug, y'all were saying, and I tend to agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am going to put it down to, because I said this before we started recording the video, that in terms of the season, compared to, like, what Lightspeed Rescue, Time Force, and Wild Force, this season, I would honestly say, is down there as one of my least favorites that we've sat through so far.
I love the theme. It's just the cast and how they handled it kind of.
Yeah, but I'm putting it down mainly to the fact that it was a new era. They were finding their footing on what they wanted to do.
They were kind of fully divorced.
Like there's like a lot of like almost parallels between Ninja Storm and the original Mighty Morphin. Because like I feel like they have like kind of similar flaws, except Ninja Storm is nowhere near as bad as Mighty Morphin.
Yeah, I would say that.
How there's like one or two Rangers that really stand out above the rest, and the rest kind of like fall in line, as opposed to stuff like starting with Lost Galaxy to Wild Force, where everything was more like everybody was kind of at the same level almost.
Yeah.
Me, with Ninja Storm, it was Tori and Dustin above all else. And down at the bottom, we have Shane and Hunter.
Hunter. But yeah, I feel like with Hunter as a character, they were trying to think like, okay, Blake is going to be like the more friendly, talkative one. So we have to have Hunter be like the more standoffish and socially awkward one. But they made him a bit too socially awkward.
That's fair. Here's the thing, like, this is the first season, like, we are, like, completely divorced from every aspect of the mythos, right? Like, outside of like the morphers and the fact that these are Power Rangers, like, we don't have any like self-referential treatment. We didn't have like a crossover episode. We didn't have to worry about any of that stuff. That kind of ways.
We don't even really know what their power source to tap into the morphing grid is until like super later on.
Right.
It's just briefly mentioned.
Yeah. Right. Like, they didn't flesh out a lot of the background stuff because it really was like that return to form, like Tyler was saying, like, we're kind of playing the safe playbook, but at the same time, like, divorcing ourselves from it, which I kind of respect. But at the same time, there's one glaring flaw with that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
For, like, our generation, right? Outside of, because all of us are, like, millennial-ish here, outside of Tyler. So we at least had points of reference for the rest of the franchise. But I get, like, this is meant to be a new era on a new network for a new audience. So you kind of want to let them have a clean slate kind of thing.
Yeah, I could kind of get their point on doing so, because it's more of like when Mighty Morphin stuff was going on. Like, we essentially grew up, like, we're like out of the demographic of like the people who watched the show at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
so in order to not have everything like super bogged down for the new kids who are watching the show, because they wouldn't understand like most of the Mighty Morphin stuff and whatnot unless they was glued to like Jetix and watched like the old Ranger season.
Right, and this was, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were showing the reversion of Mighty Morphin at the same time as this on Jetix, not the original.
No, because the reversion came after Saban brought back the rights from Disney.
Okay.
It came around like I believe it was.
So that had to be around the end of RPM.
Yeah, it was like RPM, then the reversion, and then they had Samurai.
Okay. I gotta take my upper decky out.
Saying that, Vex, about it being a clean slate, I wouldn't have minded except for one very glaring issue. They try to make it out like the Power Rangers do not exist especially in the first episode, where they try to make out that the Power Rangers do not exist, but as we'll find out in the next season, it is in the same continuity as most of the other seasons.
Right.
The same continuity as Countdown to Destruction, where it had an alien invasion, which surprised Lawful didn't mention that, and also the one with Lightspeed Rescue, where the Power Rangers do not have secret identities.
Right, that's what's so fucking weird about this season.
Also, another thing you could probably chalk it up to was like, there's always like a group that are going to be like, nuh-uh, even though there's like photo evidence.
Even though,
like Time Force, for example, like they were trying so desperately to preserve their identities in that season, to the point where like they were kind of, they had the whole blackmail subplot for that one episode, right? But at the same time, like, they weren't overly concerned about it because they're from a whole other timeline to an
It
extent.
would have made more sense if they were preserving the fact that they were from the future.
Right, now that they were Power Rangers so much. Because, like, you see them, like, at the scene of everything that was going on in that season in their human form. Like, like, context clues matter in that. Whereas here, you can just, like, ninja dash away. We've seen, like, the do not abuse your powers kind of thing going on. Even from the sensei, who is a fucking guinea pig, by the way.
Who's constantly abusing his to get around.
Yeah, and also spelling out stuff that doesn't make any sense. For example, one episode where Dustin is like, "Oh yeah, there are robbers in my store. What can I do? Oh, I'm gonna become my Power Ranger self and help out here, preventing a crime."
Right, it was kind of like crazy to see.
I think he was basically saying it was like you could have easily stopped him without morphine.
Oh,
If you just said that, then yeah. But at the same time, it's like using your Ranger powers in everyday situations can lead to disastrous. Like a robbery is like, oh, that's an everyday occurrence to the
It is
sensei.
if you're in a major city.
Right, no, it absolutely, like, it's the, like, meme of you can't have shit in Detroit here, but you have all of the Rangers trying to at least do good, and then you see one in particular getting scolded for trying to do right. Like, but not any of the others kind of, other than Cam, and we'll get to Cam later on. But we see, like, the whole don't use your powers for personal gain, which is, like, a prevailing thing in, like, superhero, media in general. So I get that they were trying to capture that audience. I want to do one little bit of research really quick, so I'm going...
Yeah, and also, I've just looked it up. This season takes place in the same county as Lightspeed Rescue. It takes... Well, in the same state as Lightspeed Rescue, it takes place in California. So logically they would know about the Lightspeed Rangers.
Also on the state, Mighty Morphin also takes place.
Yeah. So why are you trying to pretend that Power Rangers do not exist when a city in your state was attacked by an alien invasion?
All right. So,
Oh god.
So on JetX, I just wanted to check something here. So we didn't really have too much going on this network in the form of what I thought we were having. So I can't really say.
All they do is play like reruns of old Power Rangers. They didn't show anything new.
Yeah, but they also did at one point, but it was after this aired. They had Batman the Animated Series reruns, Avengers.
They show reruns of just about anything depending on
But they did have like Superman the Animated Series, Static Shock. So like I could see like wanting to put like the fucking like the morals of like superheroes in their adaptation of this. But at the same time, I was kind of like iffy on that, so I kind of retract what I was going to go to there. But it is an interesting parallel, to say the least, especially like when it's not really a superhero, it's more of like, obviously we're playing on like the honor of the ninja kind of thing. Maybe it was more of like the moral there. And we did see like some honor come into play, like with the other academy coming in and being like the evil rangers that kind of join thing.
Yeah.
So,
but
we're trying to play out
how I love Luthor.
Yeah. Mind you, as I said last time, this season was originally going to be completely different because it was going to be like a whole plethora of continuity, but of course that didn't happen.
Yeah, I kind of wish we would have gotten what was originally pitched for this one. It would have been interesting.
It would have been interesting, but it's probably for the best that it that it didn't happen, because if it's trying to be like a soft reboot, like kids coming into the franchise are going to be like probably confused, like, wait, who's this Jason, who's Tommy, like, who's this guy, who's that guy?
I
Yeah,
think there's a season that's gonna come up that's gonna do a better job of doing that, like putting little pieces of
Yeah,
little nuggets of,
yeah,
hey, remember
yeah.
this happened?
It's okay for, like, say, a one-off special, or one-off team-up episode, but for an entire season that's just filled with continuity, unless it's like for a big, like, anniversary season, then
Yeah,
it'll probably
yeah,
would have gone a bit overwhelming.
it would have.
But anyway, I think we should just start talking about the season proper. So, I've given my thoughts on the whole Power Rangers don't exist, even though you are in the same state as several other teams.
Yeah.
What kind of makes you think? Is one of the Morphin Masters just going around?
Well, yeah, actually, yeah, because in Dino Fury they have that episode where they explain that Master Green is going around and being like the Deus Ex Machina for all, like, the weird stuff that happens.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, we're gonna cover our ass and say all the plot.
It was all Master Green. It was all Master Green.
It's all Green's fault.
Anyway, the first thing that I put as one of my notes for this was the suits in this season. Even though I'm not fond of this season very much, the suits, I would say, are probably one of my favorites.
They are really good.
They are really good suits. I will say
I think they're the best ninja theme suits ever.
I will say there's one in
dare you.
particular I fucking adore in the season. There's also one I adore next season. We'll get to that when we get to it. But I do want to mention one particular bit from this first episode. And I think we can all agree that this was during the era in which extreme sports were really popular. Like, the X Games were popping off.
Yeah.
So we had a lot of that theme. I'm not the biggest fan of that, but I am a fan of one line in episode 1 from Lothor, because it rings so true, and it is, never work with family.
Yes.
Not 10 minutes into this and Lothor's dropping wisdom better than the fucking sensei.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because the sensei and Lothor, which is a direct bring over from the Sentai, they're played by the same actor.
They're played by the same actor. And also, like, as you go on in the season, that line hurts a bit more.
Yes,
because you see, like, exactly why he's saying that. And I do love that comes back.
Yeah.
Because in Power Rangers, like, a good line like that can mean jack fucking shit. But at the same time, there are times when, like, Power Rangers has, like, the most painful wisdom nuggets wrapped in.
What are you talking about? They had the greatest word of wisdom. We'll toss your salad.
Toss the salad.
Power Rangers Turbo.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's been fun.
Yeah. We're gonna keep bringing up the pizza episode, Fex. You just wait.
Of course, I'm gonna bring it up. It's my favorite episode.
I am gonna be bringing up that episode so much when we get to one particular season. And you're gonna love it, Fex. You are gonna love it.
See what I get here, chat? For context, we are also live streaming these, just to have a little bit of accountability for where we are in the series.
Yeah. But one of my other notes that I had was the Sensei is basically Splinter in this season.
Oh yeah.
I mean, duh, yeah.
Which I've got to say, for 2000 CGI, it's not that bad. The CGI on the Sensei
Could have been way worse.
It could have been. It could have been the CGI. It could have been like the CGI on the Megazord Megazord Monster Battle in the original Power Rangers movie.
Yeah.
Nothing can beat like how bad that was. Like even then, when it came out, it was horrible.
What? What? You didn't like both of the abysmal movies of like the 90s?
I wish they actually did practical effects like the Turbo movie did.
Turbo movie actually was the better of the two in terms of like effects. Other than the fucking Diet Ewok
It just
thing.
dragged on. There's just long periods of them just doing nothing but just walking.
Walking or, bickering about cars.
Yeah.
Which none of them gave a shit about. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm interrupting.
Okay, I was just gonna state that that none of them gave a shit about until it became relevant with this season.
Right. It was so disjointed. But I will say, like, watching the ending of the movie, because I watched the Mighty Morphin movie recently, because it was on Max. The final fight ending with a dick kick was kind of funny. But back to this.
Yeah, I will say, this season kind of is an interesting parallel because around this time I was learning how to surf myself, so to see a ranger in the season doing the surfing was kind of oh great, it was around that same time. That's kind of nostalgic for me.
There is no way that you're catching me on a surfboard ever.
I know, Vex. We all know. Which is when I told Tyler that you were scared with water, that surprised him, didn't it, Tyler? Because I said that Vex
Yeah,
is scared of water.
It was mainly because it wasn't really something that like we brought up. I was like, wait, Vex is afraid of water?
I'll go on the water. I'm just fucking terrified of it. For lots of reasons, but it mostly
No. It came up because I was playing Zelda and I needed to build a boat.
Yeah.
Tears of the Kingdom has a building mechanic. I keep forgetting that.
But yeah, also as well in this season where we have Tori the surfer, because me and Tyler are watching the Total Drama franchise, we compared her to Bridget. It is fairly obvious.
That's the Corbin would like you to look at these two characters, kind of thing. They're the same fucking person.
Yeah. I mean, hey, the early 2000s had Tori, late 2000s has Bridget. Perfectly balanced as all things should be.
You know what? I'm kind of shocked that there wasn't any like seasons earlier than this that was hyper focused on extreme sports, especially like during like the early '90s.
Now I just want there to be a dirt bike race versus motorcycle race between Billy and Blake in this season.
Why?
Why? Because it would be hilarious.
Billy would just
I never had a motorcycle.
They had the power
he had
cycles.
the dirt bike.
Oh.
Yeah. But yeah, one of my other notes for this first episode is the Jesus Ninjas. They're walking on water.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's kind of a popular ninja trope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But can we talk about how stupid this fucking ultimate weapon is?
Oh my god, yeah, so the weapons for the individual rangers in this season are a hairdryer, a hammer, a hairdryer, and a megaphone.
Yes.
All essential ninja.
Hairdryer.
All essential ninja.
Yes, it blows out super blast heat. What is not to get, Luke?
Well,
it's a laser
hairdryer. Here's
dryer.
what I don't get about this season. So the Wind Ninja Rangers, which for some reason they're called the Wind Power Rangers and not the Ninja Storm Rangers. Why don't? Because they have power of air, power of earth, power of water. Where's the power of fire?
I
Did you not
guess.
pay attention to wind? Wind makes the fire.
No, but you have to have the fire wind ranger. You have to have the.
No.
You can't have
And you
air,
know why they're not called
water,
the
earth without
Storm
fire.
Rangers? They're not called the Storm Rangers unless they team up with the Thunder Rangers.
And somewhere, Zuko from Avatar is foaming at the mouth.
Yeah. That's an everyday occurrence for him, though. I think it boiled down to mostly they had planned to do like the whole add the other dumb rangers and then add eventually the sixth ranger kind of thing. But it bothered me to no end that we did not update the fucking intro at
Yes.
all. And
Deep in the mountains, secret ninja academies train our future protectors, which all got kidnapped. Ancient scrolls told of 3, and only 3.
yeah.
Yeah, from their school. So, like, why would we talk about the other ones? They're not from their school.
But Cam is.
Scroll didn't know. The Scroll's
He
like,
wasn't a student
Scroll's
of the
like,
Wind Ninja.
He
Hey,
wasn't a
you-
student, but he was still I think he was still technically meant to be on staff.
no, but he time traveled, remember?
Oh yeah.
So he was kind of like outside the like time for a second.
It's
and
still
then-
annoying. It's still annoying either way. But one thing that isn't annoying is the fact that we finally lost the next time on Power Rangers.
Dear God, thank you.
Missed so many episodes, and then next time it's like, why aren't you consistent?
And then, like, 2 episodes later, it's just, like, credits, but then it comes back to a next time. And it's not a part 2, it's not a part 3, you know, it's just, like, a random one-off episode where
Right,
like,
it's
Pink and Yellow are bickering because cat fight cool.
It's like a random episode in which, like, they're not gonna mention what happens to lead up to this episode. No, they go back, like, 12 episodes ago talking about that shit.
Yeah.
And it's not even, like, actual footage sometimes. It's like a B-cut. Like, especially in, like, Wild Force. Like, it was like, this line of dialogue isn't in the episode you were referencing. So I'm glad we did the fuck away with that shit.
Yeah. And also, like, in Wild Force, that weird episode where they're like, Merrick, are you awake? And then it just stops. That was weird. That ending to that episode was just weird.
And we talk about our love for our favorite evil luchador.
God, I think he might be, like, right now, top 5 villains for me.
It's kind of funny you say that because Linkara actually despises Lothar.
I don't care. He's entertaining. That's what I want.
He is just. It seems like he wants
Who cares if you're competent, if you're dead ass boring?
Right, like,
Seems like
there's a difference between, like, Elgar annoying and Lothar annoying. Right? Because Lothar is just incompetent, but he also tries to be entertaining. Right? Elgar, I just wanted to bash with a lead pipe repeatedly till he stopped talking.
I agree.
Yeah. I honestly want to know what. How did Lothar decide on the luchador outfit? It's like, I'm a ninja. I've been banished to space. So what's the next thing from a ninja? A wrestler. Perfect.
I just want to know their angle, like the team that was working on this. It's like the big bad is okay. The big bad's a giant bug guy. Well, we already had a giant bug guy before. What do we want to do for this Ranger season? Okay, we're gonna have a ninja luchador, and the rest of them look at this guy and they're like, "Fucking genius! Give this man a raise."
Well, oh my god, that makes so much sense now. Why Kubo in Bleach made made Sturmida Superstar a luchador. He saw this season and thought, I'm gonna do that.
Look, I have to tell you this: he wasn't Quincy. James was.
Yeah, I know. But it's just so funny. It's just funny to think that Kubo was watching Power Rangers and thought, like, yeah, I could.
Really would be funny.
But yeah, my only other note that I had on the first episode was Lothor saying the way he says, "No one told me there would be Power Rangers." I don't know why. That just made me
He
crack
probably
up.
didn't know.
It's like he was so close to succeeding, and then he's like, "Oh crap! Now I have to deal with this for an entire season."
Yeah.
Really, he didn't realize, like, he's been banished for long, and his brother probably had, like, ideas, like,
Yeah.
I found this. I wonder what I want to do with it.
Yeah. Oh my god! Since in a later episode we get reference to Triforia, where Trey, the Gold Ranger from CO is. It would have been pretty funny if there was a reference that where one of his generals said, "Actually, they did warn us on Onyx." It's like we were too busy having a drink on that bar to even care.
Oh god, yeah.
But yeah, that was all I had for episode 1. But going into episode 2, okay, even though Shane as the Red Ranger is not one of my favorites, I feel like he does have some of the some pretty good character development in terms of the fact that his ego is so massive. It's almost to absurd levels at times. Like, I can do everything by myself, even though you're meant to be part of a team.
Oh yeah, I don't dislike Shane as a ranger, so to speak. I dislike the character they gave him, right? Because like, if they took his narcissism down like 4 notches, he'd be more bearable. And I say that as a narcissistic prick.
Well, I'm gonna say this in retrospect, like, especially with the episodes with his brother, like, showing up.
It does.
Yeah,
it makes sense now.
It does make
I
sense
get it.
because it seems to be like Shane. Shane, I feel like might be the oldest of the team of Rangers, but the youngest in his family.
Yeah, that could be. So we're seeing some Dustin love in the chat. And
is this on YouTube? Because I was trying to.
It's
on Twitch, okay. Yeah, I love Dustin because I will say this, and I did have a note for later, but I'll bring it up now. But Dustin and Shane's relationship is eerily similar to how me and my brother act today. It's like I'm the one who's trying to be like. Or like, I want to do things my way, and my brother's like, no, do it this way, and we always get into those bickering arguments.
Oh, for sure. Like, I'm
and
glad.
You constantly say, "Chill out, dude."
We always say that, but like we always do chill out in the end.
Yeah. See, I'm glad I'm the only child on several levels, and it's one of them is not having to deal with this.
I'm not the only child, but my brothers are so much older than me. I might as well been.
Well, I'm in a. All my siblings are half siblings, so I'm like kind of a part-time sibling, as I like to say.
Part-time sibling.
That's not how that works.
No, it is not.
Yeah, I'm seeing the comments.
But it's the best way I can describe it.
Oh my god, this comment on the Twitch chat. Astronomer was the only villain I ever wanted to bash with a pipe.
So we did like a tier list.
Wait, bash with a pipe, not pipe down? What?
I think the innuendo was there. But like we did like a tier list.
I'm already dealing with ye.
I mean, I'm joining.
All right, I'm going in there with Vex.
Yeah,
because they're already there.
Yeah. So here's the funny thing. We're 2 episodes in, right? And the Mooks in this season saw more screen time than they did in the entirety of the last season.
Yes! Oh my god, the Mooks in this season were used so much better in this season.
Like, yeah, especially because they were the Yiga clan from Zelda.
They're so funny. I love them.
Like I love when the little grunts, the mooks, are personable and they have like something to them other than like punching bag as their like character traits. Looking at you, putties. You know, like in Dino / Cosmic Fury, they were like doing dumb shit. You know, like
To
taking
be fair,
selfies.
buddies are like literally just clay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, they're clay, but when you hit them, it sounds like you're hitting metal.
Yeah.
And Lord Zed has to have the weakest mooks of any season.
It is a giant button on the front. Just touch it.
Once you figure out their gimmick,
Well, to be fair,
useless.
to be fair for to Lord Zed, it's like you don't just poke it and it goes away. You have to really like punch at it.
And this is a person that
Which they were gonna do anyway, Luke.
Yeah, he's like an emperor of evil. He should have, been smarter with his foot soldiers.
Yeah, he should have been. But you know what should have been a smarter choice? Not having the Megazord be a gotcha machine.
No, it was fucking useful. What are you talking about?
No, gotcha machines are never are never
I
good.
will fight to the death on behalf of Gotcha, says the gambling addict.
Luke, you know me. You know I am Gotcha Man.
Yes, I know you're gotcha man, but at the same time, I'm sorry. The gotcha machine aspect I did not like about the Megazord. Now, I will say one thing. I do like the fact that they come out of basically Pokeballs. It's like, we're going to put this coin into this machine and we're going to get a Pokeball.
Yeah, I mean...
No, it's a Gotcha capsule. Get it right.
It's a Gotcha capsule.
Gotcha Man, away.
Sangetsu, how your rolls doing, buddy? I'm the only other Gotcha player in this game.
Well,
they were going well. So sometimes, like mostly now, because Google's like policies and whatnot, and I don't want to go through the hassle of setting up a way in which I can pay for like my foreign accounts.
They kind of stalled.
So I've been using mostly just free shit, and they've been going really well.
Damn, when the free pulls were better than the paid pulls. Don't look at my credit card statement. I just want Sparkle and Honkai Star Rail, and I have spent way too much money trying to pull them. That's beside the point.
Yeah. My other note for episode 2 was I think it's to do with the Megazord. Dude, I've got seat warmers.
Listen,
gotta make sure those seats are comfy on the Megazord.
Listen, I can't imagine how uncomfortable it is for the suit actor for that shit.
Would you rather have the Zeo cockpit? Would you rather have that, Luke?
No.
And we're all crammed together?
No, and I especially would not like the ones where you are forced to stand up. So, like, while
I would actually be fine with that one. I would
honestly.
That feels very comfortable.
Okay, so Getsu, have you been on your feet for several hours?
Yes.
Yeah. So I do not want to be in a Megazord battle being on my feet.
Luke, I help with carpentry, sometimes with construction and plumbing. Yes.
Okay, so you should know how annoying it can be to be on your feet for several hours.
This is the British privilege seeping out of Luke here. In America, we're not allowed to sit the fuck down at work.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
No, but here's the thing. Like, they're not in the Megazord that long for it to matter.
No, it's just like a 3-minute occurrence usually. It's not like they're having a Zord battle for 12-hour shifts.
Yeah, fair enough.
Unless it's like...
And you see how confident there's enough room for, like, the White Ranger to kick his feet constantly while he's in his Zord.
Yeah, you're not in a tiny-ass cubicle-sized thing like you would be at work. That's the good thing here. There were some practical designs when they were putting this shit together. I guess maybe in the thought of, like, an ever-long,
But in Zeo, everybody's up there in the Red Ranger's cockpit.
Yeah.
just smushed together.
Like, that Zord design was dog shit on every level. I'm sorry.
It was really well made, other than cockpit.
Like,
I like the Zeozords.
I also love the start when it just everything's automated and the switch just sets itself. All right, it's time to go on. Zoop.
yeah, like, engineering-wise, beautiful. Practicality, I'd rather be locked in a cell. But there's
Oh, and the part in which everyone has to get up every time they change their helmet.
see, not as good. But like, there's
Rocky's turn. Come on. Come on, Adam, please. Away from the wall.
Oof.
Sorry, cat.
Sorry.
I'm up.
Okay, cool. We have episode 3 here.
Yeah, called Beauty and the Beach, which is directly a reference to the band Pokemon episode title.
Yep, it's kind of weird.
Beauty and the
Yeah.
bitch.
Yeah, and also in this episode we have Toy being possessed by Rita because the monster is voiced by Barbara Goodson.
This sitting versus standing argument is more
it's a
intense
fourth-
than Metric versus Imperial.
Yeah, and it's a fourth rhyming monster, so
Yeah.
oh my,
One of the better rhyming monsters.
Yeah. It's
Now-
not
now
a
we-
very hard list to go through. At the very
now-
bottom, you have Pumpkin Wrapper, and everybody else is goaded.
No, the Pumpkin Rapper is awesome. Yo, man,
The Pumpkin Wrapper's popular because nostalgia. I have heard
Are we
better rap.
forgetting about the Hate Master?
Oh
then-
yeah, don't get me started on him. He's worse.
Oh yeah. But also in this episode, we find out what Dustin's real name is. It's Waldo.
We found
So I guess-
Wally.
I guess that's where Waldo is all the time. He's in New Zealand as a Power Ranger.
Yeah, he's missing his like iconic shirt though, which is weird. His shirt,
He's yellow.
yeah. I guess the shirt had to change when he became a Power Ranger.
Yes.
Maybe he's just trying out a new color. Maybe he's sick of looking like a walking candy cane.
Listen, it's all about branding, right? Here we're just scuffed.
Right.
There,
I mean, he can't look beautiful like my favorite like peppermint rangers.
I still think those are the coolest like regular designs, like pattern wise. I love them. They're so goofy.
Kiwi sword when Seamus Nova. It's funny that you mentioned that because this old Saturday morning block here called Up on the Roof, which had Wild Force and Ninja Storm. I directly remember this. The host who I messaged on Facebook recently saying, "Hey, I'm glad you're still around doing stuff that you love. I loved you when I was a kid." He actually did. He actually went to New Zealand, met the cast of Ninja Storm as the Kiwi Ranger.
There's something crazy about stories like that. I love them.
It's funny. I remember that. I need to find. I'm pretty sure someone has probably uploaded a clip of him doing that because everyone uploads stuff from the early 2000s. So I'll probably find that.
Yeah. I mean, you got access to the Control Chaos Twitter. You can put it up there if you find it.
Yeah, I'll find. If I find it, I'll put it up on the Control Chaos Twitter. But that's. I'm glad you brought that up. The Kiwi sword, which is ironic. All the time in New Zealand, there was never a Kiwi sword.
That is kind of
I
weird.
think there actually is a Kiwi sword, but it was never released in stores in the US and stuff.
You would think that. Okay, we're in New Zealand. Like, what's the most one of the most popular New Zealand animals? The kiwi. Okay, why don't we have a Kiwi sword?
Might have been part of Wild Force on one of the.
No, it was part of Go Sager,
Okay.
which would be
Mega Force.
Yeah.
Well, there's why they didn't release it in America. They were too focused on those goddamn keys.
Yeah. Also as well, which
No,
I'm surprised
that's Super Mega Force with the keys.
Oh,
Yeah. Which I'm surprised we haven't brought this up yet. Like, ironically, at the time Power Rangers came to New Zealand, it was banned from airing in New Zealand.
so stupid.
Yeah. We're gonna film here. Okay, can we air here? No, it's too violent.
I mean,
Like-
they have some really weird censorship rules in Australia and New Zealand, so it doesn't even shock me.
Yep, Seamus. It was filmed in New Zealand, but at the time it was banned from airing in New Zealand.
They had to Chinese censor Mortal Kombat there to get it to fucking release.
Oh, don't tell me they had to replace the blood with
A different color, yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Hey man!
Eh. They finally ended up
They had to
releasing.
replace it with milk. And it's
Yeah,
only milk. It's not what you think it is.
Yeah.
Sure, seeing Sonya Blade with white on her face definitely hasn't, been other fluids before for me.
But yeah, moving on to episode 4. Unless you had any other notes for episode 3.
I mean, I respect the fact that we had waterbending before waterbending here.
Yeah.
And
And we had earthbending and airbending.
This series.
Pardon?
Tori's the best ranger in this season.
yeah.
She is pretty good, but I'm gonna be partial to Dustin just because he is so much like me.
See,
He's a very
I
close second for me.
I'm a big fan of Cam when he gets his powers. And this was my first time ever watching Ninja Storm, by the way.
There.
Like I have seen the design for Cam's outfit, like the costume before, but I had no context to like what a badass it actually made him until watching this, and I gotta say he's probably pretty up there in my Sixth Ranger stuff too. But episode 4 we saw the beginning of like the Thunder Ranger subplot.
Mm-hmm.
And I really do like, in this we also saw like the variations come in, like all the different Zord combinations and weapon combinations. I love when they do that. Some of them are goofier than others, I will say.
I really love the windmill weapon.
It is so stupid, but it works so
I
well.
love his little angry face.
His angry face. I mean, that is better than the literal cape that we got. That was just so fucking stupid. But
But I do love like the ram. I think we get the ram later, don't we?
I think so.
The ram and like the little turtle thing combo.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing that's like that. That's like that. Like the balls attached to paddles.
Yeah, that one was pretty cool. Trying to remember all the different forms that we ended up getting, and there were so fucking many of them.
Of course, the shark sword is like the first one we get.
It makes sense, water powers.
Oh
we
yeah,
already
the
got
freaking machine gun lion.
Oh yeah, the line, and then that little like fishy thing it combines with to make the mega water gun thingy.
Yeah. I love when we get the auxiliary Zords into, because like the mini Zord thing is so cool. And then like when we actually see the Thunder Zords for the first time is pretty dope as well. Like, I love the Scarab thing. It's so cool looking.
What kind of creeps me out a little bit is like Lothar's base kind of looks like one of the Thunder Swords.
It kind of does.
It really does.
And I mean the ones for this season. I don't literally mean like Mighty Morphin Thunder.
Yeah. No, those are long gone.
Those kind of, they kind of exploded.
Yeah, they kind of exploded and probably also are just literally destroyed in a backlot somewhere.
Yeah. But also as well for this episode, I had the note down of Cam using a Commodore 64 controller to control the truck.
God. Well, I mean, that's pretty common too. Like,
Yeah, it's pretty common. Like, if you remember, like in Ghostbusters 2, when they used the NES Advantage to control the Statue of Liberty.
I still don't know how the heck they controlled it with that.
They did it because they did it through the power of science. Songetsu. It
the
was
power of
it's
science and plot.
Yes, the power of science and plot to control an
the
icon.
Commodore control. I can kind of get to that logic. It's possible, but that one, come on, G.
Right. There's I forget which episode it was, but in one of the Star Wars, they had just repainted over an original Xbox Duke to use as a prop for.
Was it the wireless Duke?
They just
It probably was.
They just
I think that one was called a Hunter. What was it?
I forget. It either cut the cord off or they used a wireless one, something along those lines, and they used it as like part of a communications array. It's just sitting there. And then somebody pointed it out, and I'm like, wait a minute. Like reusing like shit that's just floating around somewhere is just part of prop making 101, and I love that. It also like
Starbucks like cups.
Yeah. There's also like during photo ops, like you won't see a pro wrestler with their real belt. You'll see them with like a Mattel branded one, so in case they get robbed, they're like, "You stole a $20 kid's toy. Congrats," kind of thing.
Well, back in the day, they actually did.
Yeah,
like,
and then
use
they
their
got
actual
tired of.
belt.
And they got tired of replacing it every time somebody got shook down for drug money.
I think it was less that, and they just kept losing them.
Well, that too. Like transporting between, like the first, I think it was like the first or second AEW Pro, pay-per-view. Like the baggage just got lost somewhere for Jericho's belt, and it was like $15,000. Yeah, it was a restaurant, right? Yo, yeah. Seamus pointed it out. It was just fucking crazy. Like, I can't imagine the like look on your face of just like literally losing something so valuable, but I kinda get it now. Like, keep your valuable shit the fuck away from where it'll get, destroyed, stolen, that kind of thing. And a cheap $10 broken controller from a bin at some store probably like, well, this will look cool on the set, for like Ghostbusters or the Star Wars series,
Or in Mighty Morphin's case, keep losing their morphers, so they have to just get the Zoo Ranger ones.
Yeah. Because it was
And
probably
so they became the main prop for the morphing sequences.
Yep. Literally, like $15 toys from Japan. Here you go. Here's a pallet, my guy. Can you make it through the rest of the series before that?
And we're moving on to the next season. We won't have any more for you. I'm sorry.
Aw. Damn. We see the return of the Quarry in this episode as well. A staple.
My beloved Corey.
Quarry, and it's not going to be the last time.
No. Sadly, we got to blow up the backlot of Toei Studios a couple more times.
What
In game.
do you mean, sadly? That's one of my favorite things to see is the Quarry.
Well, Vex, because we've lost the abandoned buildings districts, we have to attack the abandoned quarry districts now.
Yeah. That's
Luke, I keep telling you, the reason why it became the abandoned building district is
I know why it became, but it's funny to say that.
Yeah, like the reason the Zoo Rangers became the main props is because they kept losing the actual morphers that they made. But I really don't have a lot of notes for the introduction of the Thunder Rangers.
Yes, they real angry.
Yeah, they're like real angry, like emo before emo. But within this three-parter, like we have some really funny gags. My favorite was the scene where Lothor's there just getting a manicure to calm down. And it was just like top tier comedy, and it kind
Yeah.
of edged him, higher in my villain ranking.
Yeah. Also in this episode, since Lothor's forces kind of win for a while and they're celebrating on board his ship, my first thought was like, is he going to go and take over the juice bar again? Like what happened with Master File?
God, yeah.
So.
And he's going to be like, dance, Sergey, dance!
Sergane!
Just Sergey dancing in this episode.
Sergane, I need my low-fat milkshake from the juice bar. Don't question it. It's a reference.
Yeah. Also, as well, Cam saying in this episode, "Give, give, give." That's all I do, and that just made me shudder because just wait until we get to Megaforce.
God.
So guess who knows what I'm going on about?
Literally, I'm going to be drunk that entire
Oh,
stream.
I see through your efforts. You unlock this. You unlock this. It's like they didn't do a damn thing. You just did it for them.
Yeah. But also as well in this episode, we have the line, "Hands off the fish." A dolphin isn't a fish.
It's a mammal.
Uh,
The wolves of the sea.
And
like,
computers don't have channels. Yeah, this was before YouTube.
hey, you don't know if they had channels there. Can't even formulate a joke for that. It's so stupid.
Yeah, I could have meant something else by that.
Yeah.
Like they did some depending on like the country, you could like stream TV like through your internet back then. And I know it's wild. That was a wild thing to think of, but yeah, it was possible.
Yeah.
Also, as well, for these 3 episodes, I had the note. I had the joke note of Blake flirting with Tori, but really, he was only doing that because he was only doing that with the surfboard. He was doing more flirting with the surfboard. That was my joke for the episodes. Oh, Tori, I wanted you. Oh, like talking about the surfboard.
God. It's so crazy to think about. Like,
yeah. Now, here's something I wanted to add, because I wrote this down. Tori says about 90% of the morphing call, but does it count for Tyler's morphing call count?
What's that?
In these episodes, Tori says, like, I wrote down the note of Tori saying about 90% of the morphing call. So does that count, or does it have to be the full morphing call to count?
Good question.
did her hand reach the morpher?
Because she goes Ninja Storm, Ranger, and then she gets cut off.
I guess it would come down to if her hand reached the morpher, right?
I don't think it did.
Then I don't think it would count, would it?
No. I mean, it's up to Tyler if he wants to count it.
I don't think I did count it. Did I?
No, I don't think he did.
Okay, so I'm not gonna count it. But even if I did, it only boost up Tori's score by 1, which I believe that would tie her with Shane. So if you want to count it, you can just add +1 to Tori's score.
Yeah.
I don't think it counts because she didn't make contact.
It doesn't
No.
count.
Okay, it doesn't count.
Yeah. Also, in these 3 episodes, we have the ancient ninja art of rewind and laser beams. Ancient ninja art of laser beams.
Luke, there are ninjas from space.
Listen.
It's still ancient ninja art of laser beams.
Listen, I get it. It's just kind of what the fuck are we talking about here? Like, really?
If we have alien ninjas, everything's off the everything's on the table.
That's fair.
Everything.
Oh, Seamus.
Just
Oh,
like
Seamus.
Naruto. Once you include alien ninjas, everything's on the table.
That's
I've just
fair.
I've just seen Seamus's comment. Toy is better than the toy. Yes, she is. She really is.
Or down with action ninja kung fu grip.
So in this episode we get introduced to the tsunami cycles, which probably should have called it the tornado cycles.
Oh, their name was great.
Yeah. I agree there. Like, there's a lot that we can nitpick, but that's not one of them.
No. Also, for my notes, I had the sensei in a hamster ball. Just like, oh, run around, look at him go in his hamster ball.
Wait, somehow, Luke. You don't want him to get fat and sick.
No, it's just the way, they kept. Yeah, it's just the way that Blake and Hunter captured the sensei, and it was like, it was a hamster ball.
Like,
And my other note for this episode was the big plot hole of Blake and Hunter being idiots for believing Lothor's lie about the sensei killing their parents, despite the fact he kidnapped their entire school.
They both could have been true. You don't know.
Also, were they technically there when the school got kidnapped, or were they on a mission? Like, we don't see them witnessing the whole capture, to my remembrance here. It's also been like a month since we watched episodes 5 through 7.
Yeah, not for my No, I think they did. I'll have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure they did see the school being kidnapped.
Then they're just fucking idiots if that's the case.
Because I remember it was getting kidnapped. Their sensei gave them their morphers, and then Lothor tells the lie about it.
Right. So yeah, they're just fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Right. Thanks for jogging my memory there. Can we talk about how unnecessary the dual pistol coverage was here? Like, there's like so many like overkill moments from the Thunders. Like, they just like to go hard for no reason, which I kind of respect, but also, like, why? Like, it's just, I guess, being the edgy villains that they are here at the beginning. And then, of course, I have to have my degenerate notes starting to come in the longer we were watching that day. The drill got introduced, right? And my one note for that being introduced was, imagine if that drill went on a sex machine. You ever just...
No.
You ever just contemplate why...
somebody horribly.
You ever just contemplate your path as a content creator when you realize that 95% of your mark on the internet is dirty jokes?
Yes.
I'd like to not think of that, because I would also contemplate that.
Vex, famous for the hentai devil, clip bullet, and now drill on sex machine. Anyway, any other notes from this triple parter before I commit seppuku?
No. But I'm gonna say something. I'm posting it now. I did find a clip of that presenter as the Kiwi Ranger having an interview with the guy who played Dustin.
Oh, okay.
So I'm posting it, and I've tagged you, Vex.
Okay, I'll pull that up really quick. Oh, yay, I see fucking 4-leaf clovers all over my Google screen.
Of course, because it's the day of the Irish.
Yeah, as the resident
Happy St. Patrick's Day!
Yeah, happy St. Patrick's Day to my ancestors from Ireland.
Yeah, as the resident Irish descendant here as well. Yay!
I'm also of Irish descent.
Here we go. I'll post this in the in the chat here.
Yeah. But it's just funny that he just has basically a leotard on with like a Kiwi logo on the front.
I mean, work with what you got, right? It's part of like.
Yeah, just work with what you got, and it's like, okay, it's meant to be for a gag.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, I'm the person that's bringing back a certain character soon, and I have to dig all the Ahego wear out of my fucking closet because I tried to hide that, like the first fucking Playboy mag you get as a kid. You definitely didn't find in the woods. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. To the episode after the Thunder Rangers get introduced, and then they go off into the distance to find their true calling until they're back.
That translates to we ran out of footage for now.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say my only notes for the next episode, and then I'm just gonna quickly go to the toilet. So, in this episode, we pretty much have foreshadowing for Cam being a ranger, and resenting that he did not get chosen to be a ranger. Which, yeah, you can kind of understand where he's coming from. It's like because he probably had that in the back of his mind, like if anything happens, I'm gonna be a ranger. I know I'm gonna be a ranger, and then it's like, oh. Crap, I don't get to be one of the Rangers?
Yeah, it had to be like an insanely bad wake-up call for him, like the longer he went without being given the power, and he probably started to wonder why pretty early on, like, why the fuck aren't I getting chosen for, like, my destiny? Yeah.
And this is going to come into play a lot more in SPD, as we'll see.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I'll be right back.
All right.
I have on here not a lot of notes for this one. Like really, I just had a lot of shit about Cam's backstory here. Enough Vine punts to fill a bucket because this was the like Vine monster thing, where it was like all pheromones and shit they were working with.
Yeah.
Really wasn't a whole lot in this other than that. Oh yeah, no, I remember the first time Luke showed me that clip, Seamus. It was pretty dope. I didn't know if they scrubbed it from the internet though. So we'll just go on to the next one where we get the little guy. I mean, the turtle mace, which is one of the coolest weapons that we get.
I do love that. Yeah.
Yeah, like the Tori having to hunt down the Jade Turtle artifact thing to get the little coin. Took up most of this episode. And then we got that introduced, and that's when we kind of got introduced to the concept of there being more of the coins out there potentially. Essentially, like we had the animal spheres floating around in Wild Force, which is a cool little, not really a nod to that, but a cool little like, hey, there are more of these power-ups if you get them. And that's how we end up with the stupid cape thing. That's how we end up with a lot of these other buffs that we get as we moved on. I think out of all of this, we start the arcs of like the Rangers coming more into their own because we're ramping up towards like that midway point where we usually get the battleizer. We usually get like that massive bump in power for the villains as well. So they're trying to get ready for that side of the battle as we move on, and as we see in the next few episodes, we'll see like the more of my stupid notes. I see the next thing that's on the fucking notes app here, and I'm just cringing at my own writing.
Yeah. Okay, I'm back. What episode were we?
We were going over like 8 and 9 still, and I was getting ready to transition into 10 to 14 here.
Okay, so I'll say my notes for episode 9. We have the environmental conference. What is the point of this? Animus is going to come back again because of this.
No, because he's not in this.
No,
do not ever say his name again.
He is gonna come back and be like, "This is what I was trying to tell you guys about, and you've not even solved it yet."
I wanted to punt that child across the goddamn canyon.
Well, You know he's not an actual child.
I know he's not an actual child.
Hilarious. He's trying to.
Yeah.
No, it'd be hilarious. You trying to like punt like a Megazord's father into a ravine.
It would be pretty
It's one
funny.
way for me to get stepped on, damn it. I'll feel something. Sweet release of death, maybe, but something.
But yeah, my other notes is basically the sensei being a Jedi in this episode, in episode 9, just being like, use your inner ninja. It's like, you're just saying use the Force.
Thank you.
No, he's saying use the intervention.
No! And he uses ninja telepathy, so he is just a Jedi.
He's literally a Force ghost in the form of a hamster. Changed my mind.
I hope you know, like, a lot of this stuff is just old ninja tropes from
Absolutely.
old ass scrolls in Japan.
Absolutely. So we started off with my first note on this next episode being Anakin was right. Sand sucks. Fuck sand.
And of course, and it does get everywhere. Everywhere.
Everywhere, even where you don't want it to be. Depending on your activities at the beach. Anyway, we have our usual brain fog, memory erasure trope episode. Here.
Oh, yeah. We also have not very subtle on the Tori and Blake fan fiction.
Listen, they had to shoehorn it in.
Is it fan fiction if it's actually in the show?
Yeah, but also as well, I had my first note for this 4-parter. Tori not stepped on type despite giving a scenario to Vex.
Listen. Just wasn't doing it here, okay?
Tori, like, you've got to pick someone for this season, Vex.
I do not.
Yeah, he's gonna pick one of the bug girls for it.
I'll sooner pick one of the Yiga clan than one of the Rangers. Fucking
And also
fight me.
we have the GS ball from Pokemon in the Gacha game because they have a gold and silver ball.
Yeah.
Unlike that one, this one is actually relevant.
I have put in here one of the most disgusting phrases I've ever typed out, I think. Huh. I wonder if green cum tastes like apple candy.
Oh,
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask the Grinch on that one.
I'm trying to remember the context of it. I think it was like the green goo that this monster.
Oh yeah, because it's the green goo that comes out that turns Hunter against everyone.
Right. I'm a degenerate.
Yeah, you are. And Hunter being a bit of a bullhead in this episode as well. He's not only as I put for the notes for the following episode, ego bland. No, that's for Shane. No, so Hunter's just a bit of a bullhead in this episode, and also we have the mini sword. I am mini sword.
I love Mini Zord.
You'll love him even more when you realise that he's voiced by the same guy who played Pop Pop in Dino and Cosmic
That's
Fury.
fucking amazing. Why did Shubo get anything at all?
Chubo is basically this season's Elgar, but without like the ugly ice cream face.
More useful.
I was gonna say, like, he's at least useful, but like he's also a bumbling idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
He's a bumbling idiot, but a strong bumbling idiot.
I guess that's fair. I was really happy when he got shrunk down to mini size. I was just hoping that like one of the sisters would just squash him like a bug. Like, and that'd be the end of Chubo. Like,
Yeah.
like I hated him the entire season, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I would definitely put him as like one of the least useful henchmen.
I wouldn't go that far.
At least with Elgar, and this is the only nice thing I'll say about Elgar. At least he did more.
he accomplished something usually. Like he was at least a competent general to the extent of being fumbling his way to the top essentially.
Yeah.
Like
Whereas Chubo can just be like, go and be in one of your own kidnap spheres, Chubo.
And then right after we get our 5 Ranger team, we immediately have to have the trope of the competitive nature episode.
Yeah, which of course involves boxing. I'd have said this before. If it doesn't involve
I'll be
boxing,
right back.
I'll say my notes. If it
We're
doesn't
not
involve
reviewing Sentai's.
If it doesn't involve boxing none, I am not interested. I am just going to make up excuses just to bring up boxing none. But no, in this episode, we had the new nickname for Shane, where, as Tyler likes to call Jason Bland Karate Man, we have Shane, the Eagle Bland Ninja Red.
I wouldn't go that far to say he's like bland.
No,
He actually does have a personality. He does have a legit reason in the show for the way he acts.
yeah, fair enough, but he's still a little bit on the bland side, in my opinion. But I get what you mean. So also as well, we are. I put down made up word jar because I feel like do we have to like oh no, it was because there was literally a made up word jar.
Yeah, they had one, but it's just like, oh, you got to put money into it, and it was like all those things this boxing kangaroo said are real words.
No, it's like it's all the words are said. I am guaranteed they just made up those words as they went along.
No, some of them are actually like Muhammad Ali.
But my other last note for this episode is, since we're on St. Patrick's Day, Sergeine apparently likes Irish dancing because he was doing like an Irish jig in this
He's pretty
episode.
good at it.
Yeah.
Sergeine W.
Yeah. W for Sergeine. So, Sergeine, if you ever get out of the abyss of evil, go and enjoy an Irish drink, an Irish whiskey.
You can confirm he can drink because inside the robot is a little bug man.
Yes. So that was all my notes for the boxing competitive episode. For the next episode, we are in a theater with Pudgy Pig's father, who is a chicken. No, it's a pig general. So it's Pudgy Pig's father, who's
It's
using.
kind of impressive to be a father of a clay figure.
Yeah.
Oh, did you have any other notes for the boxing competitive episode? Fex?
My note for the weapon for like the massive combination was tiny penis cannon go. Other than that, not really.
No. So yeah. Also as well. So yeah, we have Pudgy Pig's father in this episode with the dangerous popcorn buckets that Blake and Runner get trapped in, which must have been. I can't imagine if that was very, very annoying or very pleasant for the actors if they wanted to be on one of those game shows that you get slimed on.
I don't think that's ever pleasant. It's just weird.
Yeah. I've been
Now you're all
it's
wet
not
and covered in
fun.
green stuff.
It's not fun. It's really not. As somebody that's been slimed, it's not fun.
So my other note was
question.
go ahead.
Does the slime, in fact, taste like apples?
No, it tasted more like lime jello when I was slimed,
Ah.
which is like the worst flavor.
So my other notes for this episode were: how did they get a small mini TV for the sensei? Because he literally has a small mini TV.
They made those.
Did Cam make it?
They
No,
literally
they're just
make,
sold.
yeah, they make like 10-inch TVs. Like they're like built right into campers back during that time, even. Like it was a pretty common commodity.
Oh, fair enough.
I think the smallest TV you can get now is like 24 inches.
Yeah. But also, we also have the film that they're watching, which is just a Bruce Lee knockoff. And my other notes were, do you finally submit to the power of the pig? Yes! Yes, we do!
I had to, because like at the time we were
not.
at the time where we were watching this episode was when like the Dune 2 popcorn bucket went in.
Yeah.
Like, went super viral. So I'm like, popcorn bucket trap pre Dune 2 bucket light. Because I didn't know if I wanted to call it like a flesh bucket or a bucket light or whatever. But if you haven't seen like the Dune 2 like AMC popcorn bucket, go look it up. It looks just like a fucking fleshlight.
Yeah. My other notes for this episode were Porky Pig needs a cameo. That's all, folks.
No.
Yes.
If you want him so bad, just buy his figure.
But also as well, there was a note here that actually makes it quite disturbing. So, okay, the monster in this episode, well, all the monsters are aliens in this season, and we see them at the end that Lothar and his generals cooked and ate the pig general. So, does that technically count as cannibalism?
I mean, that's an ethics debate, and do we seem like we're ethics debaters?
No. But I was just watching it, I was like, wait, they're aliens and they're eating an alien, so does that technically count?
I mean, I would consider it cannibalism.
So I guess Lothar's a cannibal.
So are the rest of them. Like,
Yeah.
It would all come down to like, is it because it's a different species of alien? Is it, would he essentially taste like pork, versus like whatever human would taste like?
Yeah, and I never thought I would ask this question when we're talking about a Power Rangers season. Does the fact that they are eating an alien and their aliens count as cannibalism? I never thought I'd be asking that question.
Luke, I've questioned a lot of things since we started reviewing Power Rangers, including my own fucking sanity. And it does end with Power Rangers for us. We're doing all of Naruto and all of fucking Fairy Tail.
You want to know what's crazy?
I will not be here for those reviews.
You want to know what's crazy? You want to know what's crazy, Vex? I'm doing Power Rangers as well with another group of people.
So anyone got that one Smitty meme? The crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room filled with rats.
I am crazy. I'll admit that.
You are reading through Sword Art Online or watching through Sword Art Online while reading Berserk. Yes, you are I've caught
up with Berserk.
Like, there is a need for therapy, and then there's a need to be institutionalized.
No, Chris McClane is the one that needs to be institutionalized.
No, he needs to be executed for war crimes.
Oh, absolutely he does. But also as well, my last note for this episode was, because the monster is voiced again by the same guy who plays Pop Pop in Dino Thunder, they ate Pop Pop! They ate Pop Pop!
Who could eat Pop Pop? He was such a pure soul.
Yeah. So those were my notes for the episode. Getting away from talking about cannibalism to talking about a time traveling Ninja Ranger.
Listen, this was an interesting two-parter. I'll give you that one.
It was three parts.
Or yeah, 3 parts actually. Count is off. That's what happened. Cam had enough of not being able to get into the action. Is kind of what started this. And then we were dealing with the power theft aspect, because this was your power theft multi-parter, right?
Yeah. And also as well, one of my notes for this episode was when they get the weapon and they're like a scarf, and you have Cam saying, just go with it. Literally every time something gets weird.
Literally, like, I've been calling it a cape, but it was a scarf. So, like, he hands over that power and then uses the scroll to go back in time. uh, where he meets his parents slash Lothar in the past, and this is where
Yeah.
things get interesting.
Yeah.
Oh,
Really
absolutely.
interesting.
Absolutely, and also as well, keeping with the theme because it's going to be revealed in this episode that Lothar is Cam's uncle.
Yep.
Even though the sensei doesn't consider him a brother anymore because he's ceased to be, according to the ancient ninja laws, which I suppose that's prevalent in a lot of media. Like when you get exiled, you cease to be to the family.
Yep.
Well,
there's
yeah,
also,
it's called being disowned.
yeah, it's like shunning in the Mennonite culture slash Amish culture. They shun you and kind of ignore that you exist. They won't help you. They won't do anything there. Exiling used to be a big thing. Like if you commit a crime so heinous in a town, but they don't want to punish you because you kind of did it good, they would just exile you from the village because you were a net positive, but also you broke the law. So like you're off to fend on your own kind of thing. Like these are typical tropes slash historical references for that kind of thing. So it makes sense.
Yeah. Also, as well in this episode, we have the Rangers basically standing up to the Sensei because the Sensei is still like, I don't want Cam to be a Ranger and all of that. They're like, no, he has to make his own choice.
Right, it is his destiny. It's like his right to choose to pursue that kind of thing.
But also as well, I put here because of the younger version of the Sensei when he first meets Cam's mother for the first time is a little bit sexist towards her. And it's just like sexist ninja will one day bone samurai he was being sexist to.
I mean, that's like not too uncommon. Like you bully the person you like in like that high school mentality, so I kind of get it.
But I just find
at the
it
same
funny.
time, that's also a very toxic mentality.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Very toxic if you do it all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as we do learn, it does seem like the fact that they got together kind of made the Sensei a much more mellow person, I would say.
Yeah, 100%.
Definitely.
And also we have Low4 News Network.
I mean, there's times I would probably buy Lothar shit more than I buy like the actual news. So I kind of get.
I feel like he would be he could probably do well as like being like one of those like guys on QVC.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like this here is a genuine ninja artifact dating back to the 1800s.
Oh no, I don't think he would like sell like old stuff. He would just try to sell like the new products. It's like this is latest ninja technology.
Yeah. But my other note was before I actually looked it up was who are Low4's niece's parents, and then it turns out oh no he was actually married, so they're technically the his sister-in-law's daughters.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let's see if I have any more notes here from this multi-parter.
But that raises a very interesting question. What happened to his wife?
I guess she just died.
Wait. Seamus has like a good point here. We've never seen Lothar and Alex Jones at the same place at the same time.
And that's probably a good thing.
Is it wrong that I would kind of like?
Could we just replace like this evil ninja with? Could we just I don't know, have him replace like Alex Jones? I would rather have him. At least he's not lying.
Well, there is kind of a problem that we can't have that because the actor who played Lothar, who was also the same actor who played the Sensei, he passed away in 2018.
Did he pass away or did he commit tax fraud? Come on now. It could be both.
It doesn't say. It just says like it just said.
I was making an Alex Jones joke.
Oh.
Yeah, Alex Jones is
so-
a giant piece of shit.
Yeah.
The chemicals
So
of the Ninja Academy are turning the students gay.
So anyway, rest in peace, Lovo's actor and Sensei's actor.
I just want to clarify this. I don't know how he confused the chemicals or making the frogs hermaphrodites into turning them gay.
He's a fucking idiot who's been selling snake oil since I was a fucking penis.
Now he's saying the snow's gay. The snow's gay!
Oh dear.
Wait, whoa. Time out. Alex Jones is saying the snow is gay.
He said that one time.
Oh, how can you have that mentality?
Because it reflected a rainbow, maybe? I don't fucking know.
Alright.
Dude is a fucking genuine Looney Tune.
Oh, he absolutely is.
Also, the line about him eating his neighbor's ass.
I'll
The
eat your
apocalypse-
ass. Oh, sorry.
No, he legitimately said that if the apocalypse dropped, he was going to become a cannibal and literally eat his neighbor's ass.
I know. I listened to the
That's the
whole
funniest
rant.
shit I've ever
I
heard.
listened to the whole rant because somebody made a dubstep mix of it. The same person that made the Frogs Gay one. I'm like, oh my god, I love this person. Oh, I love when we can turn idiots into shitposts.
And I know this is off subject, but that whole line reminded me of the thing from like Cow and Chicken. You know, they had the butt on plates.
Yup. Those are some real nice steamed hams there. God. Why am I making a Simpsons reference? I don't even watch The Simpsons.
That is a fun episode. I recommend people watch that one.
So anyway, moving on to the next episode where we have Cam basically doing everything at once and having to learn the lesson that Carter learned back in Lightspeed Rescue and the lesson that every YouTuber needs: take a break.
Mm-hmm. Yup. Everybody needs to take a break. Everybody needs time to themselves. That's like the best logic I can give anybody.
So how does Cam solve this problem? By creating his own version of Alpha 6, disguised as himself, going, yo, I am Robot Cam.
You know, I honestly thought it was just Cam and he had just had like a psychotic break at first.
That would have been funny. That would have actually been funny.
Like, he did not know how to human because he's been sitting in front of a computer for so long and doing like ninja op stuff that he just broke the second they're like, please, for the love of God, get a hobby and take time for yourself. And he just tried to be better as everything that, you know.
And then he watched Power Rangers Turbo, saw Alpha 6 and thought, when he watched it in the archive, saw Alpha 6 and thought, yeah, that's me. Yo.
Let me put on like some Marky Mark style clothing and just try to be a 90s white rapper, but I'm also Asian, so, you know.
And of course, because go ahead.
Also didn't commit a hate crime.
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to commit a hate crime against yourself, right? Like, because if he was trying to like pull the Marky Mark, he'd have to do the hate crime on himself because he's the only like Asian-ish character in the main cast. That isn't a guinea pig at this point, so. But there is like the whole other side of this, like the villain, everything else in this episode was kind of weak. Like we had the perfume slash.
Yeah, and also we have the chemical tanks, which is Walter White, eat your heart out.
Honestly, like, wonder what kind of meth they can make with that, right? It smell like daffodils and bullshit.
And also in this episode we have like a return of the generic background music, the dun 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 dun.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on with that. Like,
You're gonna hear that throughout the Disney.
Yeah, apparently it's all down to the producers loving stock public domain music.
Well, that's fucking stupid. Like, I love the original scores that they make for Power Rangers. Like, that is like so much fun to go through and listen to. Like,
Well, Disney doesn't.
yeah, well, Disney didn't even really want the show to continue. They wanted the toy rights. So, like,
And the thing is like, they're like, wait, you want
It's
the right?
kind of
You're gonna have to have a show.
it's kind of
Like-
funny with Disney. It's like we want this property, but we don't want to put anything into it.
Also,
Yeah.
here's the thing: they limit the amount of toys they sold for each season, which also shooting themselves in the foot. Also, sales wise, I don't know what they were thinking.
if they can make like,
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make a reference to the Angry Video Game nerd here. What the fuck were they thinking?
they weren't like
They
that was
weren't at all
like
with
Disney-
most cases when they buy a property.
Disney really goes into like acquisition with a like this is profitable in some capacity ideals first, and then they kind of figure out how to make it even more profitable later. Like look at how
Which
they've
makes
handled.
sense. That's what most companies do. But most companies don't shoot themselves in the foot after they bought the property.
Yeah, look at what they've done
They
with.
don't commit like IP assassination on the property like within a few years or like
It should be studied what they've done with like the MCU and Star Wars. That's I think a lot of
at least I gotta say at least with the MCU stuff they did for a time knew how to make it profitable. They didn't make money off of it, but it's just like
yeah, it was a lot of oversaturation that also hurt that because then everybody tried to copy that. With like Star Wars, they
with
just
Star Wars, all their profit was just off of the old shit.
yeah, and nostalgia.
Everything new they added in was always a net negative.
Yeah, like even Ahsoka didn't do too terribly well, and that's nostalgia marketing 101. But I think everybody was burnt the fuck out at that point too, because you had 6 seasons of The Mandalorian and Andor and all the other shit that you had to watch. I'm exaggerating with the number of seasons, but like realistically, like that was what kind of happened there. But when they gobble everything up, they go into it with that mentality. With Power Rangers, they almost seemed ashamed to be associated with it at times.
Which
Even
is
though they
weird
wouldn't have-
because they owned like other properties that were like weirder, and they should feel ashamed for that.
They have a vault of porn. Like they
Oh yeah,
look-
like Disney owns like a bunch of other properties that under like pseudo companies they made up on the spot just for the said thing, just so they could be like, well, we're not officially attached with this thing.
right. Like it. Like if you draw something
For
remotely,
example, the movie Alien.
Mhm. Yeah, they own that. They own. I'm pretty sure they own like the original cuts of like the Nightmare. Like the first 3 Nightmare on Elm Streets were under the same label that the original Alien was under as well. So they would own the original cuts of that too under that deal. But I'm not 100% certain. But like they had the Power Rangers and Darkwing Duck going around like Disney World and Disneyland at the time that this was, going on, right? They would have each season go around the park, interact with, tourists. So they weren't ashamed enough to, hide it away like that. They would still have it there for like merchandising and marketing purposes, but like they didn't really push Power Rangers during this era until they, got near the end. But by that
Which
point,
makes no sense.
by that point, like it was going back to Saban.
Which I would have to say they actually did a way better job with the property than him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
To say something.
yeah, that is saying something. But my last note for the episode with the plants and the obnoxious cam robot. Cam at the end being on a mini motorbike, like, oh, that I don't know why. That's just like, oh, he's learning.
Yeah.
He's learning to have fun outside of the command basement. Just make sure he keeps away from the Pachika machines.
Yeah, we don't want him to have too much fun now. And then we get into the stereotypical fucking love triangle. Because we absolutely
Literally-
needed this.
Literally forcing the love triangle.
This episode I tuned out for most of, I'll be honest.
Oh yeah, I was out for a bit of it as well. Like the only things were to take note from this episode was that Lothar wasn't allowed to watch TV, which just made him really pissed off.
Yeah.
And then he's like, "Oh, I could be famous by being on TV," and everyone's like, "We love you, Lothar." Me and Songetsu pizza episode. We love the pizza episode.
No, but my real question is, who barred them from watching TV?
I guess Lord said he was like, right, you want to be an evil ninja alien. First thing do, no TV. We can't have those millennials knowing what we're doing.
That was a rule his wife gave him. Like, because he probably gets like too excited watching TV. Like, none of that.
Fucking
Like none of that.
But also Hunter dissing the cooking class. Hey, don't diss the cooking class.
It can come in handy. It could save your life in this universe. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean that's where
fundamental.
That's where all the budget goes for. It goes into food. We've established this. It goes into food and diapers.
Well, no, this isn't Mighty Morph. They don't have the budget for a cake. Remember, they didn't have a real cake for a certain episode.
Oh yeah. And also, nothing can beat the power of love, apparently, except
that's the power of love.
Except if you're in Bleach, it will do the opposite thing. It'll make people think you're disgusting, reviled, and want someone to devour you.
Please.
Yeah.
It can also make someone just deteriorate.
Yeah.
But
the less we see of Pepe from Bleach, the better.
I was thinking more Ukiura.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, because Ukiyo found out what a heart is and then faded away.
He was going to do that regardless.
Yeah, he was going to do that regardless. Yeah. But yeah, Pepe, I'm sorry, love doesn't conquer all in that situation, and it was all for the best. Even though some people will disagree for some reason, I don't know why. Why would you want to see more of Pepe?
I think it's like a case of like being a guilty pleasure. Like you should hate this, but for some reason you love it.
Me with Sword Art Online.
Me with quite a lot of stuff actually.
But like, go ahead.
You go ahead.
Oh, I was getting ready to transition to the next episode, so go ahead.
I was about to say, like, by all accounts, I hate this, but I can't help but love it because of the way it is. Like, how some people can find enjoyment in, like, a bad game, like Sonic 06, or something like that.
Oh no, Tyler, no, Tyler. According to one actress recently, we're not allowed to like things when we were kids.
She didn't mean it like that. She meant that the cultism that is behind that particular fandom is disgusting. And I will agree with her on that level.
Oh, absolutely, I'll agree with her on that. But the way it was presented made it seem like she was
headline, Luke. It's meant to make you click the article. Like, which is something I fucking hate, and I love the community notes on Twitter for, because they'll be like, no, that's not exactly how it's being presented here, kind of thing. And I'm like, as somebody that knows people in that fandom that make that every fiber of their fucking being, those people can be insufferable.
Yeah, fair enough.
The same with the My Hero fandom.
Yeah,
I'd say shipping every fucking fiber of their being. I'm like, you need help.
It's
Yeah,
just like, hey, did you know these people are friends and they constantly hang out? They couldn't be, friends platonically or nothing. No,
They are
honestly,
100% having dirty, sloppy sex. And
Yeah.
they were describing
And
the
hey, it's
sounds.
kind of weird to be obsessed with the dating maneuvers of high schoolers when you're an adult.
yeah,
Right?
yeah. And now that you mention that, it's the same thing with this franchise as well, where someone will be like, "Yeah, the fact that you're voicing this character, even though the original actor is dead, you've ruined my childhood."
Go back and watch Mighty Morphin, bitch. Like,
Mighty Morphin sucked.
Yeah,
right, but like he's
The
referencing
first
the.
season.
but I'm referencing the fact that Andrew Lang, who voiced said in Dino Fury, withdrew from voicing him in Cosmic Fury because someone said, because he got harassed for it, and the final straw for him was like being told that he ruined someone's childhood.
I would
Just ignore it. Like, there's always going to be like at least one person. Like, if it's like general criticism, like,
right. Like
okay,
if it's
but
like
it's just like, but if it's just like, oh, you voiced this character and because of that you suck, well, just ignore it. You're just an asshole.
exactly.
But sometimes it can get to, like, if it's coming at you like in a barrage, it's like, okay, fine, you don't want me to voice the character, I won't voice the character, I've got better things to do.
Right, like there's definitely like hate campaigns launched against certain voice actors, and some of them deserve them and some of them don't. Like there are people that are generally terrible people that shouldn't be voice acting characters, and there are people that just are trying to do their fucking job and they got cast in a new show to take over a role because maybe that other voice actress is, giving birth right now and can't do the 3 episodes
Or maybe the actor is dead. It's not like we can resurrect Robert Axelrod.
Sure, let's channel our inner Full Metal Alchemist. We see how well that worked out there, right?
Yeah. But anyway,
It happened to like Chopper's like voice actress, where she was sick, and
Yeah.
they replaced her for like exactly 3 episodes or some shit.
yeah. So anyway, moving on to after we have Love for Lothar, we have Chubo coming back because why the hell not?
Anyway, we have the power of editing being really prevalent in this episode because it's a stunt cam episode. This was the one where they had to like get a really good stunt video for that publication that they keep talking about to kind of get a contract or some shit. It's
go ahead.
It's one other like really interesting plot point that was relevant throughout is like Hunter was babysitting a kid.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up.
And that kid had the phone that could call the Killzax, and he could, power up the monsters and shit.
Yeah, so it was kind of funny to see a child just having that and not realizing what it actually does.
It really was. I'm like, oh, this kid's dumb. And I kind of liked that aspect of this episode because you got to see a side of one of the main casts you wouldn't normally see because the Thunder Rangers have always been like more closed off emotionally. Seeing him try to like connect with this kid and figure out what's going on because he doesn't have like a father figure in his life. And he's trying to like reach through and, kind of be like, hey, I know times were tough. I lost my dad. Yeah. It was really sweet.
And also, it has like probably one of the best messages for a Power Rangers season when the kid has Hunter like, has the pain gone away from losing your parents? And he could have just basically said, yeah, it's gone away. No, he's actually honest with him. He says, no, it's never going to go away, but you've got to move on.
It gets better kind of thing. And I like having those types of lessons in these episodes, especially when the target audience of the series is primarily children, right? And there's probably a lot of children that were watching this episode when it aired, and even now, that are going through something similar, and it's a message that is timeless, and that's something we don't see a lot anymore, is like timeless messages and series.
Yeah, and this season, I will say this, like to on a general real note here, it's like this was around the time when my grandmother passed away. When this episode came out, came out in 2000, so it would have been a year before she passed away, and yeah, it's kind of the same thing there. Like I still remember like going to the hospital and seeing her body in the hospital. To this day, that image is ingrained in my memory, and it's going to be 20 years in September since that happened, and yeah, I still miss it to this day. But at the same time, I'm like, you know what? She wouldn't want me being mopey and down in dumps all the time.
Right? You just gotta power on them. It's hard as hell sometimes, but you just gotta keep going.
Yeah.
That's all I got for this episode.
Yeah, that's all I've got for this episode as well. So next episode we have Dustin's trust being abused because of the fact that Mara is tricking him. It's like, I want to defect from low force ship.
Mm-hmm. The power of pussy is strong.
Yeah, the power, but also the power of like her imagination of being the pink Ninja Storm Ranger. And also as well, like with Princess Shayla, her badassness comes out of nowhere.
Right? Like, I'm sorry. You've been fucking useless this entire series, and now all of a sudden you're turning out to be this badass.
No. They were useful at the start.
Well, that's all right then.
Also, they've been trained how to fight this entire time. They've literally.
But then why
haven't
they done anything? Why have they just been sitting on their asses?
Because they don't want to.
I don't wanna.
Uncle Low 4, do we have to? I want to stay home and bake cookies with you. Just go and fight the Rangers.
You must kill the Rangers. But this week we can't say the word kill, so you must destroy the Rangers. Standards and practices won't clear that. And they also won't clear
they mean the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Even though in an earlier episode we mentioned death.
Yeah, but we also can't mention the word hell, so that's the abyss down there, the abyss of evil.
It's the abyss of evil. It will always be the abyss of evil. I do not care. It is not hell because hell is the shadow realm.
Shadow realm isn't even that. It's just purgatory.
I have never, and nor will I ever fully understand the selective censorship in children's shows. It is so fucking stupid.
I mean, with Yu-Gi-Oh, I mean, kind of, sort of makes sense because they had the Shadow Games.
Right, but this is the difference between a Y7 show and a TV-14 show.
Now, here's the thing I wanted to clarify, the whole, I'm gonna remove the evil from Kaiba, which was that fat guy, who wasn't even, he was just a guy using Seto's deck. He was just a fat guy using Seto's deck.
So he wasn't even Seto Kaiba's evil side sent to the Shadow
Realm. No, he wasn't. He was just some guy.
Well then, what?
He was just hired to be there.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
You know, the more I think about that franchise, the more I'm like, I love it. I love it so much.
They tried to make a solution for a problem that didn't exist. They could have just went with the original storyline and nothing would have changed.
Holy shit. Okay, where were we?
Talking about badassness out of nowhere.
Yeah. Okay, so as Mara can fight was where we were at. Okay, cool.
It's like trained ninja can do trained ninja things.
But she's not done her trained ninja things because she doesn't want to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to do my job half the time. I still do it while I'm employed. You
Well,
know.
they're not being paid to do any of this. That's probably the reason why.
Right. She seems super materialistic, looking at all of her like wardrobe changes. You know, she definitely, probably wanted some form of compensation.
Lothar paid them. They would have done more.
Right, absolutely, I agree with that. That's how we'll justify this. We have a padded knee brace weapon in this episode, by the way. Like normally the knee brace or the knee pad comes off and it's just like the knee drop in wrestling. No, this one time it's coming on, man.
I mean, if it works for Wergarurumon, it'll work for everybody.
Right, we're just taking a page straight out of fucking Digimon here. Why not?
But didn't Wergarurumons also have spikes on them?
Yes, one of them.
Yeah, I mean, we can just roll with it. It's Power Rangers.
Yeah.
But that's about it from this. Like, there's not a.
That's a look that it Digivolves. It's like, my wolf needs blue jeans.
My wolf needs blue jeans. And the next episode is just dumb as all shit. But
yeah, because it's Freaky Friday. It's Freaky Friday Guinea Pig Edition because we have the Sensei and Shane and Dustin getting switched around all the time.
Yep.
And we have a foot monster, which you would think I would like. Being the foot
as soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, this has to be the moment where Fex says, I want this to step on me.
He's clearly a part of the Foot Clan.
But, like, this monster was fucking useless. Like, like, how you got a foot, not make a foot reference, and also be fucking useless when you can literally kick the shit out of the Rangers.
Yeah. So I just had Freaky Friday Guinea Pig Edition for my notes, along with why is Dustin's dad calling him Dustin and not by his actual name?
Well, he probably knows his son doesn't like being called that very often, and just
hey Waldo,
he probably just accepted the fact it was like, everybody else is calling him Dustin. He probably got the nickname Dustin from his dad.
Yeah, which begs the question. If I was Dustin, I'd be asking him, like, why did you name me Waldo?
Your mother wanted to name you that, son.
Okay, can we get my name legally checked? No! We have to keep the spirit of Waldo alive!
See, in 1968, your mom brutally murdered Waldo. And on his dying bed, it was a promise to keep the Where's Waldo legacy alive.
You know what? That's the kind of backstory to Dustin now. That is the kind of backstory. But my other note on here was the Hamlet reference. Something is wrong in the state of Denmark from Lothar. Shakespeare, it's a book. I'm like, no, it's a play. I do not care if it was written down in a paperback book. It is a play.
I had never seen you that heated over just a dumb line in a show.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, but there's some things I'm like, no, we have to make the distinction here. I have to be like, I know we talked about toxicity, but I'm sorry, I have to be my little bit toxicity right now.
Yeah.
We all have those moments where it's like, no, we have to be nerds.
Listen,
I do that all the time. It's basically my brand.
I get it.
Yeah, I get it. I do get it. Like when you can be a little bit. I think the difference as well with us, it's like we know when to stop.
Do we, or do we just get banned on Twitter every 3 days?
Because Twitter doesn't like people being right.
Oh God.
So yeah, those were my notes only for that episode. But now we're up to the episode where Dustin is preventing a crime, and the sensei chews him up and spits him out for it. But so preventing a crime is not important, but family is to the sensei.
Yeah, like it's a little bit weird, but I also get it because like throughout this entire series, he's valued like protecting his family above everything else, right? You've seen how much he coddled Cam up until the point he got to be a ranger. So I understand that side of it. But also, if the Power Rangers are meant to be a force for good, why is preventing crime not high on the list? You know?
Yeah, that is a good point. Also, as well, Blake and Hunter being in the story of Red Riding Hood when they go and see their grandmother.
Yeah, it was a very blatant like Red Riding Hood reference there. I kind of fucked with that one.
And my other note was, oh, this is where Triforia gets referenced. I'm just there thinking like, oh my god, are we going to see Troy?
Trey of Triforia.
No, Trey, Troy, whatever.
Both useless. Anyway,
and oh my god, there was that one line from Tori about, as my mother always said, brush your teeth, floss, and never use tongue on monsters. It's like, what was Tori's mom thinking?
Maybe she used to date a monster back in the day, and it's just like, you know what? That was a bad idea.
Maybe Tori's mom went out with Lothar. That's where.
No, Tyler. Let's not think about that.
Really, put the idea in your head.
No,
Maybe that fits. Maybe it was like Lothar secretly her actual father. Like they had
that technically makes her and Cam cousins.
Yeah. Sweet home Alabama.
But that's just a theory. The Ranger theory.
Oh God. R.I.P. Matt Pat.
No, I'm not going to use my powers to gaslight my theories into video games.
I will. You know. So
yeah. Also as well, the Star Trek gets mentioned because they mentioned having acquired dilithium crystals.
Oh God. I didn't even realize that was a reference here.
Yeah. I wrote that down. I was like, wait, dilithium crystal. Oh my God, they referenced Star Trek.
Gotta keep the parents invested somehow, right?
Yeah.
So, our next episode, we have a dude who becomes a sentient biker. We have the world's coolest goon chair.
Oh, the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. If Mr. Hyde was a motocross driver.
Yep.
That's right. If he wanted to be a part of extreme sports and was evil. So yeah.
Mr. Hyde's already evil, but
is he evil? Or
that's why I specified extreme sports.
Is he evil? Or is he misunderstood? Come on.
No, he is evil because have you read the book of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Oh yeah, he's a fucked up motherfucker. Like holy shit.
High school.
He goes around and does a certain thing with the female gender. I'm not saying the word on this stream because it's going to go on YouTube. But
yeah,
I know the word.
I know. I was just making a joke because like this dude is not really technically evil. He's possessed to be evil basically here.
He's possessed to be evil, but at a time like eventually he does the same shit like his alter ego does. So yeah he's still asshole.
Yeah, for sure. We have literal torture device being used to sell a toy, by the way.
Yes.
Because we don't have enough merch for this line, apparently.
You can't say hell, but yeah, you could easily like torture somebody in a chair in order to sell toys.
Did they ever sell this bike, by the way?
I
had
don't
to.
think.
Like, somebody looked that up if they actually sold this toy.
Because they always sell like these type of like bike toys with rangers and shit.
That is true. And the like logic at the end of this episode of we can build him again, we can make him better. You know, like we had to keep bringing this what was supposed to be a one-off villain back because we have to fulfill. We'll find out in a couple episodes. Like the whole purpose of like all the generals and shit was to fill this pool of souls, basically. At the end. But like that's it here. For me, did anybody else have notes for that?
No, I don't.
That's pretty much it.
But now we have to talk about the one thing I've been dreading all throughout this video. The ugliest looking battleizer.
It is not the ugliest battleizer.
It would be a lot better if it didn't have the fucking fake abs.
It's the abs. The abs are just like, what is the purpose
Now,
of
the
them?
ugliest one is obviously the in-space battleizer.
I like that battleizer.
The battleizer is pretty dope, but like I know there is objectively worse battleizers coming up.
Ugh. Yeah.
I'm saying that one's really bad because it has the fake abs too, and they're more pronounced.
Yeah, that's fair. Like it's ugly, but it's not
Made even worse the fact that the battleizer is from the life force of a dying alien woman who has a interspecies relationship with Shane. So it's basically Shane wearing this woman.
Hey, this is a new spin-off
Bring
for
her
Species
forks,
Reviews.
thank you very much.
Yes. And she's All Might, so it's like, I'm dying, I need to pass on my life force and my quirk to someone. It is you, Shane.
It is you, Shane, who will eat my hair.
But yeah, I'm just like, oh, that battleizer, I'm like, ugh. Compared to the animarium armor that Cole had, which was awesome, it had wings that turned into a shield.
I listen. It's goofy. It's not.
There's nothing compared to my beauty, and it's cement booty.
It's abs.
Like I picked boots over like abs, but this one didn't bother me as much as it did the rest of them.
Ugh.
I'm sorry, I'm still in love with the Galaxy battleizer.
Yeah, just had to rip that band-aid off of just like, ugh, we have to talk about this battleizer.
Yep, yeah. I mean, it doesn't get as much use as I would like it to have.
Thank God, because the less I have to see of those ugly abs, the better.
What you got against abs, Luke? What you got against abs?
I've got nothing against abs, but those abs on that battleizer, like, what was the purpose of them?
Like I loved how much they were conceding.
Thank you for reminding me, because back in the day, I hated those stupid, like, sculpted on abs for the fucking Ranger figures.
Not just that. Remember this, at the same time that we were having this, we were having the trend of, like, every fucking... And we got this again when the MCU started popping off. Every fucking Halloween costume had, like, sprayed-on abs. Like, Batman costumes, Robin costumes, like, all of them had, like, the sculpted, sprayed-on abs. And that bothered me more than the battleizer. Like,
Well, that's what this reminded me of, and that's why I hate it.
But like I had to see like 85 fucking Red Rangers with sculpted on abs or Batman, at school when this was airing. I was just like, who the fuck thought this was a good idea? But here it's like, I guess maybe it's partially because I'm like an adult now and I have a brain that's actually fully formed, to sometimes my own detriment. Like we have like the logic of like, oh, this is like 13 seconds out of a 22-minute episode. I have to put up with this. I can deal with it.
I can deal with it. Doesn't mean I agree with their decision.
I wonder like if there was a trend in Japan before it was a trend here, or if they picked that from
It's
us.
no, their figures didn't have the stupid abs on them.
So that was like straight up an American
That's
thing.
exclusively U.S.
Yeah, we have to ruin everything, don't we? But like it's literally.
It's like I get it for like certain figures. Like obviously they had the fucking like abs and shit on like Goku and the Dragon Ball figures. But
Right.
That makes sense. They had them in the show.
Right, no, like
Their
literally.
costumes had their shirt off and shit.
Like, yeah, at that point, 100%. A WWE figurine, cool, whatever. They spend years getting into shape. Show off some abs, I guess. But, it was a Power Ranger who's, like, literally in spandex for 95% of his, like, existence.
And no freakish looking abs until the battleizer shit. The only way you would see these overly overt muscled version of the Ranger is in the comics.
Yep. God damn the fucking Zeo comics from Paper Cuts.
It's a nightmare looking at them.
I recently reread that shit because they have they put out hardcovers of them through Boom, like the OG comics, like the ones that were like the tie-ins for the movies and like the Zeo, and then they jumped to like Samurai, I think, and then because I haven't opened volume 2, they jumped to I think Samurai, Megaforce, and something else in volume 2 of that. They put 2 of them out that were like compilations of all the old shit. And I read the fucking Zeo comics. I'm like, I remember having these as a kid. I don't remember them being this fucking ugly. But it was a time that was coming out, like the Rob Liefeld style of like super buff but ugly was popular. So they were just putting that shit in there. I'm like, this is disgusting. I hope this art style never comes back. But yeah, no, we all mighted the Red Ranger, got that. We got the Falcon Cannon, and we got a new general, all in like 2 episodes.
Yeah.
Vexicus is the new general, and I love him.
It's only because your name
You're
is Vex.
goddamn right, it is.
Oh, is it because every time you see him on screen, you have to sing the Baby Shark song? 'Cause he's a shark.
But I will say, I do like his voice.
His voice is really cool. I love like his fighting style as well, and he's really cool there. Here's the really funny bit of the next 2 episodes. They had to make guinea pig-sized headphones.
Yes, they did. And also about the next episode after the Battleizer episode, I just want to talk about that, how the title makes no sense because it's called Shimatsu Returns, but we haven't met Shimatsu before.
I wonder if they just...
I guess it's because he was like sealed away in that type of form by like ancient ninjas and stuff. And then he's like reformed,
Yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of ancient ninjas,
again, it's kind of awkward.
Yeah, and speaking of ancient ninjas, I'm gonna say
Ninja!
No, not Ninja. Although that would be pretty dope if Cam unlocks Ninja after
Like
being
literally
sealed,
looking at that warehouse, you can't tell me they couldn't have Ninja or like fucking genie away there to just pop out and say Ninja.
Yeah,
And
but
he
no,
could be like, oh, I remember when I made this stuff.
But no, in this episode, Cam unlocks the ancient ninja electric guitar. I do not care that it's not a guitar, really. It is it is made to sound and act like a guitar.
You're right, but you're wrong.
Also wrong. The top piece of it.
It's literally
It's
a Kid Bash
removable.
guitar.
He
Shamisen.
has a guitar. He strings it.
Yes,
like,
a shamisen and a guitar are both string instruments.
Mhm.
Are they both? Are they both like?
Yes,
guitars?
they are.
No.
You filthy West. Not gonna finish that, and we'll leave that up to the interpretation of the audience.
No, you can say.
That's like comparing a. That's like saying a violin and like any other stringed instrument in like in a classical orchestra are the same thing.
I mean,
You can say it, but you filthy Brit. With your beads
you
on,
only say you
with your
filthy
beads
bean on toast,
with
man.
your beads on toast and your cheese toasties that are really grilled cheese. No, they're cheese toasties because you toast the bread.
I don't know what the fuck.
You grill it.
I don't
Grill
know
it in
what
a
the.
pan.
I don't know what the fuck he's
I
talking about
hope
there.
you know, Luke, that toasties
Okay,
are
what
slang
I'm talking about, Vex, for context, to go off on a tangent here. Okay, what you call a grilled cheese in America is actually here cheese toasty.
Have I mentioned I hate Britain?
No, you know. Well, I hate America. I hate
America. I fucking live here.
I hate Americans for what they did to cups of tea. You do not make a cup of tea in a microwave.
I'll make tea any goddamn way I please in my own house.
That is not the way you make a
I
cup
will
of tea.
film myself making tea in the
Obviously, you're
microwave.
right, Luke. You use the coffee maker, duh.
And I'll be there, just be like, just have me, and it'll cut to me, going on the ground, no, it'll cut to me going, no, miming, that's not true, that's impossible.
I know what I'm doing after filming
Mimes,
this.
and then Fex Mimes, search your feelings, you know it to be true. No! We are doing that, Fex, we are doing that at some
I get
point.
that. That'll be bit.
The coffee maker makes the best tea.
As somebody that has made like throat coat tea out of my coffee pot, you're right. Oh shit.
So anyway, we're in the home stretch for Ninja Storm now.
We literally made a pounding joke for the dogs here, in the same like 2-part episode here. By the way, I don't know.
Oh yeah, the Ranger's getting mold.
I don't know like if the quips go through like the same standards and practices as like the references.
They do.
But they really let some raunchy ones fly this season.
And seasons in the past.
They seemed more egregious in this than like the last couple seasons. Which, you know, big W
I
for
still
Disney.
can't get over the tossed salad line.
No, that one's like top tier. I'm like, there is
They knew
no
what they
way.
were doing.
There's no way they did it. And if they didn't know what they were doing, they are too pure for this earth. But then after we get done with like the kabuki thing here going on, we have a talent show, and then we get right into sexism the episode, which is also an Evil Ranger episode, which used the same goddamn backing track from the last 2-parter.
Yep. And it's an evil alternate Ranger universe where Lothar is the president.
Yep.
Mayor.
The mayor.
But like, might as well be the president considering how localized everything is in the Power Rangers universe. But anyway, you're right. Like, I love how he fights almost like Bo Raicho throughout this entire bit. Because it's complete, like, after seeing the end of the fucking series, the fighting style he had here and the fighting style he had in the finale are complete opposites, and I love that. Um, but like, yeah, they're
You
really,
love him whenever they show him fight. Like I do love that.
like he is
Besides him doing the fucking like laser blasts and stuff, when he's doing like legit martial arts, it's fucking awesome.
right. Like, it's so rare to get like the big bad having an actual fight, like without like using powers and cop out bullshit. To
Yeah, it's not like sure. It's like, oh, it's cool Zed's fighting, but he didn't really do much in this fight.
right. No, he just like swung his staff around and kept Tommy at bay. He beat the shit out of like everyone in the fucking Cosmic Fury finale. Like they didn't even get to like one Ranger not even getting to use the Zord. Like I'm a Ranger now and my Zord's destroyed.
Yeah, and then Billy comes in and it's like, I took your spot for most of the season, so I'm technically a Cosmic Fury Ranger, according to Luke.
Yeah, according to Luke. But like that really was it for this. Like we had Drunken Fist style fight and Evil Rangers. Like there really wasn't a lot going on here.
And that's fine. It's like, but it is kind of odd. We just had like two quote unquote evil ranger like things in a turn
Right.
same season. And it's kind of odd.
It is odd, and it is kind of like a wasted episode in this season as well, because we have so few episodes left. This would have served better if they wanted to do something like this. They could have placed
It would have been better. I'm gonna say it would have been better like earlier.
right, like near like the 15-ish range.
Yeah.
Instead of episode 30. But we have the in the next one we have a literal inflation monster and Tori being a Blake simp. And
so those are my notes, like Blake and Tori relationship trouble and evil ninja space community. It's like what is going on in space that you have an evil ninja space
Why
community?
are you shocked about this? They had an entire school. Obviously, they would have a community themed around this.
I know, and that's just baffling. It's like, where is this school? Is it on Onyx? Is it on like Altar? Did someone else conquer Altar?
Well, I mean,
we see after the United Alliance of Evil was defeated.
Feel that line. Not all humans live on Earth.
But like literally, we have seen that Eltar kind of did fall in Cosmic Fury, so it's not without like warrant to say that somebody has conquered it since the whole like Z-Wave. Like human nature will eventually reset. We will always have like evil, as clearly seen here.
Good, there's always going to be evil. Just because you defeated like one big lump of it doesn't mean you got all of it.
Right, because we don't know how localized the Z-Wave was, nor do we know how localized the E-Wave would have been in Cosmic Fury. So, like, we could have just easily overlooked one evil general, and that could have been, like, off in a fucking sector. Like, we saw the fall of the fucking Jedi in Star Wars, yet there seems to be a fucking plethora of Jedi. Same logic here.
The logic of you can't get them all.
Yeah, and the logic of now the Jedi are all but extinct, except for these ones that are running around everywhere.
Yeah, you got Cal Kestis over there, you hit his powers, and he's over here, and he's played by Cameron Monaghan, and I definitely don't have a man crush on him.
Bex, you could be honest.
Would you believe me if I said he was my lock screen for a while after watching Shameless?
No.
Yes.
No, I wouldn't. No. Yes, I would believe you, and no, it wouldn't surprise me.
I want him to play live action Cal Kestis now. I want that to get adapted instead of like a Ray movie.
Well, he kind of does, considering that now games are getting to the point where it might as well just be live action actors.
Yeah, true, but also I want to see him like throw a lightsaber. I want to see him. Yeah, and I want to see him take a blaster shot and a lightsaber slash and not die instantly. Skill issue.
Yeah, because it's like in the movies, in like other media, it's like we have to make it so that they don't get slashed or shot first time, but not in games. You can slash and hack for ages.
He dies to rig the door technician. Fucking the one stormtrooper gag boss at the fucking end of it, like just like one shots Cal Kestis. That's the end of the movie. Fucking hell. But so I guess you said you had a story.
This is a story that I'll have to tell you like off this
Okay.
video.
Okay.
How that shit it is.
All right. So yeah, those were my only notes for the episode, unless you had something else to say.
No.
Yeah. So now we get the episode where Shane's dickish behavior makes sense because of the fact that his family puts pressure on him. So like, oh, you gotta take your life seriously. All the skateboarding, blah.
Yeah, my notes were brother episode, brother's a dick, brother finds out, telepathy, guinea pig, and makeup time. That was it. Like, I had zero interest in this episode.
It's like you need to take focus and everything. It's like, wait, what? It's not like I had terrible grades in school and then I just want to skateboard and stuff.
Yeah. Like, this is an episode that we have seen every season.
Yeah. Especially, well, thank God it was the brother this time and not the grandmother.
Or the
We don't
sister.
We don't
No
want
more
another.
the grandmothers.
We don't want
They
another.
don't know how to. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't want another episode with a grandmother on a forklift.
Hey.
They don't know how to deal with grandmas. It's like they have to make them the worst character in the episode. Always. I don't get it.
And we don't want another episode where a grandmother commits Grand Theft Auto.
Or, police brutality,
Yes.
or attempted murder, or attempted or literal child endangerment.
Or not having a driver's license.
Hey. Just because she's old
I think
doesn't mean
that's
she doesn't
the-
have it.
I think that's like the least,
Yeah.
like the thing that she should least be worried about.
Does a Medicare card count as a license?
No.
But also, as well, in this episode, we have the biggest fears of the windy ranges, as Tyler put it when we were watching. We have Shane's biggest fear being a disappointment, which that makes sense. Dustin's fear is of falling, so I guess he's set. So I guess he's like Owen from Total Drama. He doesn't.
Yeah.
He hates flying and he hates
the fear
falling.
of heights.
Yeah,
But at the same time, you jump into like 5 to 10 story tall Megazord.
yes. So I guess he would.
And
be
has
susceptible-
fallen out of said Megazord before, so...
Yeah. So I guess he's susceptible to the falling devil.
Yeah, I think we all are, in a way.
And Tori's biggest fear is so big that I don't think I can emotionally say it. It's a fear of having her hair cut.
And there's Ann Arbor in the middle of the Power Rangers video.
Yeah, Ann Arbor, we're doing Power Rangers, so if you wanna,
Spontaneous butt sex.
okay, and on that
No,
note,
that's another video.
that's Ann Arbor's contribution to the video.
Yeah, because people should, if I record things, go into a modcast channel so something like that doesn't happen. I wish everybody in this video.
That's the thing. Sometimes it messes up.
Yeah.
And that is the fact everybody have fun recording.
All right. Well, that was Ann Arbor's obligatory cameo.
Yep. If Discord's voice channels worked all the time, they wouldn't ever need to improve the app. So...
You think Ann Arbor would have remembered this, considering we talked about it?
And also, I posted in there, and
Yeah. But yeah, Tori's biggest fear was she didn't want to have a haircut, which now that I've watched Troll Drama Island and seen what happened with Heather, that was so satisfying.
This thing, she could have had some trauma, like when she was a kid. Somebody bullied her and cut
No,
off all her
I know. Okay, this is the backstory for Tori. She is really Heather in disguise from Troll Drama Island, and this is a sequel to that series where Chris had all her hair cut off. That is canon now.
No.
It makes it just as much sense as any Power Rangers canon. That's the sad part.
Yes, it is. Tyler, that is the canon sequel for what Heather's going up to. She turned into Tori.
Yeah, it would work better.
Why would her hair grow back blonde?
Yeah, it would work better if it was.
She probably dyed it.
It would work better if it, didn't grow back over the seasons of, total drama, and also the fact that she's a whole other different hair color. But I mean, I dye my hair every other fucking week in different colors, so it makes that just as much sense there.
But yeah, those were my notes for the episode. And also we had the Hurricane Megazord, so we have all three Megazords merged together to create a giant tornado.
Which I want to say something about the Megazord designs this season. I think what they do in Ninja Storm, and by extension Hurricaneger, but I'm just gonna say Ninja Storm. What they do is, like, when we first see the Thunderstorm Megazord, like when the Thunder Megazords and the Storm Megazord again go up, mishmash. It is actually a cohesive design. It's not like one thing plopped on top of another thing.
Right.
It's an actual cohesive design. And then we get the Hurricane Megazord.
And it looks like a Kit Bash Gundam.
It's not really like Kit Bash as much as you think it is, because all it is the Megazord flipped. Well, the lion part is flipped onto the back.
Yeah.
That's really all it is. And then it's a similar motif of like the other ones, except with the star in the middle.
Yeah, it's not as egregious as other Zords that we see in the future either. Like there are
honestly, you think the star would go on the back. Sorry.
Just wait. Just wait for the G12.
Just wait till fucking Megaforce.
Like you would think like the star would go on the back and that could be used as like Pokemon got this right with Ash Greninja.
Well, no, it's like I think like the air is being like sucked out from like the back with the line, and then it's being pushed forward with the star.
Yeah, that's essentially what's going on here from like an engineering standpoint, anyway, or at least what I would assume is happening from an engineering standpoint. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not ugly as it goes on. I do agree with you.
It kind of looks about the same to me.
Yeah,
like, both of them.
Yeah,
They're too similar to say one is more cluttered than the other. The only part that is kind of funny is the dolphin head is like chopped off for like a gun.
Yeah,
which it's always been for like those two transformations anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's definitely worse ones coming up, like in the next couple seasons actually. Having looked at some of the Zord designs.
I do like its angry face while it's doing like while the star is spinning.
Yeah, well, it's the star is being the helicopter. It's like,
But like,
I wanted to bring that up because like a lot of Megazord designs have this problem of like the base form is such a cohesive design that if you try to add any more bullshit to it, it kind of ruins it.
Oh yeah.
Point my arch nemesis, the Mega Dragon Zord, but also like
that one isn't even that bad.
It's the Dragon Zord helmet.
Like there is one like near the end of the series. Currently.
Oh, it's in the next episode because I had that down. So yeah, Megazord over the side, Ultra Hurricane Sword, Megazord riding the Mammoth Sword.
See, like I don't even give two shits about that. That's like near the end of the series, like not of Ninja Storm. That's like near the end of the franchise.
Oh, right.
What's all the hate for riding in the Carrier Zord?
Yeah, like that's Toku tradition. Like, let them ride
It's-
the goddamn
just
carrier
over,
Zord.
It's just over decide. Like, there's too much going on there.
So was the fucking Dragon Zord.
Yeah.
Season 1, you know, you had over-designed bullshit. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's, you know, complicated. Like,
It's a
I
trend.
feel like the Mammoth like complements it well because it's
Yeah.
like it's the same color as the star in the center.
yeah, like that is at least complimentary to this season. Like now, fucking Dino Charge. Now there's some complicated and disgusting fucking Zords. Like, Jesus Christ! Like I saw the toys for those alone turned me off of that season for the longest time. I realize that's not an indication of like the quality of the series, but seeing like the fucking the stuff that come out for Dino Charge, I'm like, who is this even for? Like, these toys are ugly, and if the toys are ugly, that's going to turn kids off of it. And then I realized kids don't really play with toys anymore either. Like most of the toys that are there are for people
Well,
our
they
age.
would be able to play with them if the prices weren't constantly gouged.
Yeah.
Dude, the fucking, like, I went to Walmart 2 days ago. I had to think of what day it was because everything runs together for me. 2 days ago, and I saw shit for Cosmic Fury on the shelves still. And the prices
I
there.
don't blame them because you could just go on eBay and just buy like its Sentai counterpart and
Yeah.
have better toys.
Not only that, it would be cheaper. Like,
Yeah,
American
it's a hell of a
shit.
lot cheaper.
American shit, $60. Toku counterpart, like $25. Like, not even joking. It's so fucking stupid. Like, we price our own customers out of our own products here, and it is
Yeah.
very
It's like-
And then be like, well, I guess they don't want it anymore. I mean, it's not like we could lower the prices for the fit demand. No, that doesn't make sense.
no.
Yeah, it's like looking at the Cosmic Fury Morpher like on Amazon. That's like £45 here.
Yeah. Like, you know those Lightning Collection figures that we, you know, took the, you know, plastic away because people were flaming us for our shitty quality control? Now we have, like, racks of fucking dust collectors here. We can't lower the price of those. I mean, you still need to charge $15.99 for them, even though, like, we're basically barely able to afford our rent here in this country. No, instead we want to implement AI into everything now. Dungeons and Dragons, Magic the Gathering, probably Power Rangers.
Don't even get me started. A few of my friends were like shocked. Like I said, it was like, hey, guess what? They're using AI for this, and it's like, what's wrong with that? I said, look at this. The feet are fucked up.
I can't jack off to this. The feet are fucked up. Sorry.
That'd be kind of weird. The
That
jacket to like the front of like a tabletop book.
Listen, desperate times call for desperate measures, my friends. We've all had our Sears
Use
catalog.
the Penny catalog, just like the rest of us.
The fact I was bringing up a Sears catalog and you were bringing up JC Penney just shows our fucking age. Jesus Christ. But like, we got another double parter here where it's just where it's the camping double parter, which was a really good one. I enjoyed this one.
and also Toy being scared of camping.
Yeah, I get it. I do. I absolutely get it. I hate camping too. Like it's terrifying being out in nature when you're like ill prepared, especially. Like,
I'll just state this: camping is just people LARPing as them being homeless. There you go.
you are correct, my friend. But like, here's the thing: like, they weren't camping; they were glamping. They had TV, they had satellite, they had fucking grills, they had food, they had everything. They didn't really like rough it camp that like most people consider camping. I don't give a shit how you camp. Like the last time I went camping, I went glamping.
Fine. It's like I don't care either way as long as you don't have your toilet paper all over the fucking place.
No, for
On the
God's
campsite like a dumbass.
no, for God's sake, that is so stupid. Like, I didn't even really like camp glamp. I was in a fucking RV for most of it in a like campground. But yeah, that was like early COVID last time I was camping. That was the first time I had been camping in like 10, 15 years too. Jesus Christ. But like I understand like not wanting to be out there in nature with bugs and disgusting shit. I totally get that. We also see the upgrade for the phone as well, right? That's one of them that I didn't expect, especially like 5 episodes from the end, right? That one was like, why? What purpose does this serve? Other than like one last little buff to the enemies, but they didn't really need another buff at this point. They were like already like nearing the end game. They don't need to power up anymore. They were already fulfilling their goals. It seemed kind of just like fuck it, let's ball kind of move. But other than that, like there's the power sapping plot thread that we see quite often in Power Rangers.
That's like the surprising part. I didn't know like their powers were like kind of being siphoned off from like through like the samurai like amulet.
Yeah, that was something that kind of shocked me. Like, it is at least uniquely done. Because, again, we see power sapping quite often in this franchise. It's like a trope in Toku. So, it was like one of the better uses of that. There was one line that I had to write down. And I still don't understand it. The "you like spaghetti" line.
That was weird.
It was so out of pocket. I had to write that one down.
You're gonna take one of my lines from like one of my other streams. It's like weird. We have a fan favorite phrase, which is reverse lasagna.
How the fuck does that work?
Here's how it worked. So we were watching a show in which like somebody was being catfished, and one of the main pieces of evidence was them Googling an image of lasagna. So a reverse image search. So basically reverse lasagna.
Okay. Yeah, I can't argue with this. I'm just perplexed. We see in the end of this the buy our shit mode for the Zord, which is like the ultimate version. Which was really cool looking.
Which I recommend. It is like really good looking Zord. In person.
Yeah, it's
like
also
if you have the money to get it, I do recommend getting that one.
And it's also one of the more affordable, like fully put together Zords. You're not
that Joker is sturdy. It ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, for sure. I remember one of my friends had it as a kid, and it was like really well made for, especially like that era where we were starting to skimp on plastic. Wartime efforts and shit at this point, because this was like peak Afghanistan war. So like we were starting to skimp on plastics and metals and shit like that. So like getting a good quality toy was getting harder at this point. So seeing a well put together Zord was really nice. There's the double crossing of the generals was another note that I had here, and it's like where we're starting to like just kill them off to further the plot of like filling the abyss. And we end this double parter with Vexicus killing Sor Gawain. Just really for no reason other than being a petty bitch, and that's why I love him. I love Vexicus because he is a petty bitch. And because he's named after me. But like that's all I have notes wise for this double parter.
Yeah, I had nothing, and I had nothing else for that double part. I had nothing else for
The
the.
only thing I'm going to mention from it is doppelgangers? Question mark.
Oh yeah, because the henchmen were turned into double gangers of people in this episode.
Yeah.
No, I meant like the three random like people in the crowd who were like. I feel like in an alternate universe, you would be the
Right.
Rangers.
I think that was
Yeah.
deliberate because it turns out that it was henchmen just in disguise.
Yeah. Like, it was weird to see that. I thought maybe they were going to be, like, from a different academy that they didn't have any knowledge of or something. And they're like, hey, we come to fight too. But no, they're just fucking useless. Anyway, like, the next bit, we have to find the sword. And we find the students, finally.
Yeah.
At 3-4
We
episodes from the
we
end.
get on the magical
Dragon.
flying puff.
Yeah, the magical flying dragon. 3 episodes before the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like we remember it existed.
We definitely just didn't fucking dig around for this entire like last stretch of episodes, fighting random mooks and watching the generals genocide each other. No, we fucking we were plotting, we were scheming in the back. We were in the lab. No, absolutely not. It was just like shoehorned
I mean,
in.
Cam was in the lab.
Yeah, Cam or Robot Cam. It might have just been Robot Cam. The other Cam might have just been going on a hot date. We don't know. We really don't. But it was strange. Like 4 episodes from the end, like, oh, by the way, here are the students. And anyway, the dumb shit.
Right here. I think Low4 would have been petty and just killed him before like the season ended.
Right, like a competent villain. He had to sit there and gloat like, I have plotted everything from down to the last minute
Sorry,
detail.
if I was him, I would have just launched them into the abyss earlier.
Right? Or the second Cam came there, hey nephew, watch this. Like, done. No backup for you. Just be that petty.
You're gonna have to start over, bitch.
It's just like your powerful cock must, actually provide one of the ninja with a new heir, and then it goes from there. No, it's
I wouldn't go that far, but I'm saying like find new people and actually teach them the ways of the ninja to keep the schools alive.
I had to make it weird. But no, like it was a choice. It was a choice. We also kill off Motor Drone because he served his purpose.
Yep.
But out of all of this, I think like the hiding the gym was the stupidest part of this whole episode. Like, we've been hiding that thing away that we thought was gone for like the last 15, 20 episodes. And it's just been right here, close by, where anybody could fucking steal it and its power, because you thought it would get you close to your clan. Okay. But yeah, like that's all the notes I got for this one as well. If you guys don't have anything else.
Yeah, I literally had nothing for this episode. Because it was mainly a clip show, wasn't it?
It was sort of clippy, sort of not. The only other thing that really happened was like Cam just basically getting nuked out of the sky. But like, who cares? It's near the end of the season, so it's going to resolve.
Also, when we get to a certain season, I am gonna bitch about ABC Family.
Oh
boy.
for a certain reason.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So the
RPM.
Incredible guess.
oh.
It has nothing to do with the season itself.
I know which episode you're talking about now with RPM. I know exactly what you're talking
Thanks,
about.
Watch Mojo, for my knowledge of what he's talking about.
Yeah, but anyway, last 3 episodes, because we got the penultimate episode and then the 2-part finale.
Yup. We are there. And we have Vexicus getting scolded to open this up, which is, not very pog for my boy. He definitely just overstepped his boundaries, but he gets away with it because he's a badass, as you do when you are a shark guy. Why is the rest of this even an episode though? Like,
because we have to have the standard pink and yellow ranger fight, except it's with Hunter and Blake.
Oh yeah, the bickering episode.
The bickering episode because Blake had a better run on a motorcycle than Hunter.
Yep.
It's just a general thing with me. Like, I hate bickering. I don't know if that's just because I had to deal with a lot of my parents fighting, or if total drama just turned me off of two people bickering constantly.
Are we gonna? How much more bickering do we have to put with total drama, Tyler?
3 words.
What 3
Pumpkin
words?
and blank.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be like episodes of just spontaneous farting.
Sometimes I would take like the spontaneous farting episodes over the useless bickering that doesn't even further the subplot of the subplot.
Over any of that. Argue away.
Yeah, I think the only the only thing to take away from this episode is the conclusion that Hunter comes to, that sometimes the older brother needs to admit that the younger brother is better at things.
Yeah. That's kind of a important lesson. How about this lesson, executives? Stop with the fucking feud episodes. They suck.
Yes, nobody wants them. They only work when it's mind control, and even then they get
old. I kind of feel like in certain seasons they actually do work, but they need to be like kind of minimized to about a certain amount.
Like,
all right.
Like it's one thing when it's like got a plot to it to some degree, right? This had like no plot. This had no purpose. This had nothing going on. Like the single plot point here is a general getting killed and Vexicus getting scolded for killing generals. That could have been thrown into any other fucking thing in its existence. That could have even been, they could have cut this entire episode, put that at the beginning of the 2-part finale, and it will change nothing in the series.
No. The only thing it would change, Franks, is that we would have to think of another plot because we have 38 episodes we've got to fill.
No, I'm just saying it worked. I feel like
make the finale a 3-parter.
Yeah.
Like you could probably make like Cam's whole thing a 2-parter.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah, like literally that last episode could have been 2 parts. You could have, had an extended sequence when they were fighting, Lothar and Cam. You could have had the other Rangers find a way up there to fucking, try and fail to rescue the students before the finale. You could have done a lot more with that instead of having this useless, like, infight episode that had no plot relevance whatsoever other than a general dying and Vexicus getting scolded. And even then...
Yeah, I'm not arguing it had really no purpose in this at all. It's just saying...
Yeah.
I feel like there is a season in which it does this type of thing better.
Yeah, I mean, even in Mighty Morphin it did it better. Like... In Turbo, it did it better. Like, I just don't understand what the writers were trying to go for with this one. Other than like they're brothers and they're gonna fight. Anyway, we get
finale time.
We get the 2-part finale that we've come become used to. We start with the sponsored bit, like everybody gets sponsored to go to this like in-universe X Games stuff.
And it's sponsored by Dirtworks magazine.
Because that's a thing. We also see one of the oddest choices in the season where we just have the theme randomly playing in the background of the episode.
I know. That's what I put as my note. I'm just like, it doesn't match. It doesn't match with the situation.
It really doesn't.
Yeah,
And they got to the part in which like they were actually like skateboarding and stuff, like, you know, it didn't have the theme throughout. And it just when they started like skateboarding and stuff, and then they started playing the theme.
yeah. Then when
Yeah,
we're like,
then
oh,
they
it
were
should.
good.
It would have been just like, oh, they're just playing generic butt rock. Cool. That makes sense in the context of the scene, you know, because you would have music playing in the background of these events. You know, I used to watch the X Games a lot as a kid, so like that would make sense. But like playing it throughout is kind of stupid.
And I believe they played almost a full song.
Yeah, they do at one point. Yeah, they actually do.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they actually do play the entire song. I could be wrong on that. I don't want to go back and rewatch it.
It did not feel like they cut it in any way. It felt
No,
like they
it really-
played the entire length of the song.
Yeah,
It really did feel like it. Also in this episode, we find out that everything's been based on on Destiny on a scroll.
yep.
But here's the thing: he knew the end result. He didn't know how he would get there.
Right.
There's a big difference.
You know, like you have like some predetermined spots in life based on where you're at.
But then
It's kind of like the avatars. Like sure he's destined to do this, but he doesn't have a team behind him backing him to get to where he needs to be.
Mhm.
Doesn't matter about that prophecy. It's not happening.
Right, like you have to have like
And that's good storytelling.
Yep, you have to have like certain things happen to get you set on your path, you know. But you do have like some predetermination based on, A, B, and C, mostly your location, your, generational wealth and shit in life, and that's like how far and how you can escape or do better. So there's like real life lessons being taught inside this as well. And the choose your own destiny thing is really nice to, like, you get to decide how this all wraps up tonight kind of thing.
Right, because of Cam choosing his own destiny and being
Mhm.
part of the team furthered their, destiny of actually fulfilling
Exactly.
the prophecy.
Exactly. And that was a really cool little touch to it. We see a fight just like break out in Ninja Ops right after the Zords were destroyed, which was really an interesting way to pick off like this first bit here. And it ends with Cam getting captured, which is a good choice as well, because that sets up a nice little moment near the end here.
Also, we have the sensei returning to human form, so
Yeah.
he doesn't have to eat guinea pig food anymore.
I wonder if he kind of got used to the taste of guinea pig food by the end of this.
He probably did.
Well, Dustin did.
Yeah. But also as well, we have a pretty funny fourth wall break from Low 4. The most fun I've had all season.
I did like that.
I felt like he could have played the joke there, and he was in all hunter attire. And it's ninja hunting season.
Jesus
I
Christ.
feel like there's a missed joke there.
Oh yeah,
and,
for
then,
sure.
and, then you would,
Double jump.
and then you would have cut to Hunter being like, "Did you say my name?"
And he's just got a
Check
gimp
down,
suit
I
on.
meant the sport of hunting ninjas.
But also we have Mora not dumb, even though despite everything they her and her sister have been like so incompetent this season.
Oh, absolutely. Like I
It's
was
like they've been like doing half of the stuff is like incompetent, and then other moments you're like, hey, wait, how did they know how to do that?
right. Like, I was pleasantly surprised
So
with
it
this.
was back and forth.
Like, I was pleasantly surprised with the finale here. Like, how much we accomplished in 2 episodes. It didn't feel rushed. It also didn't feel, like, too long and drawn out, like some of the finales have. Like, I think this was, like, the perfect length fight, the perfect length for the plot. I think the only thing I would have done, other than, like, making your quip there, the ninja hunting season thing, is I would have made the fucking battleizer last more than 0.3 seconds in the finale.
No. The fact that the greatest ninja power was getting rid of the fake abs, that was mwah.
Like, I get that you guys didn't like the battleizer in the season. I respect that. But, like, as much as they build it up, to get it used as little as they did this season kind of sucked.
Yeah.
So I would like
Used to it.
Go ahead.
Sorry. It's going to happen a lot more.
I have no other doubt that that'll happen more. I just like seeing it getting used, and
It was like, the quarter for this season, the quarter for the toy line. Oh, we already shipped out most of these. We'll scrap the battleizer.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And
I have no doubt other than that is how that fucking works too. Like, oh, we're near the end of the inventory. Kill it.
Yeah. And also we have new ninja students joining the academy after every one of the Rangers graduates, and we get one of the weirdest takes from a line ever when the sensei goes, "Because of you."
Because of you. Did they have AI
Obviously,
demo?
because of you, like them. Yes.
Like,
It's just the way he says it. It's like, it's weird.
You can't tell me they didn't have him do 3 or 4 takes of that line either. That went through editing. That went through, like, first and second pass editing and fucking ADR work, because
He
there's
kept
all
looking at the line and was like, "You sure you want me to say it like this?" And they're like, "Yes."
Yeah.
At which point I would have retched over and slapped the director. Like, come on. Like, that is stereotyping.
I don't know whether it's like his accent just drops then.
I don't think it's an accent. I think they made him say that line.
Yep. Like, they wanted to bring out a little Jackie Chan into it, is what happened. And, like, I get, like, the whole theme being ninjas and, wanting to carry on, like, that kind of thing. It's just a choice.
Yes, because it sounds exactly like those dubbings for, like, kung fu movies back in the day.
Right.
Yeah. But funny thing is, one of those ninjas that we see at the end, the one that's like, "Oh, ninjas, man." And they go, and you have to go saying to that guy, "No one says ninjas anymore." We're going to be seeing that actor in the next season.
Oh God.
Because he's the Red Ranger's actor for Dino Thunder.
Oh boy. That'll be interesting. But yeah, like, that is literally, like, it, really. The only other note I had here is they threw a GIMP figure into the well, the abyss.
They threw a GIMP into the hell abyss of evil.
Like, I literally just, like, love when they use the figures for shit. Like, I came a little when I watched, like, Once and Always, because they were using the figures for the machine. Like, that was
available
really...
now at your local retail.
Oh, here's the thing. We need a Lothar figure.
Yeah, no, like...
Where is it?
Did we ever get...
Yes, it's real.
It's real? Okay, cool.
No, I mean, we need a new one. That's what I'm saying.
Look, I'm looking at it here, the Bandai Sentai Power Rangers Ninja Storm figure, Evil Space Alien Lothar.
They can remove the Sentai part because his counterpart is literally a giant bug monster. Not
there we go. I've put it in the planning chat.
Okay, I'll take a look at it in a minute. But yeah,
In most cases, like Sentais, they don't make figures of the evil like people at all.
yeah, it is such a weird choice for them. But you know, I get that they want the good to be there.
And it's kind of like a bittersweet ending. Like they got rid of Lowfall, but they lost their powers, but they still have the power of air, earth, wind, and air, earth, water, and thunder.
Yeah, I mean, and it also makes sense because those are always there, right? Like those
Yeah,
powers
it's
always
just the
permeate.
techniques they learned from the school. There's
Right.
no attachment to like the morphing grid, like their powers did.
Right. So like essentially like the avatar will always like realistically have at least mastery over bending despite, you know, everything else kind of thing. That's, you know, how I kind of viewed it, so to speak. Obviously like we've seen bending powers, you know, be taken away, but realistically they are reattainable. So I guess they just kept the powers here. But it's like just essentially martial arts that they do to use these powers as well. So going to a ninja academy to hone them makes sense. And how else would they be teachers? What would they have to pass on if they didn't already have like the mastery over the elements that they're teaching? It's fucking crazy though. Like this was a 3-hour and 15-minute video, by the way, guys. Remember how I said...
Yeah, and just final thoughts, everybody.
Final thoughts for me is that while it had some good moments, it definitely was a step down from Time Force and especially Wild Force, in my opinion.
I am of the same mind. I almost forgot. Gotta do the morphing calls. I tried to keep these hidden from my co-hosts because I kind of wanted to see their reaction. Obviously, in last place we have Cam, who technically we had the Freaky Friday episode with Sensei Watanabe going into Shane and Dustin's body. He got 2. Good job, Sensei Watanabe. Pat on your head with a loaf of bread. Anyways, we got Cam with 10.
Ow!
He showed up like the least. But
like, how does he have that many? I'm not used to like that few episodes equaling that many morphing calls.
Well, he did become a ranger in like episode 16, so he came just over halfway through the season.
I guess that's fair.
Then in second to last of the Rangers is Hunter. 27.
27. Okay.
It's not bad.
We have Blake with 28.
Makes sense.
Austin with 39.
He's up there with like Aisha in them.
Yeah.
Aisha only had 5.
Oh my
I
god!
was about to say
How is that possible? I forget how little she had. How is that possible?
They just didn't have that many morph sequences with her.
It's because go ahead.
Previously third place was TJ.
Oh god.
Now he's not even in the top 5.
Oh god.
I'm sorry, what?
It's because they demorphed and then did the morphing call.
Yeah, they sometimes do that, in which like they would get beat up, got demorph, retreat, come back, and then morph again. That also happened to Mighty Morphin. It's not really that much of a shock.
Dustin has 39, Tori has 40, and Shane has 41.
Which I think that makes her like have the most morphing sequences of like any female ranger at this point, right?
That would be correct.
Shane has knocked like Rocky and them out too.
He used the power of.
He had 19.
He used the power of air and blew Pico machine tokens on Rocky.
So like, who are the top 5 at this point? I'm genuinely
Well, the
curious.
top 5 at this point are
We got Tommy.
Justin with 39, Tori with 40, Shane with 41, Jason with 81, and Tommy with 112.
So all the Wind Ninja Rangers are in the top 5.
Correct.
And then the 2
That's
later
impressive.
And
Rangers.
then we
I don't
have
think there's any Rangers like later on that's gonna beat it, other than the ones who have like several part
Yeah.
seasons.
and then
Yes,
we have Blank
Tommy's.
Karate Man, and then we have Blank Karate Man in second, and then we have Face of the Franchise in number 1.
That has to be the most morphs in a single season.
That how many is that, Tyler, in total?
In total, Ninja Storm has had 189 morphing calls.
I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna say that's the most morphs in a
That
single
has
season.
to be.
I think we.
That is only second place.
What is number 1 still?
Mighty Morphin with
Season 1 of
198.
Wait. Season 1 of Mighty Morphin all together.
Altogether.
Altogether, Mighty Morphin.
But still,
Yeah,
it's
so my point stands.
single season. The most in a single season, not the most over because
Yeah, across a single season, then yes, Ninja Storm is still the most.
Yep.
And
Wow.
it's not going to change. It's not going
no,
to change.
I think Dino Thunder might change it, or SPD. They might change
I don't
it.
think they had that many compared to this.
Right.
Like, there is no way in hell we're knocking out 100 plus, and because it's a dwindling episode counts from here.
Well, Dino Thunder and SPD have the same number as Ninja
Yeah.
Storm.
Yeah, but
I don't think they had as many morphin sequences, despite the fact that they had more Rangers.
after SPD, we go down
one
to
of them.
we start getting down into the low 30s,
Yeah,
high 20s.
Mystic Force, Operation Overdrive, Jungle Fury, and RPM at 32.
Yeah, and then
Yeah, because
by Samurai, we're in the 20 episodes.
Well, technically, Samurai. I think we should count Samurai and Super Samurai as one season because it really is.
Well, yeah, there's also no other fucking way this is getting uploaded to YouTube either, unless we start doing that.
Yeah.
and in second place we had Wild Force with 152, and Lightspeed with 119, Time Force with 89, Lost Galaxy with 81, Turbo with 78, Zeo with 74. Tied Dino Fury and In Space with 48,
Mhm.
and then Cosmic Fury with 9, and if you want to count it, Once and Always had 5.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Once and Always was an hour-long movie. So.
Yeah.
I mean, other than that, I think that is our final thoughts for this. I genuinely don't know how I'm going to cut this now. I'm not going to cut the content. I mean, cut the edit, because if this was 3.5 hours, basically.
Just cut the part with Ann Arbor to make it look like we're just talking to thin air.
I think what you'll have to do is cut it when we get to Mystic Force, have Ninja Storm, Dino Thunder, and SPD be its own segment.
Yeah,
a good idea.
Yeah, I think that's how we're going to have to handle it. But we'll have to judge it based on how that comes out. But until then, peace, everyone.
Peace.
Dino Thunder.
There's a light in the distance.
Is it drawing closer?
Yeah. Now, literally just before we clicked record, Tyler won't be joining us for this portion because he is busy with personal stuff.
Mm-hmm. He can hop in during SPD and give his thoughts during that, which will front load at that portion for y'all. This is an interesting season. I gotta pull up my other phone really quick.
Yeah, because you mentioned because in the Chainsaw Man video that you did with Red recently on Chaos Squared, go and watch the video. You mentioned, Vex, that you found a lot of mid stuff in Dino Thunder, and I was curious, like, what you actually meant by that.
See, I'm all for fan service or when it's needed, but I really don't understand why Tommy was here. Like, I get we needed a mentor role and they wanted somebody familiar, but this was when the Tommy glazing really began, and now I understand why it's a curse that he kept coming back and coming back and coming back. We even had like a super fan servicey episode in this where he was fighting the other versions of himself to really come back stronger. And I'm like, but why though? Like,
now there is like a theory about that, which we'll get into, because when Linkara did his History of Power Rangers, he had like a theory that it was like psychologically affecting Tommy because of the fact that he only saw himself as a ranger.
yeah. I mean, life kind of parallels there in a way, because that really was his entire identity as an actor. And it's the curse of a lot of Power Rangers actors. I'm not going to make light of that. They really do just become the Power Ranger guy.
Yeah.
But there's another portion that I really didn't like. And I feel like it's because it's been done so much in fiction in general. And it's kind of unfair to judge Dino Thunder on that, but the Mesagog and Papa Mercer stuff, I'm like, why are we doing Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde here? It's unnecessary.
Oh, come on, Vex, you cannot deny, I get what you're saying with the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, but Mesagog on his own, like, oh my, that the voice he has, it's like...
Yeah, I mean, the voice is really great. I have nothing against the actor. I'm so over, like, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde stuff. It's so boring to me.
Yeah, but yeah, I get...
feel about, like, that type of, like, cliche is they never play it like the actual story in which, like, he wanted to become that, like, you know...
Yeah.
He wanted to become his alter ego so he can indulge into his, you know, baser, like, instincts and whatnot. And
now,
most like, you know, those that, like, go with that angle of, like, having an alternate self, they rarely go with that angle.
Well, I mean, they're definitely not going to go with that in a kid's show, unfortunately.
Obviously not.
Yeah, well... It's kind of funny because we do have something later on in Dino Charge, which kind of plays with the whole Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde kind of thing. But unlike with this, in that season, both of them are evil. It's just like, oh, I am more subtly evil, whereas I'm more psychotically evil, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, you'll understand when we get to Dino Charge.
When we get to that in like 2025, we'll be ready for that.
Yeah. But I do understand. Much as it was nice to see like an old Ranger back, and I did like Tommy in this season, but I do understand your problems with it. In the sense of like, why Tommy? Because it's like he's a doctor in this season, a doctor of science for some reason. Mm-hmm. It's like Tommy, if you go back and like watch throughout his whole run, he really had no interest in like being like the science teacher type person.
I'm assuming it was meant to probably fall into Billy originally or Trini, but obviously things couldn't happen.
It would have made way more sense for it to be Billy. It would have made. It does seem like this was all written with Billy in mind. But here's the thing: a lot of people say like, "Oh, Dino Thunder's great." Why? Because Tommy's in it. But if you took Tommy out of the season, Tommy's presence in this season is just like a side thing, because the season would work fine without him in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
well, that's the thing. He's an important role, you know.
Yeah.
Series is gonna mostly focus on like the three because a lot of the source material, like they got it from, it also was like the main focus was just on the three primary colors. It's like,
Yeah. But it would have been interesting, like, if say Tracy David Frank did not want to return for the season, like who and they still wanted to bring back an old Ranger or at least an old recurring character. I would have, and I've said this before of the videos. Like, it would have been interesting if Captain Mitchell was say like Captain Mitchell was the principal character, like instead of Principal Randall, he was the principal of Reefside High School, and he was the mentor figure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because pretty much the White Ranger stuff in this season, that's pretty much like that would have been like, oh my god, I'm having deja vu because this is what happened to my son.
Yeah, I
that
mean,
would have been an interesting one, Rocky.
yeah, no, like Rocky would have worked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, even Carter would have worked if going back to Lightspeed Rescue, like Carter would have worked.
Yeah, I mean, we could have had about half the cast of fucking Wild Force in here. Like, they could have just dropped in. We could have had Adam pop in, even. If we wanted to go there. Like, it was literally an interchangeable role.
I was just saying, would have been like more of like that familiarity if we had a Ranger from one of the seasons involving the Dino, like, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, of course. But I would have if I was going to like really narrow it down, I probably, it like you said, it would, for me it would have either been Billy or Adam be in this season. Because I mean, with Adam it would have made sense because he was already the Black Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
But just to start on like thoughts on particular episodes, because we are on a limited timetable today. The 2-part intro, and I hope they continue this trend. I haven't looked too much at SPD, but like seeing these 2-episode premieres is really nice. I just want to start things off with, what the fuck was that CGI?
Oh god, yeah, the CGI T-Rex. That was terrible.
Like that was like early N64 levels terrible.
Yeah.
I wonder who like wins the medal for like worst CGI. Is it this or like the what is it?
The Q-Rex?
The Ice World episode of Senkaiger.
Oh god.
Oh god. Oh god.
It's pretty fucking close there, actually.
I think the CGI T-Rex would have been, because it's so obviously like it sticks out like a sore thumb.
Mm-hmm.
But also,
I would say they messed up more because that was a still image.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, to answer your question, Vex, it does continue with SPD, the 2-part premiere.
Nice.
Yeah.
I feel like we get a better chance to get introduced to the cast before the plot gets really heavily underway that way.
Yeah. And having recently rewatched the opening to SPD, because obviously SPD is my favorite season, so I go back to that quite a bit. Like, you do get like a good insight into what the characters are.
That's good.
Yeah. But yeah, one of my other notes here was the green screen explosion.
I mean, that's just Power Rangers in general.
Yeah. And oh yeah, my other note here was when we get introduced to the Balkan Skull of this season, Cassidy and Devon. Cassidy, hater. Like, I don't know about you, but I just could not stand her in this season.
Oh, nice. Gynex is officially closed as of like 10 minutes ago, by the way. So that's interesting. I'm just dating this episode.
Okay.
I just
That's
got
all that's-
notified of that.
That's all that's going to come from this episode. Gainax closing.
So there's a little comic parallel here, right? And I noticed it pretty much right away. We have Yellow being the Black Canary powers, you know, the screaming, right? Blue, we have the Luke Cage, like, damage absorption, like, tank powers, and in red, we have Flash. When they first got their gems, that was what we were seeing as, like, the power set.
But with the blue one, call it what it is. It's armament hockey from One Piece. That is basically what it is.
You know what? Fair.
What are you talking about? We can clearly see it, Luke. What do you mean?
Fair enough. Yeah, and also as well, because Tyler's not here, I've got to make the reference. Ethan in this season is played by the same person who plays Cameron in Total Drama. So for all you Total Drama fans out there,
yeah, I'm still shocked that those videos are doing as well as they are. That is really great for you guys.
I am legitimately surprised myself as well. But hey, I'm not complaining.
No, not at all. That's great. Especially as I take more of a step back moving forward, it's really good for you guys to get some spotlight. I fucking hate the principal. Right off the bat.
Yeah, that was literally abusive teacher Sonic kicking a ball at a goalkeeper. And also as well, Connor, the Red Ranger, being sexist. Women are grown-up girls. Yeah, Connor.
I was just.
Can I just say this right quick about it before we get on with it?
Mm-hmm.
I love when they gave her a new hairstyle because the terrible plastic dreads she had at the start.
Yeah,
I hate them.
Yes, it was. I was almost expecting like them to do what they did with Astronomer, like, just change up the hair every episode.
I don't think they wanted to pay a hairdresser so much.
Stuff. It wasn't like solid plastic.
Fair enough.
That was weird. I wonder what the costume designer was thinking that day. Because there's a lot of choice.
It's just gonna be like dinosaurs leather, but as far as we're aware, they don't have hair, sir. Make it so.
It's just an oversized chicken anyway, so why not? Let's go with that.
Yeah.
But like, I love the pop star, like, emo girl aesthetic she was going for too, like Avril Lavigne style. That was really a cool and timely choice. Like
that's less emo and more like alternative.
Yeah, true. But like we really have like a cultural insight as the seasons went on, and that's something I've noticed as we've continued making these is
how many Avril Lavigne references are in the season. Watching you find out.
There's at least probably 10, 15. I'm not going to go back through and count every Avril Lavigne reference.
Yeah, there's at least as many as me saying, I want to marry Mesagog's voice.
Yeah, that was a prevailing fucking thing.
I mean, how can I not? It's just like, am I to expect? It's
so
like
somebody makes a Mesagog ASMR content for Luke.
It's like, Mesagog
I don't want to hear it.
You want to be here, Son gets it.
No, I don't. I hate them. Like, I legitly hate that stuff. I don't.
I had hit such a weird side of the algorithm when I had logged onto my new phone, and it's like, we're going to import all of your cookies randomly, and the top recommended video on a fresh login was Femboy ASMR. I'm like, I don't know what this says about me, but I fucking hate this.
It says that Red is rubbing off on you.
Listen, I don't even listen to ASMR content. That's the thing. But it's like, we think you'll like this.
Yeah. But my other notes that I had for the first episode is that Tommy gets the powers of the Dino Gems through genocide because they come from the asteroid that wipes out the dinosaurs.
Yeah, no.
That doesn't count as genocide, Luke. That's a natural disaster.
But also as well, the Ethan's so the weapons we have for these seasons, the personal weapons from those seasons are daggers for Kira. We have a staff for Connor, and we have a shield for Ethan. And I want that shield.
Yeah, no, like literally that there's so much cool shit in this fucking season.
And Rising of the Shield Hero tried to play down shields when they said shielders are the weakest class. I was like, yeah, I think Captain America and Ethan would have something to say about that.
No, that was just propaganda, right?
Anti-shield propaganda is never gonna win.
No.
It's like, it's not even a weapon. And then I was like, you're right. Technically, it's not. But if you bash people over the head long enough with it, it won't matter.
Yeah, look at Captain America.
Yeah.
Big successful career out of shield wielding. Can we talk about how quickly the Zords got captured in this season?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Episode 2. Episode fucking 2.
Yeah, like some of these swords are just like, first come, first served.
Mm-hmm. Literally, it's weird, right? Like, I
Well,
always
most of them, I give the benefit of the doubt. I think like most of them were programmed by Tommy McKee. That's why they're like so easy to like, you know.
That's fair. That's fair. I love the ultimate weapon that we have in this as well. Like all of like how they assemble like their blaster weapon thing, whatever you want to fucking call it, is really cool. It doesn't look goofy like some of them have. Like it's really well designed. But
you got a problem with the garbage truck finisher?
yes, I do.
Never diss the garbage truck.
I find a lot of like the design that goes into it very impractical, right? This one seems practical. But what I'm really like immediately in this batch of notes, how the fuck is Tommy still throwing hands unmorphed? Like this is this is ridiculous.
He will always throw hands on morphed.
I really just want to see. I just want to see Tommy get murked. Okay, like, oh, you think you can fight me unmorphed? Dead. Oh, wow.
Like, you know how paranoid I am about an alien invasion, considering how many times it happened while I was like getting my doctorate degree.
Yeah, well, he should have said what Billy said in Once and Always. Catch these hands.
No, no, it was cringe then. It's cringe now.
Oh god.
I don't want to see a middle-aged man say, "Catch these hands," okay? I say,
catch these hands, and the monster's like, weren't those cannons like a minute ago, and then get punched in the face.
Yeah. But also while
cannons are on the back.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Also, what I want to say very quickly before we move on to episode 3 is that it's very nice that we went back to because there was too many generals in Ninja Storm.
oh dear God, yes.
Whereas here we only have 2. We like in Wild Force. So we have Elsa and we have Celltrax, who the fact that there's lesser generals means that they get more time to be fleshed out.
Yeah,
And I feel like that's one of the better things about this season as opposed to Ninja Storm is that because like the central cast is so small, it gives everyone a chance to have equal amounts of screen time and development.
I love that what they did with the spare like general outfit. I mean, monster costumes that they didn't use. They used it in the crossover instead.
Yes, they did. Which we'll get to that weird crossover episode. But yeah, so I think that's really all the notes I had on
Premiere.
the opener.
Yeah.
Episode
3, we get more introduced to Haley.
Yeah.
And she's essentially like the info broker of the season.
She's essentially Alpha mixed with Billy in this season.
Right. And I like that she has a double role, and she gets more development than a lot of the like assistant roles do, I think.
Yeah. It kind of feels like Haley is what they would have done with Ernie in the early seasons had they properly had time to like give Ernie
Luke,
something
they had
to do.
300 episodes, okay? How the fuck?
They did. They had more than enough time. But yeah, she's essentially just Zio Billy mixed in with like, Ernie. Yeah.
Yeah. And much as it was nice to have her around, she doesn't really. She's not really a character that you can't really say much about. I mean, she's pleasant enough. She's like Tommy's confidant, and basically designs the crap for designs everything for the Rangers. But aside from that, can't really say much about her as an individual.
I mean, that's kind of fine. She does her role. It's just like why is she like not around a lot? And then you're just like, oh yeah, she's either like making new stuff for them, repairing the stuff that got damaged, or running a business.
Yeah, fair enough. But she is. But with the one that's coming up in SPD, that one blows Haley out of the water.
Well, that's good.
Of course, in his case, it makes sense. Like they literally like work like in the area in which like they're going to interact with him.
Yeah. But I cannot wait until you experience this character effects because I think you'll like them a lot for one reason.
Oh boy, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I really don't have a lot for episode 3. I did find the Dino Goop handshake hilarious.
Yeah. But there was also one other thing that I had for episode 3. With Connor doing his soccer tryouts, that is a teenager with attitude.
No fucking Christ, yeah.
That was just like, cause just the way he's just like, because Connor basically has an ego the size of a soccer field.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's like, hey, recruit a team of teenagers with attitude. These are not attitude. This egotistical soccer player, that is attitude. Get him in here.
Yeah.
But yeah, the only other thing I had for this is Tommy getting kidnapped at the end of the episode, which leads us into the 500th episode,
which is a clip show,
but with the title "Legacy of Power," which is the best title for an episode ever. Find me on that, Fex.
You're right. I'm not gonna fight that. I will fight the fact that there is a lot of retconning done in this.
Yes, there is, because obviously being a clip show and it's going through the clip note history of Power Rangers. There is a lot missing.
Rangers, and I was like,
there is a lot missing. So let me go through because I had like a lot of notes for this. For this episode.
2 episodes for them to cover everything.
Yeah, it would have done. But yeah, there's never a mention of any of the side villains except for Rio. So there's no mention of like Goldar, or okay, this is a blessing in disguise. No mention of Algar, but that's a blessing in disguise.
No, Elgar needs to come
I
back.
mentioned of Rito because it was like one, he kept
They
popping
they
up.
call Rio the most terrifying, or like they call it something like they build Rio up to be extremely powerful, but yet he's no more powerful than Goldar.
Well, did Goldar like blow up Megazords? No.
Yeah. But yeah, there's also Tommy, because given the fact that now we have Merrick and the Wild West Rangers and the Samurai Rangers, it's debatable if these are Earth's first Power Rangers.
The first set of Power Rangers that they know of, they wouldn't know about. Well, West Rangers other than like Kimberly.
Yeah, fair enough. But also as well, footage that Tommy shouldn't have. Like, for example, the footage of the time Megazords being flung into the. He has footage from the year 3000. How does he have that footage?
It got sent to
Ship
him.
blew up into the ocean in the beach area. I'm sure a black box flew off somewhere.
Fair enough. But also another note that I have to point out here is Haley calling Tommy the best Power Ranger. Yeah, considering we have characters like Jen and Carter and Andros, yeah, that is subjectively your opinion, Haley.
Let me translate this. He pays my bills.
Fair enough. Also, one thing I've got to say, Mesogog sounds like Jeremy Irons from Dungeons and Dragons. But yeah, so apparently, Lord Zed is mentioned because they show the clip of Tommy being the White Ranger before Lord Zed Tommy officially introduces Lord Zed. So yeah, people are going to be like, "Who's Lord Zed?" Oh, it's him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's.
And also as well, when Tommy says, Catherine assumed the Pink Ranger powers and just in time. We were under attack and it shows the command center being destroyed. That was long after Catherine became the Pink Ranger, Tommy.
No shit. He's like,
I don't want to. We don't have time. We got to sprint.
I don't want to show the breakup either, so we're gonna skip past the Dear John letter and
yeah.
Fuck that bitch. Here's my new fling. Also, Haley, meet my wife.
And also the Seal Crystal is never mentioned. It's just like, oh, the Seal Crystal's here. It's like,
well, later on we have Zeo Red. Later on we have Zeo Red fighting fucking Tommy unmorphed when he loses his. It's so stupid.
Yeah, but they show like the Seal Crystal without establishing it like in any capacity. Like he just shows the Seal Crystal, and it's like what? Also,
Tanya. Why did these exist? And it's like.
Also,
y'all go back. Y'all go back and watch Alien Ranger.
Yeah. Also as well. I'm gonna bring it back. The problem with Tanya isn't mentioned, and neither is Ayesh's departure. So what was the point of Tanya? Okay, calm down, Luke.
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it? Like, we've essentially erased Tanya from existence at this point.
Yeah. Like, literally after Tanya leaves, she is never mentioned again, as far as I'm aware, in any capacity, because it always goes back to Ayesha. Even in Once and Always, Ayesha is a part of Space Patrol Alpha for some reason, even though she was sent into the past.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also Billy.
Maybe Time Force or whatever else. Like, just we eventually fixed the time machine. Let's get rid of this anomaly.
Yeah, and also Billy leaving is never mentioned. So, yeah, but I guess they probably did that because, like, yeah, we don't want to bring up a lot of controversy surrounding his actor at the time. And also, as well, the Machine Empire is never mentioned, and they never explain what happens to the Seal powers.
I mean,
They're
to
just
be
like,
fair, it's like, what did the Machine Empire do other than King Mondo?
yeah, fair enough.
All their strong, like, threatening monsters and stuff that the team had issue with in that season, all these monsters had nothing to do with the Machine Empire.
Yeah, fair enough. That is fair.
All but one.
Yeah. So, Sordon leaving is not mentioned. Like, they never explain in this clip show, like, what happened to Sordon. Even though Tommy could have easily explained what Sordon gave his life to save the universe.
Not enough time to explain the biggest sacrifice of their mentor.
Yes, not enough time. They just go together. They defeated the astronomer, and the Earth was saved. Yeah, we're not going to mention like astronomer being Andros' sister, or the fact that Sordon sacrificed himself. But there is one thing I want to say here, which I'm glad they added in. Piranhatron's relentless. That's probably the nicest thing anyone has ever said about the Piranhatrons.
Better than you, Mr. Wasserman.
Yes, I seriously. I seriously want to ask him that question. Like, what did you have against the Piranhatrons? Because you had to have written this song.
I wonder if he was pitched something else when he was writing that.
They're probably like a different version of when he was pitched like first.
Yeah,
But they had to go through like suit designs and whatnot because they didn't use the pirates. I mean, they did use them, but that was way later on.
Yeah. But
also,
go
Lost
ahead.
Galaxy Rangers.
Yes, I was getting up to that because I'm up to that point. So Mike was chosen and he is not mentioned, but really Mike really didn't do anything. So let's pretend that Leo was chosen to be the Red Galaxy Ranger. But
He technically was because it's still allowed in the morph.
Yeah,
Galaxy,
technically,
he's like still respected him and allowed him for use them. So
yeah, but yeah, call them the Galaxy Sabers when they're not. They're the Quasar Sabers, and chose to be the Power Rangers of the Lost Galaxy. They hardly were in the Lost Galaxy, Tommy.
They were there for like 2-3 episodes. Let's chill.
Yep.
Yeah.
At the time, they were called the Galaxy Rangers long before they even went to the Lost Galaxy.
Well, I guess because they are in the galaxy for most of the season, then I guess the name does make sense. But yeah, after this...
No, I wish it started off... If you're going to call them the Lost Galaxy Rangers, have them, like, the ship crash in the Lost Galaxy and they're trying to get out and get to a new planet. Boom. They make sense.
But yeah, after this point, after Lost Galaxy, Tommy stops mentioning all the individual Rangers.
He probably doesn't know them that well after
probably doesn't. But this also leads into something that I think we're all happy about. Joel isn't shown in civilian mode.
Woo!
Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
I just want Joel to be wiped from existence. That's all.
Yes. And I think Mesogog and his obsession with rocks because he's trying to get Tommy to open up a rock that has the black dino gem in it. Spoiler.
We'll get to it in a second.
But there was also something else I put in here. When describing Eric from Time Force, Tommy says, it took a while for Eric to learn that the greatest virtue of being a ranger is not the power but the reward for helping mankind. No, it didn't, because Eric was a selfish prick.
Yes.
You know what? I actually like that. I like sometimes it's like the team doesn't like magically convince like the other teammates to like help them out and like have a greater goal, and you have that edge to them. It's like I'll help you out only because it's in like my best interest. Here we go.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. But also as well, a disrespect to one of the best seasons because Wild Forces segment is only 3 sentences. It's just like a brief mention of Cole and the Orcs and then Merrick, and that's it. It's like, seriously, people go back and watch Wild Force and tell me that is not one of the best seasons.
It's a good season, but that is like the main focus is like primarily on like those 3, and then everybody else
Yeah.
gets the crumb.
Like, it's not really doing a full disservice to it. It is really, explaining it pretty well. But I see what you mean. It is a great season. I wish I would have spent a little bit more time on it, but he wasn't really doing anything too wrong.
Mm,
If it wasn't like the focus on like Red, it was focus on the Orcs, and it wasn't way later on. It's focused on Wolf Boy with a slice of deer.
yeah, fair enough, fair enough. But also as well, one line that really pissed me off from Haley was when she was talking about like some Rangers don't, most Rangers don't have their powers anymore. But that is false. That's not the part that pisses me off. Most of them, because it's only about half the Rangers before Dino Thunder that have lost their powers. Because Time Force still have their powers. The In Space and Lightspeed Rescue technically still has their powers, and Lost Galaxy can reassume the powers if they want. So it really is just half the teams that lost their powers. But the part that pisses me off,
I guess you could say though the Time Rangers powers were lost in time.
ha ha ha. But yeah, the
Literally
part that
and like figuratively.
But yeah, the part that really pissed me off was when she says some never wanted their powers in the first place. Like, what that is like disrespectful for anyone who's actually had the powers and said, "We want to do this."
Yeah, but like,
Some of them didn't want their power.
they kind of just got forced to do it. Like, even Mighty Morphin kind of just got thrust into the role.
It's like, wait, we have to do this now because if we don't, the evil witch is gonna kill us all. All right, yeah, I could be a ranger.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I still find it like a little bit disrespectful because like considering like characters like the Lightspeed team were more than winning, like except for one, Joel. It always comes back to Joel.
They were willing, like they were already in like the emergency like rescue type of stuff beforehand. Like a lot of them,
Fair enough, fair enough.
Either that or like even that is like, oh, I could be a superhero and the government pays me.
Yeah, but really, that was
a pension.
Yeah, I hope you know the government is paying the Lightspeed Rescue.
Yeah, but
Work under a government official.
But yeah, that was really all I had on like the major notes. I mean, most of them consisted of like, why wasn't this character shown? Why wasn't that character shown? Blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was episode 500, by the way. Like literally, that was the 500th episode, and they decided to do the clip show for that, which is kind of cool. It kind of gave this like brief little rundown of everything. But on to another thing, episode 5. The Raptors that were shown a little bit earlier in the season are now the bikes.
Yeah, they are. And hey,
go back and forth.
Hey, if you had a Raptor, why wouldn't if you had a bike, why wouldn't you make it a Raptor? Raptors are cool.
Yeah, Raptors are cool. Bikes are cool. Now we got Raptor bikes. We have Tommy in captivity again. I feel like he has a kidnapping fetish.
Yeah. But yeah, also Mesagog having no sense of humor.
Also, like we have this nice little Akira slide in here, which is something that I always love when we have that little homage to Akira, since it's such a timeless show, movie, manga. We've had it in everything from Teen Titans to Power Rangers, so that's really cool.
And I've recently just watched Akira for the first time, so yeah,
How
it was
was
pretty
that
cool
your
film.
first time? You're as old as me.
Yeah, hey, Vex. There's a time and a place, and it just happened to be the right time for me to do it.
I really think that movie has had more re-releases than anything on this planet. That's why it shocks me so much. But we have another Zord that's a little guy, and I always love how when we have a Zord that's a little guy.
Hey, it's not just a little guy; it's a little guy who's a boxer.
Yeah, he punchy.
Yeah, but also this is the episode where Tommy officially becomes the Black Ranger, and this is the season that introduces the concept of civilian powers, basically powers that you get outside of the Rangers, and because these powers are
about the ninja powers.
Of course, the ninja power. But they're using magical ninja abilities on Getsu, so it's kind of a loophole there. But no, these are the first ones that when civilians that have no prior, like say ninja or magical or all of that, get certain abilities, and because they're bonded to their DNA, they can't be taken away from them. So Kira gets the power of supersonic voice. Connor gets the power of super speed. Ethan gets armament hockey. Tommy gets the power of invisibility.
I wonder, if Kira decided to do like death metal, would that be applicable to her screams, her lows? Like,
That would kill somebody.
I think it's a case of like she can technically control it whenever she wants, because we see her get in the season getting like frustrated, but never but it's never to the point where she needs to be like. So I think she can control it.
It's so cool.
And hers is like the most deadly if she doesn't control it.
Yeah,
And
that's true, because like that's like if you reach above a certain decibel, like you can cause brain bleed too. So
yeah, but it kind of reminds me of like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged one off for 5Ds, where it's like Jack Atlas has just like has the most loudest voice, and it's like testing 1 2 3.
I think Jack was a whiny bitch in general, so it fit.
Yeah, but I can just imagine like if Kira did something like that and just blew up the whole of Reefside.
Like, I'm sorry, people clown on Kaiba, but Jack was a worse rival. He was such a bitch.
I'm sorry. Which one was it that had a baby fit and said, I'm gonna commit me dropping off a
And who? Need we remind you who was the one who was so fixated on beating his rival that he basically went into the afterlife to try and do it?
There's obsession and there's being a bitch. Okay, I respect how driven to the fucking fight Kaiba was. Jack was just a bitch.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna say Kaiba is the worst one because you're gonna I'm gonna suicide bait over a card game when I'm.
I will say that in the dub, Kaiba is the worst one because even though there is literal proof of magic right in front of him, he doesn't believe it.
There's no such thing as magic.
Even though you're looking at the actual proof right in front of you, Kaiba.
No,
funny because in the original, like he knows like magic exists at that point, but he's like, I don't care.
At least then, that would have made sense. It's like, yeah, magic exists, but my technology is still better. If he had kept on saying that, if he kept on having that mentality that his technology was better than magic, I would have totally bought that for Kaiba. But the fact that he just doesn't believe in it, like going back and looking at it now, it's just like a little irk. Like you're looking at it, Kaiba. But yeah, back to the episode. So once Tommy becomes the Black Ranger, we get the line from Elsa. Aren't you a little old for this, Tommy? Hey, you're never too old for stuff, Elsa. And my other note for this was that, oh, I guess you've never taken one of his pop quizzes. I don't think. What would Tommy's pop quiz consist of?
How many paychecks and
It's
residuals?
obscure. I think it's mostly obscure dinosaurs, and it's like, what are these?
Oh my god! I if Tommy was still in Turbo by that episode, you know the episode that I'm referring to. It would have been like, so what are Evil Pizza's what are Evil Pizza's weaknesses? A simple stoplight.
No, I feel like it's like, how much are my residual checks from Power Rangers? I'm genuinely curious on how much these guys get in residuals now that it's on everything from like Pluto to like
They considering
More than likely, they probably just get it like the first time through airing. It's like it depends on the contract. Some contracts they get paid like every time they re-air something, no matter what, and then other places it's limited to like when it's first airing.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
true.
think that. Yeah,
On
I think
cable.
they. Yeah, I think they only get it for when it first airing, considering what Austin St. John said in an interview about how he could have worked at McDonald's and got the same amount of pay.
That's fair.
Well, we know why that, because a certain somebody has to blow like their budget on
sheet cake and diapers.
Yes. Oh god.
But on to episode 6, I think.
Yeah.
This
There
had
was one
two...
last.
Okay, go ahead.
There was only one more note that I wanted to make, and it was the meta joke about Tommy needing black because he's the Black Ranger. He needs black clothing now.
Yeah.
That was a nice, funny meta joke.
Yeah, like having the meta jokes of like, I know I'm going to be stuck to the primary color I'm currently morphing into is such a good concept. Because we see it throughout the franchise too. It just was rarely mentioned or alluded to. But episode 6, I think, had some of the best jokes in the entire season.
Yeah, because Tommy sounding like literally a middle-aged man, and like us, like, oh, kids these days with their music and like, bleh.
As if music isn't like universal. But I love I'm calling AARP.
Yeah, and also Cassidy having a meltdown as an old lady at the theater after her youth is restored because of like the monster aging up everyone, and her having the ageism line of just being like, I'm old now. I'm like, don't be ageist, Cassidy.
What would you do if you were magically jumped to like 40 plus years?
I'd be like, what? I'd be like, what happened to me? Oh well. But also in this episode,
oh well, no one recognizes you.
But also in this episode,
all your bones and stuff ate because it just happened all at once.
Fair enough. But also in this episode, we get introduced to now. Regardless of what you said about Mesogog / Anton Mercer, it does have a great build up to his introduction. Vex, because it's like he's mentioned in the first episode and then kept on the back burner, and now in this episode we're finally introduced to him properly as Trent's adoptive father. Yeah, and it's really like one of the most awkward intros ever. Like, you know that there is something off about this guy, but you can't quite pinpoint it right away.
It's not that it's done poorly, it's just that I'm tired of the trope. Like, that's the whole point. I feel like this possibly was one of the better episodes in the season too, because it was so packed full of like reveals and side character introductions, and they were all handled really well. Even with the awkward, like, framing of the episode of like the childhood friend trope being brought back in, it all played out rather well.
Yeah. And it does lead into an interesting line in a couple of episodes, which we'll get into because I have that written down, that line.
I hate that the next episode is so shitty.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because it's just basically Ethan getting pissy at a game. I'm like, it's a game. They can't hear you, Ethan.
Except for when they can, and then it leads to the worst old-timey language. What? I literally, I cringed the entire time that we were watching this episode. I'm like, I need alcohol. I need something to just take
No, that
the edge
episode
off.
is just mostly when like a person like very out of touch just think, oh, if I just randomly say like popular internet sayings or like popular sayings I don't know, like 5+ years ago, they're relevant now, right? Hey, am I swagging? Is this poggers enough? That
Listen
type of
here.
nonsense.
Listen here. We gotta continue to crank 90s and hit. I'm like, please cease. Just no. Let the
You
kids.
talking about? We gotta do this like the turtles, like the ninjas.
I'm like, stop, please. Get a younger writer. Oh, it was bad enough when they brought the turtles in and in space. That was cringe enough. This was just like, I feel like if you're going to have like slang mixed in with old-timey language, have relevant to the time the episode is airing, slang being thrown in. That's just my recommendation for the next writer of Power Rangers whenever that happens. Cause, dear God, even in fucking Cosmic Fury, I'm like, why? Why are we using some of these words? But anyway, let's just let's move on to episode 8. We don't need to say anything else about 7.
No, we don't. So yeah, episode 8. So this is the episode that has the line that I was alluding to, where Trent basically asks his dad, like, "Hey, you used to be friends with Tommy. Why don't you hang out anymore?" And he says, "Trent, you're gonna realize in life that people come and go in life." Which I've got to say is probably one of the most realistic, relevant things that Power Rangers has ever done.
Yeah, no, like
realistic.
literally.
Oh, go ahead.
Like I really do feel like that is a lesson that needs to be taught throughout both media and real life. Like, not everyone who is in your life today will be in it even 5 years from now. You need to stop and have real expectations for who you're going to have in your life. And that was such a great way to frame it through this businessman that we don't really know a lot about at this point, but we've had knowledge that there was a seemingly falling out between Anton and Tommy. But realistically, it doesn't seem like there was a falling out by the end of the season. It's just like they kind of drifted apart and got to reconnect there at the end after everything happened, which was really nice. But that's also kind of defeats that purpose of this initial lesson too. But I do like that they were able to...
the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
What?
Go ahead,
I think like that point in time, like he's talking about, is the time in which he like first transformed.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because this guy was missing for a lot of years. Then he magically showed back up. He adopted a kid and all this other stuff.
That is fair. Which begs the question, like, in hindsight, like, how much of like Anton's actions, like from when he first is introduced to when he's eventually separated from Mesogog. How much of that is his actions, or is it Mesogog's influence over him?
Yeah, like that's a fair point. Like, because we see Mesogog kind of pull for control throughout the season, and I wonder, like, because we really don't have clarification of like how much influence Mesogog has early on. It's just he seems to pull for more control as the season continues. Until like
If anything, I would say it was the opposite, in which like more of like he's like years gone by. I think he had more control over him. Like I think around the point in which like he went quote unquote missing. He was never missing. No one could find him. You know, rich guy, lots of money. You could pretty much hide anywhere as long as you're not gonna like record yourself in a major city. You know, just chilling at somebody's house. P Diddy. But that's like.
But also in this episode, we do see that Trent sees like, oh, my father has this like magical invisible door that's in his house. Like, what the hell is going on with you? Yeah. Yeah, really, that's all I had on the episode as a whole.
Yeah. Next up, we have the wormhole discussion and more eggs being discovered. That's all the notes that I have.
Yeah, that is really all notes I have, because it's really just a case of like just finding more swords for the Rangers, and Trent being like more like, oh, what is going on, Dad? And I only had Trent having more family issues.
Yeah.
I've got to say it right now. I found Trent to be my favorite character in this season, just for the fact that he was being pulled in so many different directions. And
yeah,
it's like,
literally.
He had like, because it's eventually revealed that he wants to be an artist, but he only knows how to draw superheroes. And when he becomes like the White Ranger, he has like that stereotypical view of like a hero is perfect, doesn't need any help from anyone, I can solve it all on my own. But yet you kind of have to realize, like, yeah, not all heroes are like that, Trent. Yeah, and
like heroes don't have to be black and white. Like they can be morally ambiguous.
Yeah, and I feel like as we go through the season as well, when Trent does eventually get revealed as the White Ranger, how Connor has that stereotypical black and white view of like, oh, this was all Trent, he's bad. Yeah. But yeah, and I do love the fact that I did the obvious, like, yeah, Trent's not going to be important in this season. He's just going to be another Richie. But yeah, overall, I did really like his character in the season.
How dare you? Because some episodes I wondered like how was I gonna make it through this episode, but then there was Richie.
But yeah, so episode what episode? Episode 10.
We have the beginning of the White Ranger origin, and then we get the Stegosaur in this one, or the notes that I have.
Yeah, and Stegosaur sword surfboard. It is a surfboard, and they go full on with that.
I respect the fuck out of the fact that they go full tilt with it. Like, I love when they go full crazy mode with the Zords and let them do goofy things. Like, that is my favorite thing about Power Rangers with the Zords, is just going absolute fucking crazy. I I will say, out of all the craziness I've seen so far, this might be like the third or fourth favorite crazy mode for it.
Oh yeah, it's just crazy. But I think Pokemon would like to have them their HM3 back.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was all Tommy. Like, I still wonder how they what would the finisher be like if Tommy wasn't making the wave.
But yeah, the other note I had for this episode is prepare her for the purge. Like,
God.
how do you prepare for the purge? But also as well, they mention there are union rules, which is like the most ironic line of Power Rangers ever.
Oh yeah, no. Literally anti-union up until recently. Here's union.
So yeah, that was episode 10. Really, all the notes I had for that one. So now we have the 3-part proper introduction to the White Ranger stuff. So Haley just naturally assumes that someone has broken in, and instead of saying hello, she's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And it's just like, doesn't anybody know how to say hello?
I mean, hello is just a word.
Yeah, but it's just a basic greeting that you can be like, "Hey, is anyone here?" And Trent would be like, "Oh yeah, I'm here." So yeah, we also like we said, we have the white Dino Gem in this episode, which is pure evil. Which of course latches itself onto Trent because he's the only one with white shirt in the season.
Or the gym just liked him. It couldn't have been like that.
Yeah, I guess that's true as well. And also we have more of Anton being creepy. But there is one infamous moment in this episode. Little kid obviously being dubbed over. The dubbing for that kid was just so bad.
Huh.
Oh god. So, what did you have anything else, Fex?
Not really, no. 11 to 13 is the whole arc here, and I have mixed feelings about this batch because it didn't really do a whole lot, but it did a whole lot at the same time.
Yeah. It does very much. I know you don't like. I know we don't like to keep constantly reminded of past, but it does do things different from what Tommy went through when he became the Green Ranger, because he was under mind control all the time in that. Whereas with Trent, he's always constantly fighting from being technically possessed by the White Dino Gem until the White Dino Gem is fully in control of him.
Mm-hmm. The interesting thing for me in this is we have essentially an Easter egg hunt for the Zord going on, whereas obviously Tommy could just summon the Zord. We also have a really cool design for that, but how it ended was the really good part, where Mesagog and the White Ranger really meet, and it really has this parallel to Rita and Tommy having their little partnership, but at the same time there's something really cool going on in the fact that we know that this is his adopted dad, and we also have deal with the fact that both of these men are pulling for control of their own bodies at the same time. It's not just your stereotypical, like, hey, I'm evil, hey, I'm under mind control. Both of these people are under some form of possession. The White Dino Jim and Mesagog himself. And that's really cool.
Yeah. And it's just great to see that parallel between like father, like son, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But also, this is also the episode where Tommy becomes MIA for a few episodes.
You just had a temper tantrum on, said he'll be back, let him cool down. In the meantime, let's encase him in fucking amber.
Yeah. But no, this was what like I said when we were watching, this was one of the conditions that Jason David Frank made. It's like, okay, I'll be in the season if you can make it somehow that I don't have to be involved in a batch of episodes so that I can go home and see my family, because it's filmed in New Zealand, he lives in America, so it makes sense why he would ask for that.
And this is when he was technically raising his daughter too. And that's,
yeah.
And he's like, hey, I'm a father again. I need to take care of and be present for my child. I'll be here, but I need to also be a parent, and I do respect the hell out of that.
Yeah, and I do respect the producers as well for giving him that leeway, because a lot of people would be like, no, we want you to be in you're the
mentor.
You're the mentor, you're the money, and you're the old Power Ranger. You're the cha-ching, cha-ching.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're our paycheck. So, get fucked. So, like, in that regard, I respect the showrunners. On the other hand, I feel like, and I hate it because I'm a Tommy hater at this point. Not really, but, like, I really do wish it would have went to anybody but Tommy. I do feel like the episodes without him super present are kind of mid.
Yeah, that is fair, because
like
most of the
I feel like this was a stretch of time where they were pulling, and this continues on and off throughout the franchise, but it's not the worst of them, where they were bringing in unknown talent to be the main Rangers, and not all of them know how to act. And it made a lot of these really hard to watch.
I wouldn't go that far, because it's not like a case where it's like,
it's not Megaforce bad.
It's not Megaforce, but it's not Toll Drama All Stars bad.
It's just the chemistry between them, and it could just be the directing is just shitty.
It might be. I think it always comes back to that, like, because you can have like the most talented of actors, but if the direction is just crap, then it's like
any Zack Snyder movie ever. I'm going to get hate.
Case in point, if you look at like Samuel L. Jackson in any other film other than the prequels, I feel like this is part of like George Lucas being like, Jedi have to be like emotionally detached, so they have to talk in such a robotic monotone tone. But if you put someone like Samuel L. Jackson there who says lines like, I have had it with these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane, it's like, no, it's just bad direction.
Yeah, and that's a fair point.
Sometimes I think he leans too much on that.
Yeah, him just giving Leonardo DiCaprio the in-pass for Django. Like, just say the word, bitch.
Yeah. But I'm looking at the notes on this three-parter.
It doesn't mean you're a racist to say the N-word 1,000 times in the script. It does, however, mean you're bordering on a pedophile. Just judging by the fact that if they're past the age of 21, Leo won't date them.
Yeah. So about that dubbing of the kid, it's kind of funny what they've said on the notes here. The boy who swindles Cassidy is dubbed over by a woman with a rather obvious Kiwi accent, even though the actor who played the boy specializes in imitating American accents.
They just didn't want Yeah, they just didn't want to pay the kid. And it's like, well, the kid's not under contract. I mean, not under union, so. Oh well.
Yeah. Also, something else that I haven't touched upon yet is that this is the first time where first out of 2 times where there's only 5 Rangers for the main team. Because normally we have the 6 Rangers, but here it's like, oh, there's only 5, and it's only going to be 5 for the rest of the season.
I mean, they bumped it up one because this time the White Ranger isn't evil.
Yeah.
That's one extra one.
But anyway, moving on to episode 14. Honestly, I had virtually no notes for this episode.
Which one?
The episode 14, the one right after.
I just have white amplified black, and fight for the Tommy rescue number 15. 15. I have Trent is the least obvious 6 Ranger, and Meteor shows regressive traits. I don't really have a lot of notes for that one either.
I think the only thing that's worth noting is that when Kira finds out that Trent is the White Ranger because he tells him, and it's like and it's like, oh, we're worried about you, but he's like, no, because I have to be a hero, I have to be perfect, so I have to do it all myself. And it's like, Trent, you can ask for help.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, episode 15. Okay, there is a funny note that I have here, where it's like with Cassidy and Devon. There's a funny back and forth here where Cassidy's like, "Oh, Daedra is my middle name," and Devon's like, "I thought it was Angus."
Yeah.
So we have in this episode where it's the old switcheroo. So we have Ethan turning into Iron Man. We have Connor being Clark Kent.
Yeah.
And Kira being the Flash and bloggers from the Redonkulous race. And Devon is the Fawns, and Cassidy is the geniuses from the Redonkulous race. But in this episode,
you had a Redonkulous race on the mind at this point, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, because it was when we were watching it and doing the video, so it was very, very fresh in my mind. But also in this episode, we have Tommy being free for the Amber, but he can't unmorph.
That's such a weird middle ground. Like, why?
I guess it was more of like, hey, I only got so many lines pre-recorded.
Yeah, that's fair, and they could just pull generic footage, I would assume.
Yeah.
I will be right back while you guys carry on for a moment.
Okay. Okay. So, for episode 16, we have the introduction to Tommy's rider in this episode, which is a quad bike. And who doesn't love a good quad bike?
Brought in an ATV and
it's a quad bike. You say it's an ATV, but it's a quad bike, Songetsu. But there's also callbacks to Green with Evil with Trent in this episode, which I do honestly like, because I do like the Green with Evil saga that we got. And we have the Rangers essentially kidnapping a monster here. It's like a reverse Team Rocket situation. It's like, oh, you think you're gonna kidnap Pikachu? No, we're gonna kidnap you, Team Rocket, for once. And we also have the White Ranger saying, "Your swords will make a fine addition to my collection," which just had me in stitches, because of the fact that it reminded me of the General Grievous line from Star Wars Episode 3, where he goes, "Your lightsabers will make a fine addition to my collection." And I don't know if you've seen it, but there is a video on YouTube where everyone that loses their lightsabers, it just has General Grievous just coming in and taking the lightsabers from them. It's hilarious.
You know what it
But-
remind me of? Like One Piece character that's kind of like the bounty hunter. What was his name again?
The bounty hunter from One Piece.
Yeah, during like the Coliseum event in like Jersey.
Oh yeah, I know who you're referring to. I can't remember the name, but I know who you're referring to.
He had a cactus. He had like a weird cactus hat thing on.
Yeah, I know who you're referring to. I just can't remember the name. But also in this episode, we have the swords as well doing a barrel roll. Do a barrel roll.
It's just like they legitly look like the barrels from Ginga Man.
Yeah. But this is also the episode where we find out that Anton is Mesogog, which I've got to say, whenever Anton is like going into that trippy phase of turning into Mesogog, if he freeze frame it at a certain point, it has probably one of the creepiest faces ever. Because it's just like half his face, half Mesogog's face, and the teeth just growing, and I'm just there like, ugh. So yeah, is Vex back yet? I don't believe he is. So, really, that was all the notes I had on the episode. Aside from the fact that that the White Ranger, White Ranger / Trent, trying to double cross the Rangers, which, okay, I guess this can kind of work for Connor being like dismissive of Trent and his actions, but at the same time, like I said, Connor just views the whole situation just like totally in black and white half the time. So yeah, bleh. So yeah, on to episode 17, and really, I had very little about this episode except for the fact that at this point we have Anton Mercer being brought in to replace Tommy because he's on quote unquote sick leave because of the fact that he's obviously stuck in his morph form, which I've got to ask the question, like, how is he eating? Like Songetsu.
Of eating while having that. Are you talking about Mesogog, or are you talking
No,
about
I'm talking
Tommy
about
with the helmet
I'm talking about Tommy when he can't demorph. So how is he able to eat?
He could probably still take the helmet off.
But then why does he take it off beforehand?
I don't know.
Yeah, that is something like I'm just like
Either
wait.
that or that she's like literally just giving him a tube and a bucket.
Yeah, I get. Unless he's like hooked up to a drip off screen that's putting vitamins into his system. I guess that's really the only thing I can think of. But yeah, so with this episode we have Kira and Tommy going through some we have Kira basically finding a bone and Tommy being like, that is a very special bone, do not do anything with it. And of course Kira does something with it. But yeah, and there was one note that I had on here of just like, why would Tommy be creating mini control? Yeah, that was it, because the bone is able to control a fossilized dinosaur, and you're just thinking, like, why would Tommy be creating stuff like this? Because like it creates the henchmen of the series, the Tyrannodrones, and it's just there like, Tommy, why are you creating this stuff? Like, has your time away from the Mighty Morphin powers made you think like, I want to create evil dinosaurs.
I don't think he initially meant for them to be evil, or more like a protection. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, aliens are gonna invade again. Like, I saw it. Like, I knew, like, with Rita, they already like invaded Earth before, and now with like other stuff, it's like, well, I'm doing this. I'm also gonna do this on the side. Also, you know.
Yeah, I guess, but still, it's again, it's like what we said. Like, it's just a weird choice, like, for Tommy to be like. Honestly, if it was just like a side project, and like if they wanted to bring him into school, like, okay, make him the gym teacher. Don't make him like a science professor, because I can't see Tommy going around that career path. That is the thing. Like I said, that just really irks me about this season, and the choice of it being Tommy. It's like, it's not Tommy himself being in the season that I have an issue with, because unlike Vex, I'm not really as much of a Tommy hater as they are, but I understand their frustration when it comes to Tommy and like just being shoehorned into everything. It's just that as well, like with him just being the science teacher, when they could have picked another profession for him to be. But yeah, at the end of this episode, or at least partway through, we do learn that it's a Jekyll and Hyde relationship between Anton and Mesogog, which, yeah, fair enough. Vex, I can understand the frustration of it just being. It's like, again, it's like with all like it being just Jack the Ripper. Like, oh, whenever you think of England, you think of Jack the Ripper. It's like, no, there is more. Or especially in London, you think of Jack the Ripper. It's like, no, there's more to London than Jack the Ripper. Do something else. But yeah, episode is it 18? Yeah, episode 18 is probably one of my favorite episodes in the season. It's the one with Ethan and the bully, Derek. Always a Derek. But yeah, so one of Connor's soccer players is picking on Ethan, but unlike in stereotypical fashion, where it'd be like Ethan going like, "Oh, it's all right," or "I'm sorry," and acting timid around Derek. Ethan does fight back whenever Derek is actually trying to start a fight with him. He's not physically fighting with Derek, but he's verbally arguing with him, and like the age-old saying, "The pen is mightier than the sword." I think this is perfectly replicated here, because the words that Ethan says to Derek get to him more than I think a punch to the stomach would have done.
All right, where are we at? Sorry about that.
Episode 18. So,
Okay, cool.
if you want to just do your things on say your notes for episode 16 and 17, Vex.
We had a double triple cross in 16, which was interesting. And 17, dear God, why is a CGI dino back? I did like that Papa Mercer kind of took over as the teacher in Tommy's absence. That was really cool. I don't understand how the unmorphed versus morphed is like a shield to the powers of the monster of the week. That's kind of an odd choice, but it does also kind of make perfect sense, because we've seen the powers of the grid be like a shield for damn near everything, so why the fuck not a curse?
Yeah, fair enough. I was also just saying in episode 16 when the White Ranger goes, "Your swords will make a fine addition to my collection," it just reminded me of the General Grievous line with the lightsabers.
Your lightsaber will make a fine addition to my collection.
There is a video on YouTube, and I'll link it to you, where in every film where someone loses their lightsaber, it just has General Grievous coming in and just taking it.
Yeah, dude, I'll tweet that on the Control Chaos Twitter, because YouTube doesn't like fucking links anymore, and I hate it because it's annoying.
Not even in
No,
Discord.
it deprioritizes the video, we found out, because I ended up editing in a link to a previous one, and it went from like getting hella views to nothing. Like, it didn't get another single view till I removed the link.
Wow. No, I was just gonna DM you the link to the video.
Yeah, but I figure like if people want to see it, they can see it over there as well. So I'll be utilizing the Twitter in that regard as well. So follow it. Link is in the channel art shit.
But yeah, with episode 18, I was just like saying how, because it's the bully episode with Ethan and the bully, how Ethan breaks away from the stereotypical geek archetype, because the age-old saying, "the pen is mightier than the sword," was perfectly utilized here, because with the bully, Ethan's words really get to him.
No, like, I love that, right? Because there's so much fucking bullshit in bully episodes of Power Rangers that they're kind of boring to me. But this one worked rather well. I do absolutely love the roasting from Ethan. Like, literally, Ethan has some of the best quips in the season.
Absolutely.
I think Zangetsu agrees there, too. But there's something to be said about how many times we've dove into Tommy's goddamn memory.
Hey! It was a style back then, referring to the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers picture, which I've got to say, that was nice to see.
But, like, we do it twice in this season.
Fair enough.
I feel like I've seen more of Tommy's psyche than my therapist has seen of mine. And that's saying something.
Yeah. But also as well, there was one other thing that, okay, I'm not a fan of football / soccer, but it was very nice to see that Ethan picked up a move from a player from Manchester. So, yeah. Oh, I wonder what team he was referring to. Like, it was nice to hear that.
Can we talk about the best episode of the season, though?
Yes. It's the episode 19. It's the Super Sentai episode.
So for those who don't know, like the channel kind of got popular a long time ago when we were covering anime and manga. So we've always had in the back of our minds like dub versus sub, and that's essentially what this is. And in a nutshell, so
Not
like
necessarily,
it's
like a whole different production.
It kind of falls into the same archetype in my opinion, but like I see like there's the original footage versus the adaptation here, and I haven't really done my due diligence until relatively recently, like the last 4 or 5 years of diving into Super Sentai. I've always been a Power Rangers kid. And I haven't even watched every Power Rangers. Like, a lot of this is my first reactions, my first opinions on a lot of these seasons, including Dino Thunder. I had never watched the season in its entirety. I've seen a few clips and, like, Watch Mojo videos. But as somebody who's been in, like, this argument of, like, which is superior, the source material or the adaptation or the original voicing or the dubbing, and realistically I've always like preferred like a sub over a dub, except for like few exceptions. But realistically, as I've grown older, I really don't give a shit. Like, I'm not one of these people who'll be like, I don't want it to be localized because they'll insert their cringe language into it.
Oh my god, yeah, I have seen that so often. Like, it's one of those things, like, this episode teaches, like, don't be a gatekeeper, because you get those people who are saying...
I'm fine with gatekeeping to an extent. Like, I don't want something to be so overly popular that I see knockoffs to the knockoffs, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense, but it's those people who are like so protective of a particular way a series goes, like anything, like even the smallest change, like the change from being, like, say for example, I'm just going to use like a prime example, like in Gushing Over Magical Girls, when it was changed from like suspicious to sus. and people were going up in arms of like, it's localizing, it's broken, but I'm like, it's the same word, just shortened.
It's literally the same goddamn word. Like, who cares? Literally, who cares? And
it's those types of people, like the ones who are like so protective of something that it cannot be changed, even like a margin.
Oh no, they're putting the woke DEI language into my show. Please, take it back, Japan. I don't want to do this anymore. I want it to be this little corner of the internet where only fan dubs exist.
I think we're going a bit off the rails, so I'm gonna just bring us back on track.
Yeah, bring us back on. Yeah, bring us back
All right,
on the rails. But yeah,
Sentai, Power Rangers, they're different, yet they're the same. They're both Toku.
Yeah, literally.
With one season better than the other, kind of, I guess. It really depends on which one, and it depends on what your personal preference of is what is good or not.
Yeah, because I was having this discussion.
Except for 2 cases.
Yeah, because I was having this discussion yesterday.
Mega 4 seasons.
Yeah.
Oh,
literally.
absolutely. But yeah, I was having this discussion yesterday about when people were saying like, oh, what do you prefer, Super Sentai and Power Rangers? And it was kind of like a middle ground where it's like it really just depends on the season, because you meant because I did bring up in that group that you mentioned, Sungaze, that you mentioned that Real Soldier, well, what that was turned into Dino Fury, that really didn't have a story attached to it.
Mm-hmm. Like,
it had a story. It took a really long time to get to the point.
Oh, okay.
So,
but yeah,
I feel like this argument, for like, and this entire premise of this episode, I really don't have a preference of the seasons of Sentai that I've seen versus the seasons of Power Rangers I've seen. I really don't have a preference, except for I know it's stereotypical, but I love Zyuranger over Mighty Morphin. I don't.
And I told you I was like, it was the other way around for me, because I felt like the Rangers from like Zyuranger, it's like people were talking about like the Mighty Morphin crew being a cardboard cutout. They're really that, because it got almost nothing going on.
Yeah, like
they
for
pop
me,
up to fight the bad guys. They like, you know.
Yeah, and that's entirely fair.
One of them like eating more than the other one, and one of them is a girl. That basically sums up like their whole personality traits.
That's entirely fair. I like the action more. I will give you the fact that like the characters are dog shit in Zyuranger, but I like the action more.
Hold on, I'm saying the characterization for the Rangers in Zyuranger is terrible. But guess the one who's like carrying the show on their back? Pandora. She is carrying it on her back, her and her monsters.
Yeah.
Literally. And I love Pandora as like the main focal point of that in like quality content. And the fact that Pandora is a recurring presence in the entire universe of Sentai is really cool. Like, and we see
I would say more for her actress, because that lady had the super like villain role multiple times.
Exactly.
And then this time it's like you want to be like the main bad without like you falling under anybody, and you know, that was really cool.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I feel like it's because Mighty Morphin was drug out so goddamn much here in America, to the point where like they needed to make more footage for them to adapt. That was what really.
I'm only talking about like I'm only comparing it to the first season, because that's the only fair way to do it.
And that's entirely fair.
I
will say, like, I am currently watching fucking it, because I went a little bit ahead. I'm currently watching Deca Ranger, while my partner's watching JJK. So I'm dealing with like the source material for our next season while my partner's over here crying about every other character dying. So that's really fun.
Spoilers. How dare you watch
I've just got to say, I've got to ask your partner this question: Would it be more emotional if you actually knew more about these characters that are dying?
I actually have read JJK. I am almost caught up, so I'm over here just dealing with and this comes down to why I feel like the manga streams didn't really work for everything, is like the paneling in JJK is so goddamn annoying.
Yeah.
So it didn't work to read it on stream, especially like when you have to go back, and I feel like it's like the modern One Piece in the fact that you have to go back and reread for recontextualization for how powers work and how a lot of the stuff comes together. I'm going to be completely honest. I still don't understand how the power system works for everybody. But like,
yeah, that's fair.
But like, I'm over here like I don't want to tell her like your favorite character about to die, like, your favorite character about to die, and as somebody that loves Toto, I'm like I really am just like holding my breath in because like Toto just changes so much.
Oh god.
But
yeah, back to the episode. Very briefly, sorry to cut you off, Vex.
Oh, you're good because I got like a little bit of time left, so we're going to have to speed run some of this.
Yeah. What I love most about this is just Ethan and Kira just getting into embracing the silliness of Super Sentai, and Connor just being like one of those noobs who are like, it's not American, this is awful, and adhering to the one episode rule that every manga and anime has to adhere to these days by law. It's like, if you cannot grab us in the first episode, we're not watching you.
Yeah, no, I fucking hate that, and I hate how relevant it was even here. But yeah. This was probably my favorite episode up until near the end. But I do think it is the best episode in my opinion because it does give us that light into the source material in a way.
Yeah.
I find it funny they called Sammy Whacker Wilson.
Yes, Whacker Wilson.
It's such a weird choice.
Right, that's right. The voice on the morpher himself, Samuel Pop.
Yeah. But yeah, onto
in space.
Yeah.
His voice is on the morpher in space.
Huh.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, the 3,
cool.
3, 5. That's his voice.
That's cool. I didn't realize that. So episode 20. We have a douche hero. Why save the cunt? And so weird seeing them morphed and unmorphed on the same screen. This is another episode where Tommy is unable to demorph, which is why I have that last note. I'm trying to remember why we were having the douche hero here. I'm kind of drawing a blank on this episode.
It's because Kira got the internship, and it was like never meet your heroes type of thing, because of like he's awesome in the show, but outside he's kind of a douche, and it allowed Devon to get some sympathy here. It's like, yeah, no, I wouldn't want to be working for this guy either.
So I have a kind of a story that fits into this. So I was a big fan of the Aragon, the book Aragon, and like the Sugaroth books, the Inheritance Cycle, all of that shit as a kid. And I think it was because like this was a time where you realize a kid is writing a book. He wrote it when he was in his teens, and you could very much tell there was a kid that wrote the book at first. He was at one of our cons, like 2017, 2018, something like that. I met him, and he just came off as a complete entitled prick the entire time.
Oh, was he one of those who's written it and thought like, oh, this is the best thing ever, everyone should appreciate it?
That's how he came off, and I don't know if it was like he was just having a really off day because they kind of shoved him in a corner somewhere, and like he had to deal with like the early days of our con. But he's coming back this year, and I kind of wonder, like, if I go up to him again, will I have that same experience of, like, the dude being just an entitled prick? And that'll kind of give me the feeling of, like, that's just how he's become in his success, so to speak. Or if it was just a really bad day for him that day. And because everybody that goes to these conventions is a human, right? And everybody has off days. Like, you see, like, at least in the, like, to recontextualize in the Power Rangers, you see varying experiences from everybody from, like, Amy Jo Johnson to Austin St. John to even, like, fucking, like, Jason Font, for example, who is, like, one of those that's, like, really popular at the cons. Like, my personal opinions about him aside, he seems to have, like, varying degrees of, like, meet and greets and everything. So I'm just like, maybe just everybody has that one bad day at these conventions, right?
Yeah, because it's they're only human, and it's like they're getting paid to be here, but it's like say for example if they just like had some really bad news happen to them, it's
Right.
like kind of hard to be perked up after that. Like, so just getting into like something real recently happening. So just slightly to re-emphasize it, it'd be kind of like if I was at a con, like and because my dad's in hospital at the moment because he's got terminal cancer, and if I got the call like, hey, your dad's died, I'd be like, I wouldn't be like,
I don't want to be here, you know?
I don't want to be here, kind of thing. Yeah.
Oh, I was at a show when I found out my mom had her heart attack, so I'm like, well, I just gotta put on a show while I got this fucking news, you know?
Yeah, but
like I knew it was gonna eventually happen with my mom.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, I was so tired that I was like asleep, like because I couldn't sleep because it was like she was in so much pain. How could you?
Yeah.
And then when they sent her off to the hospital, like I slept like most of the day, and I got news right.
But
when like I got to the hospital, it's like, oh, she already passed. It was like an hour ago.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, mate. Sorry for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, I can't imagine, like, if that was the case, like, wanting to even be there, right? So that's why I'm like, when he's at this con, I'm going to try and, you know, have a conversation with him and see if that's the case. And if he is, that's unfortunate. Like, you know, because this is somebody I really looked up to when I was younger, and I really enjoyed the series. But it just shows, like, the never meet your heroes trope that you see quite often, because not everybody's presence on screen or in, like, PR is the same as they are in private, right?
Yeah. So
episode 21, this was a really, really messy episode. We do have the duplicate White Ranger plot going on now because they separate Trent from that. So that is really cool. Because now we get to see Trent have to play both sides, essentially, because you have the White Ranger clone being bad, while Trent is also trying to prove to our team that he's really good. Which causes even more chaos, and I love this little side plot that goes on for a while. The copy monster I wasn't a fan of because we've seen it a dozen times at this point. But that was basically all of my notes, other than the fact that we kept stealing the goddamn weapons, which is a neat little twist on the copy monster. But who cares? It's a copy monster.
It is a copy monster, and that was really all the notes that I had for this episode. The copy monster, Anton still coming into the Jekyll and Hyde persona, and Trent no longer being evil.
Episode 22 though.
This is the thing, and it's like it's a fax machine. It's like finally the copy monster makes sense.
That is neat. I'll give you that. The other one here, episode 22, I really like this one because we get the shield, and the shield is probably one of the cooler power-ups in the season.
Oh yeah,
and
absolutely.
it has to be because you've proven yourself as a ranger, essentially, right? You've proven your worth, and that you're actually in for the cause. And we've seen time and time again that our heroes are a little bit more conflicted in the season, especially Trent not having his like whole heart in this to an extent because he's still being pulled at both sides. He's trying to save his dad from Mesogog's control. We also see that Connor is wanting to, split it a couple times here. Like, am I really worthy of being a ranger because I want to do the sports thing? Am I really worthy of being a ranger because I feel like I'm a failure kind of thing? So we had to have his power, and Trent was given the job of actually finding the shield as somebody who's still being pulled at both ends. So that was really cool. And all of this is happening as the duplicate White Ranger is still wreaking havoc, and they don't really know if they can trust Trent.
Yeah, so just pile on the Trent trust issues
Mhm.
still.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to speed through a bunch of these.
It's fine. They really were the only notes that I had for this episode as well.
I
So
will say, eventually, like when the powerful activate, actually, like one of my favorite like ranger designs.
yeah,
As
even
they
though
themselves, it technically counts as a different ranger, even though they just added a gold plate to the morpher.
yes, yeah. So episode
23.
episode 23. Episode 23. For this episode, I had what the hell is wrong with Connor's hair?
Oh god, yeah. He gets Yugi hair. I like
Yeah.
the idol episode here. I have a bit more notes on this one. I'm going to speed run mine, and I'll let you get to it. But we still got I got like 45-ish minutes before I gotta get out the door. So
Okay, we'll probably be done by then.
So what I like here is because idol culture has always been a plague. We see it more from the K-pop side of things now, but we did see predatory idol culture surrounding young kids during this time here in America. Look to our Disney stars, right? Ironically, this is a Disney season, so I found that really funny that they were playing on this while they were popping up stars to get into predatory record contracts. At the same time, they're portraying Kira as going in and doing this like little photo shoot and music video with this really weird dude. All the while, this is what was happening behind their doors. We see that she does not want to do this, and she feels conflicted up until the moment she gets groupies at first. And she's like, oh, you really want my autograph because I'm dressed like this, which is the complete opposite way I want to dress, where I dress more grungy and I'm all dolled up now. Would it really be worth it to do this? So that was really cool that she's having this conflicted feelings, because I figured this was actually what a lot of these stars were feeling at this point. I do like that we have another weapon being made at this point as well. And I like how it got revealed right at the end of the episode. And it is really fucking cool. The Mega Rover might be one of the best designed, like, utility vehicles that we get in the franchise so far. And we see, like, the full sequence for the Triassic mode for the Rangers in this episode. What I don't like was the little side romance we were having between Ethan and Cassidy, because that made me want to vomit.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I do like the growth that it gave.
Improved, sorry.
I do like the growth it gave, though. I will give it that. I just did not like them as a couple.
For Cassie, yeah, and a little bit for Ethan, but mostly for her.
Because she was really hard to like even care about as a character up until they start getting the growth here. So yeah.
So my only note of worth that I had for because I basically had the same notes that you had for episode 23, Vex. Horrified faces to Kira's music video. It's like, yeah, it is bad, but also this is the first appearance of, probably after Tracy Dave Frank, the second most well-known face for the franchise, Kelson Henderson, who's going to be in every season in minor or major roles from this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know in Ninja Steel he gets a big role.
Yeah, in the next season he's got a big role as well.
Huh. Did not know that. I know he's also in Mystic Force.
He's in SPD, Mystic Force, Operation Overdrive, Jungle Fury, RPM. I think he takes break in Samurai, but I know he's no.
Isn't he a voice in Samurai?
He does voices and appearances. So let me just quickly check for.
But while you do that, episode 24. We have a return to Turbo, essentially, in a bomb plot.
He does voices. He does mainly voices, but
yeah, I thought he was like a couple of the monsters because I remember his voice was credited in the mobile game. That's the only reason I know that. I'm really not a fan of the bombs being utilized. It's so dumb. Like, after Turbo, because it was like half of the first season of Turbo, I'm like, why are we bringing back bombs? But I guess, whatever, cool. Let's blow shit up. Cassidy trying to be nice and seeing her growth, because at first you could see she was kind of forcing it, but she genuinely does become more nice as the season progresses. So that is really interesting to see that massive shift in character, because she was such a bitch at first.
Absolutely. And I love the line that she is disgusted about having to feel nicer.
Right. No, absolutely. So what was my major takeaway from this episode? I don't know if you guys feel the same way. Connor lifting a monster single-handedly in Triassic mode, and beating the Trink clone essentially single-handedly. Like, that was just like a massive feat for a single ranger, but lifting the monster while it was grown was so fucking cool.
Oh, absolutely. It's like, I'm gonna stomp on you. Not. What? Huh? Wasn't expecting this.
It should have been me, not him. Anyway, sorry, I had to. It's a bit at this point. That was all the notes I had for this one, though.
I mean, the other note I had was the new Megazord, the Metzodon Megazord, which has twin battle axes.
Mm-hmm.
And also the reporter basically being J. Jonah Jameson mixed with the boss from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, absolutely. So for 25 and 26, I'm just going to bundle these together. We have the Tut Bird thing and more curses, and we have a moment of Cassidy getting regressed because of the curse. We have a date episode where we use the slime, the goo, to fix Tommy. Tommy gets slimed, which, wrong channel. But it was really cool seeing him play the invisible wingman here for the date.
Yeah. Yes, it was.
Because out of every ranger, I figure he has the most date experience.
Oh, absolutely. He does have the most date experience.
So that was nice to see. I just can't give a shit about them as a couple. But it was cool.
And I think they kind of understood, this is not gonna work.
Mm-hmm. Like, right at that point, they're like, yeah, this isn't going to work, but, like, why not continue this? for at least this episode.
Yeah,
But
we get one episode with it, and one episode is more than enough.
right. I will say, out of all of the date episodes that we've had for this, I think this might be the best one in the franchise, because it didn't drag on too long. It wasn't a whole major plot point.
Yeah. And they were at least trying. They tried.
Exactly. Whereas a lot of times they really feel these super like forced moments with a lot of different characters interacting with it, or we have the monster attacking right at the apex of it. We still had the attack during this, but it doesn't feel like your stereotypical earlier Power Rangers, like cringe dialogue plus cringe fight sequence with really shitty designs. Other than that, I don't really have a lot more for these two.
There was one other thing I was going to say. It's that because in a lot of stereotypical dating episodes, they are like, oh, they are like, they do the whole thing of like, oh, we're not going to be ourselves, and that is like no, just be yourself. Whereas here, Ethan was literally being himself, and it just didn't work out.
So in the next episode that we have, it is the stereotypical Tommy Glazing episode. I just don't understand why we had to have all of these forms here. And I don't understand how Zeo was so underpowered in this, because Zeo is supposed to be the surging energy that was so dangerous they had to essentially take it away, right?
No,
Yeah.
but this isn't about like how strong it is.
It's overcoming your
This is
past.
How
It's
hold it has over him, like mentally.
Yeah. Also, it's more a case of
Compared to
like
the other two, he didn't really have like Zeo power, like as you say, as long, or they didn't have that much of an impact over him as much. Sure, the Zeo crystals themselves did, but did the Zeo powers have any?
yes,
like, not
they
really.
did.
I'm
But
talking about compared to like the White Ranger powers and the Green Ranger powers.
oh right, yeah. But no, it was more a case of like I think Tommy needed this to happen to him because it like we said, it's maybe Tommy in his mind seeing seeing himself as like, am I just gonna be susceptible to being these powers for the rest of my life, or do I as Tommy have a life of my own? It's kind of like like the message that Tony Stark gives to Peter Parker in Spider-Man: Homecoming. If you're nothing without the suits, then you don't deserve the suit.
Says the man who has an armory full of suits, who is literally the biggest hypocrite on the planet. But yes, go off, King. Because he really is nothing without the suit by that point that he's giving that speech. Because it is necessary for him to be Iron Man constantly. That's why I always found fault with that that speech. But I do understand the premise.
Yeah. Well, I would say maybe it's just more of like lingering regret. And it was just like, sure, I had the Zeo powers, but I was like controlled by the Machine Empire. That was annoying. I literally did the same thing happened to me before. Sure, it may not have been like, I know it wasn't my fault that I got controlled by King Mondo, but it's still lingering there. And then the White Ranger power is like, well, I we needed these powers at the time, but I feel bad about doing that to my friend. Like, he was the leader of the team. Why did I just randomly became the leader of the team? That was Sordon.
Yeah, but
Right,
he
I
still
know where
had
you're going up, but-
he still had regrets. That's the thing.
Yeah.
This is essentially like a hall of memory where he's trying to relive and try and learn from his fucking, past and everything. But at the same time, he's realizing like, hey, I can be somebody without this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a great. I think that's a great message for people, especially people who just live their lives on. Ironically, I'm saying this while it's going to be on in a YouTube video, but it's more about like the people who just live their lives online all the time, 24/7, without going outside and touching ground. Like, do you have a life outside of this?
Exactly. And a lot of people need to learn that lesson. Like, not everything has to be this echo chamber online. I say shit posting on Twitter constantly, but I realize that interaction on the internet is meaningless, and there is more to life than fighting like this meaningless battle on there. But that's a whole other bag of worms that doesn't really need to be here. We get a Super Dino mode power up from this like fight with himself as we go through the various forms: green, red, white, etc. And they all give back the gym portions. He gets to finally demorph and be human again and do all the things. And he gets to morph back into this massive power boost right at the last moment when he needs it, like he always does, because he's fucking Tommy. We get a giant congratulations speech at the end.
Yeah, and also we get confirmation Power Rangers laundrette.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's taking maybe they're taking their suits to the laundrette.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will say, like, at this point in time, it's like a deserved blazing. Where all the other times, it's just like, well, I just showed up. I was like, I'm the best. Why? Because the writers say I'm the best.
I sell the most toys.
Well, in this case, it's like, yeah, I'm fighting.
He did something. He got development as a character.
Right.
That's the
thing. I have this added pressure on myself to lead this new team. There's no Gordon. There's nobody else there that I could just lean on to.
Right.
It's just me, my team, and my best friend.
Yep. And that is a very important distinction here. Even as somebody that wants to see less and less Tommy, and now we actually get it. Unfortunate circumstances behind that, we still get less of it finally, outside of the comics and the games and stuff. Whenever we get new content, unless they create another Tommy, which they probably will, but I don't think that Tommy will have the success as JDF, because JDF's face is synonymous with Power Rangers as a franchise.
Yeah.
But yeah. Next up we have another Save the Environment episode.
We have Connor simping for a hippie.
Yeah. I like the distinction that cockiness and confidence are two separate things. That is a very good lesson to learn in this one.
It was really it really reminded me of like the ending of Treasure Island in Dr. Stone, where Senku had confidence in his abilities, whereas Ibarra had cockiness.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously confidence won out in the end.
Yep. And we finally get the Battleizer, like 10 episodes before the end. I don't know why the Battleizer saved for this close to the end. And this wasn't really...
the suit worse.
It really wasn't a great Battleizer either.
I thought you guys loved it.
I love the design, but like, it just... Every time they create a Battleizer, it seems like it makes everything clunkier,
especially the shoulder pads.
The only time it felt like the Battleizer was actually useful for once was way back in Lost Galaxy.
Thank you.
The boots
All the other times
pointless.
It fizzled out way before, like way during, like in the finale, in like a very disappointing way.
Yeah, and it just seems like it's a last second we want to sell more shit. Which it is, but like it shouldn't feel that...
There's a better way of doing it. And it's like,
well, I'm gonna go do the yo-yo, and then I'm gonna do the laser blast. Could you do one or the other one time, and
Mhm.
we move on to the scene? No, I have to do both at the same time because it seems like both of them really aren't that powerful.
Exactly.
So
we get
yeah,
another really stupid episode after that.
with Ethan being cocky about a game.
Mhm.
See, that is cockiness, Ethan, thinking that you know everything about the game. But this
And he's losing to fucking Cassidy's little simp too, which is fucking hilarious.
He loses to Devon, and Devon ditches Cassidy for the video game.
Which is hilarious.
But also as well, the only other note aside from then that I had about this episode is that it's the first episode to involve Bruce Kalish in the series, who's going to be the showrunner from SPD to Jungle Fury.
That's cool.
And he has a really weird quirk that he does with the upcoming seasons. That SPD, all the titles of SPD have one word in them. Mystic Force, they have 2 words. Operation Overdrive, 3 words. Jungle Fury, 4 words.
Oh, lovely. That'll be annoying as shit.
Yeah.
Episode 30, we have the no 2 colors rangers can exist at once. Although that we technically have
energy.
Yeah. It's like we have technically 3-4 active Red Rangers at this moment. Doesn't matter, I guess. Just in the same city.
It's more to do with the fact that it's a duplicate of the same powers.
Yeah, I know. I was just making fun of it.
They're both from the same source, and so it's putting a strain on that said source of power.
Yeah, but I don't care how much too much white. I don't care how much too much white energy it is, because I just love the nod to the continuity of the too much pink energy is dangerous.
Yeah. And then
it's more of hey, if we don't get rid of one of you, is both of you are just gonna blow up.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah.
Okay, speed run. Crossover episode. Lothor coming back from hell. We have the primary color ninjas turn evil. Connor getting his little fight wish. We get the double triple cross to wrap it up, so to speak. I love how Cam is the one that's subtly fucking over the primary rangers here after they've given him so much hell up to this point in Ninja Storm. That was funny to me. And the fact that the douchebag ninjas were also involved in the double triple cross, that was cool. I fucking died of laughter during the final fight because it was so goofy.
Yes, it was, especially Tori and Kira flying team up. I literally put step on Fex moment.
I love that we're using all of the powers imaginable for this. This is what I want from a crossover episode. And I loved that we ended this with Mesagog and Lothor fighting, and Lothor getting turned back into a goddamn action figure.
And he's still an action figure by the end of the season. Because
he's still showing off.
Mesagog's island is destroyed at the end, so Lothor is just stuck at the bottom of the ocean for all eternity as an action figure.
Which is fucking hilarious. I love I love how much we utilize the little fucking 6 or not, what would they be, 4.5-inch figures as props?
About that.
Yeah.
Constantly, even up until Once and Always.
Yeah. Also love the bit in which there's we still got the general suits for Dino Thunder. What do you want to do with them? All right, it just happened at the start. They don't talk much, but they fight like the Dickens.
Right, it's so fucking cool. I love that. It's so goofy reusing these props for a crossover, but it's so Power Rangers. This is what I love about Power Rangers.
Yes.
because it's
Yes.
just complete over-the-top cheese. I filmed a little bit of this and sent it to my partner, and she's just like, what the fuck am I looking at? I'm like,
It's
this is
cheese.
peak Power Rangers.
It is cheese. You need to watch at least one season, like not the whole franchise, but one season.
I
just-
intend to show her like something that's not too terrible. I'm not gonna make her sit through Mighty Morphin because I would
absolutely.
rather eat glass than rewatch Mighty Morphin at this point.
I would say the seasons that I would recommend to watch would be SPD and Jungle Fury, like 2 seasons that are really good and can easily get through.
Yeah, that's something to think about in the future. Then 33 and 34 kind of weird.
Yeah, the 33 is the dream episode where they're all having nightmares, and we have the weird, horrible dream filters.
Yeah, I don't like the use of film grain here. It was distracting as
it
hell.
was just basically for the hey, we still got monster footage. Let's wrap this up. It's like boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
We
That's
had
the entire episode.
weird fears and monkeys, crocs, skeletons, and fucking Krampus.
Yeah, and also, I think it was it was Tommy saying I shouldn't have had a calamari for dinner.
I'm just like, why are you bringing that up right now? That's so bizarre. 34, we find out the pen is being handed off by Elsa here, to kind of just do this lovely little side plot of creating a comic to try and get rid of the Rangers. It ends with Trent breaking the cardinal rule of displaying your powers to get brought into the comic.
It's only a cardinal rule if it's stated to be a cardinal rule for the team. It's never stated that this it was a cardinal rule.
Yeah.
It stopped being a quote unquote cardinal rule in like the
Zordon era.
Mighty Morphin seasons.
They literally did it when they revealed it to Adam, Rocky, and Aisha, and they didn't lose their powers. So I think at that point, it's like, no, that rule doesn't exist.
True.
I think it was less of like a hard rule in which, you're just gonna lose your powers. It's just like, don't be stupid.
Yeah. I think it was more of a cardinal rule in the sense that, oh shit, we don't want everybody on the planet to know that you're the Power Rangers. But he shows himself to be the White Ranger, hops in the comic, saves the day, and then ends up being the artist for a new comic funded by Anton.
Yeah, which is nice that Anton finally accepts Trent's art dream.
Yeah, that is really cool. I love that progression for Papa Mercer. Episode 35, we get Elsa getting
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, literally,
Yu-Gi-Oh!
like, this was literally my school by the end of the Yu-Gi-Oh! hype. Where you weren't allowed to bring your cards. We still did. We would get them confiscated. We would break into the principal's office, steal them back. This was like the 2000s in general. Elsa getting discovered by Tommy, him saying, I knew I didn't like you. Her trying subterfuge as the day went on with the essentially Exodia card. The red dragon thing.
Which is kind of funny because there is actually in one episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! In one of the filler arcs there is a ruby dragon.
Right.
But there was one line that I love. Like, it's probably the funniest exchange in the season. It's between Ethan and Randall. Perhaps I can appeal to your sense of compassion if I had one.
Mm-hmm.
That is just like the funniest
I love it
ever.
I love it.
But also as well, them saying like Elsa, we should have recognized it the whole time, and them comparing Elsa to Superman. But the difference here is that Superman at least adopted a different persona.
Yeah, and the funny thing in all of this episode, I think completely right before everything happened, is Tommy just fighting with Elsa in the fucking schoolyard. Just like dead ass, I'm gonna fight my associate in the schoolyard. And everybody's just coming out of the school.
Most American high school thing ever, other than both of them knowing martial arts.
Right, no, like literally, like all the school kids are coming out. They're just like, it's just another day in the school. And just everybody's wigging out. They just need to. The only difference between that era and now is it would have been a fight with guns.
Yes, it would have been.
And there goes any chance of ads on this video.
Oh, absolutely. But yeah. So yeah, we have Elsa and Mesogog's identities being revealed. This leads into
Clip show, which we're going to skip.
36. The only thing that's noteworthy about this is the sick burn about Connor's soccer dream from Ethan.
Yep, literally. One of the best deliveries in the entire season. And then we get to the finale, which is, I say, a really solid finale.
Yeah, yeah. Because with all the build-up, like, I mean, obviously, you know, like, it's Power Rangers, so you know, I feel like what separates the good finales from the bad finales is like, okay, you know that the villains are going to be defeated by the end of it, but but the big question is like, how are they going to be defeated?
And this is really an interesting thing because we start off with Anton being tortured by tortured by the Mesogog portion, which is kind of seeped back out. We see Elsa getting her comeuppance and being yeeted. We don't really know what.
It should have been me, not her.
No, not even remotely at this point. I like that we don't know who the civilian really is at first, so it's kind of ambiguous, and then we find out it was technically Elsa, who's just like, you know, fully, like, almost appearance changed, kind of. I guess maybe just taking off the 17 layers of fucking makeup and just looking like her normal self. Probably was the case there. We see that the reporter bit storyline is like, you're fired if you don't show the identities of the Power Rangers. Literally, he is J. Jonah Jameson.
We also see a mountain getting blown up.
Yeah, that was really cool, and it was convincing effects. I do like the fact that they trusted Trent enough at this point as a, well, fuck, we don't have any other options, to hand the gems over, and everybody's like, fuck it, we're just going to try and slam through this, like, essentially, canyon wall to get through the portal to get to the island, right? Which was really neat. And I like that we're, like, not letting anybody else drive it but Haley.
Yeah.
She's like, I need to do this because I know how this equipment works. Which was really neat. I love that it's just a fucking banner of Power Rangers on the top of it. Like, they stole it off of the fucking, recycled one of those, I don't know if you guys remember, but they had, like, a Power Rangers Power Wheel Jeep back when I was a kid.
Yeah,
they just took the decal from that, slapped it on the hood of the car, and was like, fuck it, there we go. We do actually see the destruction of the island, but also the destruction of the base, pretty much simultaneously. Zeltrax goes fully fucking sicko mode, destroying everything as the island is being destroyed, and Trent is trying to get Papa Mercer out.
Yeah, and the worst part about it, about Tommy's base being destroyed, is that he's gonna have mega repairs. He's gonna have mega repairs done to be done to his house, because essentially that's his basement.
I'm sure he has homeowners insurance,
so it's just gonna shoot right up.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure we have the homeowners insurance or renters insurance or monster insurance. Some of that has to exist in this point.
Probably have monster insurance at this point.
I mean, like, we know the alien invasions and monster invasions happen constantly in this universe, so why the fuck not? We have we have tornado and hurricane insurance. I think California even has earthquake.
I mean, in that case, they just want to jet people out of their like home's insurance. It's like, you got to buy this other thing. Or why doesn't home insurance cover all of this?
Yeah,
reasons.
It might happen.
But yeah, so
we see one other one other little bit here, and I'll let you guys get your thoughts on that in the recording. We have the full power Zord not touching the Zell Zord, meaning we have to do the annual sacrifice of the Zords. I don't understand why they had to give Mesagog's final form a dumpy. I don't get that. I also don't understand why we have no audio for him, unless it's just like to signify that he's fully returned to Reptile here. And then we have Cassidy learning a valuable lesson at the end after we drain the gems and see that there's no more Dino powers. And we end it all with a prom. I'll let you guys get your final thoughts. I got in this, and I got to go to my new job. So
yeah. So yeah, kind of a bittersweet ending that they destroyed Mesogog, but they lost most of their powers except for their civilian powers because that's bonded to their DNA. So they've still got powers either way. And yeah, as all good seasons do, they end on a song.
Yeah,
I did love when they morphed. They started off in Super Dino mode, just blitzing him, trying to attack him on all sides. I love that.
Yeah, for sure.
And the ending did make sense. It was like, well, this is the only point in the series that going to prom would feel like an appropriate ending.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I do like that we kind of got to return to like a bit of normalcy. I think this is like a 6.5, 7 out of 10 season. There's a lot of good, a lot of bad. But like the good really does outweigh the bad. I'm so over like crappy CGI, but I realize this like the time. I'm not a fan of like the like Jekyll and Hyde stuff, and I wish the role went to anybody but Tommy. But I think that's more of a like in hindsight thing because I realized how much they glazed Tommy as the franchise moved on versus like how hype this would have been in the 2000s when he was coming back, kind of thing.
Yeah. And yeah, Dino Thunder is a really good season, but as you all know, my favorite season is just on the horizon.
I'm very much looking forward to SPD. There will probably be like a month or two in between the recording of this episode and the next episode. But you won't, as a viewer, won't see any of that because this will be all stitched together. Audio podcasts, we'll get them in individual episodes. But it is currently June 9th when we're recording this one. So it'll probably be like sometime in July, maybe August when we get to SPD. And I think there's like 2 more seasons after that for the Disney era.
There's Mystic Force, Operation Overdrive, Jungle Fury, and RPM.
Oh, Jesus Christ, there's a lot more. Never mind. But yeah, I'm super looking forward to that. I know that you love the season a lot. Tyler will give his thoughts on Dino Thunder at the beginning of that. I'll put like a little something to signify where it is, probably. But yeah, this was fun. I'm kind of dreading going to my new job. But I do very much want to have one final thought for this video. And that is, where do you think the cast from this season actually ended up career-wise?
We do actually find that out in the team up for SPD.
Really? So
yes,
they do retroactively get their powers back.
Only for a short while. It'll make sense when we get to the team up episode.
Because that's one of the things. Like when they fully lose their powers, it's very weird to see them kind of return to them. Obviously, like the Ninja Storm stuff, they had the technology to make more morphers because we've figured that because it's all like ninja power. Blah,
Right,
blah, blah, blah,
most of their power is like in them. All the morpher does.
It just amplifies it. Yeah. So like, but this one it was kind of one of the ones where I'm like, huh. Where can we actually go from there? But I guess we'll get to that when we get to it. Until then, peace.
Peace.
SPD emergency.
Yay!
We made it. We made it to the maybe halfway point of this video, maybe the end of this part of the video, depending on what YouTube wants to do.
Yeah.
This is an interesting season.
Yeah. I'm making no secrets that this is my favorite season.
I had never seen all of the season. I knew bits and pieces and bits and bobs of the season from like compilations and stuff, like a lot of them. There's obviously some major changes from the source material to the Power Rangers version of it. Mainly Doggy and another Ranger in their suits / names.
Yeah.
So.
Well, one thing we should clarify as well is that we don't have Songetsu for this video.
Mm-hmm. His computer shit the bed. We're a minute in. So, yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully he'll be back for Mystic Force. But in the meantime, Tyler, you weren't here for Dino Thunder, for the Dino Thunder part of the video, were you?
No, I was not.
No.
I think I was just having a really crappy day, and I just like wasn't in the best mindset for it. I think I was doing a lot of running around that day. But just as a bit of a bridge thoughts on Dino Thunder before we dive fully into SPD. I really like Dino Thunder. I think this is Tommy's best season. He definitely feels like the Power Rangers equivalent of Jotaro Kujo, where he's not very interesting when he's having center stage, but when he takes a back seat and a mentor role, I think he's very compelling. I appreciate Connor's development. Ethan was awesome. I really liked Kira. And Trent definitely grew on me over time. As for favorite Rangers, I can't really order the Rangers like I did for Dino Fury. I like them all about equally. I think Mesogog was a fantastic villain. The suits are superb. And they're probably my favorite dinosaur-themed suit.
That's fair. I made no secret, as anybody who's watched the Dino Thunder portion of whatever this video is going to be, that I want to marry Mesogog's voice.
He does have a very, very good voice.
Yeah. Now with SPD, the reason why this is probably my favorite season is just because of the fact that this, compared to any other season, this, with the exception of Time Force, is probably like the one that has like the most serialized storytelling and honestly some of the best character development from the Rangers, particularly Sky. Sky is probably one of the most developed Rangers in the whole franchise.
I definitely agree there, but I also think I also really like the development with Jack personally. I feel like people really acknowledge Sky and how far he came from beginning to end, which I'm not going to deny, fantastic. But I also think Jack has also come a really long way, while also going kind of full circle. Like, and I feel like the episode, we'll probably get to it later, but the episode where Jack and Sky are trying to take down a meteor just highlight Jack's growth. Because I feel like Jack at the beginning of SPD would not do what he have done at that point if he was where current Jack was.
Yeah. Now with Jack, he's probably one of the most divisive characters, and that is saying something because, well, me and Tyler here, we really appreciate his development. Vex, on the other hand, has some things to say about Jack.
Okay. All memeing aside, there are 3 Red Rangers I absolutely despise. Jack, Jason, and motherfucking douche nozzle from Megaforce. I don't even consider like the temporary Red from Time Force as a Red Ranger, because he's Red Ranger for like all the 3 minutes. And while he is definitely the worst character out of all of these, I will say Jack just rubbed me the wrong way at every single fucking moment of this season. And I think a lot of it has to do with having, like, bit of backstory here. My dad was in a form of law enforcement. So he was a corrections officer for 20 plus years. And Jack turning from, like, you know, goody two shoes street thug to law enforcement lapdog in the span of 2.5 seconds, while, you know, obviously he still wanted to have his own life, and by the end he just seemed to have like the immediate 180 of like, I'm going to suck the cop's dick for the entire season. I realize it's a police themed season, but it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Is like, you had a noble goal and you kind of got caught, you know, whatever. You deal with the consequences, but the immediate 180 to like, I will do whatever is told to me just to serve out this fucking, you know, bit. It was just kind of weird to me. And the fucking attitude, the I am better than you attitude throughout the fucking season, a rivalry between him and Sky was just obnoxious as hell, you know. That's kind of where my mindset was here.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But like, there's, you know, obviously, like, you got to do what you got to do to survive. I understand that, especially like in the future, or well, next year technically, if we're going to go off of, you know, reality's sake here. It's 2024 when we're recording this. This takes place in 2025. What have you?
Crazy. It's crazy to think that, because it says on the wiki takes place in the near future.
Yeah, it's like reality at this point. And a lot of this is kind of like how our lives are in a way when you think about it. That being said, I do think that like there was a certain aesthetic that was in the 2000s of like what the future was going to be. And I never thought like even 5 years ago we'd see a return to flip phones. But here we are with like every goddamn tech company under the sun bringing a flip phone back out. It started with Motorola reviving the Razr. And then you had the Galaxy Flip. Now you have the Google Flip and Folds and all of this. I never thought we'd return to that, you know. But like the Morpher being a flip device, you know, but it's a badge. We're seeing like the retro tech resurgence here in the modern times. And then they're adding into all of that the fact that they were still using, in this one anyway, like regular vehicles. Whereas a lot of in that era was already like, oh, we got flying cars and we have flying bikes. Even Star Wars was, you know, really using that too, with like the pod racers, the speeders, all that shit, even back in the 80s. Obviously, like, that was a lot more in the future, but it's just weird to think about, like, looking to the Matrix and looking to, like, Minority Report and shit that was coming out around the same era, seeing, like, grounded technology at the time, you know, that was comparable to what we're still seeing now. That makes us feel a little bit more timeless than, say, even the Matrix, when you get down to it. But there is one thing that never fucking changes in Power Rangers or Super Sentai. It's the mix of fantastic CG and god-awful CG. And we start right off with Mr. Scaly Furry himself, Doggy Kruger.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Before we do that, I want to say one thing. Before we get to Doggy Kruger, especially in the first episodes, pretty intimidating way to set up the villains. They're like, this planet is useless to us, so we're gonna blow it up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, and that's pretty commonplace in Power Rangers as we go forward. But like at this point in time, like if we're using, you know, those timeline sequence, it wasn't that common. Like we saw, like we knew KO-35 was kind of destroyed, but not destroyed. We saw in Lost Galaxy, Miranoi, you know, kind of get fucked up. But like we never really saw like to this level of destruction, really.
Oh no, I think the only other time was like it back in the second season of Mighty Morphin with Serpentera blowing up that planet.
Yeah, it was just like a random fuck off planet that was abandoned. There wasn't civilization there.
Yeah. Which is kind of funny considering that this season takes place in terms of the continuity after Cosmic Fury.
Yeah, no, that is kind of funny. Because we have Space Patrol Alpha in Cosmic Fury. This is Space Patrol Delta. But we also kind of don't know what Doggy's role really was spoilers for later in the season, Shadow Ranger, right? Because he obviously, like, had experience beyond, like, being a commanding officer. It's pretty obvious, you know, he has combat training and also, like, mild spoilers with Cat. Like, obviously combat training. And I guess to a degree, every police has some level of, like, well, I'm going to teach you, like, hand-to-hand combat. I'm going to teach you, like, how to survive in the field without reaching for your firearm. Even though, like, in the modern era, we see cops shoot first, ask questions never, and kind of deactivate their body cam because, you know, all cops are bastards. I'm
gonna play devil's advocate here. Not all of them. Not all of them. Not all of
We
them.
are going to continue this subject. We are going to drop the subject and just continue with the video.
We're gonna drop this. We're gonna drop this subject.
We will be
right
here for
now.
8 hours.
The other thing I wanted to say is lame title names. Like this era with, like, Bruce Kalish being the producer, he had this really weird thing about it. Like, okay, we're gonna make all the titles in SPD one word, all the titles in Mystic Force 2 words, Operation Overdrive 3 words, Jungle Fury 4 words.
I hate it. I fucking hate it. I know it's a stupid nitpick, but, like, if we were to do this from a reviewer standpoint, where we did every episode individually, which would be fucking annoying and everybody would hate us, could you imagine the YouTube algorithm for our channel on that level alone? Like, we're pushing out one word titles, 2 word titles, 3 word titles, and just like, I don't understand, like, the logic behind doing that after we got things like Day of the Dumpster, you know, fucking
reinforcements from the future,
you know, the fucking message episodes, you know, the Millennium Message, all that shit. Like, you had banger titles and you have, like, Destruction, Devastation, you know, it's like obviously these were fucking bullshit titles, but, like, it felt like an emo kid shit posting on fucking Tumblr here.
Yeah. No, I'm not bashing on Bruce Kalish when I say that, but it's like, yeah, you could have come up with a better quirk.
No, literally, like, I understand there was probably some CEO version of, like, why this happened, like, logistically, the network wants to do this because it's easier for, you know, title cards, or, you know, it's, you know, a way to, you know, break down, like, the you know, production and everything to hide spoilers because somebody might have snuck onto set or some shit like that. And, you know, versus, like, Green with Evil or, like, White Light or some shit like that.
Yeah.
But, like, it's still a stupid thing.
So, yeah, also in this season, we have civilian powers again because of DNA being screwed up by the Rangers. That's not going to come back again in any other season, I'm sure. But what I do like about these powers is that they are reflective of the personalities of the Rangers.
Yeah.
If you really think about it. So, like, you have Bridge, the Green Ranger, with aura readings, which helps to showcase how friendly of a character he is. Sid being the Pink Ranger and being the spoiled rich kid, it's like, oh, I can do what Kevin does from Ben 10, turn my skin into a material. And then you have Sky, Blue Ranger, having force fields, because it's like, I want to be the lone wolf type of guy. It's all about me. And then you have C, the Yellow Ranger, who has holograms of herself, which is part of her backstory of being just extremely lonely. Which that's actually messed up. You're so lonely that the only person you can talk to is yourself.
Yeah, okay, so bear with me for a minute here. I think that the civilian powers this season were a little weaker than Dino Thunder, right? But I do like how they are in tune with the characters themselves. Like the empath, aura reading stuff. That's really cool. It kind of gave me a little bit of a vibe from Time Force there. Where like you had the third eye power essentially, right? And I feel like that's where a lot of the laziness in parts of the season came from, where you had like revisits of certain positions in here. And I kind of get like SPD might be like an extension or like a predecessor to Time Force in that regard. So like having bits of that in there makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But like, I feel like if Z had a little bit more time to shine, I would care more about her as a character. I feel like this is one of those seasons where, and they do this a lot, and it's annoying to me, where the female Rangers kind of take the back seat, and their main character development is the fucking catfight episode.
Well, to be fair, Sid does have a pretty good character development episode when it comes to her birthday, which we'll get into when we get to that episode.
Yeah.
But
I
also with I was just gonna say Jack's power being walking through walls because of like, hey, I don't want boundaries, essentially.
Yeah, literally, that makes so much sense for his character. I feel like that's a trope that really should have died before it did. The catfight episode.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it serves no fucking purpose, especially here because, like, these are two people that share a room. Or quarters essentially. They had like zero reason to even be angry at each other. It was just artificially created in this one, really. And I just feel like it would have been better, sir, for there to be more butting of heads and it, resolving in the way it did for those two, for Sky and Jack.
Oh, absolutely.
It kind of reversed the trope. And that would have been like a great moment. And then the respect moment near the end from the meteor bit that we'll get to when we get to it would have hit a little bit harder. Yeah. Because there would have been like a pre-existing, like, we've kind of resolved more than like, you're my commanding officer, I'll follow you into battle anywhere because blah, 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 blah,
Yeah. But yeah, I think now is to talk about Kruger himself.
I love Kruger.
Kruger is definitely in my top 10 for favorite Rangers. And also probably one of the best mentor figures because he does every single time you see him just doing like a hum or a like growl, you can literally picture what he's actually saying what he's actually saying in his head. And nowhere better is it when he's like, hey, Sky, why do you want to be Red Ranger so much? It's like, I want to live up to my dad. My dad was the best and everything. And then he's like, if I was to appoint Sid as Red Ranger, would you follow him to battle? And he's like, Sid's a girl. And it's like, yeah, Sky's a bit sexist at the beginning, but there's also as well, he does this with Bridge as well. He's like, yeah, Bridge, I do like him, but he's not a leader. And obviously, this was posted on Twitter where it was like, do you think it was like, she's a girl, like the line, she's a girl, was why Kruger didn't give Sky the Red Ranger position? And I was like, no. It was more to do with like, does Sky trust his team enough that, hey, if they became the Red Ranger, I'd have no complaints about that? And it's like he didn't. He at the beginning of the series, he was like, Red Ranger tunnel vision, the Red Ranger is all that matters, the Red Ranger is all that matters, where it's like, no, it's everyone. Everyone contributes in some way.
Yeah, it's something that's like really well worked out throughout the season in another way too, because you can see his frustrations with the team as you go on, because he realizes they have more potential than they're really living up to, and that's something that's a trope in all Power Rangers seasons, obviously. Like, you're not living up to your full potential, you still have room to grow, and then when they get to the mentors, they're like, hey, now you hit it, now you understand what it is to be a true team kind of thing. But it hits a little bit more here, because this is a team of essentially elite operatives, a law enforcement agency, what have you. But at the same time, there is so much disconnect between the two that get brought in because of the crimes committed in the first 2 episodes and being given that chance to kind of go through this like rehabilitation program. And we have or had similar things here in America too, to where you can kind of serve your sentence through community service, what have you.
Which is go ahead.
But like with the disconnect between those two at the beginning and like the 3 that are already there, it's one of those moments where it's a superiority complex between them. Like, we're already the law and you broke it and you're here to serve with us. And it's so fucking real to see in those community service programs as well, because the people leading them think that they're better than the people that were down on their luck or trying to do better in their own way and see the failings of a system, either like redistributing clothes that they kind of stolen from whatever retail store or whatever food that they're trying to get out to the people that are unhoused and everything, right? But they're kind of violating the law in their own right. You see it now in Texas especially. You see a lot of these where like community leaders are just willing to get like 85 fucking tickets for just feeding, unhoused people, because they're like, well, we're doing our own community service here because fuck you. You aren't feeding these people. You're just leaving them here to die, essentially, because they're down on their luck or they've lost their job and have nowhere else to turn to. And our own social services are failing so horrendously in that capacity. But that superiority complex really plays into like Kruger trying to get them to see at least a similar page, not even the same page, and be able to like mesh as a team better to find A Squad, which is like the primary goal for the entire season is, find A Squad, defeat Grom, and be done with the fucking final battle here. And seeing the growth, you see Doggy still be frustrated with people like Jack, even near the very end, because he's kind of shirking his duty, but he understands like, hey, he does deserve to have his life back. He has served 100%, without question the entire time throughout the season. I want him to succeed, but I want him to be able to admit to the fact that he has grown as a person, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And also as well with the A Squad, who are American exclusive Rangers, we get like the little bit of foreshadowing here in this episode where Bridge is like, yeah, there's something off about them. So even back there, spoilers, the A Squad are evil.
Oh, of course they are. We have this fucking boner for evil Rangers here.
Yeah. But yeah, I do like that they set up that well in advance, and it's like it has you debating like how long were the A Squad planning this? Because by the end of the series, when they do come back and reveal themselves, it's been a year. It's been a year from the beginning of the series to the end of the series. So, like, were they planning this like when they did become the A Squad, whenever that was? Yeah. Because that just raises so much questions about like why the A Squad decided to do this. Like, were they just like disinterested in what Kruger was doing?
It might be a little bit of that. It might be a little bit of like, we're better than you, so we're going to fucking take over kind of thing. There's a lot of these, plots, especially in like American media, where like, and I feel like it ties all the way back to like, we're better than the Brits kind of thing, right? Yeah,
which is kind of funny to say, considering you've got a Brit in the video.
Well, I mean, it's our own superiority complex here. Like we try to fucking escape, imperialism, and we're kind of implementing it in our own capacity here. But at the same right here, like I feel like this like one group of goodies kind of like is the bad guy, and then the other one kind of, just does their own thing and everything. My brain's kind of fried there, but you get the point. Like this moral quandary plot of like which team of supposedly good people is better, is kind of really tied into our media here.
But also as well with this episode, we have also have the morphers, which are also judgment devices that, if you're found guilty, you get turned into children's trading cards.
I still think my favorite meme is seeing us fucking card.
Yeah, and I just want to see. I want to see that happen, and then you have Mesogog from the last season pick it up with Pegasus's face and going, very collectible.
I'm honestly thinking like, possibly getting a scene with like a group of SPD officers with like a stack full of cards, and you're just like trying to play some form of game with them. While you hear the fucking screams of all of the.
Let me out! God damn it! I did nothing wrong.
It was just a piece of cake. Oh, yeah, and that reference line from Boom, who's basically the alpha of this season.
He'd be better than Alpha in every single way.
Yeah. Boom is just such a gem, played by Kelson Anderson in one of his very first like big roles for Power Rangers. I think what I like most about Boom is that despite the fact that he flunked out of the academy, like he wasn't like the most physically fit, they still made him an assistant. Like they still saw like, hey, this guy's got potential in other areas that can help us. Just going to show like how big of a organization SPD is and how it doesn't just need the Rangers, it needs other people that, hey, we can't fight, but we can still like help develop stuff that can help in the fight.
Yeah, like there's I like that there's so many wings of SPD because it gives you so much unique opportunity for characters to kind of flourish, right? And I feel like this is like playing a bit more into like the military side of SPD than the like police side of SPD, right? Because we know, at least now, you know, in hindsight, that it's a gigantic organization full of like various departments, and it's obviously had a very long history with people like Adam helping form SPA, and through like the expanded media of the comics and everything, we know that there's more and more detail to it. But like even here, we saw like we have a weapons department or an R&D department with like Cat and, you know, Boom being parts of that, and then you see like near the end you have cadets and different like squads of like, now you can get SWAT powers and shit, you know.
Yeah.
So it's very cool in that regard.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me, and I'm bringing this up because it's just ended. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if Horikoshi saw Deca Ranger and was kind of inspired by that for parts of My Hero Academia.
It would not shock me because Sentai is so fucking massive over there. It's more so here too now.
Yeah, and I was just saying that because of the fact that you have like Jack and C being arrested at the beginning of the series, and Kruger giving like, hey, you have an opportunity to do something that can help people rather than being seen as criminals. And I really wish that was like more focused on in My Hero, because like just pushing people away that do pay crimes, that's just going to make things even worse. Whereas like here, it's like, hey, yeah, they may have been criminals, but they have potential to be something bigger than what they are at the moment, and we're gonna make something out of these people.
Yeah, no, like I very much think like at least some form of Sentai was involved in a lot of manga. We see, I don't know how much you guys follow like the, you know, Massiverse and everything like that, like I do and like Thurman does to an extent, right? But a lot of those comics are also like very much Sentai inspired, more so from like Kamen Rider and Ultraman. Thurman and I back in the day did an interview with one of the authors of one of them for the Dead Lucky, and Melissa also went on to, you know, write and direct the end of the current Boom comic as well, the Darkest Hour arc, and she also was very heavily involved in like the Nickelodeon era of the Power Rangers here, but a lot of the Dead Lucky was inspired by Ultraman, Kamen Rider, Radiant Black more so by Power Rangers, Rogue Sun a bit more Power Rangers. All of those authors for that also did at some point at least write on the Boom comics as well. And it was very interesting to see those influences there. So we're seeing that influence hit here in the West more now too, and it's kind of cool to see, the traditional Sentai, get respect over here now. Whereas, like, when we were growing up, Luke, like, the only we talked about, like, the only, like, fucking media we had of certain, Sentai adjacent series or, like, Toku series were, like, the really, really bad Gridman stuff or the Americanized Kamen Rider Dragon. I would just lost media at this point.
Oh, God.
To where, like, the fucking actor for that's like, go out and fucking pirate it because this is wiped from the fucking face of the earth. It's kind of cool, though, like, seeing a bigger Toku influence. And I feel like now it's more obvious too, right? When something's Toku focused or at least inspired. We had Zip Man, we had Candy Flurry, in manga as well. They kind of had that as like Ultraman or at least giant robot inspired. Fucking Don has Godzilla references with Veloma. So yeah,
I think. Yeah, but I think that one of the biggest ones at the moment is, and I'm not gonna say the Americanized name, out of respect for you, Vex, but Ranger Rejects is probably one of the most like obvious, like Super Sentai inspired manga.
Yeah, and we have another like Red Ranger Isekai coming out, as well. We have a couple of like, I don't know who sent it to me, but somebody DM'd me that there's a fucking NTR hentai Power Ranger thing, and I cannot for the life of me pronounce it, and I refuse to put porn in the description of the video for obvious reasons, but it exists out there if you're into that kind of thing, and I questioned my life at that point. And I feel like it's because on Twitter, my presence is essentially just shit posting till I get permanently banned at this point. Because that site is a fucking cesspool.
Absolutely. Where if you bring up something like, "Hey, I don't exactly agree with what you're doing," blocked.
I mean, I block people out of my own sanity's sake at this point. But like, you're right. There's one really cool thing, because you're right. Like, Telson Henderson obviously like continues down this path of being involved in this franchise. I know he's involved in Mystic Force. I know eventually he becomes a Ranger in Ninja Steel. Because he plays the Red Ninja Ranger in Cosmic Fury. And I've seen bits and pieces of a couple of the other series that he's been in, and it's so wholesome to see somebody reprise a role, or at least reprise a spot in the franchise so much. I really do think he has, next to fucking Tommy, the most reprisals in this fucking franchise, though.
Yeah, he might actually. I think he might have the most. I'm gonna bring it up and just count like quickly. But yeah, the only other things about the first episode that I really wanted to comment on was the fact that because of the natural bickering of the Rangers in this season and how it takes them so long to get along, it does lead to Grum being one of the most successful villains, because he gets away with a lot of stuff in this season.
Oh yeah, no, like it. Next to Lothar, I think he might be the most successful, or he might actually have Lothar beat, honestly.
I mean, he stole a bunch of diamonds, stole a bunch of metal, stole from like a nuclear power plant.
Yeah, and this also ties into like, the main themes of this season are like, okay, well, the main overarching stories are like, okay, we've got to find the A Squad Rangers, but also like, okay, Grum is stealing all this material for something, which does come back into play in the finale. But as well in this season with the foot soldiers being the Crybots, and I said this in the when we were watching it. What I love most about the Crybots in this season is the fact that anyone who's watched like the 2003 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series, they remind me of the Foot Clan in that series, because you have like the basic ones, and then you have like the upgraded ones, and the upgraded ones usually, like with the Turtle series, give the Rangers quite a bit of a challenge.
Mm-hmm. It's like the change between like the regular putties to the Z putties, but like the upgraded ones were kind of present to a degree even near the beginning too. But like there's something to be said about like the massive shift in like the strength between the fucking mooks too. Like brain, like when we went to like in the like Lost Galaxy, like right at the end, right, where we kind of were using the excess footage that really had no place there, where we were in the Lost Galaxy, right, like that there should have done something similar, but it really didn't seem to bother the overarching plot. Whereas like the difference between like a regular putty to a Z putty, from like the fucking upgrades from the putties to the cogs, or the putties to the fucking Tengu, or like from the fucking cogs to Quantron, the Piranatrons to Quantrons, like all of these mooks really do kind of have their own take. And I feel like these ones here, aside from like the difference in design, I think they have like, other than the Piranatrons, like the second most personality at this point.
Oh, absolutely. And by the way, just to say, I did look it up. Kelson Ensign does have like as goes ahead of Jason David Frank, so he's been in the most seasons of Power Rangers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13 of the seasons.
That's insane. That's some job security right there.
Oh yeah,
not anymore. But like,
not anymore. But hey, he had a good run.
Yeah, no, like I'm shocked, honestly. But it also makes sense because like even Jason David Frank didn't even reprise his role here in this season. It was Trent's voice actor doing the dubbing. So like, or Trent's actor doing the voice dubbing, I should say.
Yeah. So really, the only other thing that I had for my notes for the opening two-part was Piggy. Piggy. The Lando Calrissian mixed with Arjit from Ben 10, but honestly, I like 1,000 times more than Arjit. It's not that's not saying much, but he's still better than Arjit.
Yeah, literally.
At least Arjit has more charisma than Piggy. So.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Piggy, Arjit isn't really self-aware of himself, whereas Piggy very much is.
Oh, Arjit is absolutely self-aware of the fact that he's conning people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair enough. But I don't know why. I just find Piggy less punchable. I think it's because he's not he's not overly outdoing it in the set. I'm trying to think of how to word it. Like,
he's not outwardly malicious.
Outwardly malicious. He's more like, hey, okay, I'll work for you. Oh crap, these guys are here. What do I do? I can't really do anything, otherwise I'll get vaporized. I've got to think of something right now. And honestly, Piggy does have later on one of the best lines in any episode where he says, "To all these aliens around us, you're the monsters." To the SPD Rangers. So that's why I consider him more tolerable than Arjit.
That's totally fair. I will say, at least for me, the punchability of Arjit does wonders for me. He's like so hateable that I love to hate him. In a sense, like
Yeah. Well, Arjit to me is the Ben 10 equivalent of Chris McClane from Total Drama.
but you're not supposed to like him either.
But
You're not supposed to like.
I know. That's the thing. I just want to punch all of the. If I want to get like just a plushie of Chris McClane and Arjit so that I can just strangle them.
Like, but that makes sense because they're supposed to be douchebags. Like, Chris McClane has the longest fucking rap sheet on the villains wiki for a reason. Like, he's not meant to be likable. You know, where Piggy is supposed to be this morally gray black market dealer kind of character. Arjit's supposed to be a douche nozzle, but he's also supposed to be at least, like, morally, you know, at least contemptible, right? But you end up growing to hate him as a character, in a sense. But I feel like Piggy at least had room for redemption, because he made the Rangers aware of, like, hey, you know, you're human, right? But to everybody here, you know, you're the monsters. You're the ones causing all the trouble while we're just trying to make do. We're just trying to survive here, you know? And it's kind of like the point I was making at the beginning with, like, Jack turned on the people he was trying to help originally, right? The characters that Piggy is, you know, in business with or trying to make dealings with would be the same people that Jack in the beginning of the series, and Z really, they would be on the same team. They would be trying to survive. They would be the bad guys to the greater cosmos, essentially. But they were kind of the rats in this. They were the ones that kind of just turned their back on everything while making life difficult for the people that they once served.
Mm.
Yeah.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better. Yes, yeah. And yeah, as well. And with Piggy, later on in the series, where he's like, "Hey, I've got myself a food truck." It's like every single time SPD comes in, they're like, "We've not done anything. Let's get over here." And he's like, "Oh my god, I just want to serve people today."
Yeah, literally. Would you believe me if I said we've almost been an hour on the first episodes?
Oh god. Oh.
Yeah.
What is this? A Ben 10 video?
Well, that's gonna be a meme. It's like, how long are the Ben 10 videos gonna be?
No, literally. But I don't have any real notes on episodes 3 or 4.
Well, the things that I had on them are that Jack being a dick because of he lets the fact that he's the leader go to his head because of Boom. Partly this episode is Boom's fault, because if Boom had not said, "Hey, you get to lead all these, you get to boss these people around," I don't think Jack would have been like, "Yeah, I'm the leader. I don't have to do anything because I'm the leader." But also in this episode, we get introduced to Broodwing, who's just in it for the money. He's a bounty hunter that is in Grum's servant. It's like, hey, if you pay me, I'll give you all the troops and equipment you ever would need. And also we have Mora, who's a little girl who can bring drawings to life, so she's going to be a manga artist in the future. But what I love most about this is that it does feel like one big dysfunctional family. Going back to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles reference, it's kind of like Krang, Shredder, and Bebop and Rocksteady, where they just get constantly annoyed by each other, and I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
There is a charm to, like, how dysfunctional the villain group is. Actually, kind of similar to how, like, I was actually watching between the Dino Thunder and this portion of our Disney era retrospective, I had actually started dabbling into the likes of Super Sentai and Kamen Rider. I'm currently in Forze right now, and I am loving it.
Mhm.
Before that, I dabbled into Zhu Ranger. I admit a little disappointed, but one of my favorite aspects of that was the villain dynamic and how they were all one big dysfunctional group that had amazing chemistry.
And I've heard that they have jam sessions.
Yes.
Yeah,
I've got-
Shoe
I've got-
Ranger is just weird. It's fun, but it's weird. It's
I've got
nothing
a-
like Power Rangers.
Yeah, I've got to ask you, Tyler. True Ranger or season 1 of Mighty Morphin?
Zhu Ranger, but that's not saying much.
Okay,
It's really fucking close.
it's only because it doesn't have Jason. Let's be honest.
I wouldn't even, like, as somebody who watched it a couple years ago, I wouldn't even say it doesn't have Jason. It's just that, like, it at least is all sensible in its own fucked up way. Whereas, like, season 1 of Mighty Morphin, you could cut 90% of that dog shit and it would still make as much sense.
Yeah, fair enough. But the other notes that I had for episode 3 was the Delta Squad Megazord, the baseline Megazord for this season, which gets deployed, but with the SPD headquarters basically opening up. I love it.
Mhm. It's
and
not
also-
as crazy as Lightspeed's base Zord thing.
No, it isn't.
Fair enough.
And go ahead, Tyler.
I gotta say, I love the Delta Squad Megazord. Just the way that, like, it presents a, like, a mobility that we have not seen from a lot of, like, big robots and Megazords for arguably a long while now. I love seeing it, like, duck and roll and, like you and shit. It feels like, I guess this is more of a praise on Deca Ranger than SPD, but you know what? I'm still praising it either way. I love seeing this Megazord in action. It's a clean design. It's even more badass in action.
Fair enough. And the only other note that I had for this episode was what Jack learns by the end of this episode, which is a true leader leads by example. And to his credit, to Jack's credit, he does end up doing the obstacle course that he put everyone else through. He put his money where his mouth is, unlike some other leaders that I could probably name off the top of my head. But the whole thing about true leader leads by example, and I'm going to get into a little bit of a personal thing here, but that's exactly the reason why I have been with my job for so long, because my boss is exactly that, leads by example. Yeah, so that's why I respect him so much. But yeah. And he's a great guy. He is absolutely. I'm not just saying this to bore up to him. I say this 100% serious. That he is probably one of the best bosses I've ever had. Like, down to earth guy, honest. Very rarely gets angry. Like I've been there I've been there over 6 years. I've never seen him get angry at all. Like, and people say, "Oh no, he does." I'm like, I've never seen it. So
that might be because you don't anger him, you know.
Yeah, but also as well, he kind of has the philosophy of like, hey, if you're gonna work in a place like this, you might as well crack a few jokes, have a bit of fun every now and then. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's very understanding as well. Like, hey, unlike Kruger, he will actually give me a life outside of work.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Kruger, but yeah. SPD is all Kruger has in life.
Well, I mean, he also is his wife. I gotta save my wife.
Oh God, we'll get to that. But yeah, so that's all my notes for episode 3. Episode 4, really was just like, was just pretty much the first step into Sky really developing into more light-hearted character, because of the fact that, hey, we want to play this game. Sky, do you want to join in? No, I'm gonna be the lone wolf here. I have pride I have pride, and I resent Jack for being the Red Ranger. And because of that, Grum gets away with a plan. He steals a bunch of diamonds, and the lesson throughout this whole episode that Sky and pretty much the whole Ranger team has to learn is that when we let our emotions get the better of us, we give the enemy an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Which is so true.
No, literally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, like I said, this is the first episode where we really see Sky mellowing out into a much more hey, I may be a bit I may be a bit of a hard ass sometimes, but I'll try to do better.
No, literally, like that's one of those things, right? Like I didn't really have any notes for this, but like the moral lessons here, and like the need to actually patch everything up is something that you don't always get this early on. So that is a strength that you see a lot here. Like you don't have those lingering grudges or like rivalries over leadership as badly as you did with, say, in the back of like, I should be the leader still with Jason, even though like he kind of is pushed to the side and just becomes like second thought beta bitch, which, you know, rightfully so. But like here you have that tension, but they still are able to work to a degree between Sky and Jack, but it's still there. And every time that little fucking message pops up, it leads to another plot development. It leads to character development for a character. Not always Sky or Jack, but it's also there for like, hey, especially like in the SWAT episodes where they're, you know, sent there, they get their morphers taken and everything. You see like everybody has that moment of character development. Like we want to be together. We want to be a team. We want to be friends. And that in that particular episode, I do like that aspect of SPD a lot.
Yeah. But those were my notes on episodes 3 and 4. But now we get into probably one of my favorite episodes of the season, episode 5, Dogged, where we get introduced to the K9 canon with Rick, the robot dog.
Mm-hmm.
I love Rick. I love him so much. Who doesn't love a robot dog?
I mean,
Apparently Sid.
At the beginning, but I think my main reason why I like this episode so much is because of Sid's character. Because you'd think that Sid, being the spoiled rich girl, when Rick finds like, hey, there's something that's turning people into slime. Where is it? Oh, is it here? Like, no, there's nothing here. It's just underground. Sid works her ass off. She literally gets herself dirty to prove that, no, Rick was right. Rick was right. I'm going to prove Rick is right. I'm going to dig this hole. I don't care if it's raining. I don't care if there's mud on my boots. I am proving that this dog is right. And she could have so easily just complained throughout all of that moment when she was doing that. Like, oh, this is going to make my nails dirty. This is getting in my hair or anything. Oh, sweat everywhere. No, she was literally justified in what she was saying. Like, once I get out of here, I'm going to a spa. I'm having a massage because I need it. And to be fair, yeah. Doing all that work, digging a hole underground, getting blood, getting sweaty, getting mud on you, I am on her side. It's like, yeah, go and have a bath.
Yeah. Like, I think in this, like, the amount of upgrades and stuff that was thrown into the little RoboPup and everything kind of gave away that, like, this is going to be a bit more important than just, like, it's kind of our ultimate weapon. It's more of, like, well, it kind of helped with, like, the battleizer at one point, and it kind of helped with a lot of the, like, subplots near the end as well, with, like, being able to kind of fight and break people out of, like, various situations. We also see, like, how important all the R&D that goes into everything ends up being really early on here. Instead of having, like, a Billy being the one to just, like, tinker in the middle of the field with some fucking C batteries, for example, right? We have, like, Also, where the fuck, even in that era, I feel like C batteries were a little less common. I like how important this little piece of technology becomes throughout the series. What I do, and like I agree, like a little Missy Prisp going to bat for the technology that she kind of rejected is really cute. I kind of do hate how easily we're seeing win after win after win, and it just continue. Like the fact that it's seemingly like all the lessons get learned and none of the lessons get learned in this entire season is a little frustrating from that aspect, but I do like that we see successful villains as well, because you more often than not see them get just like completely shit stomped every time. The fact that you saw the wins was like refreshing, at least. I just wish it wasn't so consistently.
Fair enough. But one other thing I've got to say about this episode, which was the only other note I had, aside from Bridge liking toast because it's buttery. Oh, I like that. But also, Broodwing playing Tea Party.
That was crazy.
The jokes there just write themselves.
Like, I never expected that, honestly. Like, it's so funny seeing a bat play Tea Party.
Not just a bat, but like a bat bounty hunter who is just like, I could kill these people for a profit. Hey, get out of here. No, you gotta play Tea Party. And then it's just Grum saying, drink your tea. Oh, I love it. But really, that's all I had on episode 5. And I'm cracking myself up too much here. But I promised that I would not do the freak out moments with this season, even though it's my favorite. That was reserved purely for Time Force. And hey, we've got one for Ben 10 with Tyler with a certain alien. Tyler knows the one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, so with episode 6, it's just a case of like, hey, more telling of like Bridges' true nature of just being like, hey, I can tell when a person is actually lying, because it's also the case of like, don't judge a book by its cover, because you have, in one aspect, you have this alien who looks like, oh yeah, he is up to no good. He's obviously going to rob a bank and everything. And then you have this one who's like, oh no, please save me. This guy, he's the criminal, but it's actually the role reversal in this episode where it's like the cute innocent alien is actually the criminal, and the one who was thought to be the criminal is like, hey, I'm trying to arrest this person.
Oh yeah.
And, it's also a highlight of Bridges' unique skill set, and how the team may not know what the hell Bridge is doing. Like, god damn it, does he do his job well?
No, like, he is 100% a certified fucking weirdo, but he is probably, like, the main ranger that I like the most, because even through all of his weirdness, like, pure autistic energy, he gets shit done, and he gets it done well.
Yeah, and also as well, if I had to pick, like, a ranger that I identify the most with, it would be Bridge. Like, Bridge is basically my spirit animal.
No, kind of really agree
because most, like, when, like, later on in the series where it's just like, I can say buttery without wiggling my fingers. I'm just like, that is something that I would do. Like, I'll just be like, come on, hand, stop it, stop doing that when I do something. So yeah, and also as well, Bridges' actor has ADHD like me as well. So hey, that's something we have in common. So yeah, pretty good episode. Just not a lot to talk about with that episode. Just a nice bit of like, hey, we get to see Bridge in action and actually succeed. So yeah, episode 7 and 8, which is a 2-part. There's quite a lot of two. I've just realized as well. There's quite a lot.
Literally,
of
it's like fucking half the season this time around.
Yeah, which is very unique for Power Rangers. Not really seen it since like the Mighty Morphin days, if you really think about it. Because most of the time, it's like reserved for the premiere and the finale. Yeah. But yeah, you're going to say something, Tyler?
I was just about to say, I'm just happy that since you brought up Mighty Morphin, I'm just happy there's no fucking 5-parters. Seriously, that shit was the biggest pain in the ass to deal with.
Yeah. So with this episode, get introduced to a new character, Sam, which, yeah, I'm sure he's not going to pop up later on. We might as well start calling him Richie. Any excuse to just like say justice for Richie or justice for anything. But yeah, so he also has special abilities like the other Rangers, and this is where we actually do learn the idea of like, hey, SPD, the SPD Rangers got their abilities because of DNA alterations, which happened in 2001, and this is pretty much theorized that SPD is related to biolabs from Time Force because they were trying to duplicate the quantum morpher powers, and it doesn't seem to be like any indication that they stopped after Rancic was defeated. Because I mean, they had the Quantum Ranger, and West was still the Time Force Red Ranger, so they also had him to work with as well. So it's kind of a weird paradox here that if SPD is related to biolabs, and if we're going along the timeline of the Rangers, then wouldn't that technically mean that SPD might actually be the precursor to Time Force?
You mean the Descendants?
Like the Descendant, like SPD starts off in like the year 20, like the 2001s, like let's just say 2001s, and then in 3000 it becomes Time Force in the year 3000.
Wait, it would be the precursor then. Yeah.
I
was thinking the wrong way around. My bad.
Yeah. There's no real indication to say that. Hey, this is not what happens. Yeah. But yeah. Also as well, like Sam just try to get recruited to be the bad guys, but C being like, hey, I understand what it's like to be lonely here. And even when aliens are accepted on Earth, there's still prejudice.
Yeah, there's a lot of prejudices right there. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, yeah. I honestly am not shocked and shocked all at the same time that it's still this much racism, speciesism, whatever you want to call it. In, the era that, of the future that we were seeing here, you would think, like, in the future based on, like, what we kind of called the, retro future, what we were predicting the future to be, it would have been, like, sunshine and rainbows, but like we saw with Rancic and everything, like there was still speciesism and racism there. So I guess they kind of wanted to tackle some political issue in this season as well. And it kind of, fits with the police theme, obviously, that they be a little bit prejudiced. That's not changed at all.
Yeah.
But, it's still like how fucking openly they're racist against these aliens as well. It's kind of wild. Like, this is a kid's show, and they're like, and they're not sugarcoating it,
Oh yeah, but not even that. Even the aliens are prejudiced because you have that flashback. You have not a flashback. That scene with Sam, where those kids, including aliens, are playing basketball, and they're just there like beating on him, and I'm just there like, wow, even aliens can be prejudiced to humans. So yeah, and also as well, the monster in the episode turning people into dolls. you know, Sugar from Dressrosa would have been so proud. Had to make the One Piece reference there. But yeah, honestly, that was really all I had on the Sam two-parter. So now, episode 9 is honestly another one of my favorite episodes. Primarily because it has like my favorite scene in all of SPD. And I did point this out when we were watching this episode, where we have Sky's best friend returning to the academy, but it turns out he's turned to the dark side. Shocker! Who would have thought it?
Oh yeah, like this is another one of those like common Power Rangers tropes where like the friend comes back. We saw it with like the racing episode in Time Force, and we see it, you know, a little bit in other seasons coming up. But like there's like even to an extent like Zato and Ion, the Gold Ranger, you know, friend sealed away, becomes other Ranger kind of thing. You know, it's one of those things. I kind of like it, and I kind of don't in this one, because it's kind of just a shittily thrown together, we need to develop the character moment. And what better way than to strike down the mentor, put him in the infirmary, and have a duel. The action, though, is really cool. Like the friendship bracelet, deflect bullet kind of thing. That was dope. But it just kind of felt like an episode that was thrown in to add to the episode counter. About like the Mighty Morphin era.
Fair enough. But yeah, like I said, like that whole like Western standoff in the theater where it's just like Sky, you just see the camera like pan over and it's like SPD emergency, and just the lighting in that scene is just so good. Like it does really feel like a true Mexican standoff.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They have. Yeah, and I love that scene for it. But also as well, yeah, with the best friend here, Drew, he's played by the same guy who was that bully in the Ethan episode in Dino Fury. Not Dino Fury, Dino Thunder. And he'll be showing up again later, playing one of the Rangers in a very, very, very divisive season.
RPM or Overdrive?
Overdrive.
Fine.
He appears in Overdrive. But also as well, it's kind of funny with this episode because like when Drew's like, "Hey, Sky was a very wacky-go-lucky kind of guy when we were at the academy," and everyone's just like, "Sky," because we've seen what Sky is like before this episode, so it's kind of wild to think that he would be someone like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but I would like to think that was the case, that he was a bit more like wild, wacky, but because his best friend left, he was kind of like, I've got no one to be around. Like, I don't know how to relate to half these people. So that's maybe why he became such a stick in the mud. Because he really didn't have anyone that he could really connect with, or really give him like a challenge like Jack does.
Could also be that like as he like understood the circumstance he was in, like understand what everything was about, that he started to take it more seriously.
Could be.
Yeah.
But yeah. And also as well, Sky learning like, hey, just because he's your friend, that doesn't excuse you for like, hey, being blinded by what they're doing. Which I think is a lesson that a lot of people kind of need to learn at times. Like, I feel like a lot of people do kind of forget that, like, hey, yeah, they're your friend, they're your family, but if they are doing like really horrible things, like trying to assassinate someone, yeah, you can't let them get away with that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I think that there is one thing here that there's going on to like episode 10 here, because we've stretched to an hour and 10 minutes here. I'm trying to speed it up just a little bit.
Okay.
I love how many lore references we got in this season too. Because when we just like get my train of thought out there, because I'm also responding to an important message. We have KO35, we have Onyx, we have like the archive, which will come in handy later on because the archive gets referenced quite a bit. We saw it a little bit in Dino Thunder as well, in Tommy's lab. Like, that's something that's really like referential. The ability to restore powers comes back. Obviously, we've seen at least temporary power restoration before. Morphers getting made, and I guess maybe this is kind of like a way that the Master Morpher can be explained. I never thought of it until seeing this season in its full capability. Like, we saw them pull the fucking Morphers out of the archive and replicate them in the, the lab there. And there's one other little thing that I fucking love in episode 10, and it's the monster. The like shadow clone jutsu bullshit and how it fought in this episode might have been one of my favorite bits in like just random moments here.
Absolutely. And also, enough posing, let's fight.
Yeah, literally. After 13 fucking seasons, we finally hear that.
Yeah. But yeah, that's also that's also partly why I like this season a lot, is because because up to this point, anybody who's like seen the whole season, like we have the whole franchise up to this point, like we have, you get a little bit of a kick of like some of the references that happen here, but at the same time, they're not out there in your face, like, hey, remember this? Hey, remember this? Like, this was important. It's kind of just like it's kind of a throw it in here, like, hey, if you know this, great. If you don't, that's it. That's okay, and you can still enjoy it. Like, for example, in episode 10, we have Jack and everyone playing a video game, and one of the combatants on that video game is the Blue Centaurian, which I was like, oh god, I love it. I love that he got referenced. And also as well, like, KO35 getting referenced in this episode as well, because of the monster escaping over, like, hey, there's a satellite in KO35 and the prisoners escaped. But the most important aspect of this episode is like, hey, is like Sid learning to accept, like, hey, maybe I shouldn't like talk about how rich I am in front of Jack. Because of the fact that
literally.
because of the fact it's Sid's birthday and she has plans, which fair enough, she had things planned, but Jack is just like, yeah, I'm not going to let you enjoy your birthday because I need you for this, and it's kind of important, and you are having a pre-birthday meal before your actual birthday, so I think you can lose that. And Sid just being... You see, this is kind of like the thing. If this had happened in the episode with Rick, this would have probably made me not like Sid a whole lot than I already did. But I do like the fact that as well, by the end of this episode, Sid is just like, oh yeah,
A bit of an
asshole. Bit of an asshole. And to her credits, by the end of it, she's like, hey Jack, since you don't have a birthday, do you want to share my birthday and have it be your birthday as well? So that was a nice moment between the two of them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because even as we get older and like birthdays tend to like not be that big of a deal anymore. At least once celebrate your birthday. Celebrate your birthday however you want it.
Mm-hmm.
At least once.
I celebrated my birthday a couple days ago.
Yeah, you did. You showed the picture of you because you legally can drink now, Tyler.
Yep. For those for viewers out there, I just had my 21st birthday, so now legally I'm able to drink it in the United States.
I find that because there's so many things you guys can do at 18, but
We can
drinking-
buy a gun. We can join the military. We can vote. We can do all these things, but we can't fucking drink or buy tobacco products. Although, like, when I was a kid, you could buy tobacco products a lot younger than you can now, and I totally understand why they changed that. As somebody who is fiending for their vape and has no idea where the fuck they put it. I need to put an AirTag on that shit.
Well, hey, don't worry, Fex. Don't worry, Fex. I'm sure you'll be able to find some more.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I say, just staring at my bank account, like, please, 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 don't go any lower right now.
All right. So anyway, episodes 11. Episodes 11 and 12. Another two-part. One focusing on Kruger because it's Kruger's introduction to being the Shadow Ranger. It just powers on like the Kruger backstory of like, hey, I led the first SPD team of Rangers and we lost against Grum, which is probably a first for the franchise. Outside of maybe Andros and Sane might technically count, but
or if you count the comics, the original Ranger Zordon shows with the person that ends up heading up Promethea, she technically was the first Mighty Morphin Red Ranger, and her entire team died on the moon base fighting Rita. But yeah.
Yeah, and Kruger just being cranky at the Rangers, but you can understand why with this because of the fact that, hey, he's being troubled by his past. Yeah, it doesn't excuse his behavior, but you can at least understand it. And just him being like, hey, because of that failure, because I failed badly, I don't want to pick up the sword. I don't want to fight again. And this is where we also get the reference to his wife being taken away from him, which also becomes a factor in Kruger's development for the rest of the series. Like, will I ever get my wife back? Will I ever get my other doggy back so that we could do doggying? I'm sorry, I had to do that joke.
There are so many layers to that. That is the onion of jokes right there. I'm sorry. What the fuck? I'm
sorry, Beck. But literally, his name is Doggy.
No, like you're right. You're right, but you're like, is it the doggy? Is it the position? What is it? And I'm just like, I don't want to unpack all that, but that was fucking hilarious. Well done. Like the fucking. The brooding mentor thing is, pretty, not unheard of in the Power Rangers fandom or franchise. What is kind of cool is like his reluctancy to pick up the weapon because he has admitted that he has failed, and he has this like inner conflict of like, am I even fit to be a leader kind of thing going on during this bout of nightmares and shit, right? I love that, and I hate it at the same time because he's such an interesting character. If he hadn't picked the sword back up and become the Shadow Ranger, I feel like it would have been such a waste, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Because who would have fucking led the team after that? After he's like, I'm resigning, right? It would have been Birdie, who I don't think we actually see yet.
No, we don't see Birdie yet, but we'll get to him. I mean, I guess
or Cat or Boom.
I was going to say Cat. Cat could have very easily done it. And I'm saying that because Cat is one of the best girls. That's
Mother. That's Mother. I love her.
That's a scientific fact. Better than Haley from Dino Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And also as well, the relationship that she has with Kruger is one of the most fascinating ones because you have the cat, you have the dog coming together. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
Even though in the original Decker Ranger, it's supposed to be more of a swan, but I digress.
Yeah. because as well, I get the feeling that Kat, because of Kruger losing his wife, is kind of seeing herself as like, hey, I need to be like a surrogate wife to this guy to keep, because she's the one who really keeps him on track half the time.
Makes it all the more awkward when he actually gets his wife back, but we're not gonna talk about that.
Yeah.
Right.
But it is one of the most endearing relationships I've seen between characters in Power Rangers, Kat and Kruger. 'Cause they do bicker a lot like an old married couple.
Yeah.
Especially when she goes, "You are just such a stubborn dog." Yeah. So anyway, Kruger becomes the Shadow Ranger, and I do like the because you have like the general in this episode say, "Hey, I will challenge you if you can beat 100 Crybots," and Kruger does defeat 100 Crybots, and we do see it because of the counter that appears, which was a nice touch that I did like. But the cherry on top for this episode is the costume. The Shadow Ranger costume is my favorite costume in all of Power Rangers.
Agreed.
Yeah, but you have to question what happened to his snout. Is it like, how is he even able to talk if his snout is like this, like right off in his nose, like it's gonna make it difficult to talk?
Nanomachines, son.
Fair enough.
Oh my god. So
I was gonna say something about Kruger in this episode. I forgot what I was gonna say.
would it technically be considered a cop killing here at the end, or would it be justifiable homicide, right? That's where I'm going here. Because, like, we really... Like, there seems to be two very, very distinct endings to the whole judgment thing, right? We see them get, like, especially, like, massively later on, we see them get obliterated in space by a giant fuck-off cannon, or usually, like, thrown into the containment carts. That didn't seem to happen in this two-parter. It's just like, dude's dead, possibly.
No, he did get imprisoned in the card by the end of the episode. Yeah, he did. Because Kruger was charging him, and then he was like, "Hey, I'm going to charge you with the kidnapping of my wife." Wait, you're innocent of that? Oh, well, he's still guilty of the other things.
Fair enough. I might not have just taken a note there, and we watched this, like, half a month ago.
Yeah.
But yeah,
so
like,
yeah,
100 mooks done. We got the 100 logo on Kruger. I still think Jack is a dumbass by this point. He hasn't really had any major character development, in my opinion. What do we think about the logic behind dogs having nightmares too, though? That's an interesting concept on a species level.
Hey, cats and dogs, they can have dreams, so it's very, very logical to think that they can have nightmares.
That's fair.
Dog owner, I can back this up.
Can you? Yeah, because you have a dog, Tyler.
Yep. I believe there was one night where, like, Harley was having a bad dream. I could hear a...
Oh, there we go. Scientifically proven right here with evidence.
I don't think Akiza has dreams, unless it involves food. So
well, I know Gem has dreams because she's always twitching in her sleep.
And Hades only dreams of breaking my door, and Shion only dreams of escaping. At this point, it seems like the amount of times this week alone I've had to get Shion off of the fucking sliding door, like where the blind is, has me wanting to put like cat-proof tape up there just to make sure she falls back down instead of me having to get up there and get ripped to shreds by her claws. Because she just wants to find a way to open the sliding door from above. Not, the fact that there's a fucking door handle that if she pushes hard enough, she might actually be able to open it. It's just like, I'm going to do it from the top in the most suicidal way possible. Cats.
Yeah. But we love them. We love them, Vex.
Oh, I love my children to death. And sometimes I wonder if I can just, put them in a boarding school for well-behaved pets.
Yeah. But yeah, so episode 13. Really, the only thing to take away from this episode is the Rangers relying too much on Kruger being the Shadow Ranger.
Yeah. Yeah, and it had a really cool monster design. Those were the only notes that I had for this episode. There wasn't a whole lot done.
Yeah, but the only note that I loved about that I put down about this episode is that with the stones that were with the keeper of the stones in this episode, where's he going to move to? New Zealand. But aren't you already in New Zealand? Details.
Yeah.
That was really the yeah. But also like I said, the lesson in this episode is like, yeah, you have the Shadow Ranger, but you don't need him to fight all your battles.
No, literally.
Yeah.
And the next one's another two-parter, and then we have like some single episodes again. Aura coming into massive clutch here with the aura reading skills, right?
Yeah.
Because this is one of those episodes where like the villains kind of get a big W with the fact that we have the cyborg here.
Yeah, which this episode does, this two-part does not put the Rangers in a really good light.
Yeah.
Because literally, the second they find out that Sophie in this episode is a cyborg, like, before all of this, like, hey, she's cool, she could make C-Squad in no time. Mind you, it doesn't help that she was kind of being a bit suspicious about things. But that's still not excusing what the Rangers did in this episode, where the second they found out that she was a cyborg, they were just like, there's a cyborg here, the base was under attack, we're going to expel you without looking into this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like, we're showing the massive racism that goes through this entire season. Just the like immediate prejudice of like, we're not going to investigate it, we're not going to do anything, we're just kicking you out of the academy. And the fact that Doggy's over here like, get her back now, shows that like he's even fed up with it.
Yeah, because he says like, yeah, she's a cyborg, but she's not our enemy, so why did you do that?
Mm-hmm.
And Sky, literally, as soon as he finds out she's a cyborg, doesn't call her like, oh, she. It's just it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know if I'm just reading it wrong or reading too deep, but am I the only one who like not only sees like a racism allegory, but also like a trans allegory almost with the Sophie episodes?
It's possible. Like, I don't think they would have explored something like that this early on, especially.
Especially in 2005.
But at the same time, like, they might have, I
mean, you really could look at it that way. Yeah, you really.
At least, mainly when Sky called Sophie it, that's what kind of got the
yeah
turning in my head, at least.
Yeah, I never thought about that until you actually brought it up, Tyler. But that is an interesting point.
Yeah, I doubt was their intentions because
I don't think it was. I think their intentions was to show like, hey, again, even in the future where aliens are commonplace, they can still be prejudiced against people that are different from them.
Yeah.
I love that Epic Games decided to show me an ad for Madden 25. So obviously nobody that's watching this is going to fucking see that, but like the bottom like right hand corner of my fucking Discord was just, or the screen recording was just like a full page fucking banner ad for Madden, and I'm like, I could not give less of a shit about generic sports game.
But
like you're right, like I never would have thought of that, and I guess like in hindsight I was so used to this era, just teaching about the racism, the systemic, like at least in these shows, like social issues, stuff like that. But at the same time, we live in an era where that also is one that we never really thought of because it wasn't so well shown back then. Like trans rights and all of that being a thing, and it always has been. It's just not something that was ever like put in the forefront of like social norms, so to speak. It was more of like this movement that was more underground because nobody really wanted to talk about it. The same way that nobody really wanted to talk about gay rights or anything like that in media at that time, really. It just goes to show like how far we've shifted the actual need to talk about these and have representation, which is something that is really good to have it now. Obviously, like, you'll have, the detractors in the comments probably here, like, you're looking too far into it, blah, 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 blah. And maybe we fucking are, but it is a good point to bring up, especially with, like, using it instead of, like, he or she or even they. So, yeah.
And if we're and to anyone who comments like, "Oh, we're looking too deeply into this," I'd like to ask this question: Have you ever done that with things that you like? If you enjoy something, you are allowed to look into different aspects of it, however deep they go.
No, literally. I don't understand, like, people only wanting to get into media at a surface level. That's something that's always rubbed me the wrong way. It's just like the consumption versus the actual enjoyment kind of argument. Yeah. And like, there's very much like there's shows that I will just sit there and I'm like, it's background noise, right? It's something I either watched 1,000 times, like your Code Geass or your fucking Sword Art Online or what have you, where it's just like background noise to me at this point. I enjoy it still, but it's more background noise. And there are like shows where like, if it intrigues me enough while I'm got it on in the background while I'm doing other work, I'll go back and I'll watch it. And then there are people that just do that with every fucking show ever, and they treat everything like it's Love Island or fucking Real Housewives or whatever. And I know I'm shitting on media here, and it's like, but you can't say that brain rot reality TV is the same quality as like something where there's an actual story going on. It's not manufactured drama. It's the equivalent of sitting down and trying to enjoy a Keemstar video.
Yeah, but you had to mention Love Island. I can't stand that.
I agree with that. Partially being a fan of not necessarily like that brand of reality TV show, but I do consume Hell's Kitchen.
Right.
So, Hell's Kitchen and Total Drama are the exceptions to the rule, Tyler.
I wouldn't even say that
Total Drama is the exception to the rule. It's literally a reality show with a story baked into it.
Right. Yeah. It's like a story-based version of Survivor. Right, but like, I wouldn't even say that Hell's Kitchen is an exception to it, because it also does have like a very, very dramatized background to it too. Like, not everything on there is 100% real, but like, there is like more real to it than say Survivor or Love Island. I say this as somebody whose partner fucking enjoys, brain rot TV too, but like, it's very much, that aspect of it, where like you consume it for the sake of consumption, and we see like that folding into like every aspect of fandom too, where it's like, how many anime can I watch? Are you sitting down and are you enjoying that? Or how many fucking shows can I watch in a year? It's the same thing as like, how many books can I read in a year? Are you sitting down and digesting it, enjoying it? Are you actually absorbing the message and the story in that, or are you just sitting down and doing it to say you fucking did it and you're a part of that cultural norm? My own little mini rant there.
Yeah. But I will say this as well to go off on that. Like, I can tell like the people that I've been watching, getting people into Dr. Stone with, they've really been enjoying it, and I can tell why, because they're asking questions like, hey, if you put this character in this universe, what would they have? Like, just going through like little fun bits of like what ifs type scenarios. So you can tell right there, like, hey, yeah, they've gotten into this. This series has grabbed them because they're doing stuff like that.
Yeah, like I understand that.
But the only other thing about this two-part that I had was the fact that we get the second Megazord here with the Delta Base Command Megazord, which it's literally the SPD base as a Megazord.
Honestly, I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like it's kind of a missed potential for the dog for them to not make the dog head like almost like a helmet.
Fair enough.
Like like making the dog head of the Delta base like its own piece, but instead it just like folds down and becomes like the solar panel thingamajigglewuggas.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, but it's always a pleasure to see, like, hey, we've got this base here. Why don't we turn that into a Megazord?
No, literally.
Which begs the question of, like, if that Megazord did get destroyed, would a bajillion people, bajillion employees that work in SPD be killed with them?
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah. So it is good that Megazord did not get destroyed by the end of the season.
I have another question for you. I had to take my headphones out for a second to kind of readjust the cord. Do you think that in all of the glory that is the SPD base, if those 10,000 employees, just got fucking wiped out if that Zord died, do you think they would actually give a shit? Like,
probably not.
Like, those are like D-rank grunts. Those are like this like SPD version of mooks. You saw them you saw, especially like at the end here, like some of you may die, and that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, kind of thing. So yeah, I don't think they would actually give a shit. It would be unfortunate, it'd be a massive loss of life, but it comes with the signing on the dotted line that your body is now state property, essentially.
Yeah, fair enough.
I do like that Doggy kind of gets his own fucking Zord, in that early on though. It's pretty cool because like he's a good doggo and he deserves all the things, but also I feel like it's kind of also a semi-useless Zord by like 5 episodes from now.
Yeah, that is really something that honestly did have a bit of missed potential. So anyway, and at the end of this two-part, Mora gets turned into an adult called Morgana, who Grom has been hinting at, like, hey, I'm gonna turn you into this. Don't turn me into an adult. I want to be a kid.
I'm like,
yeah.
Like it's funny. Like I love in like this next batch, right? We see the fact that we go from like racism episode to like the lie episode, which is also another common one, to like a body swap episode, to the fact that the mentor leader kind of sparring match that we saw kind of become like a thing in Lightspeed Rescue, to like the one episode that I feel like I hate the most characters in, all in the span of like those five episodes.
Yeah. So we'll probably get through all of them relatively quickly. Just one more thing I want to say about Morgana. She's played by the same woman who plays Solon in Dino and Cosmic Fury, so that's nice.
Oh yeah.
We have Mummy Cat and we have pre-Granny Dino in the same season.
No, literally. The fact that like Boom is willing to lie to kind of cover up all of this, and he's willing to put himself in harm's way so easily, kind of makes me like him even more.
Yeah, I do like that about Boom, because yeah, you get the feeling that he if he was given the opportunity to be a Ranger, he would 100% be like, I am going for that.
No,
Yeah.
100%.
And also-
I do
Oh,
find
go
it
ahead.
like really wholesome that he was willing to just like step down too once he kind of got ahead. His lies kind of got ahead of him here too. Like it shows that he did at least have a moral compass guiding him.
Yeah. And also as well, it's just like, hey, I just want to make my parents proud of me.
Mhm.
Like, and in his eyes, he was like, he probably had the same idea that Sky has. Like, being a ranger was like, oh, the only thing that actually mattered. But it's like, no, you're good at what you do, Boom. And when he admits, like, hey, this is what I do, they're proud of him for it. So nice positive parents in a season.
No, literally, like it's funny because he's like, it's one of those moments where like you realize there's still like I want to make everybody proud and I want to do all of the things that make things go well. I want to give to my community. I want to have like this self-service thing going on, and he's still like resilient enough in his morals to say like I fucked up, my lies got ahead of me, I'm going to step down, but I'm also here, the only one that can solve the issue, because of course he's going to be by the end of it. So he's there like putting himself back at risk to kind of make everything go well, and Doggy giving him another chance like, hey, you admitted you fucked up, you get to stay on the team, you never signed the thing, we're just going to tear it up, you're still part of SPD. I love that for him.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Really just a nice, wholesome episode for Boom. But yeah, so the episode right after Boom, we have the body swap episode with Sky and a monster, and it which is also thanks to Rick, because of the fact that Rick wants to play ball with Sky, and even in a different body, he can tell who Sky really is.
Oh yeah, and it's like, I'm glad he didn't get sent to the scrap heap.
Yeah. But hey, who doesn't love a loyal puppy? Even if by the end of the episode, when Sky's just like, "I'm gonna play with Rick until he's tired," you do know he's a robot, so you'll get tired before him. But yeah, Rick did deserve that by the end of the episode. Sky playing with him, because
No, literally,
Rick
'cause he
pretty much saved Sky's life.
no, literally. Like I'm glad that one kind of worked out the way it did. Although it would have kind of been funny to just get like a random replacement ranger in the middle of the season.
That would have been interesting.
Like now we have the Jack is a fucking stubborn dickhead and actually has to learn a lesson moment with the sword, right? The shadow sword.
Yeah. So I'll let you rant for a minute while I go to the toilet. Vex.
So like out of every lesson here, I feel like this is one that he really needed the most, because at the end of the day, he was putting himself and everybody else in danger by his just sheer I need this sword to feel powerful moment, right? I need this big fuck off sword that Doggy uses just to kind of feel a little bit better about myself because I don't feel adequate, right? It's the equivalent of like my dick's not big enough moment. I hate when the fucking leader is just a stubborn asshole that doesn't want to be like, hey, maybe if you focus in a little bit more on yourself and your confidence in your abilities as a leader and all the lessons you've learned throughout the episode. At this point, 18 episodes worth of shit that you've went through and moved and grew as a leader and as a teammate and worked with this camaraderie. You just can't sit there and be like, I'm the actual power. I have the ability to do all the things. No, you need this giant new toy. But I love how Doggy fucks with him in this one, because he gives him a fake sword and he just is like, gotcha, the power was in you all along moment. And it's such a childish lesson, but it's so needed. And him actually sitting there like, maybe they were fucking right the whole time, and having that self-realization was the first moment I actually gave a shit about Jack in the series. It took that. It took the childhood lesson to make me give a shit about him.
Sometimes the simplest lessons are the most important lessons.
Right? It's so funny that he needed that. And I understand, like, he kind of had this rough childhood. He didn't have any real, like, growth. He was a street thug, essentially, stealing, but also, serving the community in his own right. I get that. But come on, dude. Like, you are a super-powered cop. You have all the ability in the world to do everything. But yet you still don't have the self-confidence to be like, hey, I can beat the monster, I can do the things, I'm worthy of this position that I've been given, even though it's been beaten into you for 18 episodes, like, hey, you were chosen for a reason.
Yeah, and I'm back as well. He just wanted the sword. Let's be
literally.
honest.
He just wanted the sword to be special, so he could kind of one-up Sky. That's what it boiled down to. Like, I got the sword, you don't. You're the Red Ranger, you got the sword. What more do you want me to? You want me to suck your fucking dick? Come on. Like, it really does feel like that.
Fair enough. Yeah, I cannot defend Jack in this episode one bit.
But like it was the one that I actually started to give a shit about him, because once he learned, like, hey, I'm worthy, I've got all the things. I'm like, okay, you might be like part of a human at this point.
Yeah, but yeah, for the episode right after, because really I had only probably what you've said, like Kruger trained Jack and Kruger trained Jack, that his arrogance is what's holding him back. That's really the only notes that I had for this episode.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from the samurai that comes from the past, and it's just like, where is everything?
Literally, like, I do like how noble the ending was too. Like, there wasn't really a massive conflict. It was just like, hey, you've defeated me, and then we're done.
I'm gonna go home. Bye.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, next episode we have Commander Birdie.
I hate him.
Oh,
I hate him.
Yeah, he is probably, like, I love this season, but Birdie is definitely a low point for it. He is just like the most stuck up, prickish boss ever.
You can tell he's a commander because he spent most of the episode sitting there not doing shit.
Yeah,
no, literally. Like, I'm gonna sit here and bark orders and split the team up and make all these stupid fucking decisions because I think I know better than you, because I have 50 years of experience in this branch of the military/police force and I know everything.
I think
at that point, I would have been surprised if all the Rangers just said to him, like, okay, if you think you could do it, there's Grum, go and fight him.
And he would have done it too. He was that fucking stubborn. Like, yeah. you cannot deny he would have ran headfirst into battle.
Which he did. He did, actually, and he got his ass kicked by Grum.
Like, yeah, but like, it's so stupid. Like, if they would have just said, here he is, he would have done it and just not even tried to strategize. Like, that's the thing. Like, the commander is such an overpaid, under-brained position. It's like the area manager in a factory. I know everything, even though it's usually like a 19-year-old kid fresh out of fucking college.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. A lot of the time, and I don't know if you've seen this a lot of the time, especially on the well, we've probably all seen this on the internet, where you have the kid, like what you said, where you have the kids who have just got out of college who are like, we are better than everyone else because we've looked into these things and we think and we have opinions and our opinions matter the most. Screw yous who have been here for 10 plus years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the line that just made me just wanna just punch Birdie in his beak is when he's talking to Kruger and Kruger says, like, I'm patient with these guys, and Birdie just says, like, the line, like, oh, you did not go there, you were patient on Sirius.
Yeah,
basically saying to Kruger, like, yeah, your patience is what got your entire species genocide. Like, just,
yeah.
Can I punch him in his beak?
I think by the end of it, he kind of does redeem himself in a way, right? And we'll get to that when we get to the ending here. But like, at this point, I just wanted him to die. Like, horribly, you know, like, not even just like a Kendrick's death. Like, I wanted him to get ripped to shreds by Grom. Like, that would have been so refreshing, because he deserved it.
Yeah, he is probably, like, if I had to pick, like, top 10 worst Power Rangers cards, he would definitely be in there some way.
Agreed.
Yeah. But also as well, we have Grum coming, and again, this Grum makes up for this episode because I do like how Grum is one of the most active villains. Like, he will basically go down and just fight. He will get his hand. He's not afraid to get his hands dirty and showcase, like, hey, I'm an emperor. I have this power, and I can prove it.
No, 100%. Like, as much as I like Lothar as a villain, you know, Grom has him beat there. Like, I don't think we actually had a villain this active on the front lines at all yet.
I guess maybe Rancid can count.
But like, even he didn't get his hands this dirty, you know, like he got active at certain points, but he wasn't really, you know, in this many fights.
Oh, absolutely, definitely not. So yeah, Grum might be actually the first one to just jump into the fray himself again.
Like, in the entirety of Mighty Morphin, Zed fought what, 4 times?
Yeah.
You know, like fucking Divatox didn't really fight other than like the end of the series.
I mean, Astronomer kind of did it.
But like, she was
Mondo, I believe, literally fought once.
Yeah, and it was the giant, you know, battle thing.
Yeah.
The weird one-off. And then you had, like, yeah, Astronema did fight, but she wasn't really the, like, be-all, end-all in that series either, you know. It's weird. Like, she was and she wasn't. But, like, it's, you know, because she was also, like, heavily brain-controlled. You have, like, the fucking, like, Dark Spectre did fuck all, really.
Yeah.
Like, Lothar, 2 or 3 fights, Rancic, 2 or 3 fights, you know, fucking Lightspeed, you have 1 massive battle, and then you have the Shadow Realm fights. That's it, you know.
Yeah.
Mesogog did fight a bit, you know.
Yeah, Mesogog did fight a bit. Leading against one of the best lines in any episode, very collectible, when he shoved Lothar into a jar.
Yeah, literally. But, like, yeah, like, fucking Grom, he's king villain at this point. I don't think we actually have a more active villain either, at all, in the franchise.
I mean, there is one coming up in a few seasons' time. You'll know when we get to it. When it happens, but yeah, Grum for the win. So yeah, and also as well, like throughout the season, you also have moments where he at first kind of seems like a bit schizophrenic because he's always talking to himself, but then you realize, oh no, he is obviously talking to something.
Mm-hmm.
Which just built up mysteries about him as well. But yeah, we have Grum facing off against Kruger on his motorcycle,
which is badass.
I've got to concede now. If Grum can have a motorcycle, Viper can have the Vipare. We win. You guys can take that win if Grum can have his motorcycle.
This was an actual, like, in the moment of watching this episode, like, discussion, like, if he can have that, which is arguably just as fucking stupid that the big bad has a fucking vehicle, you know, Viper can have hers.
Yes, okay, fair enough. I concede, you guys win.
You win!
Which, hey, he's got the Ghost Rider look.
Right? Like, it's funny. Like, out of all the shit that's been the one hanging, thread for all these seasons.
Will Luke accept the 5 pari? I finally have. We can put that to rest now.
I'm sure there will be something equally as stupid as we go on.
Oh, no doubt.
But like episode 20 is just a fucking clip show kind of thing.
It's a clip show, but I would say it's more like it's called perspective, so it's more of that, like a POV episode rather than a clip show. Because you're basically just showing the same clip 5 different times, just from others' perspective. But I do like that. That just makes it for a very interesting take on this style of episode, because everybody fabricates It's like the game Telephone, or as we call it in the UK, Chinese Whispers, where everyone fabricates the same story.
Yeah, literally.
And it's also implied that Sid fancies Jack and Sky.
Also, you said it's not being a clip show, which is fair enough, because we still have yet to get to the actual clip show!
Yeah. We'll get to that one.
It's so annoying when we have 2 of these in one fucking season, and it's not the first, and I doubt it'll be the last.
Oh, no, it won't. But what the one thing that I love about all of this is that when they actually do get the footage of like what actually happened, because it's revealed that a ball of light that came in the samurai episode with the time portal was the one that actually saved them. But when they actually do get the footage, Bridge counting the crybots is the only consistent thing about all the stories, where he's like 7, 8, 9. I've miscounted. Let me start again.
And that makes no sense for his autistic ass, to be like double-checking.
Absolutely. It reminded me so much, like, because you've seen Deadpool and Wolverine, haven't you, Fex? Yep. It reminded me so. Have you seen it, Tyler?
What?
Deadpool and Wolverine.
Not yet.
Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna spoil like the whole thing, but there's a thing that happens in the movie where Deadpool says something to someone, and the person that they're saying about is like, no, I did not say that. And then the post-credit scene is Deadpool proving that they actually said that.
Yep.
That's all I can say without spoiling who it is.
Yeah, it's fucking funny. It's one of the dumbest cameos I've ever seen in an MCU movie, but it's so funny.
I love it. I love it so much.
It makes so much sense. Like,
I just laughed so much when I saw that.
And the way that character gets it just destroyed is beautiful too. Like, I love it because as much as I like it in hindsight compared to the other version of that particular franchise, I must say he was the worst part of it. But he was the perfect casting for it in that era too.
Yeah. And one particular line that was just like, you can't. Yeah, that's as much of him as you're gonna get, considering one aspect. Cha-ching.
Yeah, well, I mean, did you realize, like, by the end of that, they could have had him in there for so much longer, too, considering how much money that movie's fucking made?
Absolutely.
And they can't have been so fucking stupid they didn't realize it would make a fuck ton of money, because it's Deadpool.
It's Deadpool, yeah. So anyway, that's really all I had to say on perspective. So now we have another 2-part with the Messenger, where we find out that where they're doing the Dr. Stone thing before Dr. Stone came out, where getting messages from the future or the past or whatever. So they get a radio broadcast from the future on July 11th, where, hey, this is 15 years since the Trubian Empire took over Earth, and what's the date today? Oh, it's the date that is actually going to happen. So everyone's kind of on their guards here, and the villain in this episode is called Shorty. Like, really? Shorty?
Well, he is short.
Yeah, fair enough, but really? That's the best name you could have come up with? but also as well, there is a line in this episode which does come back into play in the finale where Kruger says to Kat, like, "Hey, these guys are the best Rangers I've ever had." So so it's nice that Kruger actually acknowledges his Rangers. It's like, yeah, because they are good. They are good Rangers, despite Jack's arrogance and Sky's ego. They are good Rangers. And we all, but one of my favorite lines comes from Shorty, where it's like, "I hate empty buildings." So it's the abandoned buildings district. It's back.
Oh God, yeah, the abandoned building district. That's see, I like this two-parter a lot more than a lot of the stupid, message from the future, thing from the future episodes that we've gotten. Because it actually gets resolved relatively easily. A lot of them, like even the Millennium message doesn't really get like fully resolved. There's still lingering shit from that. That never really got fully answered. Because, writers changed between, all that shit.
Yeah.
But it did, in its own way, get kind of resolved. It just didn't get resolved the way it was supposed to. But anyway. Like, I love how this one is just like, hey, here's this ball of light. And I do hate the ball of light Ranger shit. I really do.
Yeah. With Omega Ranger being crystallized because of the time portal, which doesn't make a lick of sense when you think about it.
Right. Like, we didn't want to pay another actor, is what it boils down to.
Yeah, that does sound like what it was.
There's something to be said about, like, how this gets set up and resolved. Like, it takes at least a couple episodes to get, like, fully to it, and it does at least tell a good story. And then when we get to it, the jealousy, as we progress with this little plot thread of, like, Ranger from the future trying to fix the past kind of thing, it kind of plays really well with how tense things are in the team, even as they slowly start to mesh better. Like one little thing can set them all off and make them hate everybody else again. And it's so coded in that, like, internal hatred for all of the bullshit that's going on, the bureaucracy, all the, like, these people were brought in outside of it, all of that kind of culminates back into this.
Yeah, but I think that's honestly realistic because there are going to be, like, even with families as well, like, it's just those little things that are just like, one little thing will just, like, really tick you off. Like, and I'm gonna use a prime example here. Like, whenever I'm washing dishes, the thing that absolutely ticks me off, gets my gears going, is when I find tea bags in the sink after putting the cups in. I'm just like, can't you just take the tea bags out?
Dude, I'm so glad that I don't have to deal with the dishes of my partners.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's a house that a bunch of people share. And I'm like, everybody has their own little habits. And I'm like, dude, if I lived here fully, and this is why I'm glad I'm eventually going to be moving into our own place, I would lose my mind if I had to deal with everything, all at once. Because, like, so many different cultures and different, like, standards being meshed together takes me back to college, where, like, I would argue with a roommate over, like, hey, you left your fucking laundry on my bed, or hey, you left the your underwear and all that in the fucking common showers. Get that shit, it's just like little things like that. So I get that. What I do respect is, like, how well the season portrays that, like, common area mentality like that, though, because it's so real. Like, if you are with somebody long enough, little tiny things will start to irk you if you're not able to kind of communicate. And there is no fucking communication whatsoever between the Rangers.
No.
Like, they literally just each has their own individualistic nature, and all of them think they're right 100% of the time. And some of them usually are right almost all the time as well. You know, one having the ability to read people's fucking auras, you know, you're going to be right a little bit more than the one that just is stuck up and prissy, you know?
Yeah. But also as well, just the fact that they don't really have any way, like, hey, we could just go away for a couple of hours just to get a peace of mind. Just go
because Doggy expects her fucking full servitude 100% of the time.
Yeah. So anyway, with this episode as well, we also get introduced to the Omega Ranger, which becomes technically the 6th member because he has the Roman numeral for 6 on his uniform, but even though he's technically the 7th member because of Doggy.
Right. And technically, we end up, by the end of this, with 8 Rangers. Well, 9 technically.
9 technically because of Nova Ranger in the finale.
Well, neither Nova or the other Ranger technically stay for very long either, so it's this weird, like, outlier, you know.
Yeah, well, but they're technically still part of SPD because they're identified as SPD Rangers, so technically they do count. If you're not counting the A squad, but if you count the A squad, then that's 10, 11, 12, 14 Rangers for SPD.
Right, it's fucking insane when you think about that aspect of things, right? Because, you know, A Squad, even being American exclusive, you have, like, this interesting aspect of, like, having a whole other full team, which we've never really seen before in that aspect, other than, like, the Cyborg Rangers, which I guess went to Eltar to potentially defend it and fucked up because Eltar fell, as, you know.
Yeah.
But, like... you know, it's still like a bunch of Rangers, 2 of which last for all of essentially an episode, maybe an episode and a half. But Omega here is like also designated as 6, which kind of, I guess, makes Doggy fall back to Auxiliary Ranger. But also he's in more of the fucking season, so it's just like this fucking weird place to put everything in. But I do like the Omega Ranger aspect of things. I do like his vehicle. I do like the fact that his, you know, weapon / everything is, you know, electric based, and he's kind of got like superhuman strength with that, and the ability to thunderclap and do all this craziness that you would never expect from like a Ranger because you're so used to them having like a standard weapon, basically, right? A tonfa, a dagger, a sword, a blaster, shit like that. No, he just like channels thunder, basically.
Yes. Yeah. And also, his vehicle being a unicycle, which for some reason you is copyrighted. It's a copyrighted word for some reason, because I think it was Disney that technically copyrighted the word unicycle.
I think so. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, because there was all that whole aspect of that SNES game, Unicycles, that wanted to do another one and they couldn't because of the name being trademark, copyrighted. Word copyrighted. By Disney. Was it Disney? Disney trademarked a red unicycle.
That's so fucking stupid.
Yeah. But yeah, the only other aspect about this episode is that the Omega Ranger is that Sam kid. So, so now we have so it's this weird paradox where you have technically the same character, but the same character from 2 different points in their timeline now in the same time, now in the same point in time, and they never meet up for like, hey, I'm you. We don't have a Ben 10 moment.
Yeah, and also the fact that, like, we have I'll wait for you, I'll see you in 20 years at the end here.
Yeah, with C, like, that's
a little weird. A little weird.
But it's not as weird as what I've discovered in Ben 10 with the fact that one of Ben 10's love interests is based on Gwen's look.
Yeah, based on Gwen's DNA.
But then technically, since it's Gwen's DNA, technically that's Ben's DNA as well, because they're part of the same family tree. So it's kind of like really an awkward thing where Ben is kind of in love with it. Well, no, that would fit Ben so well now that I think right.
Yeah, he is an egotistical prick, isn't he? It kind of works out in the end. Like, but like, did anybody see like the bootleg stickers for Ben 10 that went around a few years ago?
No,
I did.
You know exactly where I'm going with this then. Okay, so there was like a fan art that got scraped by whatever program they used to make the stickers, and it was in like Mexico or some bootleg shop down, south of the border. It was in like South America-ish. Or at least that's where like they were spotted at this point. It went viral on Reddit. But like there was a Ben and Gwen sticker specifically where Ben is holding pregnant Gwen, and that makes that moment seem so much more realistic, even though it was somebody's creepy like incest fanfic art. I never really clicked that like that technically does kind of make that real until you mentioned that. I'm like, yeah, makes that a little bit more realistic now. I hate that. The internet is fucking weird.
And now I need to go scrub my eyes.
Yeah. Sorry to bring that traumatic experience back.
Okay, so the episode after Messenger, really, not a lot to say about this episode. Just the most interesting aspect is how Bridge was born. So, like, he was born in a different time zone. So, like, he was getting moved around. He was born on transportation, so he was technically born on the day before that he was born. So that's just kind of weird to think about if you're born on transport and you cross over in time zones.
Well, like, it kind of does make sense because each, like, individual portion of the galaxy works on a different time pattern, too, right? Like, a year, say, in Mercury is different than a year in Earth, right? It makes sense scientifically, which is an oddity in Power Rangers when science actually makes fucking sense because they're not just cobbling it together. But at the same time, like, it is odd to think about that it's just a day. So how far did he technically travel? Is the question, because like if he was born between planets through like a slipstream, it might be a little bit different than like, hey, I was born, going from the moon to the fucking, back to Earth or some shit, right? Totally different reality there. But yeah, like it's, and I could even be getting like the time stream shit wrong there. It's been a long time since I was fascinated by that aspect of science, so I'm very rusty on any of that.
Fair enough.
But like, it is a cool concept nonetheless. I'm not a fan of astrology, really. I do meme around with like the birth charts and all of that shit. But like, it's funny to like joke about. My mom is a lot more into that, and my partner is a lot more into it. So I do have to, know a little bit of that. But like it's like this is the moment where like the jealousy kind of really ramps up a lot. I love that like the interrogation resolves itself by them just being bored to death.
Yes, I love that. Bridge bored the monster to death.
Please, just fucking stop. I'll tell you anything.
Actually, that might be the best way to interrogate someone. You just have to sit around and just talk about random not. Oh my god. Okay, so
like
if you actually, here's the thing: if you were getting interrogated, and you had the moment here where it's like, please let it stop. What would be the thing that would crack you?
Good question.
Just anything to do with Stephanie Meyer's work. So Twilight. If somebody was talking to me about Twilight, I'd be like, okay, make it stop. Please make it stop. I'll talk.
So I know this is actual like things that have happened. Like people have used things like the Backstreet Boys and Justin Bieber's music and Celine Dion and shit like that. And even like Let It Go was used as like torture. And anybody that's worked fucking retail can agree. If you hear "Let It Go" more than twice in a shift, you will want to rip your ears off, or just sacrifice the ear devil if you live in the world of Chainsaw Man. It would totally work. But like I feel like any like yes bro bullshit, like alpha male shit, if I had to deal with that for more than a couple hours, I would start either trying to throw hands or just give up, because there's nothing more annoying than listening to somebody talk about how much of a man they are, because you know those types are like stereotypically, well, not even stereotypically, like historically the least manly man on the planet, because they have to amp themselves up and like, yeah, I fucked 6 bitches, and you know, I don't care about the word consent or anything like that, right? Those type of dudes, I would start throwing hands, or just like, whatever you want to hear, just fucking shut up, I'll tell you.
Apparently, I've just looked, because I heard it before somewhere, but I found it again. Like this was used while putting mod stuff as torture in Guantanamo Bay.
Okay, let me finish this message. I will check that.
Yeah. But it's the Barney "I Love You" song. That was
yeah, literally, like it violates the Geneva Convention, I believe, too. Now, yeah, the U.S. used the Barney theme song. The "I love you, you love me." Yeah, that shit. "Let It Go," "My Heart Will Go On," a bunch of like Backstreet Boys, the song "Baby." Like all of those were used as torture. Like you throw like a Tate podcast on, I'd start talking because I just immediately want to kill myself. Like that would be my breaking point. How about you, Tyler?
The alpha male podcast shit probably would be a breaker for me, but throw something else in the conversation. I would say, I've never thought about this.
You know, like I sadly have, as somebody that was going to sign up for the military at one point and did, and was told like, hey, you can't serve. Because you're on fucking antidepressants, and they didn't want people that were on antidepressants to serve. So yeah, like that was a thing. Like literally, like as our troops were in Iraq shoveling Prozac, I was told like, because you're on prescription meds, you can't serve. So yeah, unironically, like the same group of people I would have went with just died in service. So okay, hey, I dodged the Grim Reaper that way, I guess. But when you grow up in a small town, it's like, how do you escape? You join the military, or you really, you know, try and just escape any other way, I guess.
Yeah.
It's a very American thing, sadly.
But yeah, also as well, with this episode, we get New Tech University being mentioned, which I put down like, hey, maybe Billy owns that, considering he is actively involved still.
Yeah. It's crazy too. Like with all of this shit that happened in like this two-parter as well, like I do like after we get out of this interrogation and shit and we go into this two-parter, I love how much backstory that we get for Sky too, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it right now, this two-part with Sky is probably my favorite two-part in any Power Rangers season.
Really?
Agreed.
Yeah. And I because it does feel like this is the two-part that really is the changing point for Sky as a character. But before I get into that, I just want to say that, hey, Broodwing double crossing for not getting paid. Hey, if you don't pay someone, they're gonna double cross you. That's just the nature of business. So yeah, with the Reflection two-parter, I do, like I said, I do like that it is like the real like proper turning point for Sky because of the fact that it's finally him getting over his jealousy of like I wasn't chosen to be the Red Ranger, and it has probably the most important line for not just because you have a lot of people who are saying like, oh, who's your favorite Ranger? Tommy. Why? Because he's the Red Ranger. Like, oh, it's like everybody seems to like idolize the Red Ranger, which is kind of ironic because Wes is my favorite Ranger and he was a Red Ranger. But it's not. But I don't just like Wes. I like Rangers of all colors. And Jack, as much as you don't particularly like him, Vex, he does have like the single most important line for not just Sky, but just like the audience in general. Heroes come in all colors.
Oh yeah, I'm not denying that. Like that is a very good line. I do appreciate his willingness to try and like patch things up with Sky here and try and explain like, hey, just because you're not red doesn't mean you're worthless kind of thing, right? And I understand where Sky's coming from. He wants to follow in his father's footsteps and be the leader and, you know, have the noble sacrifice or whatever comes with being the leader, right? The one to stay on the front lines. The commander goes down with a ship, whatever trope you want to throw at that, right? But at the same time, like, I do agree with Jack here. Like, it is a very important line. Like, hey, you don't have to be the Red Ranger to be important in the team. Like, every single Ranger is important. It doesn't matter if you're red, blue, pink, purple, green, orange. None of that matters at the end of the day. You're still a fucking hero.
Yeah. And it's all coming down because of the fact that Rick is being upgraded into the Battleizer, but it's only for the Red Ranger. So so to go again with the Ben 10 references, we have Ship finally getting his upgrade here. I mean Rick. I do like how it's Rick that does become the Battleizer. Like you have the dog being combined with the Red Ranger to kick even more ass. But it's also an important episode for Sky's character because he finally comes face to face with his father's killer. Which actually means this cannot be that because we see Sky's father and he's in the Red Time Force uniform, so people naturally assume like Wes is Sky's father, but it can't be the case because the criminal did kill Sky's father. So and Wes does appear later on, so it can't be Wes. It's just like, hey, we have the Time Force suit, we might as well just use it.
Oh yeah, and it just made sense to like use it and, you know, reuse what props they still had available. Obviously, like the A Squad Rangers are retrofitted versions of, I believe, the In Space outfits that they still had.
Yeah, they're the helmets from In Space that they have.
Yeah, it just makes sense, and that's something that they do so much to just like reuse props if they, you know, have them still, and then just kit bash shit together. Like even like the Forever Red episode, they reused a bunch of like the Beetleborg stuff, or the Metal Heroes in general, to kind of fill out like the rest of what was the remnants of the Machine Empire, you know, because they look metal enough and machine enough, so why the fuck not?
Yeah. But with the criminal in this episode, his ability is pretty OP if you really think about it. Like, he can escape, he can basically travel through any reflective surface. So that is kind of a scary ability to have, because if he's out to get you, all he has to do is just find you in a mirror and be like, yep, you're dead.
Oh yeah, for sure. And
it reminds me of Hanged Man from JoJo Part 3, which is kind of the same principle.
Fair enough. But I've not seen any much of the JoJo franchise, so I'm taking your word for it, Tyler.
Oh, believe me, we're going to be changing that.
Oh God!
It's all a matter of time, my friend.
It's only a matter of time. Yes, it's only a matter of time. It'll come for me. But yeah. So the way the criminal escapes from Sky, because as well, when he's first introduced in like that prison cell, it's kind of like a Hannibal Lecter kind of moment where Sky goes to interrogate him and he's just there like just waiting for him to appear.
Mm-hmm.
So and that's what I like most about that scene. Like it basically does turn into Silence of the Lambs, the Power Rangers edition for a brief moment. But of course, the criminal does want something for the information, and he wants Sky's worst memory. So naturally, it's his dad dying, and the only response that the criminal can have is to just laugh at Sky telling the worst story of his life. Which, that's me like one of the coldest moments in any series, right? It probably might be right up there with Cole saying, "You have no heart."
Yeah, for sure. Like I love that was the kind of the sacrifice here, and that there was such a willingness to like give into, right? Because like obviously he's going to be a man of his word and give it, but also like the fact that it's like the saddest fucking memory and just one single tear was all it took to escape was crazy. Like, think about, like, how OP something is. That's insane. The single fucking tear was it enough of a reflective surface. Because you don't even really think of, like, a tear being reflective. Because you saw how much prep work was done there. Like, shades to kind of, like, block any reflection in the eyeballs. All of this other shit. Like, blocking out any like water, anything like that. It's crazy that was how it was just an escape. But like there's the amount of crimes that we got him convicted of, and like the other like monster here was fucking funny to me because they include identity theft in it too, which is something that you don't really think of in the era that this was filmed too, right? Like you did. Like nowadays, identity theft, like you get identity theft protection when you get a fucking credit card because it's so goddamn rampant. But like back in like 2005-ish, identity theft wasn't really a thought, really. And the fact that Sky got to be red, I did put that down as a note as well.
Yeah. Which I've seen a lot of people like kind of be hit or miss on that because it does kind of go against what Jack was trying to teach him about heroes coming in all colors. But I do understand why Jack did it for Sky, because it was like, hey, this is the guy that killed your father. I know how much this means to you, so I want you to take your father's color and bring this guy in for your dad.
Yeah, for sure. It's such a nice little touch to the end here, and it shows a little bit more humanity being given by Jack as we slowly see him become more of a human being and not just an asshole, and start to relearn like, hey, there are more important things than just SPD. And that pattern continues as we get to the finale, which is why I kind of by the end I'm like, okay, I'm a little bit more indifferent, but I still fucking hate him, you know, in the same capacity as like Jason.
What the fuck is anyone talking about?
What the hell was that?
I have no idea. Your thing kind of came on at pure random.
That's weird.
But yeah, and also Sky finally learning what it truly means to be a ranger because of the fact that he says, being red was great, but I'm proud to be the Blue Ranger.
Mm-hmm. And we'll get to like color changes and all that shit by the end of the series too. But like we go from this two-parter to another two-parter, which is the stupidest one, the lovely yellow versus pink episode.
Yeah, we have Rangers bickering, including yellow and pink. We haven't seen that in a while. It's great to have it back. Notice my sarcasm.
Mm-hmm. It could have stayed gone, honestly.
It really could have gone. I feel like this episode really. If you had this episode, this two-part before the two-part that we just got with Sky becoming the Red Ranger, I feel like that would have made it a little bit more sense, because we go from that two-part where Jack and Sky are finally getting along to them just bickering again.
Mm-hmm. Not just that. If we would have had it be the progression in like this also being Sky and Jack bickering instead of Z and Dum Dum, that would have been so much nicer.
Yeah.
Like-
And also as well because Kruger has just had enough of their bickering. He's like, right, I'm taking right. You guys are going to this planet, gonna meet the sergeant, and he's gonna whoop your ass into shape. So he does do that, and they go and meet Sergeant Silverback, who is basically Garp from One Piece. Right down to him literally being a monkey.
Yeah, literally. It's like I kind of hate Silverback in this one as well. And I think it's just I have a massive issue with like this stereotypical police authority side of things too, which make me have like a bigger bickering, disinterest in a lot of the themes in this season. And that's incredibly fine. Like we all have our own inherent biases and everything. But like it's just the way that they do it so well with the leadership in all of this season that they're so fucking annoying that it just drives me insane. And I realize like this is how things are in these types of fields. I get that. But it's just it leaves a sour taste in my mouth.
Fair enough. But I will say that Silverback has one of my favourite lines in this two-part when Jack goes, "We were preparing to battle that monster." Preparing? You prepare to go on a date, for dinner, on vacation. You do not prepare for the enemy. You are already prepared.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of fuck with that line because, like, in this type of field, and in being a Power Ranger in general, you need to always be ready to fight, and to, be ready to defend the city, the town, the world, whatever. That's part of being a fucking Power Ranger. You are never not in combat mode. It's something that you see wear down classic Rangers. And this being, like, such an elite team, right? You would think that they would 100% be ready, and that's why they got sent here and kind of got demoted and then promoted. It was just like hazing, honestly, is what it was. But,
yeah,
you got it.
Yeah, but also as well, it's because of that they finally get their upgraded forms. So their Battle-Eye swap mode, which I really dig. I really dig the swap mode.
It's a nice little power boost.
Yeah, and we know that this is a fictionalized 2025 because the laptops in this episode have disk drives.
I yearn for a fucking disk drive to come pre-installed on any computer, honestly. I should not have to spend an extra $100 to get a fucking disk drive. I also shouldn't have to pay an extra $10 to get a program to run my fucking physical media. Windows.
I'm seriously dreading the day that I upgrade to Windows 11. I'm dreading that day.
You had to in Windows 10. You had to pay for the fucking media player.
Oh no! I'm dreading it for other reasons. As you know, I've talked to you about it before. But yeah, with this episode, we also have Piggy being pulled around like a ragdoll because it's like, you're going to work for me. No, you're going to work for me. No, you're going to work for us. And it's like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, no, like it's so fucking.
And again, this is why I sympathize more with Piggy than RJ, because Piggy is just being pulled around by everyone, and it's
literally. Like
he just wants to serve people. He just wants to serve his food.
Serve his food. Do whatever little tiny job he's trying to do. Like, he's not really actively hurting anybody, except for when he's kind of forced into a corner by, like, Broodwing or Grum or any of the fucking Rangers, prying him for information. It's just like he's being torn in so many different directions. I feel bad for him. But at the same time, like, he's kind of a douchebag in his own right, but it's not by any fault, of his.
Yeah, and I'm not blind to his like scummy antics, but whereas Arjit kind of brings it on himself half the time, Piggy is kind of more forced into those situations.
Yeah, like
Yeah, but that's part of the catharsis of Arjit, that he schemes and he fails. Again, the point is you do not want to root for Arjit.
mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Arjit is just a douchebag. Like Piggy, he's at least, neutral. He's like an anti-hero, but not really even an anti-hero. But like, I honestly, like, as I was taking notes for this episode, I didn't edit any of them because I kind of wanted to come back to this. I honestly thought that Silverback was going to just double cross them when he demoted them, because I'm so used to double crosses in the season, but by this point, and because everybody was fucking everybody over, so I did have that, and obviously, like, he didn't, but he kind of inadvertently did, because he left them there stranded, unpowered, as everything was going to shit back home. So, Cat and Omega kind of had to, like, do their own thing. All of this was for tech. Like, all of this was just to steal a bunch of tech, And it makes sense, because, like, we were powering this thing, this brain thing, it seemed like, was the entire fucking reason we were, stealing all of this. We never, that honestly fueled, like, the final big bad, ship at the end. But, like, all of this shit that, like, we had heist after heist after heist after heist by the bad guys, and all of it to fuel was basically, like, the fucking, almost like a Titan. By the end of it is what it reminded me of.
Oh, absolutely. It absolutely was a Titan.
Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, the amount of fucking shit you can kind of trace back to, like, design-wise and plot-wise for Decker Ranger and, SPD by extension. Is kind of fucking funny to me. But yeah. We have a premonition episode after this where,
Oh, go ahead.
It's like, I love how the empath of the season has all of these premonitions and all of these, like, thoughts throughout, because, his entire ability is reading people's auras. And every time he's kind of right, but in this one he's kind of not. But he kind of is at the same time. It's one of those weird ones. Like, he's fighting in his sleep, essentially, throughout this episode. Because he's, daydreaming, or not even daydreaming, but, like, I kind of sympathize with one particular bit of this where he just is so fucking mentally exhausted, he kind of falls asleep at the command center, and Doggy's like, "Aw, take your time. Get up, maggot!"
Yeah,
that was a pretty funny moment.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, I really, honestly, that's really all I had for this episode. It's just Bridge having dreams about the future, and also the SWAT Megazord, which becomes a giant gun.
I love that. There's nothing more American than, here's a giant fuck-off gun. It'll eventually become a metaphor for the police.
Yeah. But we have the far more interesting episode next. We have Cat's episode. Like, everyone gets one episode.
Literally, Mother gets an episode. I'm so happy. I love her.
So we have her basically being like, "Hey, we've got this job at headquarters, but we're not going to tell you anything about it."
Every job description ever nowadays, by the way.
Yeah. You'd figure that they would be like, "Hey, this is what it's going to entail. It's going to be a desk job. You don't have to worry about getting your hands dirty."
But I like getting my hands dirty. Like, I love how willing Kat is to get in the mix of things, because it shows that she actually gives a fuck, right? If you have an executive job and you don't want to actually sit there and try to learn or even attempt to understand the basic functions of the actual workplace you're at, you are a piece of shit. Full stop.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like the most effective people that, hey, we want to be by this person's side, are the ones that are like, I'll do just as much work as anybody else.
Mm-hmm. Literally, like, I feel like every executive, every boss, every manager, every like C-suite bullshit fucker that doesn't really have any job details other than sending emails or, you know, viewing inventory should have to be on the floor of whatever job they're actually in. And they don't have to like actively do the thing if they don't have the skills to do it, but they should at least understand the basic functions of the jobs in the building. I 100% stand by that.
Yeah, because who's to say hypothetically, like 3 or 4 of your employees like get sick one day, and you're one of the only people that can actually do any of the work. If you don't have the skills to it, it's gonna collapse.
Right. Like, that's one thing I love about one of my former bosses. Like, she did not actively want to be promoted to the manager, so in her contract, she demanded that she would be, you know, if she didn't like what she was doing, she'd be able to go back to her old role as a tech. And I love that because, like, she was actually smart enough to run every machine and actually know how they operate and do all the things. And at the same time, she was willing to try a different position, you know, and she ended up staying as the manager. But she was, if somebody was out, she was there still running a machine. She was there, you know, doing all that random bullshit that needed to be done for if a tech was out. Like, she was sitting there, you know, starting up machines. She was doing all this random work. And I tried to follow that example at every job that I went to because I found like a massive amount of respect for that willingness. So like anytime I got a promotion or did something, I tried to at least still be willing to stand there and like, okay, are you struggling with this? Is there anything I can do to help? You know, and you know, that's a skill that a lot of people are lacking, these like massive soft skills. I feel like what Kat was doing here, you know, and showing that she's not afraid to get her hands dirty, she's not afraid to get into combat, as we've seen time and time again, and even more so by the end of this, even without what happens in this episode, as we continue to talk about it, she's still willing to be on the front lines and defend, you know, everybody. That's a massive reason why I respect those types of leaders. And you know, if things hit the fan by the end of it, I figure she would have been the one to replace Doggy as the leader of SPD.
Absolutely.
Because she showed that willingness to sacrifice herself even.
Yeah.
So when she goes to like headquarters and is offered the job that, you know, now every fucking job position is, where there's no real description other than like, you may be required to wear many hats, or you must be flexible and have an attention to detail, and that's all you know. And you're like, okay, what am I doing? Am I fucking, you know, running a machine? Am I, you know, stamping metal? Am I, you know, sitting here cutting open boxes? What the fuck am I actually doing here? She gets a morpher. And I like this concept. I wish it was seen more. This morpher only lasts for an hour in canon, right?
Yeah.
I love that. I love this temporary power thing. And realistically, I don't think this entire mission took a whole hour. So I'm very curious, like, why she never used it in the finale. She should have at least had more time, I would think. But she didn't.
I think it might have just been like, hey, once you activate it, it only lasts for an hour, so even after you demorph, it's still taking up the time.
That could be. So even like demorphed in the fucking case before she even morphed initially, could have, you know, used part of the time too. Yeah. But I don't think it's a concept we ever see again either, this temporary morpher. You know, we've seen like this morpher might kill you, you know, in the, like when Adam was training Carlos, yeah. Names escape. You know, because it was the damage morpher from very early on, you know, and the powers weren't stabilized, yada, yada, yada. So, yeah, that could have been a concept of it. And we see, like, the Master Morpher, where it's able to morph through all of your different powers you've had from the morphing grid. Well, I don't think we've ever seen, like, the temporary morpher thing. We know, like, the powers for the Green Ranger, you know, were waning, obviously.
Yeah.
But never, like, hey, temporary fix.
Yeah, and also as well, one of my favorite lines from Kat in this episode is not about how much knowledge you have, but how you use it.
Mm-hmm.
I do really like that line because it reminds me of Kyle Katarn from the extended Star Wars universe with his philosophy on how the light and dark side powers work, where it's like, yeah, they're not necessarily evil It's how you use them.
Exactly. And I love that. Like, and it's true. Like, you can balance good and evil, and you can balance like that fine line. That's why, like, and I hate this term, but like the gray Jedi, that always fascinated me as a concept. Like, you're willing to skirt by the like fine lines of good and evil and do all the things in balance, right? And the closest concept we ever got to that concept, in my opinion, was probably Mace Windu, because he also did have the abilities of the dark side, you know, but never to the extent of, you know, fully seeping into it. We kind of see it with, you know, some of the people in Rebels, but because arguably Maul kind of redeemed himself by the end of Rebels.
He kind of did. But yeah, and also another one that I would say would be Qui-Gon Jinn, because he was more than willing to go against what the Council wanted.
That's true.
Saying.
That's true.
Which begs the question: if he had survived, would Anakin have even turned to the dark side?
I think that was predestined, honestly. Like, just based on how easily manipulable his fucking entire concept of existence was from infancy, basically, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I really hate it when people say like his turn was so sudden, where it's like, no, it wasn't. He was always being manipulated by everyone.
From fucking Watto on down, like he's always like fucked over.
Yeah, and also, like, Palpatine was the only one who was saying to him what he wanted to hear.
And when you're hearing what you want to hear, you're going to go that route, right?
Yeah, especially when Mace Windu said, like, "Oh, Palpatine's too dangerous to be left alive." When it was like, when Anakin was like, "Hey, this is not the Jedi way."
Yeah, literally. Like, there's so much in that, like, argument that it could be its own fucking video, though.
Absolutely. I would honestly like to do that, like, why Anakin's turn is not rushed.
Like, I would not mind to do that. I would more hate to see the comments of that, because that fandom is just a fucking cesspool.
I want to do that just to see the comments. But anyway, back to Star. Not Star Wars, Power Rangers. So yeah, it's also like with this episode where again it's the old friend coming back and being the bad guy, because the villain of the episode is an old classmate of Kat's who didn't learn much. In her words, you didn't learn much. Which I like, and also has one of the funniest endings with Boom, and I do like Boom's moment in the episode where where after Kat leaves, he is generally upset about her leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he is on the verge of tears when Kruger says that. He's like, and it's just like, oh, you just want to give Boom a hug at that point.
Oh yeah, like
yeah,
I love how fucking Boom is so reliant on Kat too, because it's such a wholesome friendship. I love how Kat's immediate reaction to all of that is like, my lab?
Yes.
Not any of the other shit, because she knows she can fix it. It's just like, my lab is what? You know?
Yeah.
I love her fucking fighting style too. Like, immediately, and I kind of like, if that's like 1-to-1 Decker Ranger footage and not just splice shit, I understand why they kind of named her the Cat Ranger, because that's more cat-like fighting than swan-like fighting. But it's such a weird change to go from the Cat Ranger to the Swan Ranger in the two different versions. I agree with Tyler there. Like, it's so weird. Like, because the pattern on the armor for the suit is more swan than cat. The way the body's molded, all of that, it fits more with a swan than a cat. But her alien species fits cat more. So it was like up to that decision, I guess, is all I can assume here.
Yeah. Well, hey, she has a distinction. The first, not called the Orange Ranger, but like the first orange-colored Ranger.
Yeah, 100%. Like, it's one thing that I really kind of have gone back and forth on now that we have a canon first Orange Ranger. No, we don't. The Cat was the first Orange Ranger, but it's an argument in the fandom. Literally.
Yeah, even though she doesn't say Orange Ranger, but then technically by that logic, a character coming up can't be the first official Purple Ranger because they don't say Purple Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, and I love Boom at the end of the episode where he's like, the robot arm gave me a wedgie. It's like, what did he do to the robot arm to make it give him a wedgie?
I almost feel like someone was controlling it at that point just to fuck with him.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. Probably. More than likely, probably Sky or Jack were probably fucking with him.
Literally, like, oh, this is a good way to get him to beg for her back. But episode 30, Yakuza, the episode, literally.
Yeah, which is kind of ironic considering the monster in this episode is played by the same actor who would play the warden in Dino and Cosmic Fury. So we have them going from a criminal to a sheriff.
Stranger things happen. Also, most sheriffs are criminals. Anyway, the comments on this are going to be so lovely.
They are.
Like, I gotta say, this is one of the moments where I just want to beat Piggy's face in. Because, like, come on, dude. You had to know this was going to happen. Like, this was an extra scummy one from him.
Yeah. Absolutely. Although he does have his little moment here where he says like, "Oh, Bridge, yeah, he's the one I dislike the least out of all of you," which, like Tyler said, it's a testament to how likable Bridge is as a character.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Like, I don't know. Like, it's still like everything he's doing in this episode seems like he's saying exactly what everybody wants to hear so he doesn't get killed, but at the same time that makes perfect sense considering like his options at this point in the series are like, I work with everybody or I die or get turned into a trading card, so I might as well work with literally everybody. I get it, but at the same time I'm like, dude, like, this one was extra scummy, and then one coming up is extra scummy, but he does have his like moment of redemption at that one too.
Yeah, considering Bridge almost died in this episode.
Mm-hmm. No, literally.
Yeah, and we can't have that. Bridge is too precious to kill off.
Exactly.
But also, I do like with this episode how Jack and Sky are taking responsibility for what is going on. Again, Jack showcasing his growth here, how he's like not blaming anyone, but he's like, no, I'm taking responsibility for what's happened here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And even going out of his way to actually save Bridge's life. Yeah. But also as well, I do like how Bridge it shows Bridge's ingenuity as well, because he's like not just thinking about his surroundings when he's in the trap from the monsters. He's also externally thinking about things like, okay, where am I? And he hears a church bell and a train station, and that's like clues up Jack to where he's at. Where Bridge actually is in the episode.
Yeah, like, it's just like how skilled he is at like being an observationist. Like, he has this uncanny ability to know his surroundings at all times, and it makes sense to somebody that seems to be like the empath and being able to tell aura and all of this shit. It kind of falls into his character. I honestly like 100% like massive respect to being able to, like, as you're dealing with all of this shit, know every single sound, because I would probably just be going batshit insane not having any form of stimulation in there. Gonna be real.
Fair enough.
But like, I love how in tuned he was into the environment and being able to relay that information in real time. I love how apparently these morphers are instant and infinite. Because we just reproduce it out of thin fucking air here. Because his morpher gets completely fucked. And 2 seconds after he says that, here comes RoboPup with another one coming right out of his butthole. You know?
Which, hey, Bridge, you should wipe that before using it.
No, it's just right into SPD emergency SWAT mode activate. Boom, and done. And here we go. And we're going to just beat up the Yakuza dude in 2 seconds after he morphs. Like, it's so fucking quick into the fight. Like, I was shocked. Like, not obviously that quickly, but like, they struggled without him. And then just one extra ranger immediately, like, and we're done. Like, that's it. Pack it in. I have questions for the next bit of the episodes, because, you know, we obviously, in the YouTube order, because we watched all this on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
We have both of the Dino Thunder crossovers back to back. Yeah. Obviously, they're out of order. What episodes are the order technically supposed to be in here?
It's technically, so it. And let me go up on the wiki quickly, because I am on the wiki. So, let me go down to the episodes. So after the episode with Bridge in the trap, it's history. It's the history episode. So the first team up episode, and then we have Impact with the meteor, Badge with the badges getting stolen, and then the clip show, and then it's the other team up episode.
Okay, so after the clip show is the Okay.
Yeah, so it would be episode 35 where the second team up would be.
Okay, cool.
But for some reason on YouTube, it's like episode 32.
Okay, so do we want to discuss these in the episode order on YouTube, or do we want to discuss them?
I mean, we could just discuss them on the episode order on YouTube.
Okay. But for clarity, this is, you know, how it was uploaded to YouTube versus, you know, their actual order. I just want to get that out of the right way in case you were watching these from like the DVD or whatever.
Yeah, I guess because they felt like, it's kind of weird to have episodes in between the two team up episodes, so they probably just thought, yeah, let's just stick them together.
Right.
Yeah. So we have we have pretty much parallels here. So one episode they go to the future, and then another one they go to the past.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we have the Dino Thunder Rangers being transported to the future at their 1 year graduation. So they're technically 16, 17 in Dino Thunder and 18 in the SPD episode.
Which they look like they're fucking 30, by the way. I'm sorry.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And
it's crazy to think about the amount of aging that happened to their faces between that, because these were filmed literally a year apart, too. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So, also, as well, we find out that in 2025, the Dino Gems somehow ended up on the planet Onyx. Mm-hmm. Somehow.
I mean, all things Power Rangers lore-wise seem to end up on Onyx, so why not? You know, we'll just roll with that one. You know, if you need a convenient plot point, fucking Planet Onyx.
Yeah. Which, it's a good job we don't have giant rock snakes on that planet.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Or steel ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like it's so fucking funny that like there are these mainstays in lore. You have Onyx, KO35, Reefside, you have all these like little bits and pieces. Angel Grove gets talked about constantly. And then you have places like the Abandoned Building District and the Quarry, which comes back in this episode almost immediately. Because why the fuck not? We're gonna have a quarry fight.
The only reason why they do the team ups, aside from one, always the final battles in a rock quarry, is because they want to do the back explosions.
Yeah, literally. Like, they have to get that big shot of like colored smoke and dust and disgustingness that probably is not healthy for any of the actors involved. Let's be fucking real here. But like, I love this fight. Like this and the other fight in the other crossover team up thing were top tier fights. And you can't say that for all of the team up episodes either, because some of them are just shitty. Like, either it's like really badly spliced footage, it's just like, oh, we're doing this out of sake of tradition. Oh, there's just like this, very, very bad plot for it that we just want to shoehorn in because we still have access to the suits, and we have this footage from, a team up movie that came out 15 years ago. But this is one of them, a batch of them that where like everything really worked well, and I loved every aspect of it. The one-liner that got me was like the "get off my truck" from Doggy.
Yes, I had that down as one of my notes. So it kind of reminded me of when in Civil War, when Ant-Man has hold of War Machine and Tony's just like, "Give me back my Rudy."
Give me back my roadie. Yeah, I love it. But like, it's not even his truck.
It's not even his truck. Well, technically it is.
I guess. I
kind
guess.
of, sort of.
But like, he don't use it. Jack does.
Well, I mean, if he's paying for it, then technically that can count as his.
But that's like saying the parent owns a kid's car. It's their car. But like, they can take it back at any time. I guess it's a government issue. The government can take it back at any time in this case.
Yeah. But yeah, with this fight, it's unique. In this one particularly, it's unique because we have Grum getting in on the fight, which you don't normally see. Like the main villain of the series getting in on the team up fight.
No, like I think Time Force was the only other really version of that, and it wasn't really like Rancic was like. Popping in for that,
Yeah. But one of the more interesting aspects is, aside from the Dino Thunder Rangers getting the memories erased of the event, which makes sense when they get sent back, is the fact that we find out exactly what they're going to do in the future.
Yep. And they don't want to ruin the future, This time paradox bullshit, whatever.
Yeah.
Didn't seem to affect Time Force any.
Nope. So like we have Kira. Oh, go ahead.
I still think that time travel in the Power Rangers universe works on multiverse theory.
Yeah, probably.
But we have Kira, she becomes a singer, which Sid listens to her music, and then we have Connor, who got youth soccer camps up, so he did good, and then Ethan basically became Bill Gates for SPD.
Yeah, no, like that's really cool, actually. Like they all got to live their dreams, or at least the main three did in that capacity. Obviously, like Tommy wasn't involved in this one. Fucking
and Trent wasn't involved.
Trent wasn't involved. We'll get to him in a minute, though. I love the fact that we had like such creative fight patterns as well in this, because you had like the primary colors of both seasons here kind of teaming up and using each other as like training sprints and shit. We saw like one instance where we have like Dino Blue using, people as like launch pads to kind of just swoop in and beat the shit out of people. It's so unique in that aspect. And I love when we can do like these really cool combo attacks from the different variations of powers, because it's something that we only really got a very good glimpse of in Forever Red, and it was just like all of the Reds using all their crazy powers together. We don't get to see like that combo that often, at least at this point. I'm sure we'll get more creative with that as we move on. Or maybe not, honestly, who knows? It's such a unique franchise in that way. But like seeing the girl powers where we're like watching dive bombs and shit, it's so cool. And then like Doggy getting involved with the truck and all of the fucking craziness that happens there. That was really cool. But what got me is like the fucking like uppercut of doom to end the fight. I'm like, what am I looking at here? Like, that was such
hilarious.
Crazy. But like, do you think Toei in general has like an infinite supply of abandoned rock quarries.
Yes, yes, they have. Well, they have an infinite. Well, they have a pattern on the beach that's used.
What? Hold up. Confirm that?
No. I'm just saying it as a joke.
Oh,
yeah.
you know, like at this point,
You see the shot of the beach in like everything related to Toho, and they're always on that same beach. So it wouldn't surprise me if they have a pattern on that beach.
Yeah. Out of everything, that would probably make sense. But like, I know they have like their own district of shit that they use in some capacity to store suits, to store like props and cells and all this shit, or at least they did. I don't know if they still do. But like, it was basically just like a warehouse district of all of their shit throughout the years. I know they closed down the Sentai Museum, so maybe they kind of downsized to where they don't need an entire district. But yeah, that was interesting. But now the next one is out of order, obviously, because at this point, Mora hasn't become Mora again. But it's here. In canon, this takes place before Mysagog's defeat. One of the lines that really resonated here, like near the beginning, is like, there won't be a here if they aren't able to go back through the wormhole that they're using to travel to the other timeline.
Yeah.
And because we didn't have Tommy in the last episode, and in this one we don't as well, but we do have, like, the Black Ranger, and he's only referred to as the Black Ranger, not Tommy Oliver, which is kind of weird. But Trent is playing, or doing the voiceover for that.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they're not referring to him as Dr. Oliver, or Tommy, or any of that.
Maybe at some point Tommy, or maybe they've heard of him, but they don't know what his name is. Or maybe it's just a case of like, if you say his name, it will cause a disturbance in the morphine grid.
That sounds stupid.
I mean, like, Tommy exists in like different times in the Power Rangers. Maybe they were trying to be extra careful.
I'm just
know.
trying to picture of how thinking of it kind of like on the same lines of like, oh, you cannot mention the name of the ancient kingdom in one piece of rice, you get killed. So I was just going by that logic.
Yeah, sorry if I sounded rude, but I was just saying that.
No, you weren't sounding rude. It's perfectly valid. I'm just throwing out a theory here. It doesn't make a lick of sense. But then again, this point doesn't make any sense why they don't just refer to him as Tommy.
Mm-hmm. Literally.
If I had to ponder a guess, maybe it's just like spur of the moment, like adrenaline's running. No time for like long introductions. Oh, you're Tommy Oliver, right? Oh yeah, totally am. What's your name? Oh, I'm Sam. I don't know why I thought of Sam.
Yeah, fair enough.
It could also be that they were just fucking like unable to come to a contract term with them for this bit, so they didn't want to name him because maybe he owns the rights to the character name in terms of merch or something. Who knows? There's like fucking insane.
Yeah, and also as well, we have Grum traveling to the distant past to conquer the Earth before SPD existed. Rancic already did it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the one thing I have to take away from this episode is everyone saying, "Don't get in my circle. Don't get in my circle. Don't get in my circle."
Mm-hmm. Literally, that's such a crazy thing when you that circle being like the infinite protect zone of like, don't let anyone through. No one gets in kind of thing. It's
No one
such
gets inside.
No one gets inside this circle, you know. It's like masculine macho mumble jumbo. But at the same time, like, if any of those fucking villains got in there, like, it was over. Like, literally, because if one broke through and somebody had to turn around, everybody's breaching the circle and they're all getting their shit kicked in, and then they weren't going to be able to go back in time and, you know, exist, essentially. So it makes sense.
Yeah.
All of this taking place in the span of like less than 3 hours too is insane, considering how many fights took place.
Yeah. Well, it's not as crazy as say the Dressrosa arc in One Piece, where that all took place in 24 hours,
or Shibuya being essentially like a day.
Yeah,
Or
like
being a day.
Yeah, or like just any season of 24 taking place in 24 hours.
Yeah, but like it's still crazy. Like 3 hours to beat on this many main-ish enemies is insane, considering, you know, you didn't really have access to the most of your stuff here. You had like your blasters, your ultimate weapons, but no real sword power, no real like access to the fucking battleizer. Well, you did have the battleizers because you have the double battleizer moment here, but like it's still fucking crazy to think of. Like I'm still baffled by like how many villains they beat in the span of 3 hours here. But what gets me, like, out of all the like macho mumbo jumbo in this is, why the fuck are we wiping the memories of the SPD Rangers? I
think it might be a case of like they felt bad that they were erasing the memories of the Dino Thunder Rangers twice.
I guess, but like it's still crazy to me that even Doggy wipes his own memory, right?
I guess Doggy was like, I'm part of this team, so I should take it as well.
But not Sam.
Not Sam. Sam's not gonna have his memory erased of anything of the past.
Literally, like every single thing that has happened since Sam got there, he has memory of. I don't know if it boils down to the fact that they were afraid that if they erased that portion of his memory based on all what the timey-wimey fucky-wucky bullshit that's going on, it might mess up something in the future too. You know?
I guess.
But it's still weird.
Yeah, but also as well, we get one of only the few times where a Ranger's age is actually confirmed, because since this team up takes place in 2004, Bridge mentions that he was born in this year, so by logic, he is 21 in 2025.
You know, that kind of makes sense because he's on a police force, you know.
Yeah.
So
It's
like
kind of crazy to believe that I am a Bridge is not too much younger than me.
Yeah, Bridge is only a year older than you, Tyler.
You're younger than me.
A year younger than you. That is crazy. So
Yeah,
hey, are you gonna meet Bridge next year, Tyler?
Who knows?
Who knows? But yeah, I think also the war moment for this episode is when Grum is like, "Hey, I don't care if the wormhole closes," and Moore's just like, "Well, you'll have to reconquer everything then." So he's just like, "Oh well,
shit.
oh crap."
Like I'm a book it kind of moment there.
Yeah. So yeah, those were the team up episodes, and also as well, Ethan mentioned Star Wars because it says galaxy far, far away, which is kind of funny. But yeah, we're up to the Meteor episode where we have Jack and Sky for the first time working together properly. They do have a bit of argumentative, but it's nowhere near as painful as it's been up until this point.
Mm-hmm. I gotta give it to this episode in particular. Like, this was a moment that I'm like, okay, Jack is, like, officially a human now. I still don't like him, but, like, this is a moment where, like, he becomes a leader. He's willing to, like, put all the bullshittery aside and try and at least do the right thing instead of being kind of the self-serving. Well, also, Sky having the moment where, like, he has his redemption as well. And, like, I kind of respect him. And they admit that they're both pieces of fucking shit throughout the entire season.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, they admit that. And also, everyone thinking, like, yeah, these two, they're more like than they would like to admit.
Mm-hmm. No, literally, they are two fucking birds of a feather. And the fact that they couldn't see this throughout the entire season was what I think annoyed me more than anything at all. I love these Dragulf monster things too, like how powerful they are to the point where like they're causing like potentially rangers to like kill themselves for the better good here, and try and give the rest of the planet a chance to survive, knowing that there might not even be somebody worthy of filling their fucking shoes at that point, and knowing that the fucking final battle's like days away, potentially. It's crazy to think about that you have a monster that powerful. I love that they both stowed away as well on the fucking Zord just to kind of try and one up each other too. That's like Doggy admitting like they both would have done it regardless of who got picked. It was fucking funny.
Yeah, so it's just like, why am I not surprised?
Yep. The fact that Broodwing, it took this long for everybody to piece together it was Broodwing too is crazy to me. Because how the fuck could you not tell that it was him for this long? Like, how stupid are you? That drove me crazy. But like, finally,
pretty fucking stupid.
Finally, he's exposed. They finally are going after him. All of this is like getting its comeuppance. So, boom. I gotta say, like, this might have been, other than the final two episodes, this might have been my favorite episode in the season too.
Oh, absolutely, it's one of my favorite episodes.
I think it is my favorite episode.
I mean, it has the most badass Jack moment where he's just like, "Hey, I've got this meteor. I'm going after this core." Gets onto the top of his ship, blows it up, and it's just like, "Woo! Time to go home."
And everybody's having their like tearful. His buddy would have wanted. His buddy would have wanted. Damn it! And he's just like, "Hey guys, miss me? I'm back. I'm an asshole. Y'all are fretting over nothing." And monster dead.
Yeah. So yeah, and we also have the first mention of what Grom has actually been working to make, the Magnificence.
The MacGuffin, honestly.
Yeah, aka the MacGuffin. Yeah, it has been a MacGuffin.
It's a fucking brain in a jar.
Well, actually, the brain in the jar is called Omni. The Magnificence is the Titan thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, the MacGuffin. Hey, maybe you'll find the One Piece in there.
I gotta say, I don't know how hot of a take this is. I really dislike Omni.
Omni really didn't need to. That is another thing I'll say. I don't like about this season. Just the fact that Omni comes out of nowhere. I would have preferred it if Grom was just schizophrenic and talking to himself.
Can't show mental illness to kids in the 2000s, Luke.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and
we were still handing out Ritalin prescriptions like they were fucking cocaine.
Yeah, but it would have been interesting. Like, hey, he's got like this split personality kind of thing going on with him, but it's not like, but it's different from like the Mesogog Anton Mercer kind of thing.
Yeah, it would have been nice, but like we can't have nice things in the 2000s. I do like that idea though. Like if we were to rewrite it, like that would be a better way to handle it instead of the stupid Omni bullshit. But Omni does go pretty hard in that mech mode. I'm not gonna lie. Like the design, pretty damn cool.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. The design of the Magnificence itself is pretty damn cool. but yeah, so only one, two, only two, 3 episodes left before the finale.
3 hours and 20 minutes, by the way.
Oh god. I thought it was really. It's been that long already.
Yep.
So, oh my god, I think we will have to.
Yeah.
The 2 episodes before what I consider the 3-part finale are pretty easy to get through because it's just basically, hey, this alien is stealing badges. It's Kruger's old rival from the academy, who is another one that's betraying everyone. Because why the hell not? We had Sky, we had Kat, so we might as well have Kruger himself.
Yep. This is a good episode. I like this. Kat being so pissed at Doggy's stubbornness is top tier because it shows how much he cares about him, right? I love the moment where we revealed to us like Doggy's wife is actually alive, which we kind of got hints of like early on in the season, but during the the samurai moment of like 1 versus 100 here, where he first got his Shadow Ranger powers, but having it confirmed is really a pivotal moment in this season. Although being this late in the season kind of alleviates 90% of the fucking stakes for it because you're so close to the end. Who the hell really cares? Something's going to happen to it. Either it was a lie or she's really alive and we're going to live happily ever after. That being said, I love the idea of them stealing the badges here as like trophies because that's fucking hilarious to me. Like the fact that like any like badge or mark of honor being taken from somebody in line of service is very much that insult. I did kind of like that.
Yeah.
The stubbornness of the entire team though is something that I really think we need to like weigh into here because the second the dog is like we're going back to work, everybody standing up, like no questions, no nothing. You're just like barely able to move. They're like
Rich literally takes off his own cast.
Right, yes. Literally. Like, how fucking brain dead do you have to be like, I'm in a full body cast, basically, and I'm taking that shit off, and I'm going and fighting the thing that nearly killed me. Congratulations, you're a fucking idiot.
Well, hey, Jack did one thing right. He rubbed off on Kruger.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. Because I don't think Kruger would have done that early on. I really think that is a moment where, like, that is the team rubbing off on the mentor, not the mentor rubbing off on the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, the rival trying to say to Grom, like, oh, strike me down in anger, and your journey towards the dark side will be complete.
Yeah, literally. It's a fucking Star Wars moment.
This isn't anger. It's justice.
Boom, and then done. And, like, the fact that, like, his, pride and his promise to his wife early on was his comeuppance, and the reason that it didn't just get resolved immediately, and we only had, like, a couple Rangers down, it shows, like, how dutiful Kruger really is. He's willing to, put, all of his faith in his beliefs. And he had to come to terms with, like, this wasn't anger. This was, like, justice. This is me doing my job. I am putting you behind bars, essentially. I'm not here to kill you. I'm not here to, cause harm. You need to go away. That was a great moment. But this is also the moment that we saw the transformation back to baby form, because the plan did technically work. Everybody kind of got what they needed. So Mora gets her reward of being turned into the kid again. And this is where everything starts going back into like the proper order. And then we have the clip show time and the reveal of the big bad in the next episode. That's literally all this is. It's a sleepy time episode. Everybody's having trouble sleeping, and the fact that there was a moment in there where we had the A squad, is better than B squad, and seeping into their mind, like maybe he's right, maybe we're failures. and everybody kind of having their like, look how far we come moment that we do in every fucking clip show. Anyway.
Yeah. But I will say the clips are used fairly because it's them figuring out like what is Grunt up to.
Yeah, like it's
But
it's so cool. Like the reveal at the end of this was really cool. Like even if I don't like the whole like brain in a jar and Omni shit going on fully, I agree with you guys. Like it's kind of out of place. I do think it's really cool how they did the reveal. But here in these last 3 episodes, we see like Jack start to come to terms with like wanting to have a life back outside of SPD now that he's kind of like realized, hey, I've served my time, I've done all the things that I need to do, and we kind of really see him struggling with that. Like he still wants to be part of SPD in his own right, at least until the mission's done, but he doesn't know where that cutoff really needs to be. And I can kind of respect that, because I do struggle with like a work-life balance in general, struggling. That's why I've cut back on like why I'm doing, how much content I'm doing. That's why you guys are doing like the Ben 10 and the Total Drama and all that stuff. I struggle with that a lot, and trying to balance so many different aspects of my life. I realize this is the one I need to dial back on. But yeah.
Yeah, and also we have Sky really loosening it up, because that jumper he wears in the episode, he would have worn something like that at the beginning of the series.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what they were trying to do there, but I could that is not a Sky jumper. Well, it is a blue Sky jumper, but no, it's not a Sky jumper. Fuck.
No, literally, it's such a weird outfit for him to be a part of, or at least be wearing. Like, I don't understand, like, the wardrobe choices in this episode in general. Jack, judging prematurely, showing, like, how far he's actually gone into, like, the whole, like, justice thing, before he had any fucking idea of, like, any of the details of what's going on. Just thinks that the girl is stealing clothes. And the fact that, like, she immediately forgives him and is like, you know what, let's go on a date, let's go fishing, let's go to the beach, let's do all these things. Like, on what planet would that have actually happened, honestly? Accused me of stealing clothes, and now we're going on a date. That just seems weird to me.
He's got the riz. But it's kind of interesting that happens to Jack, because given what happened at the beginning of the series, where he was in that exact same position.
Yep. It was like a way of showing that he's come full circle as a character, I think, is what they were going with. And they did it pretty well.
Yeah, and also him being angry at Kruger, because Kruger's like taking away his personal life for the sake of SPD. And literally Kat being like, yeah, I agree with him.
Yeah, I loved him telling off Doggy. Like, that was top tier, because he needed to hear that. He needed to hear that there is a life outside of SPD, and that he deserves to have that life. And as much as I dislike him as a character, he's right. Like, your job should not become the entirety of your existence. That's something a lot of people, especially, like, the boomer generation, doesn't realize. Like, hey, millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha want to have that balance and not dedicate their entire life to one thing. And that's entirely fair. Like, we realize, like, my generation and Tyler's generation especially realize, like, we're never, like, 100% guaranteed, like, housing. So why should we sit here and struggle to, like, build up enough money for a down payment on a house? As much as I would love that, and be able to, like, have a house instead of burning a check every month for a fucking apartment, I realize that is very difficult to do, especially in this economy. The fact that, like, we don't want to sit there and ruin our life and health for a job that will literally replace us at the drop of a fucking hat. So why should we put in more effort than we're given? That kind of thing. Like, that Doggy portrayed the boomer really well there, and the fact that he doesn't have a life of any sort outside of SPD. And it probably is due to the fact that he lost his wife seemingly in the line of duty, and now he knows that she's back and he wants to focus everything on it. I get it on that capacity. But even before he knew she was still alive, he shut himself off to the entire world, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like what you said, Fex, because if all you're focused on is your job and nothing else outside of that, and I've said this before, it's hugely risky for people because, especially like with people who like, I want to do YouTube as like a full-time job. What happens when YouTube dies in the end? What do you do then?
Like, explain this gap in your resume. Well, I made shitposting game videos where I use really, really dirty humor. Great, congratulations, you're not hireable, right? Like, some content creators, and I love that some of them are self-aware enough. Like, I watch The Goons. They're a very scuffed YouTube channel. They are very much aware, like, if YouTube dies tomorrow and Twitch dies tomorrow, explaining the gap in their resume from like, oh, I worked in a warehouse driving a high-low for like a year before my YouTube took off, and that was fresh out of high school, and I've done YouTube for 10 fucking years, so I have a 10-year gap in my resume that there wouldn't be anything to refer to. So I'd be fucked if I explain like, yeah, I made some really off-color jokes on the internet at one point, and now I don't even have proof of that.
Yeah. Or so what have you done for work? Well, I've done online reviews for a website, okay, and I've done reaction videos on YouTube. Anything else? No.
Literally, like, as much as I would have loved to have been like a full-time content creator, I don't think my brain would have handled it, properly. It'd be nice though,
Yeah. I think it would have been for me as well, which is why it's like, okay, I need to like really take breaks every now and then and focus on doing what I love. One of my passions, like obviously writing stuff.
Like the irony of cutting back on content creation in general, and this, we'll get back to it in the review in a second. Like the irony in that is like, no matter what, there will always be an aspect of YouTube with me in it as long as the platform still exists. Because like, no matter what I do in life, like music, I upload the shit that I do to YouTube, reviews with you guys, with Red, with whoever else, it's on here. Twitch, I stream on there occasionally because I do enjoy doing that. But I also have a life and a job and, a partner outside of this. And that is also a very important aspect of my life. And if I did this 100% of the time, I would not have been able to pursue that, even though I was granted some of the opportunities I'm doing now, thanks to content creation. Like, I would not, if I did this 100% of the time, I wouldn't have focused on dating again, after my last breakup. I wouldn't have bothered, I would have just sat here, streamed, packed boxes, fucked off, and that would have been my life, But now I do, all those fucking things. It's interesting, but, like, for those that, the Markipliers, obviously set for life. Mr. Beast, a little bit less so, maybe, depending on lawsuits,
Yeah.
But, like, he's still, like, at the end of the day, will have enough money to live a comfortable life. PewDiePie, obviously, was able to move to fucking Japan and do things. Like, these people that did it from the onset and were able to get lucky enough and do it, obviously, they struck gold. But, like, once that possibly dries up, unless they were smart with their money and did, the right things, eventually they will, get another job. A lot of the people that worked at Rooster Teeth, because the life that they did have there, depending on their salaries, they did end up going back to a normal job, and that's unfortunate, though. That's something that they had to do, because for as big of a channel as that was, you would think they would have at least had some fucking funding outside of that, But no, like, they did find part-time jobs again, or full-time jobs in some of their cases, because they weren't able to, because they packed their lives up to move to Texas to do that job, sold their homes, sold, all of that, and then they, kind of put all their life into that one thing. And when that was gone, they had to figure it out on the go, which is insane because, that was a media giant. And the fact that they weren't taken well enough care of, that they had to go back to a 9 to 5 and still, create content on the side because they do enjoy doing it is insane to me. So yeah, that's something to think about if you're wanting to do this full time. But like in this like final batch of stuff where Jack is, having a, coming to terms with things moment, Doggy's having this coming to terms with things moment. Can we talk about the alien that they get at the fucking ending of the pre-finale episode? And how they arrest said alien?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry. That was insane to think of. Like, it's just like a normal, stereotypical gray alien, right?
Mm-hmm.
And because they don't really know the situation, they just put him in cuffs. Meaning they've had generic handcuffs this entire time, right?
And they've never used them.
Never until right before the finale. Which is something that I've noticed, that there's always this one little thing, like, near the end, we always get... And sometimes it's the fucking battleizer, which drives me insane. Like 4 or 5 episodes before the finale, we get the battleizer. But here's just handcuffs. Why didn't they use the handcuffs at the beginning of the series with Jack and Z, instead of immediately going into judgment mode? Like, why didn't Jack bring out the handcuffs during the interaction with the fucking girl that he was accusing of theft, instead of like wanting to just like take her in and just having this conversation for the sake of conversation's sake? Why didn't he just sit her down, talk to her, detain her? That's something a police officer can do.
It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Where did this suit come from too? Like, is this a Deck Ranger suit, or is this like just something that was on the Toei lot?
I think it was a Deca Ranger suit. But anyway.
It's just weird. It's just a weird grievance here.
It's a weird grievance. But anyway, we finally get the A Squad back, where the leader is the first ever female Red Ranger.
No. Now we know that Cosmic Fury Red was the first Red female Ranger. We forget about Samurai. We forget about this. We forget this Cosmic Fury.
Yep. And everyone had a hissy fit about that, but I had to point out, like, SPD did it first. Now, in terms of like the SPD Rangers, there's the only Ranger that actually has been officially named is the Red Ranger, which is Charlie. But there have been somebody did a fan-made names for the other Rangers, which have now pretty much been considered as canon as possible. So the Blue Ranger, the Walrus-looking alien, Bevo, BEEVOR. The Green Ranger is called Cliff. The Yellow Ranger, Ivan, and the Pink Ranger, Rachel.
I get it. When we don't have names to things, we just kind of give them names. And even like when we have names, like in the history of this channel, we just fucking, make shitty names for them, like Hot Topic Chick for fucking Jillian and Promised Neverland. Like, it's fucking part of nerddom, right? We give them like a little nicknames.
It's part of the fun. I do get why Red does it a lot of the time when he,
especially in like a series like Chainsaw Man, where the character might die 3 seconds after it's introduced. We just kind of got used to it.
Like with Kishibe, Mr. Top of the First.
Well, he is considered the top of the fucking universe there. He's like the strongest, it made sense. Also, where the fuck is that dude?
Go ahead.
Kind of funny you mentioned Promised Neverland, because when I was reading it for the first time, when I met Yugo, like, before his name was revealed, I just called him fucking Johnny.
Yeah, literally. Like, who cares? It's not like he really mattered, especially in the anime.
Oh, don't even get me started. Don't vex. Don't get me started on that. The anime does not exist. There was no Promised Neverland anime. Do not.
We went from like there's no part 2 of the anime to like there's no anime whatsoever here. Control Chaos.
There is no anime to the Promised Neverland. That is fact. Anybody who tells me otherwise, that did not happen. But anyway, so the A Squad is evil. They've betrayed Kruger for Grum's forces because they say everyone wants to be on a winning team, which leads us into the finale, which is called Endings.
I hate it.
Hate it.
Yeah.
Like
you might. It's like okay. Have you heard of the series Paranoia Agent?
yes.
Yeah.
I own
Episode 13 literally is called the final episode.
I know. And I hated it then. I hate when I get what you're going for. You're trying to give finality to something. And with Power Rangers, you never knew where it was going to really be the end. With this season that we just had might have been the end. As In Space might have been the end. Like, I get it. I totally get it. But like when you're so lazy with the ending chapter or ending episode of your show, you just call it finale or the ending or the final episode. You're showing a sheer lack of creativity, and I'm saying that as somebody that eats the shit out of fucking everything Satoshi Kon made and everything not Urasawa done, but they're both very guilty of it as well.
Yeah. And I'm not, and even Cosmic Fury is guilty of it with the final episode being called the end, which it really should have been called "May the Power Protect You."
Literally. Or like, never mind.
What the fuck is anyone talking about?
Why does that do that so much?
We don't know. We don't know random effects effects coming into Discord sound effect.
I know I set my entrance sound to that, but like I've not got disconnected from the call. I've not had any issues here. It just randomly does that. I guess like every hour and 20 minutes.
I guess so. But yeah, so it's just the finale now.
Mm-hmm. What is really cool with this finale is like we see Doggy's wife finally. All of that is cool. I hate the A Squad Zord. How fucking creepy that is. That Zord is just insane. By the way. When Jack judged A Squad, though, and he gets yes sir'd, I actually puked in my mouth a little bit.
Yeah, because you do not want Jack to get away. Yeah,
I don't want him to win. Period. Like it's like me with Joel. I did not want him to win.
I was about to bring up Joel. Before, but you got to it before.
Those are two characters I feel like don't deserve to win at all. Like, I'm sorry. Like, they both are irredeemable in that same amount. Like, Joel did not learn a single thing as a Ranger. Nothing. Like, he was a piece of shit throughout this fucking season, and he got the win, he got the girl, and he kept with the girl in canon, at least. And Jack getting, the girl getting, affirmation, everything just made me actually sick to my stomach. Broodwing getting judged almost immediately after A Squad. Crazy that got resolved so quickly. But, we have a giant flesh mech out there, a la Attack on Titan style, so it makes sense.
Yeah, it's literally one of the most action-packed finale. There's not one moment where you can stop to take a break. You're like, okay, I need water. I need water.
This
for 5 seconds.
This and Time Force, I really think, are like the most action-packed finales.
Yeah. Absolutely, and also Jack being told like, "Hey, you need to make the choice of what you want in life," and Kruger being like, "Yeah, I know you want to leave SPD."
Mm-hmm.
And also as well, another mountain gets blown up.
Literally, just what is it with a series of mountains? Like, it's crazy how many just get randomly destroyed.
I guess all the villains are flat earthers, and they want to prove that in the best way possible by taking out the mountains.
Well, at least they aren't spending a infinite budget of like sitting and creating a sphere that they kind of, proved the exact opposite of their thesis with in their backyard. Anybody remember that Netflix documentary?
Oh yeah, I remember that. Or the guy who was so determined to prove that the Earth was flat that he ended up killing himself.
I'm going to kill myself to prove my theory that the Earth is flat. If I don't transcend and go to heaven, Earth is flat. There's nothing above us, that kind of thing.
But one of the funniest moments in this episode is when Broodwing and his forces are storming SPD. You see one of the Crybots just looking at fish in a fish bowl.
That's what we are to the Crybots. We're just fish in a fishbowl.
Yeah. But
it's such an interesting like, you don't really see the Mooks get like a lot of moments like that where they can actually be, a character. You see the Piranhatrons kind of doing their own thing in Turbo, and Dino Fury, you saw what the fuck were they called? Taking selfies and shit.
The Tyrannodrones.
The Tyrannodrones, yeah. Just like randomly taking selfies, enjoying themselves while they were in Osaka. That was really cool. They literally were playing the tourist role. And here they're like, oh, we're not in this like weird ship thing or in like non-existent space, so we're just going to have fun with it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I still think the Piranhatrons had the most personality, though.
Oh, they absolutely do. And I will defend. I will really want to get a T-shirt which says
Piranhatrons did nothing wrong.
Yeah. No. I want to get a T-shirt which has they're stupid, they're useless, they're lazy Piranhatrons, they're nervous, they're nauseous, they're chickens, they smell bad Piranhatrons, and then just have the like, no, they're not. Piranhatrons for life.
Yeah, like literally a 1990s shirt. It makes sense, honestly. Doggy knowing the secret of like wanting to leave. Bridge proving he's racist again. Judging every alien out there. Piggy being self-conscious.
And Pinky getting karma for his betrayal of SPD by having his food truck get destroyed.
Yeah, literally. I both loved and hated Boom's speech because, like,
Boom's speech is the best moment Boom has in the episode. Would that
motivate you? Would that motivate you? Like, you will die. You will fucking die. Your life is meaningless. It's forfeit. You are going to fucking die here.
No, that was not the intention of it. The intention of it was that Boom was like, yeah, I know I'm gonna die, but I don't care because this is the place I've worked. This is the place where I live. My friends who are away right now, they would do the exact same thing. So I'm gonna follow their example by staying and just being like, Grum, you could come after me, but I am gonna kick your ass at least before you kill me.
But like,
to be fair, there's a point to be made that the impact of his words may have contradicted his intent.
Right, literally. Like, you can have a rousing speech to rally the troops and not sound negative about the potential outcome. Because they are still, like, even the cadets there have some form of training. They have some form of, like, weapons training, hand-to-hand combat. They have all of this because they're an elite force. That's the whole point of SPD, right? It's an academy cadet, it's like a fucking officer in training for the police or the SWAT or the army, whatever. You're a private, you're a fucking recruit, whatever. You still have some basic training. Like, the military throws you through basic training and weapons training and all of this shit. The cops, obviously, like, they have, like 40 hours or whatever of fucking training with a gun and a taser and no mental health training whatsoever. That's beside the point. They still have a level of training. This is the elite forces, so that you would think that they would have the equivalent of, like, the American SWAT. Obviously, like, with SWAT mode and everything, right?
Yeah.
You would at least think, like, oh, they can use a heavy blaster. They can use, like, some form of fucking sidearm, a rifle, punch really hard, have a combat knife, something. So they weren't as useless as Boom was making them feel in the moment of the speech, because, like, all hope is lost. that's how you get desertion. That's how you have people go AWOL in the military. Whereas like if you have the moment of like we're going to stand here, we're going to fight, we're going to have our last stand, you know, not everyone might make it out, but we're going to do our damn best even, you know, instead of like, yeah, I know we're fucked. It's just the terminology and the way he conveyed it. I think Kat having that speech would have been better because she at least has a lot more going for her in the moment, you know, because we've seen her even more if we've seen her fight with a massive amount of competency, where Boom's entire fighting style is like the Drunken Fist from Mortal Kombat, like not even like the Drunken Fist master style, like Bo Raicho level fucking Drunken Fist, where he might fuck off into some form of luck.
Fair enough. But also the other notes I had for the finale were Piggy getting his redemption by helping them out.
Yeah, no, like I love the moment where he just kind of blasts him out, hands him the morphers, like, yeah, you know what, you be in your right to fucking sit here and contain me in one of those cards. You know, I fucked you over this entire time, accepting his fate, basically. I love and we'll get to it in a moment, like, the fucking fact that he's willing to fight, you know, as a penance, essentially, is really cool.
And also we have Kruger, who's just like, hiya, Mora. Yeah, you can send all those monsters out at me. I'm going to slash them into bits, and you've run out of trap cards, so now you're going to become a trap card.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I love that. Like, I love the fucking, like, use your imagination line, you know?
Yeah.
Kruger got the most good one-liners here out of every Ranger.
He did. And also as well, again, it's very unique how it's the mentor who is not only the arch enemy to the villain, because you don't normally get that, but also the one who actually defeats the main villain in the end.
Yeah, no, literally, it was really cool. You know, arguably, like, the Rangers beat the big bad, but, like, the actual villain was beaten by Kruger. I love, like, right here at the end, I'm screaming, get your hands off of Mother, because everybody was, like, manhandling Kat.
And then we have Nova Ranger coming through a time portal.
Because why the fuck not throw a random suit in here fucking 20 minutes before the end of the episode? Why not? You know, we got this footage, use it. We have Omni show up, which is terrifying. Like, the presence of Omni is, like, on a Godzilla scale, you know? And we don't really have a lot of those moments where, like, we can see the sheer scale of the final villain, you know, or the final, like, big bad, you know? We saw it in Dino Fury a bit, but, like, the difference between a Rancic, where it's, like, human level fucking big bad, and then, like, something to this scale, where it's, like, the size of a Zord and a half, basically, and no real weakness, other than, like, this one little tiny panel, you know, is crazy to think of. But yeah, like, Piggy's fighting down there on the ground, along with all of the headquarters people, Silverback, Birdie, all of them, the auxiliary people, everybody's coming out to kind of lend a final hand at the fucking end here, which made me hate them a little bit less. And the fact that a Zord survived in the finale is crazy to me.
Yeah.
Like, because by this point, every finale for the longest time, we have seen the Zords all get just destroyed. But in this case, I guess it kind of makes sense because it's also, like, the transport, it's the base and everything. But at the same time, like, the Astro Megazord also got destroyed, you know? So
yeah, but technically that got destroyed in Lost Galaxy.
True.
Not in space.
True.
So I don't really count that.
But it's still, like, one of those things where, like, every fucking massive Zord seems to get completely annihilated by this point. So seeing one survive was cool. But, you know, Grom gets his other horn cut off, which is fucking funny, because now he's symmetrical. Death the Kid would be happy. We saw role shift here.
Because we have Jack retiring from SPD, which makes sense because it's like the threat was over. He can now go and live his normal life, and Sky being asked. Kruger does offer them A squad, but they're like, no, we are B squad, and he's like, yeah, that's fine. And he asks Sky the same question he asked at the beginning of the series, and he finally learns his lesson. He finally learned his lesson that it doesn't matter who it is, I will follow them if they are the team leader, which is what Kruger wanted to learn. He learned it, and he got rewarded.
He got his red badge. He got everything. Yeah. We don't have a full team technically now, though.
No, we don't. But it does make sense. Sky did earn it. He earned it in the end. It wasn't.
Yes.
It wasn't just handed to him because of his upbringing. He had to fight and earn it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And now we have Bridge as the Blue Ranger.
Which
and we still have Z and Sid as yellow and pink.
Yeah. Well, hey, they've got a slot to fill. They need the Green Ranger now somewhere. Because Sam and the Nova Ranger, they go back to the future where Sam is probably gonna find C and be like, hey, do you want to marry me now?
I'm 40 years old, honey. So no.
Yeah.
I literally feel like the age gap and the fact that I'm like a senior officer is like a, abuse of my power, In a just world, something like that would happen. But at the same time, like, I do like that Piggy got to stay free because he did kind of earn it. He wasn't ever hurting anybody, really. He was just trying to do his own thing. Now he's working with Jack and his girlfriend or whatever. And, having a new business.
Yeah, which is kind of funny considering Jack's girlfriend has the same name as Red's girlfriend.
True. I like this ending a lot. Because it kind of gives some finality to it. Like, honestly, like, Tommy's kid technically is one of the SPD Rangers, I believe, in the comics.
Yeah.
So he would take the green role in that canon. But at the same time, the Boom comics aren't really considered, like, stereotypical canon. They're on their own timeline, like the Star Wars Expanded Universe, yada, yada, yada. But I do like that idea because... we've already seen Legacy Rangers here, technically, considering Sky is the Red Ranger now. So who the fuck cares? You know what I mean? But at the same time, like, if we go through all of this timeline here, I feel like there's plenty of people in that fucking building alone that could fill the green role as well. Like,
absolutely.
Give it to Boom. Give it to Cat. Give it to, anybody in the fucking building, really. It would be funny if Boom finally got to be a ranger and kind of got his just desserts, because he definitely did earn it. As much as I didn't like his speech, he did earn it. He was willing to lay down his life and fucking protect everybody, the same as every single cadet there. Everybody was willing to just die on the fucking battlefield there. And it kind of gave me the same feeling that, like, in Space did. Like, we saw, like, civilians. We saw everybody fighting off the final invasion there. And it was really cool to see that kind of moment of togetherness again in the finale. But, Tyler, I figure you have some roll calls here to kind of wrap this up.
Yes. So, to quickly go over Dino Thunder, because...
because you missed it last time.
Yep. So in that one, we had Hunter, Blake, and Cam with one during the team up. Shane, Tori, and Dustin all got 2. Had Trent with 13, Tommy with 20. Ethan with 38, Hero with 42, and Connor with 41. Dino Thunder's total to 163. And
wow.
Stepping on Tommy's 20 brings his grand total to 132. Holy shit!
And he's not done yet, by the way.
Yeah. As for SPD, onto your asses, because this is about to get crazy. In last place, we have Boom's mom, and Trent with 1. Then we have Sam, Connor, Ethan, and Kira, and Kat all with 2. Then we have Doggy Kruger with 12. We have Sid with 34, Jack with 36, Sid and Sky with 37, and shockingly in first place, Bridge with 38.
Yay!
Grand total for Power Rangers SPD, a new world record total of 207 Mighty Morphin Get Fucked.
Thank fucking Christ. The evil has been defeated.
The evil has been defeated by my favorite season.
Like, that's insane. Like, I love the fact that Boom and Boom's mom and dad. Like, did you add them in just to get it over? Mighty Morphin?
No, technically, because they did say SPD emergency, it does count.
I know, but I just gotta ask, how much did it beat out Mighty Morphin by?
Mighty Morphin's total was 198, so even if I did not count Boom and Boom's mom, it'd still be at 205.
It won't by a landslide.
That is beautiful. I love that it's finally done. Oh my god. So this might be its own ending. This might be part of a bigger, like, fucking gigantic video. I say it all depends on like what YouTube decides to do with that. On to Mystic Force now, and I gotta say, like, I've seen bits and pieces of Mystic Force. I have very mixed feelings about what I've seen of Mystic Force. Even I know it's a very divisive season, but not as much so as like Operation Overdrive. Or RPM even. So
yeah, we're gonna get into like the divisive era of the franchise with these next 4 seasons,
and that's gonna be a struggle.
Yeah. So I'll just say my final thoughts for SPD. Still my favorite season. Love most of the characters. Love the storyline, and I love how it wraps itself up with no lingering questions.
You know, that's something that you don't really see a lot of in this, just to kind of give my final thoughts. Because there's always at least a couple, like, lingering plot threads that they can kind of revisit if they wanted to, and that's where a lot of these comics come into play that we saw, like, the expanded comics anyway. Like the Trial of Astronema, Soul of the Dragon, you know, that kind of, the one lingering question is who would be the Green Ranger. That gets answered in Soul of the Dragon if you want to consider it canon. But that really isn't a question either, because, like, you know, there's a whole ass academy there. Anybody could fill that role, you know, and even without there being a Green Ranger, you also have Doggy. You know that there will be other Rangers in the future as well, with the Nova Ranger, the Omega Ranger, to kind of, you know, enter that gap. And there are other squads, we know that, because we heard C Squad being mentioned even. So one of them might get the promotion to Green. You know, you didn't have a lot of those things in, say, like, all the, like, early Saban era stuff. Or, like, the biggest point of finality, you know, before this was, like, in space, because they wanted to wrap the franchise up if need be. But, like, Mystic Force, you could kind of, you know, or not Mystic Force, like, Lost Galaxy, you had questions with. Time Force, there was still some unanswered questions, like how much the fucking time fuckery was done in that. Here, you had a nice little bow. I do think that this is pretty high up on my seasons list. I don't know where I'd put it yet. We'll get to that when we get to it. And a tier list of, like, the characters or the you know, Rangers in general for the Disney era will be a fucking nightmare, but it'll be fun to go through. I do think that a lot of these characters are going to be lower on that list. Even if I do like how some of the plot progressed, there was also a lot of, like, just unlikable people in this season, and most of them being, like, auxiliary people in the background, like Birdie and Silverback, and a lot of them just generally unlikable. But there's also, like, some very, very highs, especially in the action and then the Zord combat, and the choreography in this was some of the best in the Disney era so far, in my opinion. I do think Mystic Force will have that beat from what I've seen, but time will tell on that. And Tyler, final thoughts?
So final thoughts on SPD, definitely a fantastic season, I gotta say. Definitely, I'd say probably in the top half at the very least of my favorite seasons. I think this is a very strong group of Rangers. Like, even my least favorites of this, with the exception of Sam, it feels like even the lower ends would, like, in any other season, I think they'd be high points.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even if I'm not that big of a fan of Sid compared to Bridge, I feel like if Sid was in any other season, she'd be, like, with a crop.
Mm-hmm. No, literally. I definitely agree. Like, do you think if Sam and, say, let's put Kira were swapped, do you think that they would be in the same rankings of, like, likability and dislikability?
Probably.
Sam and Kira?
Mm-hmm.
Sam would actually have to get stuff. Let's be honest, Sam did not get stuff.
True.
Yeah, Sam was just a ball of light.
True.
Yes. If Kira kept the stuff she got in Dino Thunder in SPD, I think she'd be. I think she'd be able to hold herself.
Mm-hmm.
She'd probably still be in. I just don't know how she would stack up to, namely, Bridge and Sky.
Mm-hmm.
Those two are like White and Kruger.
Right. Let's see. That's the thing. Like, a lot of this, the, like, lingering issues, I feel like, for me, just like, we have Rangers that weren't really Rangers here. You know, they were either introduced for, like, an episode, or they were a fucking ball of light and didn't have a human form, and that did not give them a chance to develop as characters. I feel like that's a disservice to what they were trying to do in that regard. You know? Because think if Cat stayed the Cat Ranger for more than an hour. As much as I like that idea of a 1 hour, morphing limit, think how much more, prepared they would be, and how much more, action and character development she could have alongside the team instead of just being like the R&D person. I guess maybe they thought that would be too much of a Billy comparison, possibly. But somebody like Sam, the Omega Ranger, like, if he had a chance to be a character instead of a ball of light, I feel like he would have been more likable. He would have been more like this, older brother kind of character, almost like a Dr. Oliver role for them, being able to give them, like, some knowledge from the future. But I guess they didn't want to, like, mess with the timelines. Like, hey, this is how we fight this, or talk about the battles from the, the future, instead of, like, the good old days archive from Tommy, kind of give a parallel. But him not having that moment, that chance to shine, kind of fucked that up for me on that. And the Nova just doesn't matter whatsoever. Let's be real. She was there for, like, 10 minutes.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, if roles were reversed, I feel like, and there was a chance for them to be characters, those would be better. Please tell me that's the only goddamn Ranger like that.
Yes. I think, as far as I'm aware, yes.
Thank God. Like, I don't think I could handle another spectral Ranger like that. I'm gonna be real. Like, I know there's, like, timey-wimey, fucky-wucky bullshit in this franchise, but, like, when there's not even a chance to develop, it just seems so fucking forced for, lack of emotional context and unwillingness to pay an actor, which is a very, very real thing with this franchise. That's why kids didn't have any talking roles and stuff like Lost Galaxy and Wild Force and shit. But yeah, on to Mystic Force, everyone. Like, that's going to be one that's really going to draw us some interesting conversations. I'm not looking forward to Operation Overdrive either. Like, that one's
honestly,
going to be...
I'm willing to welcome Overdrive with welcome arms. I'm willing to give it a fair shot.
I sat through, because it was on the Roku at one of the hotels I was at. I sat through the crossover episode, and I wanted to rip my eyeballs out. It's that bad.
We'll
It was
get to that
bad.
episode.
Yeah, it was
We'll
that
get to
bad.
that episode.
And I'm like, okay,
I'm
I
also
gotta.
really looking forward to Mystic Force.
That one, I love the idea of the setting of Mystic Force. What I've seen of it, I feel like is going to be interesting to talk about.
I love these suits. They
Yes.
are great.
Yeah, we will talk about that next time. But
Yep.
until then,
Peace.
peace.
Mystic Force. What the fuck? This isn't the second or third time we've tried to record this.
Yeah, clearly not the second or third time trying to record this, even though I clearly remember us doing it the second time. But whatever. Let's just get it out of the way. I'm gonna say it right now. The thing I said, the thing that I despise most about Mystic Force: fuck the master, fuck the master, fuck the master, fuck the master.
Yeah.
I think
I-
Luke is
I
a
really-
fan of Master.
I really
The
didn't know you were into the master that much.
No, not in that way. Not in that way. Not in that way.
More
Not
like
in
the
that-
Master bait.
And for people who have gotten this far in the video, no, I'm not talking about the master from Doctor Who. I'm talking about the master from Mystic Force, because this character literally does absolutely nothing throughout the whole series. Meant to be the big bad of the series, and he does nothing until
What are
the
you
end.
talking about? He sucks.
There's not much else more we
My
can say about him.
God.
No, I mean literally, he sucks up everything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's just a giant. He's Mega Made from Spaceballs.
See,
That's what he is.
See, the problem is he's not sucking me, and
Well, would you want to be sucked up by the master?
I mean,
No.
he's a skeleton.
no.
There we go. There we go. So yeah, Mystic Force. I've got to say, people often debate like what's the worst season of Power Rangers. Some say it would be Mighty Morphin. Some people would say Operation Overdrive. Some
Turbo.
people would say Turbo. A certain person here will say a particular series that we've got that we're going to be recording after this one.
I didn't say it was the worst season.
just let me have my moment, thanks. Just let me have my moment. But to me, I would say Mystic Force is probably the worst season of Power Rangers overall. For one key reason, it's boring. It is a boring season. I feel like that's a worse crime than anything.
I don't know. A Ranger never lets go of his weapon, Luke.
There's one that's more boring than this, and we're gonna get to that way later on.
At least with Megaforce, you could just you do have things that you can like.
Yes, it's called
angry
substances because I'm not going to be sober for that video. I refuse.
Yeah, but seriously, like the first half of Mystic Force that we watched, because I remember just being like incredibly bored with it. Like, just nothing happened.
Yeah, in Mystic Force, like I can count the number of things that happened on my fucking fingers and toes, and that's not a good thing. There's not enough substance for what is arguably one of the better premises, like the high fantasy LARPing bullshit that they were doing throughout this. So much better than that other season that we're going to talk to in the same day that we're recording this.
Yeah.
I think you're over exaggerating that one. We'll get to that one. Okay.
Yeah, so I guess to not dwell on it, we might as well just get started with the opening two part of Mystic Force.
What is this theme? What is this theme?
It was meant like Ron Masterman who did the original Mighty Morphin and did SPD, did actually do a rock theme for Mystic Force, but Disney rejected it.
They're fucking cowards. You had a whole emo girl phase not 2 seasons ago, and you couldn't have rock in this?
Nope, they couldn't. It was they wanted their hip hop. They looked at Mighty Morphin and thought, Zack does hip hop aikido. Let's have that be the theme, hip hop.
hip hop. I don't know what you're talking about. That theme is not hip hop.
I mean,
I
I don't
don't
mind
know.
it.
I don't know what it is, but it ain't hip hop.
Like really bad AI generated R&B. Like
Right.
it's like if
So-
Plankton did a cover on fucking TikTok. Oh, it's aged us even more, right?
Yeah.
But why?
Um,
Why did we start with a ginger? Death to all gingers.
Of course, we have to mention Chip, who's the ginger of this season, and of course, is Vex's favorite ranger of this season.
I am the Uncle Ruckus of this category. Okay, I am a self-hating ginger. There's a reason my hair ends up every color of the rainbow.
Yeah. So what are you? So what are you going to be, the Rainbow Ranger, Vex?
I think there's somebody on Twitter that already has that moniker.
Oh, fair enough.
But
my question for this whole season as well, does this count as an isekai series? Because they're technically going into a different realm. Like, cause you have the magical forest realm and the human. They literally call it. They literally call it the human world versus the magical world. So does that technically count it
They're
as an
constantly
isekai?
going back and forth. It's not like
Well, they do that in like the first season of Digimon, where they go back and forth between the digital and
yeah, but there's
real
not,
world.
it's not like it's super easy for them unless it's like season 2.
Yeah, but so you don't think it counts as an isekai series?
There's not really that much difference between that and the other world. It's just like all the mythical creatures and all this stuff. They just look like some random dude you could find on the street.
Fair enough. So yeah. My other thing that I had to talk about with this is that we also have Diet Void Knight in this series, even though this character Korag came before Void Knight.
Yeah,
but
he's literally the prototype.
I still call him Diet Void Knight because Void Knight was done better in Dino Fury.
yeah, no,
Like-
that was a better version.
A better version, just better in any way. Better armor, better character, just better.
Yeah, no, 100% agree. I don't know, like there's a lot in these first couple episodes that gave you a false hope too. Like
Yeah, cause like I really like the aside from my problems with Mystic Force, one thing I do like about the series overall is the RPG elements, because it literally feels like an RPG situation that they're going through, where it's like, oh, everything you do, you get experience, and then you unlock new spells that help along the journey. I really did like that aspect of it.
I like there was a threat too that we kind of felt from those first 2 episodes. That's something that, doesn't carry a lot of weight early on in those, entries, and god damn it, there we go. And those first couple entries in a lot of these, build up portions, right? It's not something that you always see like an immediate threat, and we are led to believe that the Master is this deadly threat, and Korag is this overwhelming force to be welcomed or reckoned with, and it kind of just falls flat as the series progresses.
Yeah, it really does. But the biggest thing to take away from this episode is like, oh, do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic, Vex? Do you believe in magic? Song 2?
Please don't keep saying that so we don't get copyright claim.
But no, because the whole idea about the Rangers to unlock their magical powers is that they've got to believe in magic. But we have here Nick the Red Ranger. Now we're only talking about the character, not what the actor does, because the actor, let's just say, he's a dick. Plain and simple, he's a dick.
Of course, we got to talk about Nick because it's the Nick show.
Oh, it's the Nick show.
Oh wait, that's a couple seasons away.
Yeah, who when he first appears, he literally gave. This is what I put as one of my notes. He gave me real Seto Kaiba vibes about him, like just from his passive aggressive nature. But also as well, he's the only one in this in the initial lineup that's not able to unlock his magical powers, despite saying like, "Oh, I believe in magic." And this is one of the points that when I've watched Linkara's History of Power Rangers, because the only knowledge prior to watching Mystic Force that I got from it was from Linkara's History of Power Rangers. And when Linkara was like, "For crying out loud, you saw this woman turn into an armed Power Ranger and the others do magic, what the hell else do you need?" Now that I've seen the actual episode and get the context behind it, Nick, it's not, I don't think he necessarily was like, was a non-believer in the sense like, "Oh, I don't believe what my eyes are seeing in front of me." It's that I am kind of like, he was kind of like in a situation where he was forcing himself to say those things, like, because he says in the episode, "I guess I'll believe in magic," implying that he's not really, his heart isn't really in it at this moment in time, which is probably why his powers reject him. It's like he wasn't in sync with himself. Like
He didn't have the whimsy. He didn't have the whimsy in him. No,
he did have the whimsy in him, and he didn't feel like he was like cut out for it in a way. Although I will say as well, he has probably one of the most badass moments in the entire series, and it happens in the second episode where he literally rides his motorcycle, jumps off his motorcycle, hits choreography, and then hits him with a kick. Now that was pretty impressive. So yeah, the whole Nick not believing in magic, that whole comes down to like, just watch the episode and understand the context from it. That it's not that he didn't believe what he was seeing in front of him. It's kind of like, I know I'm probably going to get flagged for this. It's kind of like when a flat earther, despite all the evidence to everything that the world is round, they're like, "Nope, we still won't believe in it. We still won't believe that the earth is round because we are like that." But then I'm just globetard, as some people would say. So yeah, this is my other note for it. Like, I truly believe that in this idea of in this idea that in order to use magic, you not only have to be like, "Okay, I believe it." It's like, "No, I really believe it in my heart that I believe it, that this is a possibility." So that's all I had to say on the whole Nick not believing in magic. Now, one thing I actually will give credit for with this series is we have Vida, who's the Pink Ranger, who's very much a tomboy. Like, she is the most tomboy of tomboys people you can get in this series. But she's the one who has to be the Pink Ranger, and what I like about that is that she's not whiny about having to wear pink. I mean, she's a little bit like, "Yeah, pink's not really my colour," but at the same time, she doesn't complain about having to, like, "Oh, do I have to wear pink? Why do I have?" Because that would have gone so annoying, so bad, so fast if that had been the case. That she was just like, "I can't believe I have to wear pink. Like, I'm not a pink person." It's like, she just does it one or two times, like, "Yeah, pink's not my colour," and then gets over it. So I'll give them points for that. And also as well, another another thing that we have, which is different from other series. Well, I say different, but then it'll become like standard as we go along with the series, where we have Udonna, the White Ranger, the Sixth Ranger, actually being the first Ranger we actually see morph in the series. That is until Korag decides to steal her powers. Which, by the way, I've got to say, rest in peace to Udonna's actor, because it would have been 15 years this year since her passing. So rest in peace to her. Yeah. And also as well, we with the powers with the series, the magical powers, we have Nick using fire. Feeder using wind, Sander, the Green Ranger, using earth, Chip, the Yellow Ranger, using lightning, and Madison, the Blue Ranger, using water. So kind of standard elemental powers that we get for the season. Although I'm surprised they didn't just go with calling. Well, I guess because wind and lightning they kind of like fall under the air category. Don't they? Like they
sort of.
Do they? Yeah, sort of. But I mean, they could have used a different element. So for Chip, so that we had fire, air, earth, and water. Like, but what other element would you have? Like metal?
Well, that's still technically Earth. You know,
Yeah,
there's metals in the Earth. It's one of those like elements help create other elements kind of thing in this type of regard, you know.
But yeah, they weren't trying to like reinvent the wheel. They're just going to use the same thing Sentai used, and also I like how wind is also associated with like with flower petals also, so you can visibly see
the wind.
Now,
she's like controlling the wind.
Now, of course, if this was more of a R-rated Power Rangers series, you know exactly what she would do with the wind power. No, you know what she would do. She would do what happened in Legend of Korra. You know what I mean, Vex.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to a lot of pulling from more, adult media in that regard. Not to Akiba Rangers like level, but also to like
not to that one guy's level in which all the Rangers have like real guns.
Yeah,
and cursing like a sailor.
Fucking Zordon! It was my day before retirement here.
What wasn't that Power Rangers quote unquote parody?
No, I was talking about a different. I was talking about a different one that time.
Yeah,
but yeah, that one also does that.
Yeah, even though the guy freely admitted that he wasn't a fan of Power Rangers.
I mean, he got the publicity he wanted, and then it helped him make fucking Devil May Cry's anime and Castlevania's anime, so I guess he got what he wanted, but goddamn. He hasn't become the most pretentious film bro on Twitter, sucking up to Asmongold, of all people. Anyway, what episode did we land on while I had to step away?
I was talking about the opening 2 part because I was going on the tirade of Nick not believing in magic and like how now that we have the context behind it of like it wasn't that he didn't believe in it, it's that he in his heart he didn't believe it. Corny as it sounds, but that's what it was. Like he didn't truly believe in it. He was just saying it just because he was like, okay, fine, I guess I'll say it.
Or I could go with a different angle on this one. He didn't believe he could do magic.
Right.
That could be a case for it as well.
The bike kick, though.
Yes, I did mention the bike kick.
Okay. That might be my favorite scene in the first 2 episodes.
No doubt, it is the best scene. But also as well with this season, we once again have cell phones as the morphers. Although technically they're not really the morphers because it's the magic wands that they get, and they're just like, yeah, people are going to be suspicious of us walking around with wands all the time. So probably the best to have a disguise.
They're still cell phones, though.
There's still cell phones, but at the same time, it's kind of like, yeah, people are going to be like looking like, why do those five have magic wands?
Mm-hmm.
No, they're just gonna think, why are these weirdos just waving around sticks across the city?
Yeah, so probably for the best, like they changed them into cell phones.
Yeah, no, like I don't really have a lot more to say to the first 2 episodes.
Yeah.
I do find that my notes, because it's been months since we originally recorded this. I do find that my notes here.
Yeah, it has.
On episode 3, my first note. Deep in the pits of the demon realm, we find the vampire mommy.
Yes, we have Necroli, Queen of the Vampires, or as tradition is, it's Vex Step-on material.
Listen, I'm simple. I see a Dami mommy and I want them to step on me. I don't care if they're a vampire and will suck my blood or life force or whatever else. I'm dying what I love because I'm a fucking degenerate.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
Die, you'll be turned into like a newt or something.
That's fine.
So, yeah. So my other notes, aside from that, were we have the Mystic Force Rangers. Like what I said about the opening 2 parts, like they really go on the RPG rules to get their equipment, and Feeder's just there like, oh, let's bust the codes and get our beauty, and Udora's like, no, it doesn't work like that. So Chip and Feeder, they try to cheat the system. They try to use Game Sharks to get them, and of course they get punished for it.
Look, we're showing our age. I don't think anybody watching this knows what the fuck a Game Shark is.
Yeah. You are apparently. By the way, speaking of which, to just go off on a little tangent here. The whole reason that you want to know the apparent rumor that Tobias in Pokemon was invented for the Sinnoh League.
Interesting.
It was because people were using Game Sharks, and apparently Game Freak were like, okay, let's see how you assholes like it when we introduce a character that uses Game Sharks.
See, I genuinely believe that could be a thing, right? Like I've heard a lot of like fuck you from developers over the years. You know, CD Projekt Red did a really funny one with The Witcher 2, I believe it was, where you could just not progress past the opening tutorial. Maybe it was 3. It was just like a pirate island where you would fight an undead cow over and over and over and over again. That was one of them.
No, it was more of like, here's the context of this. People were using like cows to get like easy money in the game, and so the developers patched in a way if you just killed random cows for that exploit, a creature would come out and like you couldn't kill it or anything. There was no way of killing this thing. Would come out and kill you.
Beautiful. Like
that was in 3.
That was in 3? I knew it was one of the later Witchers. I knew it wasn't 1. It looked too good. Number 1 looks like one dude fucking painted it together. Trying to play that in the modern era was a challenge. But I also put in here, God, she can shoot those lasers at me any day. I was down bad this day. Why do the Zords human centipede together, guys? Why?
Yes. I was gonna bring that up because okay, for context for people watching, in this series, the Rangers are the swords themselves, which is again a concept that I wish was done more. I wish it was done more in the franchise.
I don't want the cuttlefish. The cuttlefish.
No, but it's fine because when the 4 actually combine, they essentially have a hive mind.
I guess that pays off. Feels really timely to do a South Park reference on the day the new season's gonna come out.
So yeah, my note for the whole human centipede Power Rangers thing was when the dragon forms, Madison goes up Xander's ass.
I hate that is a real thing. That is a real reference to this fucking season.
That is a real reference. Although you want to know,
although this isn't the first time Rangers have done this, but of course this is kind of the first time this sort of scenario happens in Power Rangers.
Yeah. But one thing I did want to have is just the idea of instead of it being Sander in that scene, it's Ant-Man, and instead of being Madison, it's Thanos. So it's like that meme of Ant-Man going up Thanos' ass.
Would Marvel be in a better place if Ant-Man dove up Thanos' ass to kill him?
Oh,
No,
considering
but if they'd done a lot of things, it would have been a better.
well, considering it's a Disney season, that would be actually appropriate now to put that.
This is some of
to
the
put
best content they've ever made. Is the Disney Rangers.
I know, which is depressing to think about.
I mean, at this point in time.
Yes.
Like,
Like the fact that this was around the same time fucking Lilo and Stitch was coming out and Atlantis, and then over here the good live action content is Power Rangers. Oh, what a time to be alive. We have Petrified Humans. This was the OG Dr. Stone.
Yeah, this was the OG Doctor Stone until Doctor Stone did it a whole lot better. Not saying that for the fact that I'm probably the biggest Doctor Stone fanboy ever. I'm not saying that. Not saying that.
I mean, you eat, sleep, piss, and shit, Dr. Stone. So yeah.
Well, somebody has to do it.
Yeah.
To be fair, I will admit if I talked about Doctor Stone all the time, I'd probably get sick of it.
Yeah. That definitely, I think, has a lot to do with me falling out with fucking Chainsaw Man, but that's a whole other discussion. Can we talk about the fact that dude just has a mirror force in his pocket, and how do I get one?
No, you cannot have one. You cannot have one, Vex, because you don't believe in magic.
See, I do believe in science, which is real magic, okay? And I might need that mirror force to deflect the nuke.
Actually, you wanna know what's funny? Since you mentioned Dr. Stone and that phrase, Vex, I've got a T-shirt of Senku that says "Science, it's like magic but real."
I'm glad.
no, it's alchemy. Two different things.
Yeah. But yeah, with episode 4, I did this episode was in my opinion great for Madison to showcase that because Madison is a vlogger and she kind of uses that to kind of cover for the fact that she is like extremely shy and kind of like express herself through the camera. So it was great. It's a great episode for her to kind of like come out of her shell, but also for Vida standing up for her sister, because when Madison is turned stone, Vida goes hard as of like, I am gonna make people pay. It's like, dude, chill. You're being worse than Jen. You're being worse than Jen here for badass Pink Rangers. But Jen is more badass.
Yeah.
And also as well, again, I really wish they would have gone more into the RPG elements here, because the cockpit for the Megazord is literally just a giant chessboard that's like a tactical RPG where you have to like move the pieces around into the proper places to get the right combination of attacks and moves that you want to use.
I love that.
I really wish we got more series like that.
Right?
But maybe when the reboot comes.
I'm sorry, all you're getting right now is a 4th redo of fucking Mighty Morphin. Okay? You get it and you like it.
Like, I wouldn't mind that if they do something different. Don't tell the same story.
You get shitty AI upscales added to Netflix's season 19, and you will eat it like the good little piggy.
It's back on Disney Plus now. They're doing the whole tangent. First it was Saban, then it was Disney, then it was Saban again, then it's Hasbro, and now it's back to Disney.
All I'm saying is the reignition shit got uploaded to fucking Netflix this week. I don't know why. I don't know why we're putting AI upscales as a whole different series. But here we are. That's your Power Rangers content for 2025. The same ones that are on YouTube in like 1080p, but they're 4K on Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
stupid.
Episode 5. What the hell, Sander? Being an idiot? Because this is the episode where I was like, okay, the Rangers were completely in the wrong here about Nick because of the fact that the money's been stolen. That Sander said I was going to deport that for the music store, which is the hub of the season. Let's be honest, where they all work. And Sander was like, "Okay, I've got the money that's going to be deposited in the bag. I'm going to deposit it in the bag. Leaves it out in the open for anyone to steal."
Yeah. Not very bright.
And not very bright. And then when it goes and they accuse Nick, and why? Because Nick's the new guy. It's like, no, Nick in this episode was in the right for them to automatically accuse him about the money just because he's the new guy. When they're supposed to be, like, oh, we're a team, we're friends, we are mates. Like, oh, money's gone. Oh, you're the new guy. Must have been you then. It's like, no, you were an idiot, Sander, for leaving the money out. Take it to the bank, deposit it right away.
Mm-hmm. All right, buddy.
I'm so
stupid. It's so stupid.
Yeah,
But
go ahead. Songetsu, you were about to say something.
right, I was just saying, like, yeah, you should have deposited right away. I don't know why they just magically assumed like Nick did it. It's like could have been anybody like in the shop at that point,
Yeah, like you left it right
or
on the
somebody
counter.
could have just walked in and just smashed it.
Yeah, it's not like it was hidden. Like, because the whole thing, it was like Lily, like one of the supporting characters, was the one that was from what I remember the one that actually stole it. And then she was like, "Oh no, it was Nick, and like, why? He's the new guy. Both cause by the end of it, it all works out. It all works out in the end. But still, they were complete idiots for assuming that when they were the ones in charge of it. There's a reason why you go. Newsflash, Power Rangers. There's a reason why when people say we are going to the bank to deposit the money for the store, you do that right away and you keep it on your person at all times. It's like the big red button of like vital, failable, urgent. Do not lose this on pain of death.
Or at the very least, like put it in like a. Do they not have a safe?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they do have a safe, and Sander took it out of the safe. Was like, I'm going to deposit this. Just left it on the counter.
Then what was the point of taking it out of the safe?
Because that's what Sander was going to do. He was meant to be taking it to the bank at that moment in time, but it was just like getting distracted and just leaving it on the side.
Which is stupid. At that point, just leave it in the
Leave it in the safe until you actually go in to deposit it. Like just that moment alone was like one of the most stupid moments from the series because it could have, and it was only done primarily to be the conflicts of the episode. Yep. No other reason whatsoever. Oh, just Rangers, you fucked up royally with that moment.
Like, yeah. It's funny too because like. This is such a common thing before cameras were like really prevalent in the workplace, right? You could just accuse anybody really of anything, and they would be like, "Well, they've been here longer, so you're the least trustworthy. So get the fuck out of our shop." And also, you have to pay back this money. Meanwhile, the other dude could have stolen the money and just wanted to frame you and get a free ride. It happened more often than you would think, especially for like. Bartending and fucking like that industry there, right? Like the dining industry, whatever you want to call it, right? That side of things really had tips and everything else go missing quite often. More so than just like your generic retail store. But anyway, we have him being absolutely pissed with it and every right to be so. And then we go into the next episode, and the horse is the entire plot. of this episode?
Yep, Korag's centaur is the entire plot of this episode. Which, by the way, it's pretty cool that he can actually combine with a centaur.
Yeah, no, like that's dope.
I mean, show me a centaur that's not immediately a badass in any form of fiction.
Can't.
Can't do it. Centaurs are always badass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying
So-
to think of like what else really happened here, and it's not really a lot.
Yeah,
like-
it's literally just Nick trying to heal the horse, and eventually does and becomes and is able to combine with the horse himself to get a real flaming double lance. I repeat, a flaming double lance. Why are there more of them?
Also, looking for a shadow of something. Ooh.
Wait! I'm supposed to hate this. Hate this season.
It's not that bad. Let's be fair, like all the Disney seasons, this like production wise, I'd say this is like the best quote unquote saga of Power Rangers. Like not financially, but just quality of the shows.
That is a good point. But seriously, I mean, just the idea of a flaming double lance, I was just there like, oh my god, this is probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen. A flaming double lance. The only other notes I had for this episode was things that Korag said. Something about Nick is troubling and come to daddy. Ooh, I wonder what this could mean.
foreshadowing plastered on the wall. What could it mean?
Foreshadowing plastered on the wall. I mean, it's not like Disney doesn't own another franchise that has a twist where a villain is their dad. Oh, wait, did I spoil it? No.
I mean, they changed it slightly for the Sentai. Instead of he's everybody's dad, instead it's just it's just Nick's dad.
Yeah. I mean, it's like what I mean. This is one thing why I don't particularly like Mystic Force. It's just like the twists are just so obvious in this series. It's like you could plaster them on the. It's like they have a big neon sign that's saying, "Get this? Do you get this? Do you get what we're doing here?" And
it's not a bad twist. It's just there. It's just there.
It's just there. And to be honest, I always stand by this. Operation Overdrive's twist was much better.
Yeah, I mean it was also a robot. That made it cool too. Yeah. But that was before we started calling them clankers. He's a filthy fucking clanker. Anyway.
Wait, when did that happen?
Wait, what? I feel like that should be a term for something else. Like, these people who buy like horseshoes and stuff, they prance around. I feel like that should be their word.
It's a TikTok trend for all robots. But yeah. Like even the robots that go around that help you find shit in the restaurant. Get moving, clanker, you filthy clanker.
It's all fun and games until they say exterminate.
Yeah, it's all fun games until they say exterminate, or somebody starts a robot defense liberation fund, and we all get canceled for calling them clankers.
Another reason why I don't go on TikTok.
It's fun. It's stupid, but it's fun. I hate the moderation on there with all of my heart, but yeah, it is what it is. We're bringing cardboard cutouts to life in the next episode, guys, but not really because
honestly, I had nothing for this episode. All I had was giant spider, being the most memorable thing about this episode.
I had Go Gaslight Rangers as my main note because they did
did try to gaslight this boy into believing that was real until the real one popped out there. It played like into the Boy Who Called Wolf. Here, but a little different. There's not a lot here. I had Spider Nom Noms as a note because I'm all seriousness over here. Yeah, Toby failed to meet his hero because they gaslit him too hard. That's the entire episode.
Yeah, they gaslight him too hard. Which, by the way, I said this when we did our initial recording of Mystic Force, so I'll say it again. Toby, who's the boss of everyone at the music store, he reminds me so much of my boss at my workplace. Because my boss is like one of the most laid back, just kind-hearted people ever.
Yeah, no, like
a bit of a joker, but when a bit of a joker himself, but when he needs to be serious, he is serious. Which is what I like most about him.
Yeah, like mine is just another metalhead, so it's chill. We can just vibe, talk about music, pretty much the entire shift. But the next episode is DJ Domestic Violence drops hypnotic beats to die for.
Yes.
Why did they name him that?
Nope. It was a Venus flytrap called DJ Fly. Yes, seriously, a Venus flytrap called DJ Fly who hypnotizes people.
I refuse to call him that. He is DJ Domestic Violence.
No, he's the Veggie Ranger.
And vampires are still sexy. Those are my main notes for this.
In that case, they're just creepy.
Hey, Vex, you want to know what would make this even better?
If she was on top of me?
No. If they managed to somehow summon all the cast from Twilight just to kill them.
Nope. We keep those sparkly skinned motherfuckers out of this.
No, you didn't listen to what I said. She summons the entire cast of Twilight just to kill them.
I don't even want them in here to be victims, okay? I want them as far away from my sexy vampire mommy as possible. They will just taint the purity of the horniness that exudes from the season. I can't take myself serious. I can't take myself serious.
No, you really can't. So yeah, the other notes that I had for this episode is, despite what you think about Chip, I've said Chip so many times now. Despite what you think about him, Vex, he does end up having one of the smarter moments in the series. Like, okay, there's music being played, hypnotizing people. Okay, I'm just gonna plug earplugs in to block out the music so that I don't get hypnotized into being a vampire.
Oh.
So you have to admit that is pretty smart.
Yeah. No, it is.
Yeah. Also as well, I had in as one of my notes, never give up. Nick said, "Oh yeah, that was what it was." Okay, that was what it was. I remember now, because all the time in Linkara's history of Power Rangers, he said Nick gives up at every single opportunity that he has. I'm like, no, he doesn't. Did you watch the series? Nick hardly ever gives up. He literally says in this episode, "Never give up."
No, he was too busy with his green M&M posters.
So yeah, I'm sorry, Linkar, but you are over exaggerating your hatred for Nick. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not particularly fond of Nick as a character, but when you're saying infactual things about the character, then I'm gonna call it out.
Yeah. I don't have enough attachments with Linkara's videos to know like every waking detail about them, so I'm not going to weigh in too much about that. But like that is a famous thing with the season in particular. Like a lot of the compilations, we'll see like he's a weak leader because he gives up too easily, and meanwhile, watching through the season, he doesn't really give up until there's nothing left to fucking do. Like the only logical option at the end of the series was to give up, and then you get
We'll get to it.
Yeah, because
we'll
we'll
get to the
that.
ending.
We'll get to that point. But yeah, also as well, one of my other notes for this is that Feeder in her vampire form, being smart and disguising herself as Claire, Udonna's assistant, to get out of the circle that she was actually in. And I did gotta admit, that was smart. It fooled me. It fooled me when that happened. Alfida got out of that situation she was in as the vampire. But another note that I had for this, and Vex, you're gonna agree on this. Necroli stroking the Pink Ranger, the sexual innuendos. It should have been Vex, not her.
Yeah, agreed. It should have been me. No. Anyway,
but there were But the only other note that I had to make about this episode was that Lily is a vampire. Which, hey, more vampires. You can't beat them.
No, I'll join them gladly.
Yeah.
Next one, we begin the hunt for the Fireheart.
The Fireheart Dragon. Fireheart on the map that was in the previous episode after the one that we just talked about.
And then
the
Xander
one that
becomes Groot.
Yes. Oh my god. This was one of the longest tangents I had in the initial video that we did, because Sander on Sits was gross, and Necroli turned her husband into a worm. It's like, again, that should have been Vex.
No, I'm good. I don't want to be a worm.
No, you wanted to be a worm. There you go.
Hey, you could be Earthworm Jim.
Would you still love me if I'm a worm? Trend ended in like 2023, 2024, or we can leave it there. I'm good.
But no. Okay. So we have in this episode Sander being turned into a tree, as Vex said. If I ever met Sander's actor at a convention and I could only ask him one question, it would be about this episode, because I would want to know how long it had to take for him to actually get into that makeup to be that tree, and how long he actually had to stay in that makeup.
It's a good question,
because
if you look to like people that do Mystique, right, in the X-Men movies, they say it takes like 14-15 hours of just sitting in a makeup chair to do their makeup, right? That's an insane amount of time, and that is makeup. This is prosthetics and all this other shit.
I'm gonna get a picture up. It's actual prosthetic on his face. It's not. I don't think it is. I don't think it is CGI'd in.
No, there's no CGI. It looks painful. Just just looking at the screen, it's like hard to imagine just wearing all that crap.
Yeah, and I've just from me myself, like when I had to do a show where I had to have basically things drawn on my body. It's like it took a decent amount of time to get that on my body each time I had to do the show. It was about an hour to put it on. So you can imagine, and that was just from people painting stuff on my skin. So you can imagine how long it must have taken him just sitting down, getting all that makeup on for that tree effect.
Like the prosthetic fur that I was in for the one shoot was like 4.5 hours in a makeup chair. But for like just the face and hands, I can only imagine how long this shit took. Like, that's real dedication. Like, I gotta give respect to the actor here for enduring that, and hopefully it was one take and done.
Well, considering the filming nature, he probably only had to do it for one day. I think that was the compromise he came to. It's like, I'll do it, but only if we can do it all in one day.
Exactly. Like, it's gotta be. Otherwise, he's a mad lad.
Yeah, he's a mad. Oh my god. Somebody, I found it on Google Images, so I'm gonna put it in the modcast in the modcast here. Vex, just look at that, like from the actual episode. It's literally just Sander as Groot.
Yeah, no, that's fucking crazy. I love that. Like,
Yeah.
it's so
And
good.
of course, he's next to Phineas, the troll gnome goblin
Ow!
character in this series. Justice for Phineas! Justice for
Yeah, he
Phineas!
just hates his Riz.
I want that. I want that gnome fucker on fire on a pyre right now. Okay, death to that gnome.
Just hating.
Oh god.
It's like
So-
it's like Ike in like all the early seasons of fucking South Park.
Kick the
Just
baby!
kick the gnome.
Don't kick the gnome!
He's gonna kick you. That's how strong he is.
No, I wouldn't doubt he'd try to kick me. I just punt his little head in. Okay, anyway. All men and gatekeepers. Cora gets a buff. Ah, she's a nun. It's about to pop up. Udana in an orb. There we go. I was like, where's like good note? Udana just gets trapped in an orb. This is her jar moment.
Yeah. Yeah. Udana, aka sorry Rangers, but your princess in another castle for this series because we've stolen her powers. But yeah, this was a good episode for Claire as well. Like, kind of coming into her own, because up until this point she's been kind of like, oh, I'm incompetent. I can't live up. I can't live up to the expectations placed on me. And then Udana's like, oh no, you were exactly like your mother. You're exactly like your mother, my sister. So technically that makes you my niece. But she didn't start off as great as well, which I do like that, because that's often a message that's kind of glossed over a lot of the times in fiction, where it's like you have the people who like put expectations on their kids to be as good as them. Samurai. Oh, where did that come from? Yeah, we'll get to Samurai with the expectations placed on them when we get to it. But with this episode, it was really nice to reiterate, like, oh no, the people that put the expectations on you, they have to be reminded, like, no, we started out as newbies once, and we came into our own. I feel like that needs to come back, comes back in more forms. That, hey, just because we're placing expectations on you and that we want you to live up to these, up to like the past, the previous generation, just don't forget that they were learners at one point themselves.
100%.
Yeah.
This leads up into the Master being unleashed and all of the in-game stuff starting to fall into play about halfway through the season, or at least
about halfway
through, or at least rolling the ball. You know.
Yeah, halfway through the series, and also we got a pretty intense fight between Korag and Claire in this episode. Probably one of the best fights in the whole series, I will say. Yeah, and of course we have Morticon, who's basically been like the driving force for this part of the series, finally being defeated. Yeah, shows how much of a great villain he was when we've only mentioned him in the episode where he dies.
Yeah, such a great villain. That was mainly the weakest part of the season, was the villains overall, and they're treated with such high regard too. And I'm like, where do they deserve this? Where is anything that they've done warrant it?
Aside from Korag and Necroli, none of the other villains, like, and maybe two more towards the end of the series, none of the villains really stand out. Like they're all just like the same generic, like evil monster of the week. I feel like is a problem you're gonna have when we talk about RPM effects.
Yeah, no,
like
that is portion. That's a
sorry.
portion of it, but like there's more to it than that. As we wrap up this little double-parter, we get into Imperius and the Cat Genie Gingy being introduced in the next episode.
I love Gingy.
I hate
Gingy. Who do you hate more, Phineas or Gingy?
Phineas.
It's very close.
No! Gingy is just like a smug.
Gingy can be Korean food for all I care.
Wow.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, I hate this stupid fucking cat.
Every hating more. Oh, go ahead.
It's the puns, it's the talking, it's the inflection. Like, everything is a stereotype within a stereotype within a stereotype with them. And I understand that it's part of adapting it, but like, it reminds me of Fu Manchu Kung Fu, the way he's designed, and I think that's kind of the way they're going with it. But the way he talks is so grating. I hate it.
He talks a lot like this, eh, guys? How are you doing? You want to know what he reminds me of? What it reminds me of, his voice. I don't know. Red is not gonna watch this, so I can mention this. It kind of reminds me of what Red probably
Dude,
how Red views my voice.
There's certain sounds that affect people auditorily. I feel like a lot of people say that the voice is grating to them for a lot of things, right? And I get that with Gingy, right? And I get that with a lot of musicians too. Like, I can't listen to their music. Like, I say this as somebody that loves Midwest emo, and a lot of people think that just sounds like whiny virgin music, and I agree. I'm from the Midwest. I will agree that it is fucking whiny virgin music. But also, like, that voice is grating to a lot of people, and I won't sit there and be like, well, I'm not going to force you to listen to this shit. Let's put something else on. But, like, Gingy's voice is that to me. There's a lot of the villains of the week, the way they treat them, like in Mighty Morphin, where it's just a stereotype of a voice. It's like, I've heard this a million times in another movie or another show or another, you know what I mean? Like, it's just the generic villain of the week voice. Like, okay, well, you did this same voice in Digimon Adventures for 17 other characters as well. You are the H. John Benjamin of character work. Like, generic Japanese stereotype voice number 55 is your go-to for this shit. Cool. That's great. Do something else.
I didn't really hear that one. I just heard like a very like the stereotype of like the act. I mean, not like the comedian.
Yeah.
Say it's like somebody's making fun of like a Seinfeld skit. It's like, what's the deal with peanuts? That sounds more of like that than that.
That could be the point of reference for like where I'm getting it. On
like, I didn't hear any of like the Fu Manchu stuff with them.
It kind of reminded me of I don't know how many of you watched old Trauma films, but it kind of reminded me of that side of it.
Yeah, I've watched some of those.
No, I haven't. I feel the Trauma film that I'm gonna be seeing. That the first Trauma film that I'm gonna be seeing is the new Toxic Avenger that's coming out soon.
It looks amazing. But I also grew up with that era of shit. That's why, like, James Gunn getting canceled and then uncanceled was the funniest thing. I'm like, dude, he made this shit in the 70s and 80s. Like, it's not aging well. I'm pretty sure he understands it did not age well.
Yeah. But yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to think. It's crazy that you think of Gingy having just a grating voice, considering his actor is the same actor that plays the blind master in Jungle Fury.
Dude, I love the actor. I just hate the accent.
But yeah,
it's the same way with Daggeron. I didn't think he was a great character, but I loved him playing Doggy. You know, each actor has a great role and a bad role, it seems like, in this franchise. Kelson Henderson just has like 75 chances to do that because he's in every fucking season.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Including this one playing Phineas. And again, I'll say it just as Phineas.
Yeah, fuck Phineas.
But yeah, my other notes for this episode were, what is Gingy's one wish? And it's a DVD. Not pirated.
Yeah. I find that hilarious. I do love that. That is fucking great.
That means he went out and bought it himself.
That was fucking dope. It's funny too because it's Disney, because like all their shit gets pirated anyway, so it's kind of playing on that. But we go into Calendar being a traitor, hiding the dark energy.
And actually being imperious
Yep.
as well. And also we get introduced to Dagron, who is literally the Frog Prince, because somebody has to kiss his frog body to be released.
Fucking hilarious.
And Dagron becomes the Solaris Knight, who is pretty much our standard 6 Ranger, and I will say it's nice that we actually do get to see like what Doggy Kruger's actor actually looks like.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I wasn't expecting anything like that when we first dove into this, because I knew Dagron was a thing because I caught a couple episodes like flipping through channels on like Pluto and shit. But I never really had a point of reference for like, oh, that's Doggy until we watched this. That was really cool. This next episode is really good. The train coming in. Xander being an entirely gigantic dickhead who just needs to learn all the lessons.
Just follow instructions, man. It's just like
Yeah. Also as well, it's not so much a test; it's just general elemental weaknesses. Like, oh, what's the weakness to fire? What's the weakness to water? What's the weakness to earth?
Oh, literally.
But yeah, Daggeron's train Megazord. It wouldn't surprise me if this was like the inspiration for Tokuja.
I think
there's other trains. Hello.
Trains are cool. That's the inspiration for Tokuger, and we can't adapt trains because no one knows what a fucking train is in America over here.
We know what a train is. They just saying stupid stuff. It's like as if Thomas the Tank Engine isn't popular in the U.S.
Well,
and they're like Americans don't like trains. It's like, where did you get this from?
Well, here's the thing. Thomas the Tank Engine may be popular in the US, but it's nothing compared to Japan. Like, Japan, Thomas has a massive following.
It's made by Tomy, like Takara Tomy, the toys are, so it makes sense that they'd be fucking big over there too.
Yeah.
They had I swear to God, there was something I saw at work that was like a Transformers X Thomas the Tank Engine bootleg. Was the funniest fucking thing I'd ever seen in my life. It was Megatron as Thomas. I don't know where the fuck it came from.
I've seen that one. It's fucking dope.
Oh, where it came from, it was dope to see. It's bootleg as hell, though. But we roll from this into
before we get into the next episode, I just wanna say, Toby not firing any of them from work, because like it's literally happens like all the time. They come, they go, they come, they go, and like they're meant to be on the clock on a shift here.
Like, I get it. Like, there's plenty of jobs where you can be like, oh, I had a family emergency, especially if it's, like, family-owned. They're not going to really...
But they do it all the time.
Yeah,
it's no explanation for it.
Yeah, the consistency of it. It's like, nah,
and
you get fired.
Even though later on in the series where they tell him, like, hey, we're the Power Rangers, like, I mean, there's no reason, like, they could have just gone up to, like, here's what they could have done. They could have gone up to Udonna and say, hey, Udonna, is it alright if we tell our boss that we're the Rangers and show him so that if anything happens, we can tell him, like, hey, we've got to go and save the world? And Udonna would probably be like, yeah, sure, tell him.
It's like one guy, and it's like, you know, your job.
And also, he looks like he's high all the time, so I don't think he would even remember.
I doubt he would get, like, he would say, wow, that's awesome, but he wouldn't just go around blabbing to the rest of the town and stuff.
No, he wouldn't. So that was my...
just told him at the start. It's a lot of, it's like, why didn't you tell them this sooner type of thing? And they're just keeping a secret for, like, no reason.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, that was all I had on the on that episode. So now we can move into the episode where we have a soul-sucking spider.
Mm-hmm. We have
and
a
go ahead.
battle between the Sixth Ranger and the Edgelord. So yeah, that's great.
That's pretty dope battle.
Him
And they
having
go-
a black hole in his stomach was such a unique concept too.
I did have the note. So Chip opens the bottle and he gets his soul sucked out. Is this a reference to Ginger's not having any soul talk?
This is because he doesn't have a soul.
But my other note was that the dimension they go into it, they call it the Twilight Dimension, but it's not so much Twilight, more like the Purple Dimension.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of like the Mexican filter,
Yeah. No, that's
except purple.
That's a good way to put it. Like, I never
It's
thought of it like that.
always like I always remember watching these type of films like as a kid. It's like, why is it always orange? Mexico don't look like this.
You gotta have that Desperado filter over it. It made everything so fucking great in the
You got-
60s and 70s.
Gotta have that Doritos filter on everything.
I just genuinely never understood the need for like a filter over things unless it's an aesthetic. But there's no aesthetic needed for a Mexican like standoff at the end of a fucking western or anything like that. And it's just such a weird choice the director makes, and this is a different weird choice the director makes. But it's not the weirdest filter we have had. We had the audio filter for the Equation Rangers, and I don't think anything is weirder than that.
No,
I love that filter in Bleach, but I don't love it there.
Right?
Mostly because they don't use it that often.
Exactly. It's not like every time that they're trying to morph, it's like, ah.
And it's not cranked up to 11.
Right. But that's about all the nights that I had. Also Chip's a knight, because of course he fucking is.
So with the next episode, we have the team up episode, because we have Piggy in this episode from SPD, foreshadowing what he's going to be doing in SPD. And the only reason they could do this was because Piggy is played by the same person who plays Toby in Mystic Force.
Yep.
That's the only reason they could do it.
My notes here are Necroli and a bird double team 5 teams. What the fuck was I doing when I wrote my notes for this?
What happened?
You were probably high at this point, Vex.
I was probably drunk. I don't think I was high, but yeah, something.
But also as well, with this, it begs the question, if they have Piggy in this episode, why couldn't they have had Kruger, since they've got Kruger's actor? Why
Right?
couldn't they have just had Kruger in this episode?
They could just literally
He
put,
probably didn't get to Earth yet.
you know
But
what?
no. Oh, go ahead.
You know what? We can use that if it was about as good a logic as we can explain away for this. I do agree. Like, you have the actor here. Why didn't you? Like, you might even have the suit still. It hasn't been that long.
Yeah.
They probably like continuity type of thing. It's like, oh, like aliens got here, but not him, because he would probably still be on his home planet at this point before it got, destroyed.
Or it could have been like after his home planet got destroyed, he went through a portal, and he ended up in the past. That's something that could have happened, and he ends up in this situation. But hey, they could have done at least something, like just anything. But no, they didn't do it. But the one thing they did do here is showcase how much of a good dad Phineas is when he's taking care of the baby dragon Fireheart. I don't care what you say about it, Fex. Phineas is a good dad. He looked after that baby, and he did it with pride. More so than Gingy, who was just being racist to dragons.
Him being racist was the least shocking thing here. I am, however, racist towards Skingy and Piggy. Confirmed. They are both needing to be eradicated from the timeline. So yeah.
Well, they can't. Well, they can't be. They can't be. And I'll accept Arjit from Ben 10 if you accept Piggy.
No, I don't care if you
Argent
accept
was
our.
worse. Like Argent does nothing of value.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You
I'm
can-
validated. I'm validated at last. I'm validated.
That's the thing. Like the story would go on without them. These guys, you kind of need them, or like major story beats just fall apart.
I hate that you're right. I hate that you're right. I still hate them.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah. We were just. I was just getting validation of my hatred for Arjit from Songetsu, Tyler.
Simple. I've mentioned this before, but like, Arjun has a charisma about him that makes him entertaining to get knocked around, and he most of the time gets his comeuppance.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
We go into the one moment that I liked with Phineas, where he gives Korag a eulogy. That is his one win. That is his one piece of validation you will get out of me for this entire series.
Okay. But also as well with this episode, we have Udana's son Bowen being mentioned, who was separated from her, and we have Nick's baby blanket being brought up, and Nick being mentioned as being adopted. Like, oh, I wonder what it could be. I mean, it's not
Jingle,
like
jingle.
Nick is
Here.
going to be
Jingle,
Bowen.
jingle. Jingle, jingle. We're dangling those keys. Jingle, jingle.
Yeah. But before we get to that, we've got the only free part of this season, which basically has the Rangers probably having their biggest screw up ever in this season, because of the fact that they're getting so lazy that they're relying too much on their magic to do everyday menial tasks.
To be
Listen,
fair, if
I
had
would do the
magic, I
same
would
thing.
Do the same thing.
I know,
Thank
I know, but still, it's annoying to see it on screen, because it's a realization like we would all get lazy if we had magic to rely on, and just be like, oh, we can just use magic to do all our day-to-day tasks here.
Now I'll mix it up and probably do it like the normal way every once in a while.
No music,
well,
no
yeah,
fortress,
actually,
no color.
Actually, you want to know what's funny? So it gets now that you mentioned that. That's kind of like so funny, because it's true. Like when people get so lazy that they just use contactless cards, and then when they actually have to put their pin in for their credit card, they're like, I forgot what my pin is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing now that you brought that up. It's just so funny because it's true. But we also have obvious prop cake in this episode, and we have the quote, "Can we defeat evil by eating?" Technically, you can if the end of the season is if the end of the season is everything to go by. So yeah, the whole thing about this free part is that the Rangers, because they get so lazy that they lose Gingy to the Dark Forces, and Gingy has to grant their wish. So it's like, oh, we don't have any Mystic Force Rangers, so Evil Forces ban music. I know Fex is gonna hate that because it's like Shredder from the Ninja Turtles coming out of their shell. So I hate music.
That happens way too often in like beats for like evil villains.
Right?
Like no music.
They want to ban music, which yeah. What? Why? That's that. Why is
can't
that?
I guess
tell
that's
them.
like dictatorship 101.
Yep.
I mean, I guess.
But that doesn't make any sense, because they usually be like, you know what? You can make music. You can make all the music you want. It just has to be about how good I am.
Yeah.
See,
and how much you suck.
See, there's a logic behind a lot of the political side of music, right? Look to, I know she's not gonna watch this, so I can say it.
The most recent My Chemical Romance tour, they're essentially the band, the Black Parade, and that is literally state media at that point. They're used as an act to perform how great the dictators are, because it's kind of the fucking world that we live in at this point. It's like, praise be our dictators, or you might get disappeared to another country. That kind of thing.
Well, North Korea.
El Salvador, Alligator Alcatraz, if they're feeling spicy and want to keep you here a little bit longer. But, that's, a play on the same concept, right? Like, you would have to make state-approved media. You would have to make music that only pleases the masters. That is how fascism takes over in the arts. So, it's not like it's not something that happens in these types of universes and worlds and even countries. It's like music is one of the first things to go because it's an expression of the self. You're not allowed to express yourself. You're only allowed to express those that are in power and how great they are, and then just suck off to them. But that is why that's a trope. Them having to go through trials to essentially become Power Rangers again. It's the world without Power Rangers bit that you see in Toku. Not the best use of it, because I think that the Beta Morphin Masters here in the Tribunal are just kind of there. They don't really...
Yeah, they're just... Yeah, go ahead.
They don't really progress the plot until the very end here. Like, oh, and you have passed our test, here you go. And then, boom. Like, you get Legend Mode. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you get Legend Mode. The other notes I wanted to bring up on this episode is that, again, Nick proving that he's not a bad ranger, because he's telling the team in this episode, like, hey guys, the reason why we're failing here is because we're taking the easy way out. Let's not take the easy way out. Let's do it. Let's do it the hard but the most effective way. And Nick, despite what the tribunals say about, like, oh, we're not going to grant your wish, change the wish. He's like, no, I'm going to be the first one to jump in without using magic, showcasing that he doesn't give up in this situation. But the one thing that Chip wants back, if they want to undo the wish, is that he wants his cape back from his Power Ranger suit. No capes! We're not having any capes. No capes.
He wore a cape before he became a ranger. That's why he wanted the cape back so bad.
No capes, because they get tangled everywhere.
You know what?
Yeah, I'm doing Edna from The Incredibles.
You know what? It does make sense, though. Like, it is, for all intents and purposes, it makes sense. And we also get new Zords at the end of this 3-parter, which is cool. But also,
but also as well, we
end.
have the most, which is still in the modcast VC, the funniest ending shot of any episode ever.
Yeah, no, like, that is interesting.
It's like you could just meme that to high Evan, like what everything is like, hey guys, Phineas, Piggy and Archie are getting their own spin-off series.
Strange ending.
I'd watch that.
We got, in the next one, Korag getting charged with treason after failing to defeat the Rangers again. That's
which is which could be considered a semi-clip show, but it's not so much a clip show considering how short the clips were. They were just basically there to be like, hey, this is what Korag's been doing, this is our evidence, and that's what it's used for.
Yeah.
To be honest, like a decent use of the clip show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a decent use, and also the other notes take from this episode is that the Rangers can be knocked out of their legendary warrior mode.
Yep.
And Korag by the end gets his powers back. But one thing I do love about this episode is what Korag says to the Rangers, like, yeah, I'm gonna defeat you, but first you gotta have a bath first. It's like, okay, yeah, I'll beat you, but I'm not getting dirty. So go and wash yourselves.
Yeah, that was a strange line. We got a 2-parter here. We got a bit of the backstory. We have Limbo being revealed as Korag. Big shocker.
Big shocker. And also Nick being revealed as being Udonna and Liambo's son. Big shocker. Not really.
Yep.
And Lily being revealed to the Rangers. Oh yeah, I was a vampire all along.
We're beginning to wrap up a lot of the plot at this point.
Yeah. And one of my other notes that I had in regards to, again, going back to Linkaro's history of Power Rangers, because a lot of this was like my antithesis to his history of Power Rangers points, where he says where he mentions Nick abandons his friends when he finds out his real family. No, he doesn't. He's still there with his friends even after he finds out who his family is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, where's he gonna go? Like, where's he gonna go at this point?
Yeah, literally. Like, what does he have? He really has nothing. He has a family that, you know, he was adopted to, and then he has his found family that was his original family, and he also has the Rangers. Like, he's torn in 3 different ways, you know. He was surviving on the road, seemingly, doing whatever as he ended up here.
Yeah, and now that he's found his real family, like, he's still with the Rangers, so I don't know what Linkar was talking about when he says that. But I do like how Nick at least holds Liam Ball accountable of like, hey, why did you abandon us? And Liam Ball technically did have a decent explanation for it. Like, hey, I was corrupted, I was taken over, so I can't exactly come and help you at this point.
Yep.
But yeah, that was all the notes I had on the big reveal episode, because it really wasn't a big reveal. Because of all the foreshadowing being put spoon-fed to us, it was kind of like, oh, wow, we didn't see this coming.
Yeah, no, like, there's not a whole lot more. Like, the Unizord was revealed here to, you know, be part of that whole situation. We have the bound battle at the end was really cool, where they were, like, chained together and fighting Imperius and Daggeron. That was really cool.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think we can, like, speed run a couple of these episodes because there's not a lot of notes for these ones, at least on my end. Episodes 25, 26, and 27. I don't really have a lot for.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of notes for these next few episodes, so we can kind of speed run them. So we have Necroli and Lily having disagreement about Lily's future, and Necroli finding the never-ending story. I mean, the Book of Prophecies.
Yep. We have Magma being the first of the trials here.
Yeah, the 10 Terror trials. But but these names really are like, okay, they're really scraping the bottom of the barrel. Like, they have Serpentina, because Serpentera was already taken.
No, literally. This was like, what the fuck can we name these things? They're going to be here for an episode max each. Magma, Serpentina, and fucking...
I can imagine in the writer's room they did have Serpentera as like that name, and then somebody pointed out, no, that's already been taken.
Matumbo was one of them.
I like Matumbo as the name. That was probably the only good one.
Yeah, like, I didn't even write down any of the other.
Let me. I'll go to the names. Where are they? So 10 terrors. So we had. So the names were Magma, Oculus, Serpentina, Megahorn.
Oh.
Like they literally just used a Pokemon attack.
Okay, Megahorn wasn't around yet. Oh no, wait, it was. Never mind.
Yeah, it was Gen 2.
Yep.
Hecatoid, Gekor, Black Lance, and Skullpin.
Wow, so creative. Anyway, Fireheart is the battleizer.
Of course he is.
Pretty dope one.
Pretty dope one, but still way too late in the series. Like, why do they keep doing this with the battleizers?
It's a final push for toy sales.
Yeah.
That's literally it. I do like the weapon here, the sniper that just demolecularizes you. That was a cool twist. But
Oh, absolutely.
this might have been the origin of the give up too easy argument as well. I put in here as a note. This is where they started to be like, okay, maybe we can't fight these things. The next one is the bickering episode that we get every fucking season.
Yeah, but instead of it being the pink and yellow Ranger arguing, it's the pink and red Ranger arguing. But yeah, and by this point, Toby has literally called them out for not being around, which thank God he did it at this point. It was like, it took him way too long to like put his phone down and be like, hey, you guys, you keep disappearing on me. What is going on?
Right? We see the end of this being arguing about arguing, by the way, which is just sibling coded as fuck. And my only other note to mention here is a line from, I'm guessing, the villain of the week. I swallowed them whole. And I put, okay, calm down, Orochimaru, because that was where my brain went.
Oh yeah, this this was about the arguing about arguing. No, that I put down because I liked it. I liked it so much. Toby reckons that's why the Beatles broke up. They were arguing about arguing.
That's a possibility. Megahorn is OP, and the Snow Prince has to save everybody with his fruity ass. His powers are not enough. Apparently, though, is about all the notes I have for episode 28.
Yeah, and Urana getting captured again. The only other note I had on top of that was like, an episode with three words in their name. The balance is off between the 2 episode word titles for episodes. Like the balance has been shifted.
Yeah, this was that one. We go to a double parter now, with the selection ceremony.
Which starts off with Toby eating a jelly donut, or was it a rice bowl? I can't really tell. I just had to bring that up because he made it being a jelly donut.
I know.
Yeah.
We have Claire getting spared, but it's risking her for Udana getting called Daggeron. We are seeing Nick be a cunt to Lily. Lily getting rejected by Mommy, and now she doesn't feel like she's welcome anywhere. And this is a mirror match episode.
We have the clones of the Rangers, which is not the first time this has happened. And we also have the incredible Claire, Phineas, and Lily team up in this episode. So yeah, Phineas teaming up with them, and he can actually fight. But also as well, Toby biting into a pineapple with the skin on. Seriously, ouch!
Yeah, that.
I don't know.
The last time I saw that was like Marco.
I don't know if you guys have ever done that, but seriously, ouch!
Oh, I haven't.
No. Why would I ever do that? That's stupid.
Yeah. I don't even know how to respond to that, to be honest. That was just strange all around. Him going full health nut for this double parter was just annoying as shit.
The only other notes that I had for this episode was that Sander sympathizing with Nick because of the fact that even though it's filmed in New Zealand, the show is supposed to say Sander's one of the only few New Zealand Rangers who says, "Oh, I'm from New Zealand," so that they don't have to cover the accent. So Sander sympathizes with Nick because he was bullied at school because of his accent.
That's interesting. And then episode 31. Phineas gets a date with Lily.
Yes.
He's not allowed.
So gets it.
The Rizzler.
It's confirmed. Lily ex Phineas is canon.
I want to puke.
Yeah, and also as well, by this point, Toby has finally figured out, like, hey, the Rangers are the Rangers, they're telling the truth. And I love, at the beginning of this episode, how he basically becomes, basically the Mystic Force Power Rangers little Toku, because he's, like, recounts the series verbatim up until this point. But of course, because the Rangers are out fighting, Phineas gets hired at the music store, but always scares off people. Which, okay,
Damn.
Fex, I want to say this. Despite your feelings towards Phineas, the way he looks isn't all that different from a normal person.
I wouldn't give a shit if he was my cashier. I'm there at like 3 o'clock in the morning, half strung out on energy drinks and spite. I just want to get my shit for the next day and move on. But like that's the level of, you know, camaraderie, whatever you want to call it, that I have with most cashiers at this point. It's like it's early in the morning. I work night shift. Just give me my shit so I can get out. I would not care what they look like, you know.
Yeah, so I'm like, people being scared of him in this, like, that just comes across as them being like extreme. But it would be like if, say, I don't know, Gingy was the cashier and then being scared of him.
Well, then that would make sense. That's a giant talking cat.
This is just a dude. As much as I hate Phineas,
the other
as a
guy is
character.
just a guy, and he's just like sure, his like dental wise, he's completely different because he has a lot more teeth.
But again, I wouldn't give a shit what he looked like. He's just fucking giving me my shit, and I'm going out the store. Who cares? Like, but
They're
also,
like screaming their heads off like bloody murder. But also, in context, they're aware of the mythical creatures in the forest.
Yeah, by this point they are. So it's like
No,
it's like,
before this point they are. Like, it's not even a rumor to them. They just don't go there.
right? It's just bizarre. I don't understand why this was a point, other than like to shoehorn in the end, like, we're all working together because of the power of Disney bullshit.
Yeah, because it's supposed to lead into the finale, which we might as well get into that point, get into it at this point. So we have Nick being turned evil, and therefore all the leaders of the forest are like, nope, humans can't be trusted because one of them turned evil. Get out.
And then it's right back to him doing that goofy ass Starburst stream pose, and then getting his ass kicked because why did you not keep going? Why did you not keep fighting full strength? You could have won, and you just gave up. It's stupid.
Yeah. And of course, everyone's still being a dick to Phineas. I'm like, just give him a chance. Phineas did nothing wrong. He was doing the job that he was hired to do, and people are just there like,
and he's different. That's why they're here.
I literally put Vex is a nomophobic to Phineas.
Yes. I'm gnomecist. I am racist against gnomes, and I'm also catsist because I hate giant talking cats. There we go. I'll say it. If people can go on Jubilee and say, no, I'm gonna shut my mouth right now.
and then Hades and Shion walks in, and it's like, what did you say about us?
Also, you heard it here first. Vex hates giant pussy.
I can't even. I can't form words to respond to that.
So yeah, in this episode as well, we get the first mention, which should have really happened at the beginning of the series. The Mystic Mother, who's the
Rita
source of all good magic in the world, who is basically good Rita. I mean,
They obviously did that because the actress is the same actress from
Shoe Ranger.
Yeah.
I have on here also.
I was just gonna say, I can buy Rita becoming the source of all good magic in the world. I just wish it was built up a bit more. Like, who is this mystic mother? It would have been a much more meaningful twist if that had happened.
Also, R.I.P. to a legend, even though she passed away a long time ago at this point.
Yeah. I think she passed around the same time Udonna's had to pass away.
Sounds right.
Let me look that up. I'm going to look that up.
The Master has no realm left by this point, so it's over here in the real world fighting. Necroli is a baddie even in her human form, confirmed. And then we have and we all join together, the power of friendship and Disney bullshit.
Yeah, literally, this is the most Disney-fied of Disney-fied endings ever, where they literally come all together to basically make the consume Master with so much magical energy that he blows up. So basically, they basically overeat, make him overeat.
Here's the thing: if he digested everything and then came back, they would have been fucked.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, they would have. Also, as well, Necroli gives up her powers in this episode to revive a killed Liam Bow and Daggeron and is turned human. And is she still step-on material even in human form?
Yes, she is. She's still a baddie even in human form.
But yeah, with this, this is the point where Nick pretty much gives up. And you know what? I don't blame Nick for giving up.
At this point, it makes sense. You got the Master over there. He's tanking everything. Why the fuck wouldn't you give up and be like, yeah, you know what? Maybe we're too weak for this. Our Master's dead. Our mentor's dead. Yeah, we're kind of fucked here.
The big bad has arrived. All the odds stacked against them. He's lost his father, mentor. He's seen his mother be taken away from him, and his powers being drained. At that point, who wouldn't give up? Well, unless you're Goku.
Goku would have gave up.
Yeah.
Remember Cell?
He would have fed a Senzu bean to the Master and let his kid fight it. Okay, then that's pretty much what the fuck happened here.
The difference is he knew Gohan was way stronger than Cell, but he was just like Goku. He doesn't have the same personality as you, and that was the biggest point of what Piccolo was saying. But anyway,
and by the end of the series, when the Master is defeated and all the forest creatures and humans come together, blah blah blah, and all of that. Nick goes off with his mum and dad to visit his adopted parents. He literally says that I'm going to visit my adopted parents, and I'm going to do it with my real parents. And again, going back to Linkara's points, Nick abandons everyone to go motorcycling with mummy and dad. The battle is won. He's found his birth parents. He wants to go and spend time with them. Let him go and do that.
Right, he can see his friends whenever he fucking feels like it because he has a bike that he can ride to meet them. But he wants to spend time with his family.
Yeah,
do that. What?
That he never grew up with. He's now got time to spend with them now that the threat is over with. Let him do that. So yeah, Linkara, you were completely wrong about you were completely wrong about Nick for most of your points this series. But one thing that I know Vex is going to be jealous of: Toby getting with Necroli.
I hate him. Listen, you 2-bit LMFAO frontman, I will fight you for the vampire mommy anytime, anywhere.
But yeah, that was Mystic Force.
Tyler roll calls.
Yeah, Tyler roll calls. If Tyler is still with us.
I think he died.
Yeah, Tyler's died at this point. So we'll save the roll calls until next time when we do Samurai. So yeah, my final thoughts on Mystic Force. Overall, yeah, it's still my least favorite season of Power Rangers, just because of the fact that, despite the positives that I had to say about the series, I just found it just so boring, so generic, and not a lot of substance to it.
It was mid. It wasn't terrible. It's arguably one of the worst of the Disney. Might actually be the worst of the Disney era.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. In my opinion, it's the worst of the Disney era.
That being said, it's not as bad as people put it out to be. I don't know. I just feel nothing for it, really. It was a cool concept, just poorly executed. It's about the best. The best that can be said here.
Yeah.
And with that,
So hopefully this time it will be successful in getting rendered, and we won't have to do this for like a fourth time.
I swear this season is cursed. But anyway, until next time, peace. Roll call time, Tyler.
All right, so, starting off, we have Liambo with 1, Ujana with 2, Daggeron with 5, Xander and Chip with 16, Madison with 17, and Nick and Vita with 18, giving us a grand total of 93.
Not bad for a smaller season. And with that, on to the next season. Operation Overdrive. This is the season that everybody seems to hate because the internet told them to.
But we're gonna do something completely different here.
Still a terrible opening, I will say.
God, yes.
You had to ruin my moment. But we're gonna do something completely different here. A positive review on Overdrive. I think the world is coming to an end, guys. A positive review on Operation Overdrive. It wasn't as bad as we thought it would be. The internet was wrong. What? Like, in all seriousness,
concept.
In all seriousness, have we been watching the same season as everyone else?
No, see what happened is the Watch Mojo effect, right? They saw the top 10 worst Power Rangers moments, and they saw that one scene where they gave up, and then everybody's like, oh, Power Rangers giving up? What a terrible thing. It's almost as bad as a Ranger never lets go of his weapon, but we'll get to that eventually.
Oh, we'll get to that point.
That one deserves to be ridiculed, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But also, as well, I think it's because of the fact that of Linkara's history of Power Rangers. Because I'll be honest, I thought I was susceptible to that back in the day. But now that I've seen the season all the way through, I can say I'm sorry, Linkara, but you are wrong about this season.
I mean,
it is better than, I would say, Mystic Force, Ninja Storm, and the vast majority of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Eat that, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers fanboy!
I'll say
only my Power Rangers fanboys.
That's a low bar with Mighty Morphin. Let's be honest.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's nostalgia that carries Mighty Morphin, whereas things like
Ninja and money.
Well, that too. I mean, we've all seen the Playmates line of toys by this point. Yes, those who are sitting through this entire, however long this ends up being upload, it's been that long.
I know they were going for like the barrel-chested, like Morphin figures, but they look worse than the ones like back in the 90s. I don't know how that's possible.
Well, it's a budget company that's doing it. It's primarily made toys for kids, but they have the Voltron license, and that isn't bad. So I don't know what the hell happened here, unless they were trying to make them as cheap as possible so kids can actually afford them in this economy. It fucking knows. But
in that case, just give them normal figures.
Right, like literally. Literally, give them something like Imaginext. Those shits went off the wall when I was younger. Like, you couldn't walk into fucking Toys R Us without parents and kids screaming for them. So, you could have went that route.
Yeah.
But, Operation Overdrive, like, I gotta say, like, I agree, this might be the worst theme song so far. There are a couple of dull moments, but that's every Power Ranger season. But I will be the one to say it, that this is better than the entirety of Mighty Morphin.
Oh, that is a hot take.
Like, I understand that a lot of my generation and your generation, Luke, they grew up in, or were born in the 90s, love the Mighty Morphin. That was their first exposure to this franchise. But realistically, that entire season could have been 52 episodes max for the entire story.
It really could, because that's literally... Because I went through them, like, okay, what are the most important episodes in Mighty Morphin? And it literally came down to that amount, like 50 episodes.
You could do the Dragon Ball Z Kai with
Mighty Morphin, which is
You really-
kind of
you're
what
right.
it's kind of what like I think that reignition is going to be is like DBZ Kaiing it. I'm not.
I
paying
very
how they're
much
doing-
doubt it. I'm pretty much think it's going to be exactly like the same thing what Disney did for Mighty Morphin, which is just add sparkle effects and no footage of buildings blowing up.
We do not talk about that, especially when they just Photoshop a backdrop of rain on top of the bit where Goldar's like, get them. I am not even kidding. That is what happens. They literally Photoshop rain on that moment.
Well, see what they're going to do is they're going to use AI in this.
I think they were just trying to like show the effect of like him saying that to Scorpina.
Oh god, yeah. But yeah, I will agree that the theme song is probably the worst aspect of this season, but it's not nails on a chalkboard bad.
It's getting there.
It's at least listenable. I mean, would you want to listen to it?
I'd argue it's salvageable because I've seen it work.
Yeah, there's covers that do it better.
Yeah. Yeah, so the main theme about this season is the jewel hunting. It's basically a treasure hunt season for what is essentially the Infinity Gauntlet.
And the crown.
And the Infinity Stones, except it's a crown, which is very
chaos control.
Yeah, or controlled chaos, if you will.
Yeah. I do think that out of all the characters in this season, Spencer carried the entire thing for me. Like,
well, not just Spencer,
and our little Yeti friend Norg.
Norg was just like the most adorable thing ever. And again, Norg is our season stand-in role for Kelson Henderson.
I love everything this man has.
Admittedly, I couldn't get over his name because I'm a Cat Icarus fan, and in his Spyro video, I learned that Nork is another word for breast. If you're over there in Britain.
No, yeah. Oh my word! Oh my word! I didn't even know that, and I'm the British guy here.
So, our villain.
Wait, are you serious?
I am serious.
So wait, he's a boob? I guess you could say he's a boob.
Yeah, well, I mean, he is a boob. I don't know how the fuck I knew that. The Brit didn't.
Yeah. Also as well. Speaking of Spencer, we have to mention this. Rest in peace to his actor who died late last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was last year. So rest in peace to him.
Yeah. We have Heat and Snow Miser as the main two villains for the season, which is fucking hilarious to me.
Yeah, and they literally start off the season with by being on planets that could be swapped out for Punk Hazard from One Piece, because that is literally what they are. Half fire, half one of them's fire, one of them's ice. But this is the thing that a lot of people like criticize this season for too many villains. Well, yeah, there are a lot of villains this season, but they do handle them quite well for the fact that it's not just like because a lot of the problem with the earlier Power Rangers seasons was that it was very Monster of the Week, whereas with this season, because we have such a wide range of main villains going after the jewels, kind of like a villain civil war, if you will, it means like most of the main villains, they get equal amounts of screen time. So if we're not with one villain faction, we're with the other and vice versa. Or sometimes they're all together at once.
We still get the Monster of the Week, but it's not the focus of the episode. Like earlier seasons.
Yeah, and also with the villains, they're very easy to distinguish, like who each other is. Like with Heat Miser or Mortar, like his obvious color is red. With Snow Miser, aka Flores, his obvious color is white. So it's very easy to distinguish who is who at any given time.
Yeah, that and the ninja guy, and I mean all of his monsters are like blue. Always.
Yeah, and
Whereas
then we
every
also
other one has like a few monsters that are like not exactly like their like color.
Yeah, and we also so we also have the Blue Ninja Guy, Commodore, and Meatrix, and then we have later on the Fear Cats, where their primary color is black. So we get pretty much the villain Power Rangers of this season as well.
No, but literally, that's kind of what it feels like, and I kind of fuck with that. Like, we've had these like multi-villain seasons done so poorly in the past. When I saw how many we had, initially I was a little hesitant. I thought, well, maybe that's somewhere where it fucked up, right? Because like we saw Mystic Force and Ninja Storm and all these seasons try to balance like a couple of different like villain teams. Hell, even back to Mighty Morphin, right? Because we had Rito and Zed and fucking Rita and all of them trying to kind of compete for that power vacuum. And we've seen that these don't always pan out well, and I think this is the best we've had it done so far.
Yeah, I agree. Like these sets of villains, I would say, are more memorable and more enjoyable than any of the villains in Mystic Force.
Master anyone?
Do not even get me started on the master. Do not.
He's the master of suck.
Yes, he's the master of suck. And hey, Commodore was imprisoned, but at least he did stuff when he was imprisoned.
I'm glad somebody here can get a little loud, because I definitely can't.
I think that's the loudest you're gonna hear from me this whole video, except for when we get to one particular aspect. When we get to later on in the video. But yeah, so yeah, we for this season, the set of Rangers we have are a stuntman with Dax, who is shot on for some reason, because literally the first scene we see him in, he's getting bullied by the crew, and he gets a small little chair, and it's like, you do realise you need stuntmen for stunts?
Yeah, some of the stuntmen are like the coolest people ever. It's like Jackie Chan was a stuntman.
Yeah, stuntmen get set on
Bruce Lee.
Yeah, stuntmen get set on fire.
Yeah.
So it's like, why are you being so harsh to him? And also we have Ronnie, who is a race car driver in the Grand Prix. You're a Grand Prix. Had to do it. Had to get the Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge reference there.
Yep.
Go.
We also have Rose, the gifted child, who surprisingly is not burnt out, and our Red Ranger, Mac, who is the son of our mentor, Andrew Hartford.
Mentor, quote unquote, because I will say, if there's one aspect of the season I don't like, Andrew is probably the one that I would point to as like, yeah, I'm not a fan of his character.
No, I'm not either.
The
other thing
also
I'm not a fan of is the Zords. Since we get them pretty soon after the initial encounter here with all the Rangers in one position. I gotta say, like, Minecraft creative mode Zords never really do it for me.
You love them.
I love their design so much because it goes so hard with the adventuring theme.
It does. It fits so well. It's just I don't like their designs.
If you don't like Minecraft, let me give you a picture of another season Zord.
But also as well, I have to mention Will the Black Ranger. Yes, the black guy is the Black Ranger again.
They auditioned for the part.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
But also as well, his actor did something questionable.
Oh,
that we're
right.
Yeah, because now I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. He has come forward and clarified what happened with the banner story, but at the same time, that's still a bit like, yeah, you could have said that years ago and cleared it up right away, but you chose not to. So, yeah. Even though you've clarified it, you still waited over a decade to clarify it, man. So
what did he do?
He stole the banner from Morphin.
No. What he did was that he took the banner. He still took it without permission, left it in a room, and it got stolen. So technically, he didn't steal the banner, but he did give it the. He was the catalyst for it getting stolen, and the fact that he didn't come forward right away to clarify this, like that's a little bit like, yeah, you really should have done that.
Right, that kind of sketched me out, like, especially it was just like, oh, I was just going to place here. Yeah, I was just going to place here to steal it myself, but then somebody else stole it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
there's a few holes in this story that I'm just like, yeah, and like I said, if he had come forward right away and just settled it, I feel like it wouldn't have been as controversial as it ended up being.
I mean, it still wasn't
So he's
controversial.
full of banner.
Yeah.
Yeah, the banner was going to be auctioned off, and the money was going to give it to charity. So he basically prevented sick children from getting money, essentially. And that's all we're going to say on that.
Yeah. There's a lot of levels of suck to it there. But
Yeah.
anyway.
But moving on, that's the elephant in the room that we had to get out with this season. Honestly, in terms of all the seasons, this might be like the least quote unquote controversial cast of Rangers compared to some of the others.
Which is refreshing.
Yeah, but like we said, Spencer, the best character already because of just the fact that his wit in the season is just hilarious. Like every line that Spencer says brings a smile to your face. Like, how can you not love this guy?
He's literally Alfred with a little bit more sass.
Yeah. And also in the first episode, there is a problem with this first episode. The fact that Andrew hires these people and he's rich. Rose literally said, "You're rich, buy an army," and he's like, "No, an army can't solve this. Why?" He never explains that.
Too much peak energy is dangerous.
Actually, that would be that would actually be an explanation. Like, you're rich by an army. The morphic grid can't sustain a lot of power.
That's the thing. He just need like 7 roided up Marines. That's it.
Yeah.
Apparently, like, we can buy the U.S., so like just buy the army.
Yeah, just buy the army. But also as well, another interesting aspect about the fillers this season is that Heat Miser. What are our nicknames for them again?
Heat Miser and Heat Miser.
Yeah.
Snow Miser and Heat Miser, they're brothers. They're like, I think this is the first time like we've had like brotherly rivalry villains for the main major threats.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean we had Rito and Rita, but they were on the same team.
Yeah, and also let's be real, Rito, while he was the only successful one, he still was a terrible fucking character.
Oh, absolutely.
These were both great written characters.
Yeah. You really got like the sense of their personality. Like Moltar was obviously the more impulsive one, whereas Florius was the more cold, calculating, laid back one, which makes sense for their characters because like Moltar was obviously fire and Florius was ice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
White Christmas, Mr. Green Christmas.
Yeah, I'm Mr. White Christmas. I'm Mr. Snow. Yeah. And Norg is Florius's little henchman, quote unquote. Only by not by choice, because Florius just basically takes over Norg's house essentially for the season.
Yeah, he's essentially a slave. Let's be real.
Yeah. Which after everything he went through, we were just praying like, Norg, please have a happy ending. Please have a happy ending.
And he gets adopted.
He gets adopted by the end, which we're happy about. But also as well with the opening 2-part, Andrew doesn't want Mac to be involved, and to his credit, Andrew does say like, "Hey, I'm not. I wouldn't ask you guys to do something I'm not willing to do myself. So he's willing to at least put himself through all of this.
Yeah. Well, let's be real.
I'm pretty sure he was going to be the Red Ranger.
Yep.
Yeah, he was originally supposed to be it.
Let's be real. He's too old.
Well, you say that. But just you wait, Vex.
I mean, they don't even have to wait. Zato and Ion are over 65 million years old.
Oh yeah, yes, they do, and Ion are like millions of years old. And Merrick's 3,000 years old.
Okay, but they're age locked.
Okay, fair enough. So we also have the foot soldiers, two factions of foot soldiers. For Moltar, we have the lava lizards, and for Florius, we have the chillers. Not the most. Go ahead.
Name.
Yeah, I was gonna say they sound like names Ben 10 would make.
Not even Ben 10, Ben 23.
Yeah. That would be good. Like Heat Blaster Ben 23. That would be his name, Lava Lizard, and then Big Chill would be Chiller. That would be the name Ben 23 would make.
God, are the names in the reboot that fucking bad?
No, this is in Omniverse.
Oh,
this is okay. So basically, in the episode Store 23, Ben plus a couple side characters go to Dimension 23, where they meet Ben 23, which is basically Ben Prime if he never had the guidance of Grandpa Max.
Oh God.
Yeah, and he literally comes up with like some of the most uninspiring names for the aliens in that episode.
No, he calls Artiguana Freeze Lizard.
That is literally what I'm like. That is literally just taking Chiller and Lava Lizard and just smacking them together.
God, I never finished Omniverse, so I'm kind of glad I did it.
Yeah. So also in this. Yeah, I would recommend it. But back on topic. So for this season, we obviously have civilian powers again. And they're not really. They're most of them are just rehashes from previous seasons. Like we have super speed, invincibility, super agility, X-ray vision, and super strength.
Yeah, we're kind of retreading things like Dino Thunder and all that, and that's fine for the civilian powers. I mean, you don't want to make them go too crazy.
Yeah,
I do think that there's a couple tropes I wish we would leave behind, but I know we're not going to. Like coming up, we have like we can't work as a team episode, or the falling for the villain bullshit. Like I really wish we would leave some of those tropes behind, but I realize they're so ingrained in Sentai that can't really work around them too much.
Yeah, you really can't. It's a staple of Sentai, so it's got to be a staple of Power Rangers. But this is a first for a season. In the opening two-part, a major villain gets into the base of the Rangers because we have Moltar getting the Corona Aurora right away from the mansion. So it's like that's a first.
Yeah, that was shocking actually, seeing them infiltrate the base not once but multiple times in this season.
Absolutely. And we also in the opening two-part have a clever bit of foreshadowing with Mac, where Spencer says, "Sometimes, Mac, if you feel like one of your father's possessions, just remember you're the one that's irreplaceable to him." That's a bit of foreshadowing if I ever saw one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But there was a line from Andrew that really confused me here, where he says he doesn't remember Max being in a movie when he literally recruited him because he was a stuntman for movies.
Yeah. It's interesting. Like, we have a lot of these confusing lines dropped throughout this that we never really got addressed to. That's one of the weaknesses of the season as well.
Yeah, the writing isn't the best in this season, but then again, it's no better than some of the weaker parts of earlier seasons.
Exactly.
Yeah. one thing I do love about the swords in this season is that they have briefcases that become the steering wheels. We have the briefcase. We have the Settle Kaiba style briefcases.
Yeah, it's definitely clever. I'll give it that.
Yeah, but those were really all my notes that I had for the opening 2-parter.
Yep. I think we've covered all of mine as well here. Yeah. We we can't work as a team bit here. We see Spencer becoming the bait, and this is something that we see him do a lot throughout the season and like disguise himself. And I think that's really a clever little thing that he does. Here we see him, test their abilities to work as a team, test the abilities of like, can they actually function in the field too, right? Not just as a team, but as like individuals, because they were all recruited based on their individual skills, right? We see, a thief coming in because we need to steal things. We see, an engineer so they can work on the fucking Zords, things like that. And I really like that aspect of the season. But all their abilities and all their talents being utilized in the field individually was like the whole point of this. And I really do think that this was where Spencer starts to really shine beyond the wit, because him putting himself out in the field puts himself in danger as the butler.
Yeah, you don't really see that all too often. Not just in Power Rangers, but in like other shows in general, like the butler character actually being on the front row of certain missions.
Right.
Yeah. But this is where we start to really get into what the story arcs of the season are going to be, because most of the story arcs are revolved around, okay, we've got to collect the 5 jewels for the Corona Aurora, which is a mouthful now that I think about it.
No,
Crown.
I think we should just call it the Tall Boy, because
I'm
Corona
gonna.
Aurora sounds like a beer.
Oh yeah, the Tall Boy, because there's one of my favorite beers.
Is there an actual beer called the Corona Aurora?
No, called Corona.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they're going after beer. Hey, Homer Simpson would love this season.
Yeah. And like Corona's stocks like went like massively down during COVID because like it was coronavirus. It was the virus beer. Yeah, that was a whole.
And I got some beer on sale because of that. So.
Yep.
Got to make lemonade out of lemons, I guess.
Yeah, but it turns out that the first jewel is situated in Atlantis, and they which ends up being revealed that the jewel was actually in a volcano as well. Which I've got to say, like the fact that it doesn't take like they're not like we find the jewel like one after another. It doesn't become like a cow mouse. Well, it does become like a cow mouse game of like, who's gonna get which jewel? Just finding the jewels themselves, it takes a while for them. Like, it's not a one and done deal.
Yeah,
makes it feel like
a treasure hunt.
Yeah,
literally that, because sometimes they don't even find the jewel; they just find something that
helps them
is
find
the arrowhead to the jewel.
Yeah. So with this episode being a prime example, like they don't find the jewel, they find a scroll, which doesn't look like a scroll. It looks like bamboo.
I mean, it is a scroll, but you would think it would be a paper scroll instead of a bamboo scroll, judging by like the context of like what they're looking for and the origins of the stuff. Like that's what I'm going to talk about is like the weird inconsistency with like the artifacts they're finding, with like the location, like where it's from, and like the theming around it is weird.
Yeah, I mean, like considering it was made of bamboo and it was in a volcano, you'd figure like the heat alone would just like incinerate it.
It'd probably incinerate a paper scroll too, so maybe it should be like a slab of. Like a stone slab.
Yeah, if it was like if it was a stone slab.
Yeah, but the fact that it was bamboo scroll? Like, how did it survive all those? How did it survive like all those years in a volcano? I'm just gonna chuck it down to Power Rangers logic. Power Rangers science logic here.
Exactly. If we think too hard, we're just going to lose our mind.
Yeah.
Breathing on the moon. Breathing on the moon.
Also, apparently, Florius can't say idiots because he says, I'm surrounded by nitwits. No, you can't say I'm surrounded by idiots because, despite the fact you're a Disney product, so you can say that because Scar said that in The Lion King.
But
No, but we gotta keep our like rating on TV, Lou.
Yeah, I guess so.
Johnny Test was out around this time. They say idiots.
Yeah, that's Cartoon Network and and Warner Brothers.
And they're willing to risk it a little bit more.
They could say stuff like that. Remember the first season of like regular show?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen regular show unedited?
I have never seen regular show at all, so I've got no context.
Oh, we gotta watch it. I've been watching it with a buddy of mine. Holy shit! It's if it were on Adult Swim, the main characters would be fucking high all the time.
You had that, and they canceled it. There was an adult version of it, and they canceled it. It was called Close Enough, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was basically like if regular show was humans, and also it was like adult oriented. It was fucking magical, and it got like 1.5 seasons before it got shit canned.
It had Weird Al in it.
Mm-hmm.
Weird Al's in everything.
No, literally, they just call him, and he's like, "Oh, I get to do a wacky voice here? Okay, I will do the same wacky voice I do in every show." Haha.
He shows up so much and stuff. I'm shocked he never showed up in Power Rangers.
Didn't he?
Maybe
No.
he
Didn't it? Isn't it the same Weird Al that does the Pokemon song at the end of Pokemon 2000?
Yes, he's the poker
polka.
guy. Yeah,
The Pokemon.
it's like, wait, I got 130 something more. It's like, oh
well. So yeah, in the fourth episode. Oh, go ahead.
I'm pretty sure he was in like freaking Ninja Steel. I'm pretty sure he was. Or at least it was somebody that sounded almost exactly like him. Was in Ninja Steel.
Take your word for it. I've never seen Ninja Steel.
It was on one day randomly. I'm like, oh, that's fucking Weird Al, and I looked no further into it. So, but anyway,
he was also the main character in Milo Murphy's Law, made by the same people who made Phineas and Ferb.
That does not shock me at all, because he's worked with them quite a bit. But yeah, no, like, hey, iPhone, can you not lock when I have you open? That would be great. I would like to read my notes. Okay. So, no, I don't really have anything else for this episode, but the next one is the love episode. We have to have at least one of them, and I can't blame him. I can't blame Dax. He's a baddie.
Yeah, even though Dax, I'm sorry because this was my second note, and I'm saying this as a joke. This is a joke here. Don't take it too Don't take it too seriously. But Dax almost is getting himself cancelled because he's trying to take a dwarf part away from a dwarf.
Yeah.
Pulling a Snow White. Gotcha.
Yeah. Do that is a joke. Don't look into it any further.
I mean, it happened. As I said, Snow White. It happened.
Yeah, literally.
But anyway, we also have Neptune's sword from the previous episode being a clue to the first duel, and we have someone by the name of Lady Penelope who is betraying a generation of people because Lady Penelope belongs with the Thunderbirds, not with the Power Rangers.
God.
or would it be Penelope Pit Stop with the wacky races?
That's a
It could be
deep
both,
cut.
but it could be both. But I think it's probably leaning more to Thunderbird, considering like how much it did for like Tokusatsu in general, like influence wise.
And of course the scroll gets stolen because of course it does. And the Rangers, instead of doing the logical thing and sending Rose in because she could turn invisible, they decide not to do that for some reason. But it turns out that Lady Penelope was actually Spencer in disguise. Better disguise than Team Rocket, I will say. Team Rocket really needs to take notes from Spencer.
Well, it shouldn't take that much to like full 10-year-olds. Like, come on. If you think of like for Team Rocket, it had Ash fooled all the time.
Oh, absolutely. But this is also when we get introduced to Will's vehicle for the season, the hover bike, the Harvard Hover Tech Cycle, which is pretty cool.
Buy our merch.
Yeah, buy our merch, our pink and black colored merch.
Which looks good. Like the pink makes it pop.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. And by the end of the episode, Dax realizes, oh yeah, my girlfriend is up to something, and it turns out, oh, my girlfriend was actually a villain in disguise. And this is also where we get like one of Spencer's key defining moments of the season, when the Rangers have a bit of a moment of like self-pity about themselves. He does give genuine advice to them because Dax asks him, like, genuinely, have you ever had your heart broken? And he's like, oh yeah. And how did you recover from it? And it's like, and Spencer admits like he didn't fully get over it, but it took him time, and he knows that if he has true friends around him, he'll be able to recover from it, which Dax already has now with the Rangers. Because Spencer does say romances come and go, but true friends are there for each other.
I love those little nuggets of wisdom throughout the season. Like,
brilliant message from Spencer there. Like,
it's like a great message to convey to the predominant audience of this show, right? Because this is definitely like aimed towards children, obviously. So having that positive message in there is really helpful. This was an era before like shows were completely brain rot humor.
Oh, absolutely. And for all the people that say like Power Rangers is just brain rot humor, like, just go and watch some of the latest seasons, please.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got like the Gen Z era stuff popping in like near Dino Fury and Cosmic Fury, but like it got a good underlying message, but it definitely did teeter into that a little bit more with Mimi stuff.
Yeah,
but it's not like full like Teen Titans Go level brain rot humor.
Well, I've not watched Teen Titans Go, so I can't really comment on that. But yeah, like I said, Miratrix's master is imprisoned in a jewel that she's carrying, and he still does more than the master.
Mm-hmm.
Still does more than the master. But it turns out that the scroll that she caught was a fake, and it was with Dax's face, which someone has to make a meme of that, of like just the scroll opening up with Dax's face on it. Oh god. But it turns out that the first jewel is in the Caribbean, so we're going for a Caribbean Calypso.
And now, like, after that, we get into the Haunted Caribbean. Because, like, we had to hit the Caribbean at some point in the series.
Yeah, because we're hitting the Caribbean, Spencer has to do his best Bob Marley get up.
Yeah, that one wasn't it for me, but like, I get it. That one was a little like, oof, really? But, you know.
Yeah. Now this is something that I did actually bring up because in this episode we have Mac hesitating after failing only once, and I've just got to say it. Much as I love you, Mac, Nick wouldn't have done this. Wouldn't have done this that early on.
Nah. Like I don't
yeah,
understand like why we were like already thinking about giving up.
Here are 5 reasons.
Oh, what was that?
What was that?
Me forgetting to turn down the volume on my phone.
Oh, okay, all right. But we also have Dax being superstitious in this episode because he has his lucky marbles. Like everyone, I am curious. Has anyone had? Have any of you guys had a good luck charm? Like something that's just like, you know what? I'm gonna have this with me all the time.
Yeah, I don't carry it anymore because I've kind of gotten out of that. But like I did have like a lucky wing weaver for the longest fucking time.
Okay.
For me as a kid, it had to be my like Toy Story like Woody.
Wait, what?
I had,
Like,
yeah,
have you?
like the character Woody. I had the toy, with the string.
The
would
like
say-
when you pull the
I would
string
not
and-
go anywhere without it, and if I did, I would scream at the top of my lungs. Where is it?
The one that you pull the string is like, I got a snake in my boot.
Yes.
I hate that I
right,
knew
right.
exactly what you were talking about because I had one when I was a kid too.
And then I had the other one in which it didn't have the string.
I would
I had,
say
like, two of 'em.
I would say for me as a kid it would be two things. It would be the Lugia toy that I had, and also the Buzz Lightyear toy.
Did any of you have the original Pikachu plushie? Where like the tail
No.
was felt?
No,
I also have 2.
go on.
Technically 3 because I had 2 of these, but firstly was my Pokemon Strategy Guidebook. I had 2 of them. One for Heart Gold, Soul Silver, one for Black and White.
Are they
Okay.
accurate at all? Or kinda?
Surprisingly, yes. Even had official Ken Sugimori art and everything.
They made like Nintendo Power made those guides at that time, I believe. So they were like based on the actual coding and everything.
I remember like the first ones were like red and blue. Yeah, were like hilarious.
But also the other notes I had for this episode was we have an idiot truck driver not moving out of the way when they so easily could have. And then we have the monster of this episode. The blowhole in the monster gives him super strength. Don't give him a blowjob.
Jesus Christ.
That was literally my last note for this episode. Don't give him a blowjob.
We're reaching levels of humor like the pizza episode.
Well, the evil pieces are no match for a simple stoplight, and believe me, we are going to use that so much in Jungle Fury.
No, I meant like the salad scene.
Oh, don't oh God! Oh God! I will still defend that episode until the end of time.
Good
But
episode. Of course.
But of course, it wouldn't be an episode with treasure hunting if we didn't have some pirates involved, which is what we have with the next episode, where we get insight into Rose, who spent all her childhood being a genius. She didn't know how to have fun. And in this episode, she gets to have a lot of fun because they're in St. Lucius in the Caribbean as they're looking for treasure. Yes, let's look for treasure, Terrence. Good idea, Philip. And they're searching for the One Piece, essentially.
Literally. That was my notes
Yeah.
for this one. Is like we're essentially searching for the One Piece. We have another possession here.
Yeah, and the pirate in this episode is Brownbeard, who's got the clear fruit, as if we couldn't get the other other One Piece reference. But he also has the first jewel of the Corona Aurora, and this is where we fully get introduced to Beatrix and Camdor as the third villain faction. But yeah, I do love Rose being possessed in this episode. Rosie the Bold.
It's so good.
Yeah. But also probably the funniest, most relatable line in the whole season right here. You're the best, Spencer. If only my paycheck reflected that.
Right?
Just so funny, so relatable.
Like, he does all of the things, and he probably gets paid the worst out of all of them.
Yeah, probably. But even more funny, the final word of the monster in this episode: "My booty's busted."
My booty's busted.
Okay, say what you will about the dialogue, but some of it, like, you cannot help just laugh at it.
Exactly. Like, there's obviously, like, cringe levels to it, but at the same time, it's so goddamn funny. Like, it's not that really, like, forced humor cringe level. It's just funny cringe.
No. Yeah, and Spencer doesn't have cringe. Like, his humor is generally funny.
Exactly. It's just genuine wit. That's his level of humor, is just wit.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, the pearl from Brownbeard is the first jewel of the Corona Aurora, essentially. So now they have one of the jewels.
Yep.
Yeah, and that was pretty much all the notes I had for this episode. Just a fun pirate episode, because you had to have I would have been shocked if they didn't do a pirate episode in a season looking for treasure.
Exactly. Like, it was expected, so they went with it.
Yeah. But in the next episode, okay, I did say if only my paycheck reflected that, but I've gotta say this line from Spencer as well. I do a lot around the Hartford estate. Jogging isn't one of them.
Too real. Too goddamn
Too real. It reminded me. Okay, random reminder here, but it reminds me so much of a Thomas the Tank Engine episode where we have the Fat Controller saying, "My doctor has forbidden me to push and pull."
Well,
you're just using that as an excuse not to chip in.
Hey.
Well, to be fair, the guy has like the guy he works for has like 3 golf courses like right next to each other. Like,
yeah. I mean, how
and all these other properties and stuff, and he has to look around and maintain them. You think he could do that by foot? No,
you're right. But I do have to question, like, how rich is Andrew Hartford? That is a question and a half.
Considering he's getting contracts from governments and stuff, I would say very rich, billionaire rich. Considering the fact they can afford to make Megazords and stuff.
Yeah,
and repair them super fast.
He's on some like billionaire level bullshit here.
Easily. Oh, absolutely. But this is where in this episode we have Ronnie being overly competitive and literally lusting over a blaster. It's like I want to use it. No, I want to use it. No, I want to use it. It's like you'll get your chance. You'll get your chance to use it.
Hey, I would love to shoot the blaster once. Like,
yeah. But yeah, this is another example of like the dialogue not making any sense when Will questions what is that thing when referring to the monster that was literally created right in front of him.
No, literally.
Yeah.
I don't understand how that line made it in.
Yeah, they could have. They could have just so easily changed it to like that. Well, that's something I was not expecting. Like,
Or that's a lot stronger than I expected, or something, anything.
Yeah. But this episode also has a reference to Mystic Force because we have one of the dragon from Mystic Force, one of its scales being used as a power up in this season. So that's a nice callback.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And again, Spencer using his words of wisdom when Ronnie's being competitive, referring her to a moldy bag of rocks when when she asks if she is fun to play with.
Which is appropriate because of her lucky sock.
Oh yeah, the lucky socks, the lucky socks.
Like, ugh.
Just be happy they're not another kind of lucky sock.
Please don't. No. Tyler, I can smell it now, and I hate that.
Yeah. But quite an interesting bit of facts here about Andrew is that he doesn't want to be addressed by Tails because it reminds him of his father, which that line just opens up so many possibilities about what the backstory of his father was.
And why he is such an asshole to his own fucking kid rope thing.
Yeah. Shouldn't give the big reveal this early on, Vex.
That's why I stopped myself.
Yeah.
No, but this is an overall review. Though. It's like if you're watching this, you watched the series already.
Yeah.
If not, why are you watching a review?
Why? Well, it's the same. It's the same logic about people watching Linkar's History of Power Rangers.
I would advise them also to watch the series before watching his review.
Yeah, so that you can make your own judgment and not just base your judgment of the season just because he told you it sucked. Anyway, getting back to the notes here, we also have Spencer basically humbling Ronnie by saying like, yeah, winning is good, but like, what's the point of it if you don't actually play the game?
Mm-hmm.
Because part of like the fun is playing the game.
Exactly.
And of course, we get one of
unless you're a Yu-Gi-Oh player in which you're playing solitaire.
No, you're only playing solitaire if you're playing Exodia.
Oh yeah, you're only but also again another great line from Spencer. I really should ask for a raise. Yes, you deserve a raise, Spencer.
I give you 2 raises.
He should have asked for like several by now.
Yeah, you should have been. But I do like with this season how we get a lot of different combinations of swords for different situations that they're in. That was one of my other notes that I put, and one of my favorite notes that I've ever put down ever is one of the villains finally addressing the elephant in the room. Like, of every single time this happens in any like Power Rangers season or any like Japanese program. Are you through? Are you through? Like literally, after they've done the roll call for the Operation Overdrive team, Malta says like, "Are you through?" Like literally calling out like, "I've been standing here waiting for you to say all of that. So are you done? So that we can get on with fighting."
Literally.
I think in most cases it's implied like it happens like at like Mach speed, like the whole transformation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's got to be done quickly.
Except for one season we're gonna watch later.
Yeah. And also we have Will dissing on the Defender Fest that the Rangers wear, which is just essentially Tommy's dragon shield. That is literally what it is.
I'd say it's more important because for one, it prevents like the backfiring of like the trail gun thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's why it was there in the first place.
But yeah,
even with it, if you don't have like the team around you when you like fire off like its strongest shot, it still sends you flying.
Fair enough. But probably the best exchange here from Andrew and Spencer that I put down. Spencer, I think I found something. Hopefully, it's the papers to free me from this servitude. That's got to be the best exchange ever. Oh god, I love you so much, Spencer.
Literally.
But yeah,
Why did he word it like he sold his soul to him?
he sold his soul for money and a mansion. That's what Spencer sold his soul for. But yeah,
Just like when I decided to work at a doctor's office. Wish.
yeah. But yeah, so it turns out that the next piece to the next show is a bird called a ho-ho bird. Yes, we have to do the Pokemon reference.
No, but you notice what the bird looks like? It looks like it has a lot of Egyptian theming to it, but it's a...
Well,
or, you know...
It's the same logic with Yu-Gi-Oh! It's an ancient Egyptian pharaoh that is reincarnated as a Japanese schoolboy.
I mean, that's fine. It's like reincarnation. That could be like it's like in those mythos. That's like a crapshoot. You could have been anybody.
Yeah.
Even you.
I can be reincarnated as a grain of sand.
Reincarnated as this panda.
Yeah, it could have been.
That time I got reincarnated as a cement mixer Zord.
That time I got reincarnated as a vending machine that was used as a battleizer.
That time I
gotta check that show out.
I am honestly curious about that one. Like, how the hell does that work? But yeah, so in the following episode, we have the ho-ho bird being located in Turkey, which is used to locate a diamond that gets stolen by Miratrix, and Andrew lets Will go because apparently he screwed up. But we know it's all like part of his game. Like, why would Andrew just let Will go for no reason? Like, it doesn't make any sense. But the one thing that I did want to point out about this episode is the monster, the big-eyed monster in this episode, because of the fact of who actually plays him in this episode. The monster in this episode is played by Mark Williams, and for all you Doctor Who fans, it's that Mark Williams, the one who plays Rory's father in Doctor Who.
Jesus Christ, he's everywhere too. Like
he's everywhere. He was in Red Dwarf as well. That's where I first knew about him. Which can tell just how far back he goes, considering that came out in the 80s.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So yeah, that was generally a surprise. Like, oh, I did not know that. Like, hey, good for him. You got so now we've had Doctor Who in Power Rangers essentially. But yeah, again, one of the worst dialogue reads here of Dax being like, "Oh, I can't believe Will has hooked up with Miratrix. You don't just hook up with friends, X. Dax, how many friends have you had in your life? Because, yeah, that does happen."
It statistically, if you're going through like the work side of it, yeah, it's inevitable that you will be hooking up with somebody X. I mean, what?
Yeah. I mean, even before you become friends, like, oh, you're with my ex. Oh, we can't be friends then. Why?
I mean, like, be friends first, then date the ex.
Like, the bro code side of things is so fucking stupid. Like, as long as you don't give a shit who's sleeping with who, you're fine. It's pointless.
But yeah, so Miratrix has fallen for her own trick because Will was being a double agent to get the MacGuffin of the week, and the Rangers at this point are back in Briarwood because the location that they use is the same forest that they use for Briarwood from Mystic Force.
And we have like a staple here as well with another purse monster.
Yeah. Oh my god, another purse monster. Like, How much would you want the purse monster from CEO to battle the purse?
There's so many purse monsters in
purse
Sentai.
How much would you want just like a purse monster battle royale?
You could literally have one.
Yeah, I think there's like at least like 7 at minimum.
Yeah.
The fact that you have a number ready almost immediately is scary.
Yeah, because I'm remembering like the purse monster in Die Rangers, like the corn purse.
Oh, yeah, I remember
There's a bunch of purses. Yeah, a lot of corn purses.
Yeah, and also this is where we get like the rivalry between Will and Camdor for the season. And I do like how Will uses the double blade of Camdor to morph. And yes, Camdor has a double blade. He is Darth Maul. He is a ninja version of Darth Maul, and that is cool.
No, literally, I'm a big fan of that one.
Yeah. And one thing I will say, again, going back to talking about the villains of this season, the fact that we do have like four major threats of the season, like they really are I would say out of all the villains of the franchise, these might be up there as some of the strongest that the Rangers have ever fought, because it takes a lot to take down these villains.
Oh yeah, like they're not easy targets in this one, and that's a good thing because it gives us a lot more improved choreography. Like,
yeah,
I think out of all of the stunts so far, this is arguably some of the best we've seen.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But with the next episode, we have like why Florius and Moltar hate each other so much, and it is over. And I do love this because it is literally like the most brotherly of brotherly things ever. They hate each other because Florius broke Moltar's little red sled when they were a kid, and I love that for just how petty it is. Because like I said, it is just so much of a brotherly thing, and I am speaking from experience here, because even though me and my brothers are in our 30s now, we still bring up like the pettiest things. Like, I remember my brother getting so mad at me for videotaping over a program that I literally went crying across across half the neighborhood to where my mother was at the time, and I have never let him live that down. Like, I literally bring up like, hey, do you remember the time you yelled at me so much because I videotaped over your program and I went crying to our mother?
Oh God.
And he gets back at me. He gets back at me of like, yeah, but do you remember the time? Yeah, and this is also a true story. Do you remember the time you were playing with our dad and the pockets on your trousers caused a cupboard door handle to come off? Yeah, I don't know how that happened as well, but that did happen.
My God. So some strong pockets.
Yeah, some really strong pockets. But yeah, that just makes me so happy because, yeah, you know what? I can buy them being that petty over that.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. As this like little mini plot thread, continues here, we get Spencer dropping more wisdom. With communication is the key to a good relationship, which is 100% accurate.
Absolutely. And not just communication online, just communication face to face as well.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah. I think out of all of the nuggets of wisdom that he drops, that's one of the most important ones, because it's something that's so overlooked in relationships, especially now with hookup culture. Like, it's like, oh, you're being like, I don't like this thing that you're doing. Okay, cool. I'll just go right back onto the app and find somebody else. Goodbye. So trying to work through literally anything.
Yeah, I do like that as well.
We have the pseudo Zord monster as well popping up, which is
always fun, where they have like a sort of Zord style combiner monster, which is fucking like. And I think this was like the coolest fight between like Zord and monster up to now, because you actually have the need to showcase exactly how far you've come being able to control the Zords, utilizing the different ones and everything. Because, you know, as much as I hate the Minecraft creative mode Zords, the ability to like mix and match the pieces was really cool.
No, I showed you images of like the real Minecraft swords.
Oh god, let me find those.
Yeah.
Oh my god, no.
That's from Zhuoger, right?
Yeah.
They
Oh,
really,
God.
they really do look like Minecraft Zords. I hate
And
it.
like they come in cubes.
I hate it.
Yeah, you just so what you do is you stack the cubes on top of each other, and that makes a sword.
Hey.
Does not make for a great toy because it really limit the articulation.
No, for real though. How are we going to sell that to children?
It works somehow.
I don't know, but we're gonna make it work.
I mean, kids like Minecraft, we have Minecraft swords. There we go. $1 million idea.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity. I don't know why they didn't adapt it.
It would have turned out exactly like the Minecraft movies looking.
Probably better, but you know.
Yeah, probably better.
The Piglin general's name is fucking Chungus. The Elytra's medal. I hate it. And I'm not even a Minecraft fan.
I'm not a Minecraft fan as well, so I'm like, yeah,
It's like literally like the how do you do fellow kids of like movie properties though. Like the fucking memes are like 15 years in the past.
It's like, you remember Chungus? You remember him? Bugs Bunny?
The fact that we've got a Minecraft movie before a Sims movie is a crime.
How would you make that? It would just be Bruce Almighty all over again. You're just playing God.
But I feel like it would also be an R-rated movie.
If you had any of the Sims girlies in it, absolutely it would be an R-rated movie. Have you seen the like literal war crimes that are created in fucking Sims?
Oh, absolutely, and I'm recreating them since now Sims and Sims 2 are now back on Steam.
There has to be at least one scene in that movie in which there's like somebody on the toilet with their head on fire.
I know somebody that created a concentration camp inside of The Sims, and I question their sanity.
Well, we question the sanity of everyone. But anyway, next episode is another Dax episode where he gets the chance to be an actor, but for one day, and even though it's only one day, Andrew's like, nope. It's like, just let him go and do it for one day. But yeah, that set was kind of shoddy. Like, he was being auditioned on the day that they're shooting, and he's the star of the movie, even though he's filming for only one day. Yeah, I have to question the director on that one, especially when he says Dax isn't a hero, even though he saves him. And then it turns out Andrew owns the studio. But then, if he owns the studio, why wouldn't he tell the director, like, "Hey, the guy that's coming to be the star of this movie, he's one of my rangers." I don't get that. But one thing I do get, and I did put this down, I do love that they mentioned this, considering I was taught this so much at university. When Rose mentions the Stanislavski technique, I was like, hey, I got that reference. I had the Captain America moment. Because it's a type of acting that's meant to like really get you in the character. It's basically for character actors, essentially. So I do like that they referenced that. But yeah, those were really all my notes that I had on this episode, the Dax acting episode.
Yeah, Andrew owning the studio, so he knew immediately they tested out the role. We got the Cubics like robot. We got the Scarface quote. Got the new armor. Yeah, there's not a whole lot that happened in this episode.
Yeah. But one thing that does happen in the next episode is that we get introduced to the guy that's going to be our sixth ranger for the season, Tyson.
Yep.
Yeah, and with Spencer, and it starts off with Spencer and Mike eating the sandwiches that Andrew thought he would have. He would have. Nope. Not, the butler and your son get to eat before you,
which is hilarious.
Yeah. So we do have like preconceived notions here because Tyson is introduced as in a monstrous form, but it turns out he's like a more honourable soul, and part of me wishes that he would have still remained in this monster form until the end of the season.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, but hey ho, it's whatever. So it turns out that Tyson is a Mercurian from the planet Mercuria. I cannot pronounce the name of that planet. And the reason why it's called that is because he's made of mercury. So yeah, and we also have in the episode Mac chasing Tyson right to the entrance to the Ninja Ops waterfall because again, it's the same waterfall that they use for Ninja Ops from Ninja Storm. And we have another variation on Molotow's soldiers in this episode, the Lava Dactyls, which are essentially lava pterodactyls. But also in this episode, we finally get another good appearance because I forgot to mention this in the first episode. The whole reason why the Corona Aurora is here in the first place is because of being called the Sentinel Knight. AKA our Deus Ex Machina master, morphing master for the season, essentially. So it's like, where have you been for the past 11 episodes? I've just been chilling. And now I'm gonna come here to help heal your friend, because I am being a Deus Ex Machina here.
Plot conveniences.
Yeah, plot conveniences. Absolute plot conveniences.
An episode of plot conveniences.
Yeah. So those were all my notes for the episode, which was a two-parter. And another note about the Sentinel Knight, he's voiced by the same guy who played Chip in Mystic Force.
Yeah.
Which begs the question of when we get to the team up of this episode, it's like they had Chip's actor voicing the Sentinel Knight. Why didn't they just bring Chip back for the team up?
Because you asked too many questions.
Like, okay, so my big question here is how the hell is someone so young teaching a class that would require a master's degree to actually teach? That was my one that I don't think you got to.
No, I didn't.
Maybe she's a student teacher.
That could be the explanation.
But that's a 401 class. You need a master's degree to teach that.
Well, look at it this way. Considering in Dr. Stone, Dr. Seno is 20 years old when he's working at NASA. Yeah, it's like...
But also, you know what? Fuck it, it's Power Rangers.
If Dr. Stone could do it, Power Rangers could do it.
I mean, it would be the other way around. If Power Rangers can do it, Dr. Stone can do it. But I get it.
Yeah. So yeah, and the next episode after the face-to-face two-part, we have Man of Mercury, where we finally get introduced to Tyson's Mercury Ranger form, and this is one of the things that I really wish they would have implemented, because it would have been so cool. Because he's called the Mercury Ranger. He's made of mercury. Why couldn't have his Mercury form been his Ranger form?
Yeah, 1 second.
Because it's not. We want to use some of the footage from Bokanger, and the suit looks cool. And
Fair
it's
enough, fair
silvery.
enough. Fair enough, but I
Metal
really wish.
detector weapon.
Yeah, his weapon is a metal detector, and I love it.
It really is the coolest thing. But we have one commercial here. Do you have a small penis and long for a lift kit, a tiny amount of domestic violence, and a craving for bushlight? That's what you need to drive a Ford F-150.
The fuck?
Don't even joke about that. I own one.
But I get, but also as well, this is where we get into Tyson's motivation for the episode. After that crazy commercial from Vex, we have the people that the creatures that caused his original team. It's essentially his original team of Rangers, essentially, to be essentially killed. The Fear Cats, which I want to admit, out of all of them, out of all the villain factions, they are the most imposing.
No, literally,
out of the villain factions.
I absolutely love their designs too. Like out of all the costumes for monsters so far, I think they might have the best.
Yeah, especially when we get the upgraded forms as well. Like the literal robot, they literally become robotic cats. And that is cool.
And who doesn't love a cat or like a robotic cat?
Yeah, everybody should love a robotic cat. I don't like a robotic cat.
I say,
Well,
looking at my spoiled, rotten brat over there.
Yeah,
He's
and I
taking the
say,
whole bed.
yeah, and I say, listening to my little bundle of spoilness, who's been chasing her balls around.
Luke,
That
where
probably
are my testicles?
That probably sounded better in my head.
I had to do the Rick and Morty.
Yeah, you had, but it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense considering she's a girl.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have transgender mice, so why not transgender cats, right? I'm going to take as many digs at this stupid fucking administration as possible to keep my sanity.
Okay. But yeah, essentially Tyson is our Andrew's character for the season because he's an alien on Earth who lost his team in a fight, and now he has survival skills.
And he's also looking for his girlfriend, which
which is not the same with Andros, but very similar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the one thing keeping Tyson from being an Andros copycat.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, see, Andros just found his girlfriend through the plot of the show, and then this.
No, Andros found his sister, not his girlfriend.
You know what I mean?
Talking about Ashley.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, Ashley. All right. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, so Tyson, you are cool, but you're really looking like, hey, Andros is over there. Can I steal some of your plot lines from your season? Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you.
Just don't copy it too much.
Yeah. But there's oh my god, there is also like a big continuity error in this two-part where we have Tyson. I put losers. I think it's like he loses his weapon in one scene, then it's literally back in his hand in the next cut. It's like, what the hell happened?
He just grabbed it really fast, It's like it's a lot of pressure. You got to get it before you ever get you.
And there's also an awful CGI boulder here.
Yeah, looks like it came right out of Resident Evil 5.
Yeah, no, it didn't, because we don't have Chris Redfield punching it.
You don't have Chris Roydfield punching it. There's no way in hell that man walked out of that without broken fingers. And yet, he held a rocket launcher 30 seconds later. Resident Evil makes no sense.
Yeah. So yeah, that was the introduction to Tyson, and now we get our talk show episode.
Sigh.
Where we learn where we learn the name of the city. We finally learn the name of the city that Operation Overdrive takes place in, San Angeles, which is just basically San Francisco and Los Angeles. And I love that you brought this up when we were watching this Sangetsu. Because you said that is you said something akin to like, that's the stupidest name ever.
It was like,
yeah, until I introduced you to stupid names from England, like Cockermouth. That is an actual place. That is literally
you know
how
what?
it's pronounced.
I'll give them credit. At least they put thought into it. This one is just lazily mashing two existing names of cities together.
Yeah. Yeah. Then you get to Ireland and it's just worse.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And then you get to America, who are basically just stealing place names from England, Manchester, Birmingham. Give me back my cities, damn it!
You can take our king and the fucking cities at this point. How about that?
Okay, deal.
No, you're not taking LeBron James.
Not that king. The one that Time Magazine put a crown on his head.
Yeah. But also we also in this episode we get Mac's full name, Mackenzie. Yeah, I probably go by Mac too.
Oh my god. And then we have the cropping error where like half of the shot is just misedited.
Fair enough. Yeah. But we also
you notice that as we progress through the franchise, we're getting less and less errors to make fun of, though. Like, that is at least them learning how to edit this footage properly. We don't have the piss filter on top of this one.
Oh, we absolutely don't. And we don't have the obvious, like, hey, we're going to punch you back into Sentai footage edit.
That's fun.
I know that's fun, but it's stupid editing. But we also have the ironic line here. Power Rangers on TV. Who would have thought? Ha! Ironic.
Yeah.
And of course, since they're on a talk show, we have to have the reporter doing a April O'Neil thing, basically putting herself in harm's way just to get a scoop.
Yep. And also not just putting herself in harm's way, figuring out that the mayor wasn't behind this all, because Taizon's sitting there getting drained.
Yep. And speaking of Taizon, his swords are a fire truck, a police car, and an ambulance.
Which makes sense for his character.
Yeah, considering
the name of
hero.
it fits perfectly with the theming of his sword.
And my last note for this episode was going back to the San Angeles naming. It's not bad considering Cockermouth, Wetwang, Queen Camel, Uckfield, and Twat. Those are all real place names in the UK. Like, just sometimes I question my country, but I love them. I love the fact that we have funny place names.
You know what? I feel like could you like use those names on like if you made like an Xbox Live account, but you couldn't use the what's that one place called Gay Town? I don't.
Right.
But you couldn't use that.
No. I could probably make Uckfield as a name. But I don't know.
That's probably not the name of the place, but it's super close to what I just said.
Oh yeah, I'll
have
to look it up.
I literally forgot that was a thing. He literally had to contact like freaking Major Nelson or some shit.
And then they're like, "We don't believe you." And it's like I just showed you the Google Maps of the city. It's like, no, we don't believe you.
You Photoshop that.
Photoshop. Why don't you look it up?
Oh shit, we're wrong.
We're still not gonna do it.
It took like journalists and shit and Major Nelson catching wind of it to get his account unbanned or some shit. It was such a weird...
I don't think it was ever unbanned.
It wasn't? I could have swore it was unbanned. Fucking, it couldn't have not. He might have had to make it with like a different city or some shit. But
So yeah, those were all the notes I had for the behind the scenes episode. And now we have another location for one of the jewels being Norway. We're going to Norway, guys. And Norg finally leaving Florius because of disrespect.
he'll be back. They're always back.
He'll be back. Just and Tyson being cringy with imitating Will. Like, yeah, Tyson, you don't have to act like people. You don't have to act like other people. Just be yourself. Or as it said here, put your personal junk in your trunk. I love that. That is edited. But more than that, Mac literally saying, "Stop having a dick measuring contest," essentially, because that's essentially what was happening.
It was so funny though.
But
because we're going to Norway, we have to have the Norse mythology episode with Loki and Thor.
Yeah,
because
but before
we're hunting Mjolnir. Go ahead.
Yeah, but before we get to that, I just love in the previous episode, before we get to that episode, that Norg does the Team Rocket fantasies with Florius. Like, if I do something, he will love me. I love that they just add that little bit in. And logistically, Molto and Florius, when they're battling Tyson, they should have a major advantage over him, considering he's made of mercury. Essentially a liquid metal. If we go off to Terminator 2 logic.
Yeah.
But this was also the part that you missed out on, Vex, where Tyson poured himself into the monster to blow it up from the inside out.
Oh.
You missed that point. He literally poured himself to blow up a monster.
He pulled a Majin Buu, and I will recommend you do not look up that scene. It's horrifying.
Ah.
Yeah. But yeah, we're getting on to the Loki and Thor episode now, which is called It's Hammer Time. Dung. I had to do that. I had to get that joke in at least once.
Yeah.
And then he put on some magical shoes.
So it turns out that the face on Mars, a face on Mars is staring at Jules' location, which is in Mexico, and Loki is pretending to be Thor by and using the hammer to fight the Chillers, and he's obviously going to betray everyone because he's Loki. But Loki is so gullible. Is just as gullible with tricks because we have Spencer disguising himself as Ronnie to fool Loki, which I've got to say that is one of the cleverer disguises from Spencer.
I'll say.
Yeah.
Yeah. I find this Spencer cross-dressing and playing Freya here is just one of the funniest little B plots for this bit. I do hate that every fucking time that Norse mythology is involved in it, we're hunting for Mjolnir. There are other mythical weapons.
Yeah, well, it's kind of the same thing I had when me and Tyler watched Toll John World Tour, and they go to England, they go to London, and it's like they do the most obvious thing when you get to London, Jack the Ripper storyline.
Yeah,
and it's like there's other things besides Jack the Ripper, and I would have loved it if Chris in that series did hey, we're going to Stratford upon Avon, we're going to have you guys do Shakespeare.
Could you imagine them doing Shakespeare? It would be the most cursed thing ever.
I would have been interested. It would have been interesting for me to see that.
They went there and they just did the entire first season of Red Dwarf.
Oh, that would have been so hilarious because Chris would have fit the Arnold rim job, as Tyler called him, so well. He would have fitted that role so well.
Dear God. They couldn't have got the licensing to that though.
I
Like,
know, but it would have been hilarious.
Because it was the BBC, it was still the BBC at the time.
oh my God. Well, now they could have probably.
Yeah.
Like,
So yeah, you want. After the Loki and 4 episode, we have Mac experiencing bad luck, and everybody having the lucky items, including Ronnie's dirty sock.
yeah, this was a thing. So can we address the elephant in the room? If I was to make this a standalone episode, what I would pick for the thumbnail is where Mac is wearing all of the fucking good luck charms, because that is how people see Power Rangers all the time.
Yeah. Well, whereas if I was making the thumbnail, I would just get a picture of Norg and Spencer and say, "This is why this season doesn't suck."
Like, I mean, like, literally though, like, if you think about all the criticisms that Power Rangers has, it's usually comes down to it's so campy, which is Sentai in general. It's camp, right? But like,
but it's the fun, but it's the fun kind of camp.
Exactly, but like, if you think of like any scene to like represent why people would be hesitant for that, it's that. Like, it's just my opinion there.
Yeah. Whereas, but yeah. All I want to do right now is just put a compilation of Spencer's witty lines and say, "You guys think Operation Overdrive is bad? Let me introduce you to Spencer." If only my paycheck would reflect that.
I mean, we could literally do that.
I could do that, but then we got copyright. But then we got like content ID for the many L's of Joel Rawlings.
Yeah, I hate that got fucking content ID'd. Oh
yeah. So I'm not gonna go through all that again.
It's just it's just Saban being picky with that season, I think, because it was all like Saban Industries that copyrighted that.
Yeah.
But this episode really didn't have a lot going on for it in my notes. I just had two here.
Yeah, the only thing that I had was a bit more foreshadowing for what's going to happen with Mac later in the season.
Yep. Why the fuck does Disney own Azaku 2, guys?
I don't know. Probably just weird, like, copyright mumbo jumbo. Like, I don't know. It could be footage for like a Gundam season. Could have been on like their streaming service somewhere. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, because we had that as like one of the robots in this. It was a fucking Zaku too. But we have the hypocrisy episode. We have to have at least one every.
Yeah, we have to have one because the Rangers get chewed out by Andrew for losing the duel that they get in this episode, and then Spencer has to be like, "Hey, didn't you lose the crown in the very first episode?"
Exactly.
Yeah.
For the episode, I thought it was like some weird like copyright thing happened in like one of your reviews or something.
No.
It could have been just like totally just making a nod to something. They always do that.
Yeah, it had to be.
Yeah.
Will standing up in this episode was probably the biggest shock to me. Because, like, usually he's the more reserved ranger, and this one he's like, you know what, I'm not going to be a gaping pussy, I'm going to actually do something this time. And he did.
Yeah, he really did. And just to recap, everyone, Motor has the crown, the Rangers have 2 of the jewels, and Miratrix and Camdor have a jewel. So we have 3 jewels that have been found, and Spencer knows Andrew's biggest secret. Again, more foreshadowing. Which, I mean, of course he would know Andrew's biggest secret.
Right.
Yeah. But now, it's time. It's time.
Wait. We're glazing.
we're glossing over one very, very, very key point here. The cement driver's beam looks like a cum cannon. Okay, moving on.
How do you know what a cum cannon looks like?
I have dealt with enough cum lube at work to know, unfortunately.
Have you ever been to some of those foam pies as well? It's essentially just cum cannons going on, everyone.
Yeah, our local gay bar has a foam party quite often, and it is that. It is literally that.
Yeah. So this
Zed's
is where
kid looked like Freddy Krueger and Rita fucked instead of Zed. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So in the team up, we have the filling groups all being called together to form a Diet's United Alliance of Evil by the son of Rita and Lord Zed, Thrax. No idea when they banged to create this.
I don't want to picture that.
Here's the thing: it had to be before they got married, or he's some weird paradox that came out of like a different dimension.
It had to be before they got married, because he was imprisoned by the Sentinel Knight, who and that was all like centuries ago, like long before Rita got in the 10,000 years in the space dumpster. So yeah, it had to have been before then. Maybe they had a. You know what? I'm not even gonna try and get into that backstory of like Rita and Zed banging.
That would explain like why, like after like the love potion and stuff wearing off, is like Zed didn't care because he was already into
exactly.
Yeah. And in this episode, the Rangers are getting egotistical, and then thinking like, "Oh, we're better than everyone." Even though it's been a tough time facing these things, and then they get their asses handed to them by all the villain factions working together. And I mean, like I said, it makes sense given how powerful the villains are in this season. Like,
yeah, they already have trouble with like one faction at a time, like.
So they having all the villains come together and cut off their powers from the morphing grid, which, hey, one thing I'll give this team up credit for over a certain other season, the morphing grid exists in this season. Megaforce.
Oh god, we're really going to roast the hell out of Megaforce, aren't we?
We really are. We really are going to roast the hell out of
Your courage, you gained a new ability. Okay, moving on.
Yeah. And at this point, the Rangers are just depressed, like, because they've been defeated. But I'm just there thinking, like, you still have your civilian powers.
Yep.
So you can still help out. But of course they can't because they're not Rangers. So this is where we have our Deus Ex Machina coming again with the Sentinel Knight, where he brings in Sander, Kira, Tori, Adam, and Bridge. And this is okay. I will give Linkar credit for one thing here about calling out the bullshit with the Sentinel Knight's inconsistent powers here. He's weak to the point that teleporting is hard, but he can summon a ranger from the future and restore the powers of 3 rangers that have permanently lost their powers.
Which begs the question: why didn't he just make them regain their powers?
Yeah, that just makes no sense whatsoever. Like, why couldn't he go into the morphing grid and just re-energize it if he's powering up to summon a ranger from the future? So yeah, that's the one thing I'll give Linkara for. Like, yeah, the Sentinel Knight is just inconsistent with his powers in this season.
Yeah. Like, especially towards the end of the damn season, it just gets even weirder.
Yeah. Now with Adam, I didn't count Adam in this situation because my headcanon is that Billy, considering Billy found Cranston Tech, it makes more sense that he would have repaired Adam's powers for him.
Yeah, but like at the time that this came out, Cranston wasn't a thing. Like, Cranston Tech wasn't a thing. That was a futuristic retcon from Once and Always. So at the time this dropped, it didn't make any sense. Now in retrospect, it does. You know.
Yeah. So in retrospect, that's my headcanon. Like, Billy came back from Aquitar. founded Cranston Tech, repaired Adam's power, and maybe that's where Adam got in contact with Kruger to become part of Space Patrol Alpha in Once and Always.
Yep. Like, it all comes together more now that we've had Once and Always and all the other seasons that are, like, interconnected. But, like, as it was dropping, a lot of it was just, like, major plot holes, obviously.
Yeah.
Super large plot holes that they didn't think about, because who the fuck is gonna come back years later and dissect this?
Hello!
They didn't see YouTube being a big thing back then, I guess.
No, they really... Well, to be fair, this came out, like,
right
just
when
as
YouTube was coming
was
around.
starting to...
Yeah, but this is before Hollywood gave a shit about YouTube.
Yeah, this is well
absolutely.
before that. This is like when we got like the At the Zoo, when Charlie bit my finger and shit quality of YouTube.
And talking cat have you seen that video of the talking cats being translated?
I've seen a couple of them, but like I just like there was not like any long form content back then.
Yeah, there wasn't.
All we were getting was that and like Bleach AMVs.
Certainly nothing like this. Can you imagine us doing this at the beginning of YouTube?
What the fuck
No,
is this
because
16-hour video?
No, because I would not have a computer capable at the time. I
Yeah.
had a Windows 98
been
computer.
four.
You think I could do?
Yes, same. Same.
I didn't have more than a laptop back then, which is funny.
I mean, if
considering
Yins would be good with recording with a 4-year-old.
I'm not mini lad.
Oh yeah, but yeah, the biggest explanation dump that we get in this episode is Bridge being the Red Ranger, which he explains that he got promoted because Birdie in SPD retired, and then Kruger became head of SPD, and Sky got promoted himself. So I guess Sky is the Shadow Ranger now.
Must be.
But yeah, the only reason why this is the case is that Sky's actor was behind the scenes. Sky's actor wasn't available, and Jack's actor didn't want to be a part of it because he was the ex-boyfriend to Kira's actress. So that's the reason why he didn't want to do it.
Even if she's a nutcase, still would.
Yeah. Hey, Kira's actor, you don't like talking about Power Rangers, but you came back for the 15th anniversary.
I think this was before fans became like super creepy too.
Yeah. And the Rangers quit for some reason. Like I said, they still have the civilian powers. Plan Sander never works, surprisingly. It never works, Sander! Stop using Plan Sander, just shoot your fines!
Yeah, literally. Can we talk
All
about
the Rangers like, oh, we gotta quit all this. You still have your other cool powers. It's not the same. We don't have the costumes with the shiny boots.
Yeah.
I would pay money to never have to be in spandex again, okay? Like, come on.
You get in that spandex and you'll fight Rita Repulsa, damn it.
Yeah. So yeah. We have them going to a warehouse in Angel Grove, which could have been just any warehouse, but they get Alpha back, who was in a box for some reason.
It's harder to smuggle a whole ass robot. You gotta cut him up a little bit, okay?
Yeah. We have a bullshit Deus Ex Machina sword named after Stan Lee's catchphrase, Excelsior.
Excelsior!
Yeah, I will admit, I can't defend this. The Rangers are just insufferable for giving up, returning to their normal lives, and just returning to being Rangers because their normal lives are boring. Like, okay, I will give people that. That is BS on the Rangers' part.
I gotta say, like, after having been a Power Ranger for as long as they had and having all these adventures, I can understand, like, damn, my normal life is boring as shit. You know?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's just like, why did you quit in the first place? Because if they win, you can't go to your normal life. You can't decide to do jack and shit because the world's gonna be gone.
Exactly.
And then we have a warrior goddess holding the Excelsior sword who looks horrifying. Like get her
Like
off
a
screen
weeping
as soon.
Like a weeping
Yeah,
angel. Kind
Yeah,
of.
a talking weeping angel. That is something you do not want to see. And I did have my head cannon for Frax. Rhea had said bind, said took one look at Frax and blamed Rhea, so he banished her to the space dumpster. There we go. That is the explanation.
I mean, to be fair, like her brother and like father are like undead, so it would explain why their son looked like that.
Yeah, it would
Right.
explain, but still, if I was said, I'd probably have done the same thing.
Yeah, it's that line from Deadpool 1, like.
Yeah, and okay, I understand if you can't use Barbara Goodson, not Barbara Goodson. I can understand if you can't use Richard Hawkins or any of the other actors to voice Alpha, but why couldn't you have had Wendy Lee come back to voice Alpha for this episode?
That's a good question.
Yeah, because Wendy Lee is still non-union, so she could have easily done it. I don't know, but that's the least of this team up's problems. And honestly, in retrospect, it's not the worst, but it's not a good team up. All things considered.
Also, what's with the jingle for like Adam? What was that about?
I think it might have just been like because we hear.
Did they not use the Mighty Morphin theme?
I guess
which is weird because they also did the re-edited version of Mighty Morphin. Like,
I guess they just couldn't use it at the time.
Weird.
Yeah, it's weird. It is weird.
Because how would they not be able to do that, but also like re-air Mighty Morphin like on Jetix and stuff?
I mean, the only explanation that I can think of is that they lost the original raw files for the Mighty Morphin theme. That's the only other explanation I can think of.
Snipped the damn theme
You
out.
literally could have just hired somebody to be like, "All right, you hear this riff? All right, play this during this scene. All right, cool.
I
You got
don't
the
know.
footage. All right."
Yeah,
So
they
weird.
literally have like all of the footage. Like they run like in perpetuity the original Mighty Morphin. So
It's just so weird not hearing that, but I hear this weird chip tune. Replacing it.
Yeah, it's like copyright free music 101, right? Like we can't play the original theme because something rights, but at the same time, like, motherfucker, you have the rights. You were the ones that created it. Like, unless they didn't sell the rights to Disney, but they still aired
They
it.
had everything. They had everything else. Like, were they airing it if they didn't have the rights? That's what I'm trying to get.
I know, it's so fucking weird. It's beyond parody at that point. It's just Disney being cheap. Like, maybe they didn't want to pay Ron Wasserman money to use it in that, but they didn't mind paying, like,
you know what?
cents on the dollar for the fucking re-airing of the episodes.
You know what? I would take hearing they're lazy, they're stupid, they're useless piranhatrons that as Adam's theme. Just so that I can
forget that. They weren't useless. They were very competent during their season.
Just so that I can say that.
yeah, instead of like people poppity pop 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 pop.
The putties wish they were the piranhatrons.
I wish I was a piranhatron.
What's the fucking the fish guardian's name from the stupid Skyrim Zelda?
Skyrim.
I've played that.
The fucking not Tears of the Kingdom, the one before that.
The Wild.
Yeah, what's the fish fucker's name?
Which one?
The Guardian one, like that you had to fucking rescue or do whatever with.
I can't remember.
You fought with Sidon, but
yeah, that fucker. Like, you wish you were Sidon, not a Piranhatron. Piranhatrons are foot soldiers.
I do wish I was Sidon. He's very handsome.
I agree. I just couldn't think of his name because like I've tried to block that game from my memory.
Why? It's a good
Why?
game!
I can't fuck with an open world Zelda. I want old school Zelda back. Like, that's it.
Okay, Gramps.
I like Legends Arceus more than I like fucking open world Zelda games, okay? But anyway, that's just me being a boomer.
Yeah. So anyway,
We get
after
one
Team
gigantic morphing call for everyone, which adds to the overall totals that Tyler will get to at the end as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
So after the team up episode, we
have
Ty-
Tyson being weird and
being creepy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Rangers going on a picnic where they have swimsuits for a picnic. Why?
Maybe they were having a picnic at a beach. Anyway, they have to take a little detour, and we learned that Norg has a deep pussy.
Yeah.
What the fuck did you just say?
Yeah.
Norg has a deep pussy.
He has a deep footsie and he has a big spike in it. Yeah. But we also learned some other things about Mac. It's 2 years since Mac arrived at the Hartford estate.
You know, the funny part is that like Norg's, getting that spike pulled out of his foot has more plot relevance than anything the Master did.
Yeah, exactly. I hate the Master. I hate him.
You hate the Master as much as I hate that goddamn goblin gnome.
Phineas,
you just hate him because of his riz.
Yes,
Phineas, damn right.
I hate Jason.
Yeah, but also as well, we have the Fear Cat setting up a barrier where Tyson uses his body to pass everyone through, though it fails when Mac touches it. Now it might seem random that it fails when Mac touches, but Tyson does say that Tyson says that it'll pass through everyone's organic bodies, so that gives another clue to what Mac is really all about. Yeah. But yeah, how deep is Norg's foot for it to be that big and that long to get out the spike?
It had to be like at least a foot of a foot, right?
Quick question: do you think the skeleton structure is like similar to a penguin, in which they're constantly like walking like on their knees, like they have like really long legs, but they're always squatting?
I guess so. So. But we also have a nice bonding moment between Tyson and Rose, which you thought was going to lead to them getting together, Vex.
Yeah.
And I was saying it like, nope, Tyson already has his soulmate.
Literally. Like I was shocked that wasn't a thing here, to be honest, because I'm so used to the alien getting with the human girl in this franchise.
Nope. So yeah, we also have Tyson nearly being killed by the Fear Cats, which again just proves how strong these villains are. And we have Rose saying, "I'm not done. I'm mad." Just going berserk on the Fear Cats. And, of course, where would it be without an episode where Florius is just being a dick to Norg for the 60 billionth time this season?
I am glad what happens at the end happens, because fuck this guy.
Yeah. Screw you, Florius. But I mean that in the best way, because you make me hate you for the right reasons. So yeah, we also have our requisite Halloween episode where we have Will being a party pooper because he doesn't want to be a little kid and just have a bit of fun.
Except for not everyone wants to have fun.
But everyone should have a bit of fun, Vex. Everyone deserves to have a bit of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, there definitely has to be, like, a actual amount of fun, given how much fucking hell these Rangers have been through compared to the others. But
Yeah.
I just got one question here. We have an
on.
aircraft carrier. Where is my goddamn screeching eagle sound effect?
We're not getting screeching eagle sound effects.
But why? Thank you.
Because I said so.
The sheer American aura of the Battlefleet Zord is insane.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
I think that was my favorite freaking Zord out of this entire season was Battlefleet. Like just
I
top
love when
tier.
it punches stuff. Top tier punches.
It really is. It's like you can feel the weight behind that suit. Like I give massive props to whoever's inside of that because you can tell they're struggling, but they're putting their everything into it.
I think it was like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure like one person did all of the Zord choreography for like over near 20 years of Sentai.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was just one
I
person.
think they had one main guy do it, and then they had citizens someone. Because some of them is like, how the fuck are you gonna have one dude do all this?
I mean, like to wear the Zord stuff.
Yeah, I think it was.
You definitely had to have like some, especially I figure like Wild Force. You would have to have like multiple people carrying some of the weight of that Zord.
Yeah, considering how bulky they are.
Especially like when you got into shit like the Animus and everything in that.
Or especially like the season in which they like had multiple Zords fighting at once scenes.
Yeah, yeah.
Like you have the fucking Battleborgs and Alien Ranger.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You had to have more than one dude, or you're cropping a shit ton of footage together, and I would give the editors hella credit for that. Or like when you have the Dragon Zord and the regular like Tyrannosaurus Zord, and then whatever else fighting on the same screen, you'd have to have more than one person. But yeah,
I mean, like in the sense they have one main guy and then like a bunch of other.
Yeah, I think they had like a team of like 2 or 3 at the very least doing it, but I think you're right. It was one main dude. I'm sure somebody will fucking correct us in the comments if we're wrong. We have
because I remember that they're like, I don't know, being like, hey, this guy's been going for 20 years or some shit.
Could have been like the one doing it like the longest, and that's what they're referring to.
I gotta say, like, Heat Miser's robot in this one was really fucking cool.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the way he used Ron in this episode to actually just using her energy to power up the robot, it actually worked. His plan actually worked.
And it's not normally something that happens for him. Like, his plans don't normally work. So, getting, a sort of win after getting his ass absolutely handed to him a few episodes ago was really cool to see.
Yeah. Yeah, and also we have the other Rangers going after the 4th drill, which is in Egypt, and they, and of course, because they're in Egypt, we have to have the Scarab attack, the Scarab Beetle attack.
I mean, it was either that or Dwayne The Rock Johnson like coming through
with a shitty CGI, shitty fucking CGI scorpion body,
and it's even worse than the CGI. For like the Megazord back in Power Rangers.
Yeah, and also we have Commodore Matrix being one step ahead of the Rangers by getting the thing that they came for to Egypt for. So now we have they're playing hot potato with a slab, with a stone slab essentially.
Return the slab.
But interesting thing for Spencer here with At's background being incorporated into the character when he mentions he was in the British Royal Navy, because that's why his actor was before he got into acting. He was in the British military. So it's nice that they did incorporate that that aspect.
What I'm referring to is in Mod BC.
And we also have the robot Dino in this episode, powered by eggs. You don't have the power of the egg.
Yeah. Well, I mean, eggs are like $10 a fucking dozen at this point, so it was a little too pricey.
Oh
Why
god.
are eggs so expensive for y'all? Jeez.
And we end out the episodes with Mac doing the robots, which is ironic when we move into the next episode where we finally get the reveal of what Mac actually is. He is an android.
Yep. I put my first notes here as Mac's reveal must be coming. He's having no shadow, being more brash than usual. And he has like the most valid and legendary crash out ever at this.
Yeah, he really has like the most existential crisis here. And again, this is what I hoped the Mystic Force twist would be like, because this was foreshadowed, but it wasn't like obvious, like in your face kind of moments.
Right. Well,
They gave you enough like breadcrumbs to like figure it out eventually.
Right.
Yeah.
But it didn't treat you like you were an idiot.
Yeah, it didn't treat you like idiots, and Mac is only 2 years old, and he like I said, Fex, he does have like one of the biggest. It's like a big like mind screw for him, because all his life is a lie. Mac was probably the Ranger that was the most certain about and confident about who he was, and to have this thrown on you, it's like, well, what is my life? Well, what is my life? Like, who am I? Like, is this really how I think, or is this how what was programmed in by my father, quote unquote? Plus, the fact that Mac's mother was never mentioned in the season,
right?
Yeah, and this is where we get to, in my opinion, the coldest line, which tops, in my opinion, "You have no heart." I was too busy with my work to find the right woman. Why didn't you just make one of those too?
You know what? I would have been mad too. Like, just the ultimate gaslighting is just inserting memories into you.
Yeah.
And making you think you lived out those memories in full years.
Yes, but the reason why I think it's like the coldest line is just for Spencer's reaction in that scene. Like, after Max says that, when I paused it on Spencer's reaction, like, it's the reaction of someone saying, "I can't believe I just heard that."
This is like, I'm just trying to wrap my head around like the comparison between like last season and this season here, as still like how different these were. Because we had both parents in the picture for the last one, right?
Yeah.
Essentially. And then in this one, like, obviously, with it being, like, an adventure, like, treasure hunting season, they could have easily explained, like, well, your mother, she died, on an adventure while we were trying to get the crown, right? That
God!
That could have been an easy way to put that in there. But they chose not to.
No. I thought about something that would have been even more like shocking. Like, they still put that in, but it was a lie. It was a lie by Hartford. Like, and it could have been brought up here. Like, so the thing about my mother, yeah, I lied, Mac. And that, so many ideas are going through my head right now. Like the Spencer knowing Andrew's biggest secret, that could have been like the biggest secret that could have been mentioned. Like, he knows that Andrew has lied about Mac's mother being dead. Like, Mac's mother didn't exist to begin with. Like, oh my god, that would have been so cool to have.
That would have made it even more hard, but I don't think he would have recovered from that.
Yeah, oh my god, no, that would have made it harsh, but that would have made it that would have brought that scene like just so much stronger than it already was. Like, it's probably, I would say, out of the Disney era seasons so far, it's probably like the best scene of the Disney era, just the reveal of Mac being an android.
Like, I just don't know, like, how they could have pulled this off any better, though. Like, even putting that in there, like, this was, like, the perfect reveal because it wasn't spoon-fed to you and then beat you over the head with a spoon.
Right.
Like,
there's also that, and due to the fact that he felt like he lived out those, you know,
Exactly.
like over a decade and a half worth of years, and you're just telling them, "Oh no, that was just
programmed.
me putting like a terabyte worth of data into your brain." It took like
And back
what,
then, a terabyte
5
wasn't
days.
cheap.
But he's a billionaire, so it wouldn't take him that long. He
Yeah.
probably got
Yeah.
like a whole room of servers. But
Exactly. Like it was like the perfect way to do that. I just and then of course like we're like 10 episodes from the finale and we get the fucking battleizer again. Like
and
Space Tornado.
And also we have the fourth jewel being in Florida, and the battleizer is just the Sentinel Knight being turned into a battleizer.
Still makes him more useful than he is there. Like
It's like the attacks it does is so goofy. It's reminding me of like Darkstalkers.
Oh yeah, like it 100%. It felt like it was inspired by like 90s fighting games. Like I'll give you that one 100%. And then the next episode we have Midlife Crisis Mac, or like Early Life Crisis, considering he's only 2.
But my other note I had for that for the previous episode was Spencer snapping Mac out of his existential crisis.
The "We love you, Mac" pep talk is very much needed. Like it doesn't matter if he's an android or not; he's part of the team, and everybody loves him. And it was something that was very much needed here. Because what the fuck, man?
Absolutely. So yeah, like you said, Mac not knowing if he likes the things he likes, because it's like, I don't know if I like cupcakes anymore.
How can you not like cupcakes? Like
actually, this actually raises a question. It's like, so did Andrew program a stomach into Mac's robot body? Because we see him eating and drinking before this moment.
That's true. And like, how does an android process food? Like,
it could be like some form of like it turns it into like some form of energy source form in one way or another, like some function of them.
Could be, yeah. But that's something that I just realized then. Like, wait, he's been eating and drunk stuff before. So like, how if he's an android?
My question is like, how come he didn't find out sooner when he was hanging out with like the other male rangers? It's like, oh, go to the bathroom.
Oh my god,
peeing in the woods. It's like, hey, what's that?
What's a bathroom?
Actually, also as well, like another like clue that I've just realised about Mac being an android is that what's the one thing we've never seen Mac do in the series up until in the series at all?
Hey, shit.
No, not that. Take a shower. We've never seen him like actually have a shower at all.
But we never considered that because it's like a Disney like kids shows. Like what?
I know, but we could have easily just seen him like coming in and he's just have a towel on his head and like implying he's just had a shower.
Have we seen any of the other Rangers do that though?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't. But I just
the whole team's robots.
The whole team's robots.
What the fuck did Zordon do this time?
You see, I had another contingency plan.
Yeah,
but motherfuckers like Batman and his contingency plans. Come on now.
Yeah, so going back to this episode, we get a new fear cat, Quasar, who's related more to Tyson's backstory because of the fact that Quasar was the one that was potentially that was quote unquote responsible for the death of Tyson's fiance. Yeah, but again, Hartford not being the best dad in the world, because the fact that Mac's decision to be a ranger wasn't programmed into him, and him saying the worst possible thing he could have said, like. I almost at that moment you almost felt human, like just oh my god.
Not the time to say that line, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, and it's gonna come back to bite you in the ass in a big way. But we have Quasar's method of growing, splitting herself in half. Okay.
Uh,
Oh, that gave me like Eisen vibes. Him splitting his face in half.
I
Oh god.
fucking love the Fear Cat's weapons so much.
Yeah.
Can we talk about why the fucking, like, in the follow-up episodes here, like where we're learning more about Taizan's past and where he's defeated and everything, why is the monster's tits better protected than most RPG characters?
I knew you were gonna bring that up.
No, it was literally like my second note, by the way, for this batch of episodes.
Yeah, it was one of my first notes. Why does the creature, the Fear Cat summon, have metal titties?
Like, I know everybody jokes about, like, oh, it's fan servicey when, like, the fucking female character has, like, their tits exposed by their armor and the same exact
It
armor.
is, but you can blame like the
Gooners.
trope on like Toku kind of because
Yeah.
it's or like sword and sorcery. That's like literally the first time that sort of things happen. But you had like Rita Repulsa's like
Battle brawl.
yeah, like actress like doing those type of scenes like earlier in like Super Sentai's like history. Just like the battle bikini.
Yeah.
Like that was there too.
Yeah, like, it's just funny to me, like, the monster has better fucking armor than female RPG characters. And, you know, it, like, tropes go everywhere, so you can't really fault it. It's just funny to point out. The fact that we actually see gaslighting on a master level in this batch of episodes, too, is just fucking hilarious to me.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like everything's fine. It's like none of this thing happened. Like don't try to look back. Stay only with me. And it's like what like that makes me question what exactly have you been doing with him?
Yeah, but it
These
turns out
last few days pretending to be his fiance.
Oh, literally.
yeah, pretending to be his fiance. Yeah, yeah.
That
I guess
implies some weird things. It's like
I guess she just needs some love, and she's not getting it, so she's very cranky and very fickle, like a cat.
No, I was thinking, it was like, what have you been doing? It's giving me like the start of Berserk vibes.
Oh god.
Oh god. Oh god. But also in this episode we have more of the Mac going through a crisis crisis of a lifetime when this is where he starts to develop and there's no getting around this. Like they don't sugarcoat this. Mac gets suicidal tendencies here.
Mhm.
Like he literally becomes suicidal up until the finale.
Yeah, he doesn't value himself because he's an android. He can just be rebuilt, you know? And that kind of makes sense because now he sees himself as expendable versus the team that is human, right? He would rather himself bear the brunt of the battle. And I kind of understand where he's coming from here.
Yeah. And he fully disowns his father in this episode because he refuses to call him by dad. He just refers to him as Mr. Hartford.
Yeah.
So it's like he's so Andrew has a lot to do to get Mac's trust back.
Can you really blame Mac at this point?
No, you really can't. You really can't. But this is also the episode where the Fear Cats get brutally killed by them literally getting sliced in half.
R.I.P. kitties. Like,
R.I.P. kids. And I love Spencer's line in this. Like, how much more excitement do I have to take here? He's overeating on excitement.
like literally, like I feel bad for Spencer at this point too because like he has been through everything. Like,
oh, absolutely.
Next to Alfred, I don't think there is a butler who has dealt with more bullshit than Spencer.
Just imagine like either one of them is like him helping like rebuild like the Batmobile for like the umpteenth time and like Spencer's like rebuilding a Megazord by hand.
Yeah. His suit's covered in grease and fucking cybernetic parts at this point because it's like, where does this one go again? It's been so long since I had to rebuild number 2. Alfred's over
So
there,
the-
like, got the blueprints out for the fucking 75th Batmobile revision, and like, wait, we're on the 76th, where's that one?
We talk about like this season is like the Megazords just full on like explode, pieces everywhere. And sometimes you don't even see like
What happened?
the individual parts or anything. You just see the head and like it's back. It's like, all right, like halfway through the episode, all right, the Megazord's back. It's like, how the fuck?
He got a whole damn surplus store of Zords over
Yeah,
there.
a warehouse of it. It's just like the same ability as like P. finding like baby. It's like you got a whole warehouse full of.
Yeah, instead of like the baby oil cave under Diddy's house, you just got a fucking Zord cave underneath Andrew Harper's mansion.
I mean, he does have it, but does he have like spare Zord?
Yeah. So yeah. Next episode is the clip show. Not really much to say about this other than having the debate about the chicken and the egg, which is kind of fun. Which is kind of funny considering we were talking about Aardman animation before we started and Chicken Run was brought up, so it was kind of funny that we got that right first off.
Yeah,
And
all
even
that
though
happened, and all that really we had another debate on was like the inaccuracies of like the evolution of the planet. Like none of these places really could have existed when Pangea was around.
Yeah, none of these could have existed when Pangea's around, and even though it's a clip show, it had its purpose. It was like, okay, we need to find the location of the final jewel. We found the location through the clip, so yeah, it's in Greece. So yeah, that's really all I had for the clip show.
Yep.
So yeah, we're nearing the end. Wow, this is probably even though we found the season to be more enjoyable than others, but ironically, I think it's gonna be one of the ones that we end up getting through the quickest.
That's
2 hours
because it's
15.
like pretty straightforward. We're on an adventure for to get gems and whatnot. And
Yeah, we're on an adventure for the same 5 rangers looking for the same 5 stones, even though there's 6 rangers at this point. So the theme song makes no sense.
Well, I mean, it's a terrible theme song, so well. Anyway,
Yeah.
Why does the Black Ranger always catch strays? Like, a poor. Like,
I love how the guy he like yells it out. The Black Ranger. It's like, why'd you say it like that?
No kidding. Racist much there? Also, the canned in trash can sound effect here, perfect. I love that.
Yeah.
Like there's but it doesn't matter the season. It doesn't matter the season. The Black Ranger seems to catch the most strays in every fucking season. It's fucking weird, but also like, and this one is kind of deserved considering every stupid decision he's made throughout the season. But also, can we talk about the gym being repurposed here? Like, that was probably the funniest thing ever.
I'll say.
Like, you freed me from my prison, and now I'm going to put you in my prison.
Yeah, because you're useless to me, even though I've protected you before. So I am being very inconsistent. I am being very inconsistent here with Matrix and Camdor, and just gonna slightly spoil it. There's no team up in the next season, which there was certainly a door open for it since Matrix was just in prison, and she could have easily gotten out and been the villain of that team up.
Yeah,
I just want to say, it's like, why did she wish she could be a giant owl so the Rangers could beat the hell out of her? I was just like, wish, you know what? Everybody who's an issue to me, I wish for them to be in prison into like in that one gem stone, you know?
That could have solved everything. Like, there you go. Season over.
Exactly. It's like, I wish for to be a fucking blue owl.
Why?
I guess she wanted to lay eggs in her boyfriend's. Yeah, never mind.
Don't we already had laying egg questioning with Ben 10 Vex. We don't want it doing with Power Rangers.
What the fuck? I brought it
I
up.
mean, Ben is a proud single father. Like, what
No,
no.
He's a mother. He's a mother because of the fact in one Alien Force episode in his big chill form he laid eggs. So so they literally had male teen pregnancy in Ben 10.
Based.
And even
That's weird that happened. Also,
what?
No, go ahead.
Then Ben 10 is a seahorse, Dad.
It's weird that it happened to like 2 kid shows I watched. Like, it's weird.
What's the other one?
Jimmy Neutron.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, that happened.
Yeah, remember when Carl had the ass babies?
What? No, I
Yeah, that happened.
Mm-hmm. It's real. Carl Weezer had ass babies. He couldn't get Jimmy's mom, but he had ass babies.
We shout out kids.
Maybe one of them will get
He didn't literally do that because we couldn't show that like on like kid like TV for kids, but it was stuck in his ass, like or cheeks. It's fucking weird.
Jimmy's Anyway, we got Norg playing a fake rock so he can strike a pose.
Yep, and he ends up finding the jewel that Commodore Matrix has and gives it to Florius, and Florius is still not grateful.
Makes the ending so much more satisfying.
And it's just like, are you serious? He's like done more progress like that you have done, and you've done all this damn plotting and stuff, and he's just got one of them for you right there. Then,
yeah. Right,
not good enough. I want all the gems, and I want Norg.
All right, get off your like snow-covered ass and do it. And he eventually did, and he failed because he didn't have his right arm man right by him.
He didn't have the best Yeti ever created.
Nope,
his strongest soldier because he took out all his weak ass snow minions.
So yeah, and also Mac is still calling Andrew Mr. Hartford because he deserves to be called Mr. Hartford. He hasn't earned forgiveness yet. So yeah, last 2 episodes. We have Motor, we have Heat Miser. Motor's there being destroyed by Florius because Florius is a douche and wants to destroy his brother's base because why the hell not?
All his base will belong to us.
Oh my god. You know what? I'm surprised that I am surprised, but at the same time not surprised that you even mentioned that. And now the Rangers are going to the land of the rising sun for a solar eclipse, so they're going to meet up with Yami from Black Clover. So hey, at least they're getting help. Hey, don't diss on Yami.
It's just they're also going to meet. They're also going to meet Kamen Rider Kiva because this was 2007.
There. Yeah. That's a better reference than that terrible Diet Wano arc of Black Clover.
So yeah, and they're going there and to find a Dragon Trident key to locate the final jewel, and this is where we have the Magna Dragon Lizard Monster minion of Motor being defeated. And here's something that I actually thought about while watching the episode. Since Rose mentions that the battle laser, no human can operate it, couldn't Tyzon technically operate it then, considering he's not a human?
Yeah.
If they thought about the footage and retooled like the suit.
Yeah, you really think that?
Which I mean, just paint bits of it silver.
Yeah, paint bits of it silver. But I do have I do love Spencer's wisdom here because you know someone probably like Elon Musk would do this if it was true. if volcanoes were inhabitable, someone would have set up a Congo. You know, Elon Musk would do that if he could.
Yeah.
And pay millions of dollars for people to use it. Have people pay millions of dollars to use it.
Can we just throw Elon in the volcano? I mean, what?
No, he might come out like most Tekken characters.
You know what?
Oh God.
True. Let's not.
Do you want him to turn into Heihachi? No.
No, he's already
No.
physical enough.
Iris
and that. Also, it's just humor. You know, humor's legal again on the internet. Remember?
Oh yeah, humor is legal again.
I also just looked up the release date of Kamen Rider Kiva. It came out in 2008, so they more than likely would have met Kamen Rider Deno. He's the train one.
Oh, okay.
Oh God.
They could have met the Geki Rangers.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah. So my other notice I had for this penultimate episode was that Motor, after having his volcano destroyed and Mac being suicidal again, he goes to his brother with Taizon's fiance, which he's had the whole time, which just seems like a last minute. Oh yeah, we want to have Taizon have his happy ending, so let's just have his fiance be with Motor the entire time.
It's like we want him to build like a personality and like find like a new purpose in life. No, fuck that shit.
No. And Florius, being the cold-hearted bastard that he is, he kills his brother in probably the most cold-hearted bastard way, freezing him and then blowing him up.
Mortal Kombat type stuff.
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah,
so
literally.
technically, out of all the villains, if you want to talk about like victories over the Rangers, Motor was the most successful because he wasn't the one who was ultimately defeated by the Rangers.
Oh
So
my
yeah,
God.
gotta give like the victory for Motor on that one. At least he didn't get defeated by the Rangers, which is more we can say for what his brother's gonna end up being.
And also,
so
we
yeah,
have Taison's girlfriend.
we have Taison's girlfriend
right there with Norg. Norg.
and it's revealed that that I'm gonna do it now with the fifth jewel. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me! It's right back where we started! Because it turns out that the fifth jewel was with the mummy that's been in the background of every episode for the entire season.
Yep.
Yeah, I just had to do that because it's that big moment of just like, it was here the whole time. Like, I'm surprised no one else was like annoyed by that. We've been searching for this jewel, going on this treasure hunt, and it was here the whole time.
It's weird, right? Because it happens more often than you think. Like if you're on these sort of treasure hunts or, hunting multiple.
Oh, the treasure's right under your nose.
Oh, ha 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 ha. And of course, Florius, when he gets to the mansion after finding out, like, oh hey, all the jewels are in one place now, tried his best to do Thanos' impression by saying, I hope I remember you, or something like that. But this is where Andrew finally gets his Mac's forgiveness because Mac is too important than him. Like, literally sacrificing the entire mission of Operation Overdrive for Mac, essentially.
Yep. Why?
And that's all.
You can just rebuild me. Why are you giving up?
Because you are you, Mac. So yeah. So you know what, Andrew? Thank you for
Doing one thing right the entire season.
doing one thing right the entire season. Because let's be honest, Andrew was the reason Bolton Flores got freed in the first place because he picked up the Corona Aurora.
Yeah, literally. Can we talk about the final form here? Why is he calm with claws?
Veiny. He's a bone monster that's super veiny.
I literally put Flores' final form, I can't describe it.
He's veiny, he's got claws, and he's white and goopy. He's cum.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
of
course,
I just gotta
go
say,
ahead.
like, out of all the final forms, though, like, I gotta say, it's being so, like, really indescribable makes it so fucking cool, too.
Yeah, that I will give it that. I will
It
give it
is
that.
better than like an octopus skeleton monster.
Yeah, no, literally. Or a, giant version of said big bad. Just, like, gigantifying him. We're trying to escape the Pokemon Company's copyright.
Well, but you can't because they got the copyright DLC, don't you know?
Do you have a
We're
mechanic-
gonna retroactively change our patent so we can fuck over our competition.
Do you have a mechanic that is slightly similar? You are now getting sued into copyright hell because that's how
Which
it's
is
the same way.
ridiculous. Like, what if like Doom did that? It's like, oh, you're shooting another person that's in the room. You can't do that. That's under our patent.
You're
Like, what the
collecting a
fuck
couple
are
of
you
key
talking
cards.
about?
You're collecting a couple of key cards or items to unlock doors. That's our mechanic. We did it first. Goodbye.
But that's essentially what it is. It's just basic, like, generic mechanics that they're, like, saying, repatent that, re-own that. It's like, what are you talking about? This existed before you.
And it'll exist after you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely will exist after you. So we also have Florius before the final battle telling the Chillers to get rid of Norg and Fella, and Norg is actually surprisingly agile in a fight.
Yeah. I was shocked how fast this little fucker moved. Considering how
It's like, why you thought he was number 2 though?
you know what he is? He's the Power Ranger equivalent of Snorlax.
Damn right. He's lazy, he's chubby, but he still can pack a punch.
Yeah, and it was his house to begin with. Like, Florius just basically showed up, was like, "Who are you? I'm taking over this place right now." And he basically treats Norg in his own house like just a piece of furniture that he can't get rid of.
I mean, basically the worst person you'd ever want.
Worst roommate ever.
Yeah, worst roommate, absolutely worst roommate ever.
You know what? I would love to have Norg as a roommate, though.
I think we all would want a Norg as a roommate.
Who wouldn't?
So yeah, we also have Florius one-shotting the Megazord, and Rose and Ronnie morphing off each other, like using each other's bodies to put their morphers on and just morph off each other. That sounded so wrong, but it's what happened. And then we have Max suicidally destroying Florius, really doing the Tony Stark thing there, making the Avengers reference again. And of course, we get the Deus Ex Machina ending with the Corona Aurora bringing back Max to life, but turning him into a real boy. Which, you know what? I'll let it slide because Mac did earn his humanity in the end.
Yeah.
Wait, could we go back to a second in which what caused him harm was essentially like making the Sentinel Knight burp?
Yeah.
Sentinel Knight's like,
And then
we're really doing this shit, huh? We're committing murder? Cool, whatever.
Oh, it's too much energy. Burp. Green energy. And then next scene you see him passed out. It's so stupid.
Oh, it really was.
It's so stupid, but I love it.
It works so well. I fuck with it. Like, out of every stupid, like, finale attack, like, that's gotta be top 10 at least.
Oh, absolutely.
But, like, we get the Pinocchio bit here. We get a little bit of forgiveness. Everybody kind of goes back to a form of their their life before they were a Power Ranger. And then we see at the end that Mac and Andrew have reconciled enough to where they're going on adventures together. And we do a little, like, Rocky style, like, cut at the end.
Yeah, but you know what this means, Mac? You've got to go to school now that you're a real boy. No!
Oh, he just downloads his goddamn, diploma or whatever, because at this point he'd be out of school, so.
Yeah, probably.
Probably get, like, a tutor.
Yeah. Oh, you're really that smart? Here you go. Here's your GED. Cool. Goodbye.
was like, all right, who's gonna do it? It's like, you do it, Spencer. It's like, why?
I thought I was free of this eternal prison of servitude. I just wanted to look after my flowers.
As you do.
Yeah.
As you do.
Because Norg ate them all, and Andrew promised to get them, not Spencer, but Norg, more flowers to eat.
Well, at least life's back to normal.
I just find it so funny that Norg's getting rewarded, but fuck Spencer, who basically held everything together this entire adventure.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So we got a roll call.
Yep, roll
Right.
call.
So we obviously have Adam, Tori, Kira, Bridge, and Xander at the bottom in last place with 1 each. We got Tyzon with 13, tying him with good old doggy. Tying him with Trent from Dino Thunder. We got Ronnie with 18, Dax and Whale with 22, Rose with 23, and Mac with 24. So if my math is correct, that gives us a total of 127.
Nice, nice.
Which more than which puts it ahead of Mystic Force, Time Force, In Space, Lost Galaxy, Turbo, and Zeo, but it and it had a light speed, but now it's sitting behind I believe let's see, Mighty Morphin had 198. I believe it's behind Wild Force, Dino Thunder, Ninja Storm, and Mighty Morphin and SPD.
Okay. Yeah.
It's kind of
yeah,
impressive with the number of episodes it had.
Yeah, there was quite a few like multi roll calls. But yeah, to wrap up my final thoughts on this season, do I think it's in the top 10? No, it's not going to make it into my top 10. But would I say it's one of the more underappreciated seasons? Absolutely, absolutely. So if anyone's seen only heard about the series from people on the internet, take it from us. This season is not as bad as people have made it out to be. Go and judge it for yourself, because I guarantee you will be pleasantly surprised.
Or not.
Or not.
We're not the boss of you. We're not your parents.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, final thoughts for you, Vex and Songetsu.
Yeah, I definitely have some thoughts here. I just want to wrap it up as quickly as possible because Red's also asking to hop in a call for a second. So, I genuinely think this is not top 10 material, right? I do, however, think it would be like top 15 seasons, possibly. There could be an argument for that. There's a lot of bad writing in it. There's a lot of good writing in it. I think the villains are better than I could have ever expected, given a treasure hunting season, right? You don't expect a lot of like competent villain writing and something like that. I do, however, think that a lot of the Ranger interaction could have been better written. I do think that a lot of Andrew's stuff could have been better written, especially there was a lot of plot holes and, contrivances that were in here, like where, certain geographical locations would have been, obviously, especially in the clip show. I do think there was a lot of that overarching, like, plot thread stuff that could have been better tied. obviously, but overall, it could have been in that top 15 seasons, maybe top 20 at the highest. I do wish we did more with Taizan and the time we had him, because he kind of felt like he was pushed to the wayside because most of the stuff was around Mac and Andrew's story, which makes sense, mentor versus, the creation was a lot of the ending here, and they had to fit a lot of Taizan stuff into that same time slot. But yeah. Other than that,
So,
I give it like a solid 7 out of 10.
I can abide with that as well. Yeah. So
Yeah,
do you have?
fine with
Go
that.
ahead.
It wasn't a good season. I mean, I wasn't going to say it's a terrible season, but kind of middle road. If it had slightly better character interaction between the Six Range and the rest of the team, and we had goals other than revenge,
Yeah, for sure.
definitely would have been up there.
I do wonder, if we wouldn't have had 3 sets of villains, how well this season would have paid off too, right? Because I feel like a lot of it relied on having that dynamic of 3 sets of villains.
Yeah.
I do think it's very overhated.
Oh, definitely overhated.
Got what, 6 seasons left, 7 seasons left now?
Jungle Fury RPM,
Samurai, Megaforce, Dino Thunder. Yeah, about 7.
Yeah. Because we're treating Samurai and Super Samurai as one season, etc., etc., etc. So,
yeah, the normals and supers are 1.
So yeah, we're almost done. It's taken us a while,
Yeah.
but we're almost done.
It was bound to take us a while, considering it's 30 years worth of material.
Yeah, but it's taken a lot less time than I thought it would too. I'd like to, wrap this project up this year and, start on Naruto though. That will be an interesting one. And we still got to listen to you rant and rave about Sword Art Online at some point too.
Oh god!
That will be interesting in and of itself. But until the next season, Jungle Fury, I think that's peace for this one.
Yeah.
Peace.
Well, we made it. 1 season left after this, guys.
Yeah, of the Disney era.
Come a long way.
Yeah, we certainly have.
And now,
But anyway,
this one definitely was better than I expected.
oh, absolutely. This, a lot of people who've seen this series often call it the most underrated series, and yeah, that's a pretty big distinction. I think it might just be because it's sandwiched between what people consider the worst season. I put that in quotations.
I don't see Megaforce here.
Yeah, I don't see Megaforce here, and one of the best seasons. So I think this one kind of just gets if I was to compare it to something, it would be Hunter x Hunter's Greed Island arc. It's the Greed Island arc of Power Rangers.
That's fair.
That is such an apt comparison.
Yeah.
It's the Fullbringer arc.
It's the Fullbringer arc. Yeah, it really is.
I'm ready to get roasted in the comments for saying that. But
yeah, how dare you say something positive about the Fullbringer arc, Fex?
Come on, those transformations were dope.
Yeah.
It is my favorite arc in Bleach.
Ooh,
that's a spicy opinion.
That's a spicy opinion. Maybe spicy opinions about anime and manga at some point. Maybe.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. Power Rangers Jungle Fury. And with this season, I think what I like most about it, and I said this when we were watching it, is just we spend a lot of time with the series focusing on the villain's journey more so than the Rangers half the time.
Yeah. I guess we kind of got a little with Void Knight in Dino / Cosmic Theory. We got a little bit of it with fucking Time Force in general. Like we saw a lot more of the villains' journeys in that one. But I don't think we've ever got it to where like the villain is technically the main character like this.
Yeah, I was like, after we finished it yesterday, I was like looking up, like, is Jared / Daishi the true main character of Jungle Fury?
Well, I would say like a secondary, like main character, like supportive main character, but not really because in an antagonistic role. But it's basically like framework of like kung fu movies and such, in which there's like two rival schools.
Yeah, that's a fair way.
One good, one completely evil, off its rocker.
Oh, absolutely.
And they're just going at it. They meet new teachers along the way. They get stronger on both sides, and it's like a back and forth.
This season kind of played on Chainsaw Man logic as well to add more anime references into it, where like the level of fear was how strong the villains grew.
Yeah, and I think they do it again in a later season. The idea of like fear making the villain stronger. I mean, also, it's a cool concept.
Yeah, it's also like a very big animal motif, as like not only with the main heroes, like our main three, Spirit of the Tiger, Cheetah, the Jaguar. Later on, we get the Wolf and the Rhino. Jared has the Spirit of the Lion. But also with like the monsters of the week, like we got like Spirit of the Boars. We got a pangolin, which I never expected a pangolin to be referenced in a Power Rangers episode. But hey, I like pangolins, so
yeah. Where's my red panda?
No red panda here, Fex. No red panda here.
I will own a red panda before I die. That is my life
it's
goal.
America. We have almost all the extinct species in our backyard.
Yeah. But yeah, we were calling this like we were debating like which is more of the furry season.
Yeah.
This season or Wild Force. But yeah, the fact that what we get at the end of the season for 5 seconds, it's like no, that takes the cake.
It's like, what are you gonna do with these suits? I already gotta use them for this one scene, and we gotta return it to Japan fast. So no damages.
Okay, make a fruity ass pose and scene.
Yeah, but also as well, compared to some of the seasons that we've watched as well, there's a lot of emphasis on like in the old of going back to like old school Power Rangers fighting, because instead of martial arts we have Kung Fu, which is technically a martial art as well. But yeah, there's really a lot of emphasis on that in the season, like with the unmorphed fights being amazing as well, and just the fact that they use Kung Fu as like the main motif.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily like old Kung Fu, but it has the framework of a lot of it on like Kung Fu movies with a lot of the supernatural, the wire. Or for like the action scenes and whatnot.
Yeah, but they really don't. They really don't tend to use explosions an awful lot in this season.
No, and
compared
that's
to
okay.
compared to some of the other seasons.
Which is fine. You don't need to like explosions are cool, but they're not that cool if they're like every other scene.
Yeah, they're not that cool when they're in every other scene. But
Looking at you, Michael Bay.
Yeah. Anyway, also as well, because this is part of the quote-unquote Kalash era, we have the motif with every episode in the series. Now they have 4 words in the title. Fortunately, this is the last season that does that.
Thank God, it's so cheesy.
Yeah, because can you imagine if RPM had 5 words in the title? Like, how would that even work?
No, like I could understand like a couple of them having like five words in the title,
But for every episode,
they'd be stretching the concept at that point, and I think they realized it by now.
Yeah. So anyway, I guess we might as well just jump into to the actual notes themselves, because you said, Vex, that you had a lot of notes for this season, and I've got quite a few myself.
They kind of dwindled a little bit near the end of it because I was just enjoying the spectacle that we were watching, and I also had a lot of stuff going on in the background at the near the end. But like for the beginning of this season, I think I took the most notes for this out of everything that we've watched so far, and that's a good thing. Because the more bored I am, the less notes I'm going to take, and obviously, like, the more busy I am watching the products, the less notes I'm going to take as well. But like this one, I want to say before we get into like the actual notes, like my knowledge of this season was catching like random episodes. I don't know about you guys if you've watched the entire season before.
Okay. This is kind of interesting because this was when I moved back from where I was living for 9 years. When I moved back to my family, and when we went on holiday vacation, what you want to call it, when Power Rangers was on Netflix, this was the season I watched, and
Really?
I binged it all in one go. So that, and I was because it was like the series that I knew the least about up until that point, and that I just got so into it that I was like, okay, I'm binging this series.
Right. The last episode I caught was like a year and a half ago, and that's kind of while we were in the middle of doing this entire concept. And it was the one where they met the Elephant Master. And I'm like, okay, well, this is like 3/4 of the way through the season. I probably shouldn't be watching this as we're going to be binging this, and I just changed the hotel TV to something else. But I very much am a fan of how they handled this season overall. That being said, why is there always one character I want to slowly kill me?
Yeah, well, we've got that. There's two contenders this series, in my opinion. We all know one of them, which will be later in the series, but one of the first ones is Camille, like the second in command to Daishi / Jared of this / Jared in this season, which she's a chameleon, so she has a lot of tongue action. A lot of tongue action.
Listen, that tongue can do a lot of work. That's all I'm going to say on that. Let your imagination run wild with that.
Speaking of tonguing, we also got her little announcer sidekick Flit, who lives in her stomach acids.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
More.
Okay. I'm just gonna get it out of the way right now because I knew going into the series that a lot of us would probably hate this character. And Kelson Edson, I love you. You do great in the series, but this was undoubtedly the worst role you've ever had in the series. Like
1000%.
just for the fact that he serves. There's only twice where he serves a purpose, but aside from that, did we really need commentary during the fight scenes?
And in this corner, we have the Power Rangers with their swords. Oh no, they might actually be the monster. Ah! And in this corner, we have the monster.
No, he was just there.
He was literally just fucking there to play JR.
Yeah. It's like I don't know what they were thinking. They might have thought like we don't have a role for Kelson in this series, so it's just. I get the feeling that was the case. They literally had. Yeah,
no, it was just.
Or a fucking
It was just
beast.
like they brought it over from Geki Rangers. Like,
oh my god! Was Flit a counterpart in Geki Ranger as well?
Yeah, the fly existed there too.
Oh my god! Okay.
Fine, I guess he serves
bad, though.
Why did he exist? Like, I don't get it. Like, did they think the audience
I think just like an accessory. This is pretty much.
But did they really think that the audience was stupid? Like, we couldn't see what was going on?
I mean, I think it would have been like a fine thing as like a one-off gag, like if they had somebody who was like really big into wrestling or some shit.
Yeah, like if they had like say a I don't know, like a like if they had the boar monster that was into wrestling, that would make sense. That would make sense to
At
have something
least
like
with
Flint.
Geki Raid, it made sense because the team was sponsored by like a sports, like like a brand that makes sporting equipment. That's what made all of, like their tech and stuff.
Right. But still, Flit, you could just like, boom, you could be added to my list of characters that I despise when doing watch throughs, right up there with Arjet.
But you were meant to hate Arjet. I think you were meant to like Flit.
No. Yeah, I just don't like him. I didn't like him when I was watching it, because like, when I first watched it, he showed up, I was like, okay, fine, you get one episode, but then it kept on going on, and on, and on, to the point that I just went to strangle him. I just went to strangle Flit.
Right, no, like, literally. But at the start here, like, we see the downfall of Jared into darkness to play the vessel for Daishi. And
go ahead. Go ahead.
That kind of plays into the whole theme of this season, that as we go further and further on and talking about destiny and everything, which is strange because you think like the destiny of him being in the good guy school would be being a good guy, because we were kind of thinking like he'd be the Red Ranger because he showed the most leadership in that intro, but no, then he started having the control issues and not being able to like maintain his sanity, essentially. But by the end of the first part of this double opener, we see him sitting on the throne, being the main villain.
Yeah, which very much reminiscent of Bakura and Yami Bakura, or to use a more modern term. I know you don't like part 2 of Chainsaw Man very much, but this is very much like Asa and Yoru in Chainsaw Man Part 2.
I hate that you're not wrong, because I will take every opportunity to shit on Chainsaw Man Part 2 at this point. And not even just for the memes, just because I love watching the fucking fan base try to defend some of the stupid decisions Fujimoto's made. But, overall, it's still a good, solid 6 out of 10 of a series. I can just read it on the shitter. But,
yeah,
it is what it is. And there's a reason why we stopped reviewing it. I must say, I love the morphing pose in this one.
Yes!
It took me a couple episodes to kind of get behind it, but once they started, like, everybody having the morphing call, I fucking loved it.
Yeah. One of my favorite aspects of this is the style that they use to control the Megazord, because it's very much Gundam style. Like, right? where their actions that they make inside the cockpit of the Megazord is what the Megazord does.
More like G Gundam, because that's one of the few ones that had like that similar style.
I'm also thinking Pacific Rim.
What were you gonna say, Tyler?
I was thinking like, because personally for me, like it reminded me of Pacific Rim, how like how the Megazord is controlled in the cockpit. I don't know if you've watched that movie.
No, I haven't, but I know what you're referring to, and yeah, I can see that. Also, do we want to talk about the fact that there's a straight up death in the first episode with Master Mao literally being killed?
Yeah, but semantics.
No, it's not semantics. He literally is a spirit.
Right, he's a spirit. That's fine. That's not death. That's a kid's show.
I mean, no, it is a death.
It is a death.
Just because the ghost is walking around does not mean his spirit didn't leave his body.
No, he became one with the Force. He became one with the Force. Also as well, the fact that we have to point out the fact that Daishi is a member of PETA in this series because he's like, animals. I believe animals should rule the world. Humans need to be erased.
Right.
Technically say just animals. You just meant his kind in control.
But now we have to get it out of the way. The fact that the base in this series is a pizza place. It's the return of the beautiful cheesy deep dish Power Rangers pizzas.
You don't get this one. You don't get this one, Luke. No one got baked into a pizza. You don't get this one.
No,
nor would they.
That is disappointing.
Have you seen Fran try to cook? I mean,
yeah. So the main support for the Rangers in this series is Fran, who is a hyperactive customer of the pizza parlor that loves pizzas, and they have to keep her calmed down by saying "Breathe, Fran."
I love her.
But I love her as well because she doesn't overstep her boundaries. Like, she knows her role in the series. But the big question with her is, like, why don't they just tell her at the beginning, like, hey, we're the Rangers. We need you to run the place because we've got to go and fight a monster. Like, I mean, it's all... Yeah, this is one of the questions that I've always had about Jungle Fury. It's like, why do they need a secret identity?
I understand wanting to protect the customers, right? Like, I get that aspect of it, but like
But here's the thing.
None of the villains
know where.
Yeah, they know where they are.
Exactly.
And none of the monsters go after the Jungle Karma pizza.
But they don't care. Like all they want to do is like gather fear and defeat the Rangers. Like, they're not gonna just go to the pizza part because they don't care about it. It doesn't help with their plans at all.
Right.
Yeah. Plus as well, Daishi / Jared is more interested in like getting stronger to defeat the Rangers rather than out causing destruction in the series.
No, literally, like you're right. Like, it doesn't make sense to want to be this protective of their identities. Like, we've seen a couple seasons at this point and I think we get one more before the end of it. But like, where they just don't give a shit about the secret identities. We're like, yeah, we're public officials. We work, or like we're fucking we're like police officers or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, it don't make sense, but I get it. Whatever.
Yeah.
So,
I wish it was. Sorry. I wish it was just like one episode where that was actually brought up, like either Theo, Lily, or Casey just goes to RJ and is like, hey, why do we have to protect our identities?
Right. This isn't Zordon rules.
Yeah. But can we just talk about the best mentor in the series, bar none, RJ. Robert James, aka RJ. Yes,
Pure
that's
himbo.
his name. Robert James.
Literal golden retriever stoner, bro. If Shaggy was a Power Ranger, I can go on.
Like, I love RJ. I love it. Like, if Wes and Billy did not exist, RJ would be my favorite Ranger. Bar none.
The only part I didn't like about RJ was like the whole episode in which he just fucked off because he wanted to fuck with like fishermen. Like, that doesn't protect the fish because poachers are still doing their thing. You're just fucking with people who are like legally catching fish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I think the reason why I instantly loved RJ is because okay, with this series, like, we have Casey the Red Ranger, who is like a new recruit to the academy, and RJ is in these episodes like, I'm not going to train you guys until you're all at equal levels. And Theo, the Blue Ranger, brings up the facts like, hey, just because Casey is a new recruit doesn't mean we should be behind on our training. But RJ brings up a metaphor using 3 stools, like, they have to be perfectly in balance, because if one leg is removed from that stool, the whole team topples down. And it was that moment that I was like, I love this guy, because that is a great metaphor for the whole, you need to be balanced as a team here.
Yep. Like, he's wise beyond his years, or apparent years. I don't know how old he is, but he's daddy.
I think he's meant to be like in his 30s.
Wood.
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 Tyler, want to share a himbo?
All right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look up quickly. So his actor was born in 1982, and it would have been 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2000. So about 26. So I would say around 26 to 30. RJ is
Perfect.
Yeah, that works for him.
We don't have to anime logic this. He's perfect.
No. Yeah. But also as well, we get some quite unique weapons for the Rangers this series that are not often used. Like unless we're talking about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, because these are pretty much the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle weapons. So Casey gets the nunchucks.
Mm-hmm.
Lily, the Yellow Ranger, gets a bow staff, and Theo gets Tonfa. And I've always loved Tonfas as a weapon myself.
Literally. It's such a cool concept.
It's
I love that we
whenever
eventually get frickin' fans. Like, here, let me play Kitana.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, and the other notes I had for this episode were that because Theo, the whole thing about Theo's character is that he's one of perfection, and we don't really get an idea of why that is until like near the end of the series. But he's someone who's like, I have to be as successful at everything. I can't. There can't be failure in any way. And Lily is like, hey, you were new once, and you had to be taught how to use your weapons. And to be fair, Theo, despite how standoffish he can be and stuck up, he is a good teacher, because he does pretty quickly teach Casey how to use the nunchaku.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah. Oh yeah, and also my other note I had for this, the line, "You'll pay for that. I'll pay in full."
That's a good line.
I just had to. Yeah, that's a good line. Now, a lot of people with this series have one complaint about the Rangers that I've seen: the sunglasses. Because in this series, we have sunglasses for the morphers.
It's fine.
Yeah, I think a lot of people at the time were like, "Oh, they're trying to be hip and cool with the kids." It's like, really, really, if you're gonna have
I don't think kids are the only people that can find sunglasses cool.
I mean, why do you think in Hot Fuzz they have sunglasses? And they're adults. They're adults wearing sunglasses. So yeah, I don't get like why people hate the sunglasses morphers. Yeah, but really, those were all my notes on the episode, on the opening two-parter.
Yeah, I don't have anything else for that, because we covered some of it during the intro as well. For episode 3, we get full-on Karate Kid. You know.
Yeah. Just straight on Karate Kid. Wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off.
Do we have any gamblers in the chat? Any gamblers in the chat? Buffalo!
Yeah, we have the Buffalo in this episode. But again, this is one of the things that I hate about the Karate Kid films, is that I don't. Mr. Miyagi does the whole wax on, wax off thing, but he never actually explains why that is effective.
Self-control.
Yeah, but he could at least, or they could at least acknowledge why it's so effective. Whereas in this episode, when RJ is telling Casey to do exactly as he says, and what Casey thinks is just like wasting his time or anything, it's actually like, no, this is actually what I'm trying to teach you how to defeat this monster. Which I find very, very endearing. The fact that RJ just sees like everything, like even the most mundane things that you think are not going to be effective in a fight actually turn out to be the most effective thing in a fight, except for the back massage, which RJ just really wanted.
Like, I think the whole reason, like you said, that like he keeps that stuff like hidden away is just like for the like. Okay, I taught you this stuff. Now you got to figure out how to apply it. No.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were going to say something else on top of that.
Up now.
Yeah. But at the beginning of this episode as well, we have I guess Daishi Camille flirting somewhat as well. Like, just like, hey, they both have like the bondage / leather gear going on with them, so they might as well go all out at this point. I don't know if you noticed that, Vex. And can you hear me, Vex? Oh, well. Oh, so Getsu is walking his dog. He'll be right back. Yeah, I'm
back.
not. Oh, you're back. I think we've lost Vex for a moment. So I'll carry on. Also, we get foreshadowing for one of the techniques that are going to be used later on in the series, with RJ using the swoop technique, which is essentially blind fighting.
Fan fighting, which is crazy.
Yeah. Oh, you're back. We thought we lost you for a second there.
My
Vex.
Groceries got delivered like a half hour early.
All right, fair enough. But yeah, so yeah, like I was just saying, we get foreshadowing later on for what one of the new techniques for one of the Rangers is going to be with the swoop technique. I said before that at the beginning of this episode we have Daishi and Camille flirting somewhat, which hey, they've got the bondage and leather gear going on, so they might as well go all out.
Right? Like, perfect.
Yeah, and of course we get the example of Camille's tongue whip.
Just, please strangle me with your tongue. I don't care at this point.
Jesus.
Yeah. So those were my notes on the episode. The fact that RJ just uses more normal, everyday things, and you can apply that to fighting. Which, given his past and backstory, it kind of like makes sense why he would do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which we're gonna find out later on as well.
For sure.
Yeah.
So we were still on 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have a lot of notes for episode 4 because I just sat and watched this episode. I do like that we get an early power boost in this, and that Daishi actually takes and participates in the battle. Which we don't see a lot of generals, sit there and actually take the field.
Yeah, Daishi is probably one of the most active main villains.
Him and Lothar actually took a decent, initiative.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
and as well as Snow and Heat Miser.
Yeah, no,
Heat
for sure.
Yeah, but I would say, in terms of just straight up, like, okay, this is the primary antagonist, I would say he does do a lot of the work himself.
Mm-hmm. And that's all in the quest for power, obviously, but, he still takes the initiative.
Yeah, so, also as well, we have the introduction to what is like the first set of recurring monsters with the 5 fingers of poison here, which, as the name suggests, they're all based on like poisonous animals.
Yeah, poisonous reptiles or amphibians.
Yeah,
Except for like one. What does a chameleon
I've just
with poison?
I've just realised who would absolutely love this series, Tyler.
Who?
Dr. Animal. Dr. Animal probably jerks off to this series on a daily basis if Power Rangers is in the Ben 10 universe.
Probably writing down notes. Okay.
Yeah.
Kung Fu animals.
Will kill Tennyson.
Hopefully, we'll kill Tennyson.
Yeah.
Also, maybe take out the plumbers, but they don't really exist. I gotta say though, like Daishi's fucking outfit, just pure aura, and it only gets better as the season goes on. Like,
absolutely.
I gotta say his final armor near the end is probably like top 5 suit designs in Power Rangers.
Yeah, I mean, I do like. I also do like his cloak cape thing that he has on that he always flips off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know why, but there's something about like just cloaks and capes that just drape over you. That's
fucking
something
Piccolo. Top 10 character design too, like absolutely. But like, it's like the same, like where it reminds me of like the same thing when Piccolo drops the cape when he's about to fight in Dragon Ball, you know. But yeah, like that top 5 designs by the end. I will say he's also like an imposing force on the field, even like at this weakened state that he's at canonically right now. He's definitely like one of the strongest, main antagonists here that we actually see. So
yeah,
it's crazy.
Like even when like the Rangers like have a 1-up on them, like they barely like scrape by the skin of their teeth.
Mm-hmm. It kind of gave me like, I don't know about you guys, but like when they were fighting Rito in season 3 of Mighty Morphin, like even a victory, is very, very hard fought. Like you were saying there, Zangetsu. Like that's the kind of vibe I was getting. Of course, like he didn't single-handedly just destroy their Zords and leave them powerless, but same thing.
Yeah, same thing. Well, technically, I don't think the swords in the series can be destroyed because they're all connected to the inner spirit. So it's like you would have to technically destroy the Rangers to destroy the swords.
The only one that was like straight up physical was the Rhino.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the rest, like you had to take out, you'd have to take out the spirits to take out the Zords.
Yeah. Also, as well, another note I had for this episode is just the new pizza that was introduced. Is a Frilla Gorilla pizza, extra bananas. The gorilla's going bananas.
Oh god, the pizza jokes. They.
But like, who has bananas on pizza? Who has pizzas on bananas?
A freak.
Bananas on pizzas.
A freak.
Yeah. Hey, ham and pineapple, that's okay. Banana on pizza, and no way.
Even ham and pineapple, send them to El Salvador.
I'm sure it's fine for like some other people. It's not for me. No.
And Vex, how dare you say that about ham and pineapple pizzas?
It's mostly the pineapple for me.
Right.
It doesn't gel well with the
pineapple
salt.
on pizza is one of the best things ever. I do not care.
You're right to your own opinion, but it's just like
wrong.
I can stomach it, but I wouldn't go out of my way to eat it.
It's wrong. Anyway, I'm going to get canceled.
Anyway, the other note I had for this is just like always curious about like how much is Daishi or Jared in control, because Daishi in this episode like says, "Oh, Jared is gone. Jared is gone. I'm just Daishi now." But then when he meets the Rangers for the first time, they're like, he says, "Oh, Casey, you're responsible for that humiliation, aka getting Jared kicked out." So it begs the question sometimes, like, how much is it Jared coming through, or is it Daishi a lot of the time?
I'd say most of it's like Daishi, because the only reason he kept like him, conscious, alive, and whatnot is not only to control his body, which I'm pretty sure he could have just controlled his body by just killing him and just puppying it, but also to gather fear from Jared directly.
Yeah.
You know what? That actually makes a lot of sense, considering like what Jared sees at the end of the series is like, he pretty much is scared of Daishi just as much as anyone else, or like what Daishi is doing inside of his body. So that actually does make a lot of sense now that I think about it. Also, as well, we get the standard obligatory motorcycle in this episode with the Strike Rider cruise, which literally becomes part of Casey. Like, it's like we gotta use polymerization on Casey and this motorcycle. Which why do we have to have that as a concept?
Wasn't there another Ranger that combined with like their vehicle or something? I can't remember.
Yeah, it was Carter, like, had the battleizer as the motorcycle.
Right. Carter fucking Grayson. What a legend.
Yeah, what a legend. Go ahead.
In this one, like, can we just talk about the relax maxing? Like, fucking, that's perfect. I need a day to just play RJ in this one and just relax for an entire day and not have to worry about anything and have everyone do everything for me. But yeah, like, I'll let you continue here while I grab my food in a couple minutes.
So, the other note I had for episode 4 was the fact that they pretty much established right off the bat that there is not going to be a romance between the Red and Yellow Ranger, because Lily basically family zones Casey. It's like, "Oh, you're like a brother to me." And
Man down!
Hey,
Man down! Sorry.
But hey, Lily has Theo. So I don't. I could never
and
see it working
Redacted
out.
has Fran. We'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But yeah, with episode 5, we have basically Theo, because of the fact that he is always like Mr. Perfect, has to have everything go his way. But he still at least proves that he has the skills to pay the bills. But there's only so far that can get a bit that at times it can get a bit cocky about how good he is, and it's proven in this episode that when he gets beaten, like, it hurts him badly, because he's just so used to being like, "I'm always right. I'm the best at everything. I cannot be wrong."
No, literally, like, and this was the one where RJ was the relaxer. I thought we'd already transitioned to 5. But, like, I gotta say, like, I kind of sympathize with Theo, because, like, most of my life I tried to be, like, that perfect person, and I realized, like, you can't be perfect 100% of the time. So this one kind of hit a little more.
Yeah.
I will say, like, this training gauntlet that we go through, and him eventually getting a little power up because he's realizing, like, hey, I can't do all the things all the time. A great lesson, and it's kind of funny, like, we don't really sit and remember that this is technically a kid show and we're trying to instill, like, morals and lessons into them. But when it hits, it fucking hits.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. And yeah, most of this episode is just that, like, Theo needing to learn to take a step back and realize like, oh, it's not about winning every fight, but rather if you think you're going to fail, how are you actually going to cope with that failure to come out be a stronger person? Yeah,
And that's something that's very needed, honestly.
Yeah, which I'm surprised that's never that's. I'm surprised, like of all the fears in like something like Chainsaw Man, the failure devil has never been like a concept because
That's just dingy in general. He's a fucking failure.
Yeah, but that's like that's like a more common thing than anything. Like when people like fearing, oh, have we failed this person, that person? Have we failed our team? Are we just a failure in life? So I'm surprised that that's never been a thing. But yeah, failure for the always perfect ones. This episode was a great lesson to be like, hey, you can't always be perfect, but you just gotta cope with your failures. Yeah. So anyway, with episode 6, we have Theo wanting to meet Lily for something that is totally not a date, but is clearly a date. It's like it's like why don't you just call it a date at this point? But this episode has to be
episodes before that.
Yeah, but this episode has to be like the funniest episode probably ever in the history of Power Rangers for one reason and one reason only. The monster, the two members of the Five Fingers of Poison, where we have the Stinger female monster and the Toad male monster, where they literally get together.
And
what called it?
And like,
yeah,
it's all a fever dream, Dance Revolution kind of thing, and I I question my sanity watching this episode. I'm like, did I take acid before I watched this one? I swear I didn't, but I must have.
Yeah. So also in this episode, we get introduced to the Rangers like power gun weapon, the claw cannon, which needs all 3 of them to be powered up, and we also have like the.
I love that actually comes into play later on too. Like all 3 of them have to be powered up.
Yeah. And also we have the foot soldiers of this series, the Rinchi doing dancing. Like, it is literally just the dance episode.
This definitely wasn't TVY7 either, because we had references to alcohol in it as well.
Oh, it definitely was. And also as well, gotta love the generic shop signs in the background. Like, we have just books, like no other name, like just books. Like,
do you think we're giving Barnes and Noble a penny? Fuck that.
Wait, what's wrong with Barnes and Noble?
No, it's just because of the fact that they can't have a Barnes and Noble in the background because it's copyrighted. Mm-hmm. So they just have to call it books.
Books, drinks.
Shop at books. You get books and drinks at books and drinks.
But another note that I had for this episode is that did we have part of the Thriller dance in this episode?
Yup.
A little bit.
Because this is Thriller,
but copyright free. Anyway, we're not paying the Michael Jackson estate either.
Yeah, and of course, I don't know why, but I would love like just these 2 monsters in this episode. I would love like just to have an entire series, 5-episode story arc of just them professing their love for each other, and like I wanted to see their honeymoon in Vegas. Like, can you imagine them going to? Can you imagine that an episode like that when they actually go to Vegas? And they're just walking around and they're just so happy, and everyone's just like fearful of them for some reason, even though they're not doing anything.
Why are there monsters? It's Vegas. Have you patrolled the streets at night? It literally is just monsters everywhere. They're called slot machines, and they will take all your money.
Yeah. So yeah, this episode I was just I just found it so entertainingly stupid that I can't help but love it.
Episode 7 has to be one of my favorites.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, and in no small part for the fact that we have Fran in a giant pizza outfit.
And also RJ just fucking with fishermen. This is the episode.
Yeah, this is the episode where RJ is like, I'm gonna screw with the fisherman but not solve anything.
Because he
because
is
it's just like
just the best.
yeah, because it's just like the poachers are just gonna do what they're doing. It's just like yeah, you prevented the fisherman with a license from catching a fish. Meanwhile, the poacher's just there with like 100 fish in his boat.
Some dynamite and some shotgun shells. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. But can I just emphasize just how much the Rangers do take advantage of Fran in this episode?
Oh, also,
like
it's solely because they can't dictate who does what. So they just put it all on Fran. Because nobody was put directly in charge, and nobody's really the leader, even though technically de facto the Red Ranger would be the leader. But nobody got to be the leader.
No. And just at that point, I would have been like Fran and just been like, you know what? I'm not doing. I'm fed up with you guys. Like you're always baiting on us when work needs to be done. And where are you? Like they could have so easily at this point just told her like we're the Power Rangers.
Yes,
Could have just said it at the start because what secret identity? You're not students who goes to school, and that'd be much of a hassle if all your like peers were constantly annoying you all the time with questions and whatnot, or stealing your stuff because they want to be like, oh, I got like the Pink Ranger's pen or something. Like you're adults working at a pizzeria, and you're kung fu like fighters and stuff, so you wouldn't really be that concerned about family stuff most often.
Yeah,
right.
Well,
because you're fighting like the ultimate evil. Why do you need a secret identity?
Yeah, but I think just for this episode, they had to think of something for the Rangers to do because it's not really a Ranger episode; it's more of a Camille episode. Like when she's proving her loyalty to Daishi, and after the final monster of the Five Fingers of Poison, the snake dude is revealed to be betraying them, and yeah, it was mainly just her just going after this guy off for the majority of the episode.
No, literally, like that was like my biggest note here was like, and you covered most of my other stuff. This is essentially a villain focus episode. I do love at the end that Gacy feels so fucking guilty that he's giving 3 times the salary just for Fran to come back.
Which
and
you know
RJ's
what she
like,
deserves it.
RJ's like, and that money's got to come from somewhere.
Yes, it's coming from the boss's salary, which is why he was very upset.
Yeah. But yeah, I really sympathize with Fran in this episode. Like, I would have quitted as well. I would have just been like, you guys either you argue or I'm going.
Here's a tip to all the younger viewers. Don't become too important at your job that everything depends on you. Otherwise, this is how you get treated.
Yeah. You get treated like whoosh, work, whoosh, work, whoosh, work.
Be treated like you're going to the T-Move like sweatshop.
Yeah.
And not get a raise 3 times in one day.
I will say, like, the villain choreography in this one. Oh, you're 100% right. Like, the more important you become at your job, the more duties you get assigned to you. The more duties you get assigned to you, the less free time you have and the less work-life balance you have. And that is important, especially in the era we're in. But like the villain fight goes insane on the choreography on this one. Like this is one that they threw a lot of the budget at, and I love that.
Yeah, at least they didn't waste it on food and diapers.
Right?
Yeah, I still won't get over that. The fact that that episode in Mighty Morphin, they just wasted on food and diapers. Yeah, but yeah,
They literally had a fucking budget for that. Apparently, I've learned like an actual budget line. They had to. They had to literally claim that as a budget line.
So they claimed expenses on food and diapers.
They had a fucking sheet cake expense.
You know what? That just makes it even more hilarious.
Wait, you seen how many sheet cakes they went through in season 1 of Mighty Morphin?
No.
It makes sense. There was like one an episode.
Exactly, almost. At least with the early 30, 40. I forgot how many seasons in season 1 they all run together after episode 30.
There was what 52 episodes in season 1 of Mighty Morphin?
60.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
I've been 20.
Yes, it is.
So 1/3 of the episodes involves a sheet cake. That's not...
All right. With episode 8, this is where we start getting new masters for the Rangers. Even though they have RJ, but it makes sense because they start getting new weapons. And again, the parallels with Daishi, Jared, and the Rangers. Literally at the same time, the Rangers are getting new masters. Daishi is getting new masters. Mm-hmm. Yeah, where we have Connoisseur, the Sky Overlord of the beasts. In no way are we going to get a rubber ducky, which is a shame because we have a Beast War in the series, so we don't have, and we have a rubber ducky for Daishi. Oh well.
What a shame. Everyone needs a rubber ducky.
Everyone needs a rubber ducky. So yeah, with this episode we have Master Fant, who is the Elephant Master.
This was the random episode that I caught.
Yeah, who Lily really wants to really wants to be trained by to learn about the mace, the elephant mace weapon, and he is being an absolute dick about it. Mm-hmm. Like he's go away, I'm retired. I don't do that crap anymore.
Instead of just asking, okay, you found where I'm at. What do you need from me? Who are you?
Right, it could have been a fucking question. Like, what do you need?
Yeah, it could. Need? Yeah, it really could have been. And she could have been like, hey, Daishi has been freed. I need training. I mean, he probably still would have been like, go away.
Right, but the episode would have flowed a little bit better, I think.
Yeah. Instead of them both being stubborn and stubborn about the whole situation. I mean, he eventually does teach about the same. At the same time, it could have flown a lot better. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, and this is the episode where we have the pangolin as well.
Yeah, because he needed a way in order for to break through his tough defenses.
Yeah. So yeah, those were all the notes I had on episode 8.
I will say the fucking giant Hulk smash with the mace. Great use of CGI because there's no way that's practical. Considering how we've had some of the worst CGI imaginable in the series, I got to give them a win when they deserve one.
Yeah.
And the fucking mosquitoes was back in this one.
Yeah. Also, Tyler White, I could tell Tyler White to say something.
Yeah, go ahead, Tyler.
I wanted to bitch. It is a Chinese meteor hammer.
Tyler, it's a mace. It's a mace.
You're right, but to the average Western audience, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's like how the ancient ninja electric guitar is not technically an ancient ninja electric guitar.
It is a
Damn
shamisen!
But it's badass. It's a badass thing to say.
We'll get more of the shamisens when we get the samurai. But, I don't know why, but every time when I remember the pangolin episode, I just get sad because I keep remembering the fact that the actual pangolins get poached for their scales. Sad.
Rip. Yeah.
Anyway, episode 9 is an interesting one because it's the first time we get to see Jared / Daishi's backstory.
There is an infinite amount of cock and ball jokes in here in this episode. I just want to point that out.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
That was my number one note. I'm sorry.
No, my number one note was RJ in debt on his pizza. Like, well, no wonder he's probably been tossing these salads at the monsters all the time. I'm sorry, I had to get that line in. That was
because of the raise.
Yeah, but also as well with this episode we had a debate by the end of it because the whole thing about this is Casey finding out that a kid stole a tip, which to be fair this is quite a nice lesson for the kids about stealing and how, like, hey, yeah, you want this thing, but you can't be stealing money to get it because then it's like wouldn't you feel bad about it? But it eventually does work in the end, when he uses the Kai in this episode to defeat the monster. But again, the thing that I want to take most away from this is just learning about Jared / Daishi's past, about how you get to find out that at his core, Jared's not really a bad person, and this is evident by the end of the series. Like, he's just someone who's had unfortunate events, and I do like that we got this early on. Like, you find out, like, oh, that's the reason why he's a bully, because he was bullied as well when he was a kid, which is something that is very real that doesn't get brought up a lot. Like, okay, you have these bully characters, but why are they bullies? Oh, they're just bullies for the sake of being bullies. It's like, no, there has to be more than that. Like, and it's just like a vicious cycle going around and around. And seeing Jared in this episode, like, not wanting his past to be altered, but seeing it be altered through Carnosaur and by extension Daishi, I feel like at this point Jared was starting to think like, oh my god, what have I done?
Yeah, it's a weird one, because obviously, like, you have bad memories attached to the idea of getting bullied, right? Like, no one enjoys getting bullied. But at the same time, like, you don't want to alter your past because there is good in the pile of shit. No matter how bad your life is, there's almost always some good in it, right? And changing one little tiny thing could erase that good, for example. And you come into that butterfly effect if you want to go deeper into it. Like, if you step on a butterfly, you alter, like, the entire fabric of reality, blah, 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 blah. But I don't think anything in Power Rangers would go that fucking deep. But, you know, you see the hesitance and, like, wanting to change even the most minute detail of going further down the path of darkness here. And I think that's a really big moment for Jared. And we see him grow more and more as the series goes on.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I have one more note here, and I don't remember the context for it because it was so long ago when we watched the episode. But apparently there was a Juno pose with a tentacle. Sabrina Carpenter fans, eat your heart out.
Yeah, I can't remember what that's all about. But one note I did have was Monster doing the worm.
Yep. I do remember that one.
Yeah.
Which isn't the first time we've seen anybody do the worm in fucking Power Rangers. Which is strange.
No. But also as well, going back to Jared in this episode, there's parallels between Jared as the kid, and then the actual kid in this episode. How it's like, if the kid continued on this path of like, I'm just going to steal to get what I want, it could very well be another cycle of like that whole doing bad things. It's just like going deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole. But one thing I do have to point out is when Casey says, "Can't have it both ways, either good guys or bad guys." Not always, Casey. Not always. Don't be like someone in another Discord server that I'm a part of that just thinks in that way of like, oh, it's always good guys or bad guys. That I don't know whether he's trolling me half the time.
No, for real.
Yeah. Yeah. Now the one thing that we have to talk about with this episode is the ending resolution where they have the kid assisting them in the Jungle Karma pizza to pay off what he took, and you guys were complaining like, oh, child labor laws, but it's like, no, it's not really. If his parents agree,
it's child labor laws. That child is working. And
he has to get at least minimum wage or Tipper's minimum wage, which would be $2.13 an hour even back then, not a quarter.
I think it's not. It doesn't count as child labor if his parents have
2025 America. It did. Now I don't know. You have kids working in meat processing plants, getting their arms cut off.
What? What?
If it's
you want to send this kid down to the mine?
No, I don't.
But I think we're exaggerating a little bit because he's just wiping down tables.
Yeah, he's
just wiping down tables. And another thing he's doing is like after school.
We are exaggerating.
Get that kid a $10.99 and a union rep.
We are exaggerating, but I feel like if it's just for, because they do say it's just for one day, just doing wiping down tables. That's all it is. And if his parents agree to it, if his parents spoke with RJ and they agreed to it, like, yeah, this is something that he needs to learn, then it's okay in my eyes.
They did that in my hometown too. Like if the kid got caught stealing, they would talk to the parents and they would, have them, stock shelves or whatever to repay for the goods that they stole.
Yeah, there we go.
But like, hey, let's teach you a lesson instead of getting the police involved, kind of thing. But
yeah,
it's still technically violating child labor law.
I guess I was just born too late for that, because and granted, I never stole from a store.
No, I stole from Walmart. Fuck that. I'll admit that one. Always steal from the corporations, never from a small mom and pop.
Oh,
Walmart's just looking through the.
I'm sure they're looking back at the cameras of 16-year-old me pocketing a pack of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I'm really sure they care.
Walmart's there like, who's this Vex person in a Power Rangers podcast talking about? Like, we're gonna have a talk with them.
You never know, because some people are like admitting to their crimes like from 20 years ago on like podcasts and stuff, and then get like hauled away.
I'll gladly pay the $3.99 from fucking like 15 years ago. Fuck it.
Well, we have to do inflation now, Vex.
Yeah,
so
and I got also add in Donald Trump's tariffs.
Oh my
So that $3.99 might be $29.99. I don't know. How much was a pack of Invasion of Chaos adjusted for inflation?
Let's see. The packs were probably shipped from the UK. So
We can just blame
not really
Luke
sure.
in retrospect. It came from his store and it got shipped.
Well,
I meant like the place where they print the cards from. That's
Yeah.
one of them's in the UK.
No, 100%. Like, most of what comes here is printed by, at that time, Upper Deck Europe, now Konami Europe. But yeah.
They still have one in the UK they use,
Yep.
but
It is what it is. If I get arrested for a pack of $3.99 or Yu-Gi-Oh cards from 15 years ago, oh well. You'll know why I'm in jail.
I don't know, because it's just like one person got arrested and got 20 years for like a pack of gum.
That's fucking insane. I might edit this part out.
yeah, probably might have to. But anyway, episode
episode 10 and cut.
Yeah, episode 10. No, because I do have some notes for this.
No, like that was my cue to cut back in.
Okay, so episode 10. My first note was only your hate can destroy. So release your anger. Only your hatred can destroy me. Kind of thing here, but no. This is the Theo getting his new master episode where where his whole thing is that he focuses on being good at a lot of things. That it's a major problem for him as a character that he can't focus on like basically one task at a time. He like has to multitask everything.
I relate so much here.
Yeah, I think a lot of autistic people would relate to this episode of just like needing to multitask everything, but sometimes you just need to focus rather than spending yourself thin.
Yeah. And see, like, the realistic side of this is he would eventually get burnt out, right? But because this is fiction, he doesn't really seem to get burnt out. He just kind of runs himself ragged a bit. But
yeah.
Like,
but
I love.
go ahead.
I love the lesson here of like shutting off the brain and letting your brain process one thing at a time, because that's something you eventually have to learn through like therapy or whatever you want to go through. And here it's just like a lesson in a fucking random episode of Power Rangers, which is really helpful.
And also, this was the episode that was foreshadowed earlier with RJ doing the blind fighting, because this is the episode where we do get the blind fighter with Master Swoop, who is blind, but focuses not on but like with all blind characters, it's not about the sight, but rather the other senses that are honed to perfection.
Think Daredevil.
Yeah. And also, Theo can levitate after this episode, because why the hell not?
Right. My favorite line in a long time out of this franchise came from this. It's like, I can't change who I am.
Yeah, and Master Swoop says like, no, nobody's asking you to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just focus your energies in other fields rather than being the best at everything.
Yeah, no, like, and that's something that he still hasn't really come to terms with, is like, you can't be like perfect all the time, and spreading yourself that thin, doing all the things all at once, only makes that worse.
And like with Lily, after this episode, Theo gets new weapons and a new sword. So he gets the bat sword and the fans in this episode.
I still think the fans are the coolest weapon in this season.
I don't know. I still prefer the Tonfas.
The Tonfas are cool, but like fans. I'm also salty that he didn't do the like fan like up and down thing like Katana.
Or you can just hover somebody in the air and juggle them infinitely. Be a cheap fighting game player because I'm toxic like that.
Boo!
I will down kick you as Eddie Gordo, and I will fucking fan the shit out of you as Kitana. I do not care. Boo me all you like.
Okay. So, with episode 11, this is where we get introduced to the Sea Overlord Jellica, who is a jellyfish in some weird, kinky stuff.
Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry.
I knew this was coming, so like with Camille, Jellica is a Step on Me Fex material character for
I got
this season.
2 of them this season.
You got 2 of them. I guess that kind of makes up for not really having one in Operation Overdrive.
Right. They're like, okay, we'll throw Vex a bone this season. Here's 2 BDSM coded characters that are hot as hell.
Yeah. So with Jellica, she's someone who's like, oh, you have to want to be trained by me. You don't just ask me to train you. You have to demand it. Or in her case, I just want to play with you. That was literally what I put. I just want to play with you. Yes, Mommy Jellican.
Yes, Mommy. Whatever you say, Mommy. Please, don't punish me.
I just wanna now do a compilation video of just all the
me simping over characters moments.
Yes, yes. So like Jen from Time Force. Yes. Jellica in this series. Yes, mommy.
Be like an hour-long video by the end of this, I bet.
Yeah, it probably would be.
Go for it. I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
It might be easier to go through the audio versions than the whole video version, though.
Yeah. But also in this episode, it's also focuses on Lily a bit as a character because of the fact that Camille is manipulates Lily in this episode into like giving her the idea to resurrect Jellican. And when Lily finds out about that, like it hits her hard because that's something I can really relate to. The fact that Lily's naivety is what costs the Rangers dearly badly here. For the fact that now they have 2 overlords to contend with, along with Daishi and Camille.
Right? Like,
yeah,
she's only trying to be a good character, and that's hard to not want to be good in the role of a Power Ranger, obviously, but also like very naive in the sense that she trusts everyone a little too easily. And that's not necessarily a bad trait. It's also not necessarily a good trait, depending on like your situation, like we see here.
Yeah, and again, I can relate to this so much because of what my if we want to do One Piece references here, my tragic backstory. Mm-hmm. We got the Luke tragic backstory, where I was manipulated by a couple of what I would consider at the time close friends, and when that happened, like it hit me hard. It hit me like a freight train.
Yep.
Yeah, I've gone over it now. But at the time, it was like probably the worst experience that I went through, no doubt. Like to the point, like I was feeling suicidal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
this
sucks,
episode
especially
really,
like when you think you're close to them,
Yeah. So this episode really resonated with me a lot. Of course, it resonated with Vex in more ways than one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, with episode 12, we have the Daddy Issues episode.
You gotta have one a season.
Yeah. Because Casey realizes in this episode, like, hey, Theo and Lily have got new masters. Don't I get a new master? And RJ's there, like, yeah, you've got one. Me. But this all comes to head when we meet Master Finn, who turns out to be RJ's father. Which begs the question: does that mean Finn? Since RJ's real name is Robert James, does that mean Master Finn's last name is also James, so like Finn James.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the big thing about this episode is the fact that RJ feels inferior to his father because of the fact that his father's techniques do work, and they work, and they do work for Casey in this episode. But because of his upbringing, and this helps explain perfectly well why RJ is so laid back as a mentor, because of the fact that his father probably was very strict in everything. Like, right, you got to do this that way. You got to do this that way. You're not having any snacks until you've done about 50 push-ups, RJ. And Finn's Master Finn's whole thing about it was like, I just wanted you to follow in my footsteps, but of course RJ didn't feel like it fitted him. It fitted his style of like what he wanted to do. So I would have liked to have seen more of that with them, like maybe get a flashback of like from like RJ's perspective of him growing up and trying to learn the shock technique, but just not getting it no matter what he did.
Yeah.
I kind of understand, but at the same time, like, they gave like enough hints towards it, and like the dialogue between them, I don't think it was really necessary.
Maybe, but it would have been nice. It would have been nice to see like maybe just a moment where RJ, because it would have been a nice moment, like because we see RJ as this laid back person, to see him actually raise his voice to be like, I can't do this. Because it would have been, it would have had him, it would have had us seeing different sides to him. But I am fine with the episode as it is. I just wish there was a little. This is the side that the series has done good, where you just want more. You want more.
No, 100%.
Yeah. And also as well, like with Theo, Finn is not used to mistakes happening because he. I feel like because of the fact that its techniques have worked so well for him for so many years at this point, that he's kind of in that mindset of like, it's always going to work. This is always going to work. So, and I cannot accept different ideas or different techniques being used as an effective way until he actually has to be confronted by that reality. Like, no, mistakes can happen, and different ideas and techniques can be utilized.
Yeah, like the curse of being a perfectionist is really deep when you think about it. You know, we see it more and more as the franchise itself goes on, not just the season, but we've seen quite a few perfectionist type characters, and it's hard to ever move past, like, I know I'm better than this. And that mentality can just utterly destroy you as you go on. And it costs dearly in this episode, as it should. We also see RJ fight for the first time in this episode, which is really cool.
Yeah, well, fight as in like proper fighting, because I mean, at the beginning he did step in when he needed to,
Right.
but yeah, this was the first time when he literally got into a proper fight. And by the end of the episode, it's nice that Finn acknowledges RJ as a good son. which I did like. Yeah, which I did like hearing, given what's happened to me recently with my own father's passing, and how he said before he died, like he had a good life and he got 4 great kids. So I was like, that really resonated with me as well.
Maybe at the end I'll get that for mine, but I doubt it. Wolf Spirit is actually shown as well, so we know by the end of this, like, obviously this is another ranger.
Yeah, obviously. So yeah, now we have the episodes 13 and 14. I believe they are 2-part, if I remember correctly.
Why do we have to start the episode off with fucking Flit?
Well, we had to get him out of the way as quickly as possible because with this episode, and I've got to reference the title of this episode, the Rangers didn't stand a ghost of a chance.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, but when I saw that title for the first time, I was like, seriously, that title?
That was used like pun related, well, especially early White Morphin and stuff, but occasionally with other ones too, especially during the Disney era, would use like punny titles, except for Mystic Force. It was pretty straight. It was pretty straightforward.
We see Daishi stepping for Camille again, which is obviously more like, oh, there's still a human side of him.
Yep. But with this episode, it becomes apparent that the Rangers are getting too overconfident at this point, to the point that they think like, oh, like just under halfway through the series, we can take out the main villain. But as we soon see, despite the fact that they've got new new powers, new masters and new weapons, like Casey got twin shark swords in the last episode from RJ's father. When they go to confront Jared / Daishi, he, for lack of a better word, pwns the Rangers. Like it's not even a contest. He curb stomps them.
Rangers just get gollywopped.
I'm sorry. What was that? What was that, Fex?
Casey biting the curb in 4K. Anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, the only way that the Rangers are even spared in this episode is because of the fact that Daishi is like, okay, RJ, you surrender, and I'll let them go. And of course he does, which becomes really bad for RJ moving forward for a few episodes where during their fight, Daishi for the first time actually technically steals one of the animal spirits. I mean, it's still in RJ, but it really just shows like how serious of a thing it can be. Like if any of the Rangers have their spirits separated from them.
I would say more like sort of like corrupted or distorted, like his connection with his spirit, rather than just straight up steal it.
Yeah, like his connection to the wolf spirit was tampered with.
Yeah, but yeah, I do like that. Like we see that, and how like, oh shit, this is like actually serious stuff here. So yeah, of course, at this point, to save RJ and to get them out of the situation, the Rangers need more power. It's power in this season. But they realize, oh, there are actually 3 more masters that we can get power from. Unfortunately, they're in the spirit world.
AKA dead.
AKA dead. And we get Master Mao, who was their mentor, that got killed at the beginning of the series. Who some people because of the way he looks, say, oh, he's Shardas from Attack on Titan. Which, looking at a picture of Shardas, it's like, yeah, you can kind of see it.
I hate that that's not wrong.
So yeah, pardon?
I said I hate that that's not wrong.
Yeah.
Who's Shardas?
I'll send you a picture. I'll send you a picture, Tyler. So yeah, Mao is able to open the portal to the spirit world, where they actually do go and meet the other masters, who 2 of them are veterans of the franchise, like 2 of the people playing them. Like the female one is played by the person who played Kat in SPD, and the Penguin Master in this episode is played by the same actor who's going to be in the next series and who was Lord Zed in Dino Fury, Andrew Lang.
Kind of crossed them there.
Yeah. in order to get these new powers, they have to go through tests, which means confronting their worst fears. Which I've got to question these fears. Like Lily being afraid of Theo being afraid of singing, that actually does make sense for him because he sucks at it. And it's something that he could easily fail at. But Casey being afraid of a monster in his closet and Lily being afraid of spiders, like, what's the connection?
I can kind of see like the spider snake because that's a very common fear. But
yeah, but for Lily, like, I mean,
she was afraid of a rat.
They were all afraid of a rat, though. But I would have had it be like, okay, make a call back to the episode where she was manipulated by Camille. Like she has a fear of being manipulated again.
Yeah, no, that one would make more sense than fucking spiders. You know, like it's so strange. But
as for Casey with the monster in the closet, I think that's just more supposed to be like fear of the unknown, not the fact that it's more over the fact that he doesn't know what's in that closet.
Okay, that would make more sense.
Isn't
but
he
they
the
could
one
have
that technically would have fucking stocked the closet? No, I mean,
yeah. So there you go, Tyler. There's Shardis from Attack on Titan.
I get the metaphor that they're going for, but anyway. Why does Lily have her boosters on her titties?
Nobody knows.
Because that's how they designed Gekken Ranger. Also, probably because they're kind of in like almost the same spot because like the actor, who does like the stunts for that, and the suit is like shorter. It's more pronounced on like yellow suit.
So with them confronting their fears, despite that, they're told, nope, you can't return from the afterlife. Oh, Daishi's free. Oh, we can bend the rules a little bit. You may return. It's like, okay, that was easy.
Right. I hate that they mentioned the whole, you can't return, this sort of stuff. It's like, could have been like,
you're trapped here.
Their training was like so difficult you might not survive it, type of thing, rather than just saying you can't escape.
Yeah. So is that just the way to return from the afterlife? Just say a great evil has been released.
Well, considering that great evil was the one that killed him, I would say yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna bend the rules so we can get some revenge.
Yeah. And one thing I wanted to say was, I forgot to say it when we talk about the first episode, but I'll say it here. The Great Evil has returned after 10,000 years. Yeah, her name was Rita. Oh, it was Daishi.
Also, the fact that in all of this, like, two-parter, we still haven't told Fran the secret, right? Except for she figures it out on her own by the end of this.
Yeah, she figures it out on her own when they really could have just so easily told her. It would have made things so much easier several episodes ago. But anyway, the power-ups they get from this is the Jungle Master mode, which essentially is their upgraded form, kind of sort of like the Battleizers for this season without it being a Battleizer, because we don't really get the Battleizer in this series.
It's just a super like form. It just upgrades.
It's the metallic armor.
No, it's actually useful.
Yeah, and it's just a swap color palette of their outfits, which I've got to say, I prefer this to the standard outfit, because the standard outfit is just their color with black on the side, whereas the Jungle Master mode is like, okay, it's primarily white, which normally I don't like all white. But with this case, it actually does work, and it makes
they're home and away motocross jerseys. You cannot change my mind. I hate the suits in the season period.
Really?
Yeah, that's kind of the inspiration of the suits. Yeah.
Really? You don't like the suits?
Yep, I hate them.
Huh.
I mean, they
like
are
the
very
helmets.
different from typical Sentai suits.
I like the helmets. I hate the suits themselves, like how they're designed.
Huh.
They just like look like motocross suits. I'm sorry.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. But we've got to talk about the Jungle Master Megazord because now we have the antelope, the penguin, and the gorilla, and also we have the penguin on a hoverboard.
We have.
Well, how else is it going to get around?
Yeah,
that has to be a reference to Surf's Up.
yeah, it probably do. Like when did Surf's Up come out?
I think either in between 2005 and 2007.
Let me look
show.
2007. So yeah, it was before this. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's the reference they're going for. Yeah. And of course they can form the Jungle Master Megazord. So yeah, we've got another Megazord. But now with episode 15, we're bad to the bone. We had to have it at some point, that title, and bad to the bone. So
this is the most valid crash out of all time, by the way.
Yeah. So I had to bring up the fact that we have the ironic image of the Rangers fighting a pig with sausage nunchucks. How ironic is that?
Very.
Yeah. So, and also we have a porcupine monster in this episode that whose quills make Lily evil Lily. Bad Lily. And how is she bad? She has a leather jacket and is a dick to everyone. Like not being happy about her food at the Jungle Karma Pizza, even though she works there, but because of the fact that she's evilly now, she's not working there. And with this episode, it shows that we get a bit of insight into Fran as a character. Like she was more than willing to at one point take Lily's morpher and go and actually help the Rangers. Like since Lily wasn't going to do it, Fran was willing to do it, which begs the question. What we asked this as well. Like if that had happened, what would a Fran spirit animal be? Because I did actually put this. I actually did put this down. That she might have had the spirit of the hawk or eagle because of the fact that she's always observing the Rangers, or maybe like the black cat or the monkey,
the gazelle.
So wait. Does that mean she's gonna fuse with Baphomet to become Chimera, the flying mythical beast?
God damn it!
I'm sorry. You walked me right into that.
I know.
It was too tempting. But yeah,
like,
it would have been quite.
She's normally overly timid until she's crossed, right, and then she's fierce. So it kind of fits.
Yeah, that would fit her. But with this episode as well, we get the last of the three overlords with Grosaka, who because of the fact that the others are like worried when Camille's going to release him, like it gives the impression like he is like the absolute worst of the worst, and yeah, pretty much he does become that.
Yeah, it's just throwing people out of their chairs and stuff. No, I run this now. Get out.
Yeah. In the next because I really did have no other notes for this episode other than what I've said. Unless you had more notes to say, Vex.
Nope.
No.
All you gotta say is say the line. Casado power.
Yeah. It had to be
Also,
said. Well, go ahead.
If you ask me, I think Fran's spear would be a tapir.
That could work. That could have worked.
They are pretty dangerous. Those claws.
Yeah, well, hey, Fran is the most unassuming character ever. You don't mess with her when she's angry.
No,
Like a
literally.
tapir.
Yeah. So yeah, episode 17, we like Songetsu said, Grasako just storms it. It's like he's like, right, Daishi, you've been the villain for long enough. I'm taking over now.
I think he only did that because he was weakened and had a human body. It's like, well, he's not strong enough to do anything about it. So yeah, I'm gonna kick him out of his own chair.
Yeah. And we get introduced to the power that Grasaka uses, which is Sokada power, which is just basically, we're gonna roar really loud and blast energy waves.
I think it's just rage. You're just powered by rage.
So yeah. So it's rage from Pokemon. You build up the power, and then you release it. Also, as well, in this episode, we find out that RJ is having a bit of trouble with his wolf spirit to the point he's literally becoming a werewolf. And of course,
sorry.
And of course, in traditional Jungle Fury fashion, he doesn't say anything to the Rangers. Instead, he wants to let it happen all by himself. He wants to figure out all by himself until the Rangers actually figure out, like, oh, this is actually RJ now in this quite possibly the most furriest of furry moments in the series.
Where
we actually do. Yeah, go ahead.
So the rules of this transformation apparently are, if you stay in animal form for too long, it becomes permanent, right?
Yeah.
So that's why he kind of wants to face it on his own, because he doesn't want to burden anybody else with, like, the fact that he might be permanently a wolf. It makes sense, I guess. But also, why you gotta be literally the lone wolf? You have a whole team of friends and co-workers and, you know, an entire town that kind of likes you. Why face it alone? It's so stupid.
Hey man, you've just gotta chill out and let him do his thing.
I just gotta sit here and smoke this big ass blunt, and I gotta let the wolf take over for a bit, and then he'll hit that high as well, and then maybe he'll mellow out.
Yeah.
He just saw all the other spirit bastards. He's like, I don't want to become a furry. Gotta stop this now.
Yeah, well, you're gonna become a furry, RJ, until Fran steps in, and despite RJ being there in his werewolf form, she does not fear. Well, I mean, she kind of does fear him, but not as much as, like, if it was, say, like Bulk's skull there, they would be running away from him like crazy.
Oh, absolutely.
Wolf! Yeah, so it was nice that Fran was the one to actually get him out of his werewolf form. At least get it under temporary control before he can actually fix it properly. But this is where he officially joins the team as the very first official Purple Ranger. Which, it took 17 seasons for this to happen, a Purple Ranger.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it?
Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, Songetsu, but was Geki Ranger the first Sentai series to have a Purple Ranger? I guess we've lost him.
Temporarily, maybe.
Yeah, temporarily, maybe. So yeah. Awesome. That is the Purple Ranger. Great character to set off a new trend in the franchise. But with episode 18, this is where we get the standard. The mentor, the one that's been training me.
The
is
Tommy and Jason trope, as we call it.
Yes, the Tommy and Jason trope, where Casey is doubting his leadership because now RJ is part of the team, which I guess technically does make sense that RJ is quote unquote the leader in in several capacities, but this is where RJ has to like literally sit Casey down and say, look, yes, I'm your mentor, Casey, but you are the leader of this team.
Who's a good boy, RJ? Who's a good boy, RJ? Click, click. Who's a good boy? Click, click.
He's like, yeah, I'm super excited and all that because I got powers and whatnot, but like I decided that you are the leader of the team. I told you that.
Yeah.
I'm not taking it back. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
literally.
but I guess they kind of did this to have another parallel between Casey and Daishi / Jared because Daishi literally in the last episode got tossed aside because he was too weak, and now Casey feels unimportant because RJ is part of the team. I guess that's kind of like what they were going for with this episode.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it could have been handled a whole lot better.
Oh, absolutely. And then we gotta eat fish at the end of the episode because
Nobody likes anchovies.
I literally just bought some the other day.
Togetsu, nobody likes anchovies.
Guess I'm nobody then. My sanctuary.
I'm joking.
No. Like one of my coworkers, and this should be a crime, right? One of my coworkers every day cooks sardines and rice in the microwave, and it reeks the whole fucking break room.
Now, I'm not that insane. Like, I would just get a can of it and I would put it on like a cracker or whatnot. I'm not putting it in a microwave, and I definitely would not do that at a workplace like an asshole.
Every day. It stinks everybody out of the break room.
Yeah. Bleh. Sorry, lost my train of thought then. But yeah, nobody likes anchovies to round out the episode. So
like fish.
With episode 19, first question: why is Flint here? Why did we have to focus on Flint for this episode?
Simple question: why is he here? Because a certain chameleon is a character in this series.
I know why
he's right next to her.
I know why he is. I know why he's here. I'm just saying, like, why did it have to be Flint who saved the day in this episode? Why did it have to be Flint? Because I can't believe I'm saying this, but Flint gets one.
Flint gets one. And this is the only one he earns.
Until later on.
Okay, he gets two in the entire series. Everything else, I want this man dead on the fucking dumpster, okay? I want this fly literally sacrificed to the Dark Lord. I hate him that much.
Question, Vex. Flint or Phineas? Which one would you rather deal with?
Ooh.
It's like picking my two least favorite kids. Both of them can go up for adoption.
Because they're both played by Kelson Anderson as well, so you have to.
Have to pick. Why does he get so many shitty roles before he gets good roles? I would take Flint.
He was good last season.
I know. It's like a rotation, a good, bad, good, bad, good, bad. I would take Flint by a margin of like 0.1.
You just really hate troll gnome characters that much, don't you?
I'm trollcist. I'm also flycist.
You heard it here.
I'm also racist against lizards, okay? Have you seen Mark Zuckerberg?
Isn't a chameleon technically a lizard?
Different species. Different species.
I think the only thing to come out of this episode is like, but did we really need the history of like, how did Flint become a fly? We didn't. We didn't need the history of Flint becoming a fly. It literally served no purpose.
It really didn't. It wasn't necessary world building.
No, I mean you could have literally cut it, and you would have lost nothing.
He will just, by the end of it, we will have had another.
So are the Davy back fights in One Piece, Luke, and people like that.
Well, here's the thing about the Davy back fight. Me and a person in another Discord server. Well, I'm taking through watching One Piece. We've just arrived in Alabasta, so we're very nearly near that arc.
Oh, God help you.
Yeah.
The thing that one is had like proper world building for pirates. It wasn't really that annoying. The manga is like the added episodes and the anime and stuff. We're getting off subject.
Yeah, we're getting off subject.
And here we get the new character.
So yeah. Yeah, with episode 19, where we get used to very interesting introduction to a new ranger, where we have Nick, who's an old friend of Jay from the Pie Shore Academy, who comes off as someone who's like just aloof and they have any focus after leaving the academy, and despite him trying to fit in, his antic, it kind of reminds me of a little bit of me, where it's like I joke around work, but sometimes they can be sometimes I have to be told like, hey, these are going a bit too far, can you tone it down, Luke?
Don't call your coworker a tariff. You'll have to talk to HR.
Don't call my coworker what?
A tariff. You'll have to talk to HR.
I don't even know what that word means.
I was inferring.
I don't know what it.
I was inferring that they cost the company more than they're worth. Yeah.
Oh, they got another word for that. But yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, I related to Dominic in this episode of just being like the jokester, prankster, but he clearly has talent. He really does have his talent.
Yeah. He immediately is rizzing up Fran, like, Oh
yeah, absolutely. So hey, we've got a ship that's forming and eventually set sail. Quite literally at the end of the series.
Right? No, for sure. I love, by the end of this episode, that he is gifting that wad of gum to Casey. That was my favorite, hey, fuck you moment.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, and also Fran sticking up for Dominic after he's like, I'm just not going to fit in here and going to leave, and Fran's just there like, hey, did you guys even give him a chance? Because it's like, yeah, they really didn't. Like, yeah, sure, he jokes around a lot of the time, but hey, he was kind of endearing to them, and eventually they're like, yeah, we're sorry we didn't give you a chance. Now, I've got to ask you, what do you think of his morpher being like just a giant gun / blade?
Yeah, I fuck with it heavily. It's badass.
I would.
Yeah, and I'm curious. Like, you said you don't like any of the suits in this series. Like, what about his suit?
It's fine. It's the best of the Ranger suits, in my opinion, but it's still shit.
No. I mean, the helmet should have been the weapon, really.
Yeah, he could just gore people. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
It's karate, so Karate Man, so chop with big giant hands.
Yeah, but we've got to catch those hands.
I love that he just cuts a hole in a goddamn sign in this episode too.
Yes,
like I'll protect my woman.
Yeah. My only real wish is like, hey, we've got the first Purple Ranger in this series. We could have had also the first Grey Ranger. Like, if
you'll get white and you'll like it. Gray is too expensive.
The gray
Titanium Ranger.
No, the Titanium Ranger is more silvery than grey.
Fair.
No, he's great.
But I just feel like because rhinos are more commonly grey instead of white, it really should have been It really should have been a grey. It really should have been grey.
I mean,
Like
we got a
rhinos.
champagne
Rhinos.
ranger before we got a gray ranger.
Well, not
Dino
really.
Charge.
Dino Charge has a grey ranger.
Oh, well, I have seen
Yeah.
fucking all of Dino Charge, so.
Yeah, we get the grey. We eventually do get
That's
the
why
grey
Cyan.
ranger.
Cyan.
Yeah, we get Cyan as well.
Didn't we
In
get
that
that in
series.
Ninja Storm? Technically.
No.
No, it was Navy.
like
That was
Navy.
that was Navy. That was Navy blue. Yeah. Anyway, episode 20. We have a chase for a dagger because
And Daishi getting to live my dream.
yes, and you're gonna love it. You're gonna be like, it should
should
have been me,
been me!
not
Not him!
him. It's not fair.
Take a drink every time I've said that throughout this series. You'll get alcohol poisoning.
Yeah, don't say that. Or take a drink every time we say this should have been or every time we get pissed off at a character that we don't like.
You would die in Mystic Force alone.
Also,
Oh.
don't drink water to that either. You'll just drown.
Don't
Like,
remind me of Mystic Force with the Master. Please don't remind me of it.
unlike Vex, who was very thirsty.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So yeah, the majority of episode 20 is just literally like, hey, we have this dagger that's going to free Dominic's Rhino sword, and we've got to get it to that place before Daishi can get to it. But of course, by the end of the episode, Daishi has the dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't understand. I really don't understand why we talk all the time and just like the comedic moments of just like, we've lost this dagger, we've got to find it. It's in a laundry. It's in a laundry area. Let's go through all the Let's literally harass people with their laundry just to find this dagger.
No, it made no sense. I don't get
That
it.
you should have had on your person like the whole time.
Right, like strap that shit to you. And if you can't open
Yeah.
carry a dagger, put it in your boot.
That's the best place, especially because this one is like dull as get not, unless you like want to do an attack, and then it's sharp for who knows what reason.
Shenanigans and such.
Shenanigans.
I don't have any notes for episode 21 because I was getting groceries when we watched that one.
Yeah,
so.
I had notes for episode 21 where we after where we get introduced to what is eventually going to be the last major threats before the Ultimate Beast War with the crystalline monsters. So we get the snapping turtle, the white tiger, and the Avalon dragon. And at first, until Tyler cleverly pointed it out, I was like, okay, these seem a bit random. But then later on in the series, we realize like, we see what we're going for here. It's like the 4 holy beasts of Chinese mythology, like especially when we get the reference to the phoenix. So the tiger, the turtle, the dragon, and the phoenix.
Yeah, I think they were going with like legendary or mythological, like, beast spirits.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Beyblade.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if the creators of Geki Ranger were fans of the Sun type devil fruits in One Piece, considering how many we get, considering it's an animal themed season.
Yeah.
It wouldn't
I think that's a strange, like the whole like like those animals are like cardinal directions in like Chinese mythology, so it'd be everywhere.
Yeah, but
It's
I'd like
even
to.
in Digimon, for example.
Oh yeah, because we had the Digimon Sovereign, which were the tiger, the turtle, the dragon, and the phoenix. But yeah, I'd like to think that that the craze of Geki Rangers were fans of One Piece and just made the enemies of this series based around the sword type devil fruits. I'd love to think that.
I mean, they're both produced by. They're also produced by the same company.
Yeah, yeah. So, the big one of the big things for this episode is that when Daishi and Camille actually go into the Rhino Nexus, Daishi is protective of Camille, but it's at this point where I started to question, like, is this Daishi or is it Jared? Because in a few episodes time we're going to learn, like, oh, Daishi doesn't really care about Camille, it's actually Jared all this time that's cared about her. So that begs the question for me about this episode. Like, is it really Daishi in control when he's saving Camille, or is it Jared?
Can we talk about what happened earlier with like her being attacked by the Tremors monster?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry, getting a bit of a dry throat here. But also the other thing about this episode is that on their way to Nexus, the Rangers are getting trapped in a world of illusions where they are like, stop hitting each other, stop hitting yourself, stop hitting each other, stop hitting yourself. But this is where we see the defeat of the Sky Overlord Carnosaur. And we get introduced to the Rhino Warrior Sword, which is pretty cool. It's a pretty cool Mega Sword. I dig the blue shield that it has.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, those were all my notes on episode 21. Yeah. Now with episode 2022, we get more of the crystal eyes that are going to be used to revive Phantom Beast generals to become Beast Wars. Beast Wars. When are they going to get Megatron and Optimus Prime involved in this?
There was a Beast War before this because like our side also have furries.
Yeah. But none of them have rubber duckies. None of them have rubber duckies, Songetsu.
That's fine.
They do during bath time.
That's true. There is not a single goddamn reason we need to be protecting identities at this point, by the way. And the first thing we're doing is not being straightforward with anyone.
Yeah, because the woman in this episode that has the other 5 crystal eyes that they need to protect, they could have easily just said, "We're the Rangers. We need to protect these from the evil that's going around everywhere. Can you give us them? Can you give them to us?"
Yeah, and after that, they could have just, like, been morphed and just been there waiting for the threat to come, and then they'd be ultra prepared. But no, we have to keep our secret identity of us being pizza delivery.
Yeah, I really don't get it. But it doesn't. Oh, go ahead.
Nothing.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter anyway because they eventually lose the crystal eyes anyway. So like the whole point of it didn't even matter in the end. So yeah, those and also we get another victory for Daishi and Camille in this episode with Grasaka's defeat. So yeah, the Rangers did him a solid, and we have and that was pretty much all my notes I had on episode 22.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot on this one. We still have 3 eyes in play by the end of this episode. We have a mix and match weapon with the Tiger and Rhino weapon combining. That's pretty cool. Daishi being a piece of shit. No biggie.
Yeah. Daishi, fuck you! Stay away!
Episode 23, we've revived the 3 motherfuckers from the crystal eyes that were
taken by Jellica. We got
8 mooks.
Yeah, 8 mooks, and so we have Snapper the snapping tiger, the snapping turtle. We have Weiger the white tiger, and Scorch the Avalon dragon. And the fun fact that I put down here is that Weiger is voiced by Jared, ironically Jared Turner, who played Void Knight. So it's nice to see him again.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Daishi obviously is like, hey, you guys betrayed me the last time. Why should I trust you?
And he's valid for that.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, they come back, they bitch slap Jellica, essentially. Bitch slap her out of the rest of the series.
Literally.
Until yeah, how do you feel about Mommy Jellica being bitch slapped by these guys?
Yeah.
I think we broke Vex. I think we broke Vex with that.
I get it, but also I will avenge you, my queen.
So yeah, because Daishi, despite Daishi's attitude, he's not an idiot. He's like, hey, you betrayed me. Why should I trust you? Okay, you want my trust? You're gonna have to earn it. So he wants them to capture the 3 other masters aside from RJ, which they end up doing by the end of this episode. And using the other crystallized, Daishi is able to get them to become the Spirit Rangers, leading us into episode 24. Which, by the way, nice to see again. Original Power Ranger designs. The Spirit Rangers. They are pretty.
Gotta buy those toys. Buy them.
Yeah.
Also, they look very well done. They like match like the aesthetic of like the other Rangers perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've got to say, I do like the. I do like how the outfits also match the animal that they're going for, because on the green Spirit Ranger we have like a big trunk on the front to represent the elephant.
The bat, we got like little bat ears going on. A shark, we got a shark fin.
Yeah.
I gotta say, like, the whole idea of like this puppeteering Spirit Rangers is really cool too. Because we see in the next episode here that they're just essentially like chained to a wall and acting as puppets for them. And it's really cool.
Kind of reminds me of like the Battle Borgs.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For the Aquitian Rangers.
Yeah.
Now also in this episode we finally get an insight into why Theo is so much of a perfection, where his twin brother comes into the mix, which we had to have it at some point meeting one of the Rangers' family, because I have to question, like, what do their families think they're doing?
I mean,
like, what does Casey's family think he's doing? What does Lily's family think she's doing?
I mean, they gotta know that they're at like some sort of like martial arts school at the very least. Obviously, they obviously would also know that they're employed, I would guess, but everything else is probably a secret too, considering they have to keep up this bullshit secret.
Yeah, even though Theo's brother finds out very quickly that Theo is a Power Ranger, but yeah, it's pretty much the brothers find out, like, oh, he was jealous of me. Oh, I was kind of like a bit envious of him, and they eventually do reconciliate at the end of the episode. Yeah. But again, I have to question. Again, like you said, why do we have to keep these identities a secret? Why?
They don't.
I think it was more of like not just keep it a secret, but the part about like the family. I think they're pretty sure like they like were training at like a martial arts school. I think they knew that bit, but because they became like Power Rangers like way later on because of the whole Daishi stuff. That's more recent. So they probably didn't know that, but they probably knew that they were training at that school because it's like the master, like all the other masters, like families and stuff are like well aware of like their role and what they're doing. It's not like that's a secret.
Yeah, but one thing in retrospective that I wish they had done in this episode is the thing that happened in Sonic the Hedgehog 3 when Robotnik met his grandfather and they did the whole. It's almost like we're characters in a movie played by the same actor. I really would have loved it if they did something like that. Oh my god. So yeah, those were all my notes I had for episode 24. Episode 25, we finally get the Masters being free from Daishi's control, where they can actually fight alongside the Rangers, even though the Spirit Rangers are original Rangers and they're pretty much played by guest actors. So yeah, can't use them all that much. Yeah, which is a shame sometimes. It's a shame that that there's that restriction in place.
I mean, they could, but it's expensive because it's like all original footage.
Yeah. But again, this is where we get Flit gets his second win here. You get only two Flit. You get only two. Where he actually delivers one of the crystallized to RJ, which becomes important in freeing RJ's dad from the control. Yeah. So Flit, I hate to say this, but you get this one as well. Congratulations! Oh, that feels painful. Painful. Yeah. So yeah, and at the end of this episode, Daishi wants Weiger to have, hey, you're the white tiger, Casey's the red tiger, you've got to have a versus match. But before we get to that, we've got to have the standard season requisite clip show. Which,
this time, as a game show.
To be fair, I do like that concept. That it's a game show where you have to ask questions about the season. Otherwise, you are cancelled. Which in this day and age takes on a whole other meaning. So yeah, really nothing to say about the clip show other than it's an interesting concept, but at the end of the day, it's still a game show.
It's fine. It's fine. It serves its purpose. It was funny. It was comical, but I so despise clip show episodes.
Yeah, but you think this is crazy, the fact that it's a game show? Wait until you see the one in RPM, because that one is just gonna like blow your mind about how they. I mean,
that one's just fun, but I'll leave it to that. But I understand the point of clip shows. I still would rather, I get the feeling minus one episode off of the show. Like, how hard is that?
I get the feeling that this clip show was done primarily because of the Spirit Rangers. That is my reasoning, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
With episode 26, which, hey, we're near the end. We're near the end of the season. We have Casey being a teacher now to a group of students, which perfectly foreshadows his end game, like where he's going to end up at the end of the series. And also we have Casey seeing a parallel in him because one of his students is who coincidentally has the tiger spirit is getting bullied by someone in the class as well. So he's again seeing parallels between him and Jared.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I don't know whether this counts as foreshadowing as well, where we saw with RJ what Daishi did to his animal spirit, but we have Weiger doing pretty much the exact same thing to Casey in this one, except literally ripping out his animal spirit.
Yeah, it's crazy, but I don't know if I call it foreshadowing, but we knew it was a possibility to lose touch with your spirit by now, so I guess kind of.
Yeah. Well, I say it's kind of foreshadowing because Casey in this episode, he's technically a mentor to these students, so I guess it kind of counts.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, it's that middle ground there. Yeah, kind of, but also, do we really call it that? But at the same time, like, how it pays off in the end here, maybe it classifies more as foreshadowing, I guess.
Yeah.
I didn't really have a lot for 27. I do like that we're seeing like the continuation of the school, and we get more of that near the end as well.
Yeah.
But I also don't like the fact that they put a kid in danger either, you know. Considering the whole code is like protecting people and animals, and here we are putting in a literal fucking child in the way of a monster that you know can destroy the city.
Well, they had no choice.
Means to an end.
Means to an end. Child soldier, you're brought in.
No. Facts. Remember, as Doctor Strange said, there was no other way.
We have a 16-year-old Spider-Man on the front lines of the goddamn war that's ending the universe, but yeah, sure, whatever.
My only other notes for this episode, which were Daishi finally becomes the Phantom Beast King, which he gets his gold armor. He gets golden lion armor.
Which is the most drippy drip ever. I fucking love it.
Except he's no longer a lion. You know what he is now. A griffin.
Yeah. And Camille also becomes the Phantom Beast General, which is the Phoenix. So now we have the four of them. We have the tiger, the dragon, the Phoenix, and the turtle.
How does one get freaky with the Phoenix?
You have to let it die and be reborn from its ashes. That's how you get freaky with it.
That's fine. Hey, Camille, use flamethrower on me.
No, she has to use Sacred Fire because she's the Phoenix.
Also, technically, the Rhino has Fire Blast because it does it every time it does its sword. But
Power Rangers.
Yeah. So with episode 28, we have because Weiger has failed, he loses his powers just like Casey. So hey, they're not so different. But before we get into the introspective with this episode, we have the Rangers being scared of a rat.
Shouldn't they all lose their spirits at that point?
Yeah, it's like, guys, it's just a rat.
I would understand like a rhino being afraid of a rat because they have very small brains and they don't have that good of eyesight. But 3 big cats being afraid of a mouse.
Yeah. I mean, Fex, what we need to do is invent a time machine, go back in time. You get Shion and Hades, I'll get Gem. We'll put them in that moment and see what happens.
Hades would chase it, Shion would play with it. I already know how this would go down.
Yeah.
Because Shion just wants to play with mine.
And I know exactly what Jem would do. She'd shake her butt and then pounce.
Have you seen a mouse fly like 20 feet?
Nope.
Because that's what happens when Hades swats one. Like literally just fully decapitates it with the claw. Which is just fun to clean up.
So yeah, with this episode, everyone except for Casey gets trapped in a rat cage. Casey has his final fight with Riger, where he's saved, and he asks Casey like, why did you save me? And Casey's there like, hey, it's just what we do, and has a profound impact on Riger, where he's like, hey, I'm dying anyway, so I might as well help you.
Yeah, I mean,
hey, you gotta give him credit. He went out like a champ, giving Casey his animal spirit back. Because he was gonna die anyway.
might as well do one good.
And I think this is, and I think this is where Casey was maybe starting to see like, hey, not all monsters are inherently evil. Or if it, because it's gonna come into his end game as well. And at the end of this episode, the other Phantom Beasts are concerned that Daishi is losing to Jared, basically becoming more human than he can possibly imagine. And also, even though RJ wanted to keep the rat as a pet, he ends up giving it to a little girl who lost her rat. So, hey, RJ is always a champ. Like, he wanted to keep the rat, but of course, he logically he couldn't keep the rat because it's like he has a pizza parlor.
Yeah, the health department would be there real quick.
If the health inspector saw that, he would be like closed down.
I mean, Dom would be there real quick.
I think RJ was kind of like, yeah, probably best give this away before someone sees it in here.
For real. I think that this was probably the moment where we start seeing the culmination of character arcs as well. Because now everybody's starting to understand their destiny, and that was the big theme for everything. Like, now we're realizing, like, okay, we gotta wrap things up, essentially. Because we got 4 episodes left.
Where one of them essentially involves a cloning formula. Dominic being Brock from Pokemon, despite the fact he has Fran.
Yeah, I don't get that. Like, why is he simping for this random chick? Like, Fran is over there, and she is perfect for you.
Because they have to have drama.
Yeah,
you gotta have a love triangle in a kid show for some reason.
To use a quote from someone I know, yeah, Dominic, you and Fran are goobers. You belong together.
Yeah.
Oh, do you want love triangles on Getsu? You don't know love triangles.
We've had too many love triangles in Power Rangers.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be Jetman, in which we get like a love pentagon.
No!
No!
Ooh.
No!
Ooh, I have a better one.
Go on.
How about Total Drama World Tour?
No! Doesn't exist!
No! Wait, no, World Tour does exist. But still, the love triangle where Courtney thinks that, oh, boyfriend kisser makes Gwen the worst thing imaginable. Like, fuck you, Courtney! Sorry, I just had to vent for a second then.
Also, you manipulated half the cast your entire existence on that show. How do you want to play the paragon of virtue here?
Yeah, how are you more heroic than Gwen? Oh, Gwen stole my boyfriend. Like, so? You manipulated everyone!
You're also teenagers. That's what you do. You figure out what you're into and who you're into.
Yeah.
Also, that's mostly just Duncan's fault. Like,
yeah, also that, but also Duncan can do no wrong.
Duncan receives little to no blame for the whole love triangle thing when it was his fault to begin with.
I mean, realistically, Duncan is the character that would be the asshole when you think about it. He's literally a convict.
Yeah, he is. Who couldn't even recognize Mao in All Stars. Oh god, I had to mention that series. Like, just Twitch again. All the people who think Operation Overdrive is an abomination of mankind, just go and watch Whole Drama All Stars. You'll be praising Operation Overdrive after seeing that crap.
I mean, I don't think it's the best season, but I think it's alright. It was just shaky in a lot of areas.
No. So Getsu Toll Drama All Stars is pure utter crap.
Who said I was talking about that one? Like, I watched it. It's dog shit. No, I'm talking about Operation Overdrive.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank God for that. But yeah, anyway, getting back from our little rage tangent, episode 29 is where, like Fex said, it's the combination of everything that's been semi-building up, because now the Rangers get to have a chance to become masters themselves. And also we have the combination of Daishi and Camille's relationship in this episode, because Daishi, after everything that he's gone through with Camille, quote unquote thanks him for the first time, but it's revealed that, oh no, that wasn't Daishi, that was Camille, that was Jared the whole time. So yeah, Jared loves Camille, and I mean, again, Vex, it should have been you, not him.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, and this is also as well where we get pretty much the first and only first time when Daishi and Jared even have a proper conversation with each other, because Daishi is like, yeah, you're my vessel now, you're gonna be Eva, and Jared's like, no, I want my life back, I'm not like this. And he's like, and Daishi's like, but you are, because you were a bully yourself, so you deserve this.
I mean, fair, in all honesty. If you're a bully, you're a piece of shit, but also you have room to grow as a person too. Like, not every bully ends up being a bully for their entire life. Some of them do, but like, it's not often.
But yeah, go ahead.
I think it's funny that Casey, out of all of them, doesn't earn his mark during the match.
But no, it does. But no, it does actually make sense, because because he was because they do say a master can't follow, they must lead, and Casey was following Theo and Lily's example of like how to defeat their masters, and you can actually see like RJ in the background when he saw that, like thinking like, oh god, Casey, no, what are you doing? So that was I get the feeling that was the reason why Casey didn't get his master stripes, because he was essentially following Theo and Lily rather than being like, no, I could defeat my master on my own.
No, 100%. Like, it's a trope, but it's a good trope, right? Like, I hate that everybody thinks like when you hear the word trope it means bad. It's just something that happens in media, and it's done well here.
It just means something that happens very frequently in like media or like a topic, whatever.
So so everyone, by that logic, using public transport, that's a trope.
It's a very niche trope, considering it's not very good here in America. Everywhere else, perfectly fine.
Yeah.
The fact that it took me an hour after my hair appointment to get home, because I got reassigned like 5 fucking times trying to get a ride. That sucked. But yeah. That wasn't even technically public transport. That was private, technically.
Wow. So yeah, my other note for this episode was that I get the feeling that because Jared has been on the path of evil for so long by this point, like he's started to feel his humanity slipping every step of the way, and it's like, no, I don't want this. I want to be human. But Daishi's like, no, you are Daishi. So yeah, it really is interesting to see that kind of side. Like the more you are in this path of evil and darkness, the more it's just going to consume you before you start to wonder, like, are you even human anymore?
Yeah, and like you're seeing him turn back into the human throughout this episode and the next. To the point where like he actually risks himself to save Camille. Which, you know, Daishi wouldn't. Right? But Jared would.
Definitely would. Yeah. And also as well to do the Star Wars analogy again, like everyone by the end of this episode believes like, because Casey very much becomes like Luke Skywalker in the end, because like there is still good in Jared. He's more Daishi now than man, twisted and evil. You can't save him. He's fallen very far to the dark side.
No, but the part that annoyed me is like he gave a very clear explanation on why he thought this. And they're like, no, it couldn't be.
He's evil. Look at him.
Yeah.
So bad.
So bad that, hey, they proved that, Casey was right all along. As proven in episode 30, where Dominic also as well tells Casey that Jared wasn't a bad person, just like he had bad circumstances happen to him. So this prompts Casey to be like, okay, if you guys are not going to help me figure out that Jared is redeemable, I'm going to go and figure it out myself. Because with this series, we can't have the Rangers base be destroyed because it's a public service place, so we have to destroy the villain's base instead.
Hey, we're turning it on its head. I like that. Like, him going into the domain of Daishi by himself. Like, this is his destiny, right? And he's having this big-ass battle with Jared in the base. Throwing hands, trying to fucking beat the Daishi out of him, essentially. Which we do
Die
get.
shit out of him.
The die shit out of him.
Yeah.
We do get that, which is awesome.
So no more gaslighting.
Yeah, because he's like, hey, if you really are Daishi, he literally puts his life on the line to prove that Jared can be redeemed, and he eventually does. Jared pulls through and actually is like, no, you get out of me, because I mean Daishi.
Right? I love it.
And yeah, I love it as well. And this is where we find Casey finally gets his master strikes because of the fact, like, hey, he followed his own destiny. He led his own destiny. He didn't follow it.
Mm-hmm. See, this is where I put in the note, like, was Jared the main character of the season? Because, like, by the end of it, like, obviously, he kind of does play that main character role, as we talked about in the beginning.
You could literally. I would love someone to do like a re-edit of Jungle Fury, but put all the Jared bits together separate rather than juggling back and forth between the Ranger segments and the Jared segments. Just put all the Jared segments together and work out like how much screen time that actually takes up.
It would be interesting. I'm obviously not going to do it because even the little tribute video you put together got copyright struck to hell and back.
Yeah, because literally, I think it was just because of the fact that it starts off with the Lightspeed Rescue theme.
But it was video. It was video copyright, not audio. That's what fucking weirded me out. Like, it was video ID'd, not audio ID'd. So they got it based on the opening video, I would guess, if that's what it is. Which is like
probably
0.2 seconds of that fucking clip show that you put together. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. That was Operation Overdrive. We see the formation of like the ship here of blue and yellow being like, "Aw, we're finally gonna go on a date," kind of thing.
But with the final episode, honestly, there's not much to say. There's not much to say about it because it is just one long brawl. It's the Beast War that was being built up for the series finally paying off. It's literally just one big battle. This is all the episode is. It's just one big battle between the Rangers, the Paishwa Masters, and Daishi's forces.
Yep. Everybody comes out to play.
Yeah, everybody was kung fu fighting.
I'll just say
Literally.
one thing. I know this is towards the end. It's just like, what did Daishi's original form look like? Because he, like, at the end, he just pretty much just took the form of the dragon guys. Like,
He took the
whole
form
thing.
of King Ghidorah. He was King Ghidorah, essentially.
Well, the reason why I said that is because the dragon guy, the Phantom Beast, had a lot of dragon heads on his body.
Well, he was an Avalon dragon, where Daishi was more of like the Hydra, essentially. So yeah, everyone comes out to play. Even the masters in the spirit world come out because hey, Daishi's will put a portal between the spirit and human world. Let's go in. Let's get our last chance to have some action in here. Where we finally see like, hey, those furry suits that from Geki Ranger, we can finally use them now, and we finally get confirmation of what Mal's spirit animal is, the fox.
Mhm.
So I guess cunning of the fox, which I'm annoyed that we didn't get an orange ranger here, because we could have had an orange ranger with the fox spirit.
Honestly,
But I like.
looking back on it, I looked more like a bobcat.
Yeah, I can see that, but I like to think it's the fox. So yeah, Daishu gets defeated by all the Rangers plus Jared, which again, trying to debate if Jared's the main character, because it was him that literally gave like one of the big final blows to Daishi. And also as well, Jared is finally accepted back into the academy in Casey's class because they learned that it's never too late to have a fresh start. And Camille joins them, so it looks like, hey, Camille and Jared have finally got together, and they're gonna have happy life together with lots of beautiful chameleon lion children.
Damn right. Get those freaks out
Which-
there.
Which is kind of like a bit gross when you realize Camille is literally over 10,000 years old.
That's fine. It's fine. He tamed the MILF.
You
know what? It's the trope that you see in every anime, except for it's not a fucking lolly.
Fair enough. And also, Flick got turned back into a human, which, the fact that he got turned back into a human, his voice is no longer annoying as well.
He's
and
just
also
ugly
Dominic
as
and
sin.
Fran. Yeah, and also Dominic and Fran go backpacking, and that's where we end the series with everyone finally fulfilling their own destiny, and we leave on a last brief, Fran. Which, now I can breathe now because that was the end of Jungle Fury. So yeah, like I said, overall, still one of my favorite series, still in my top 5. Really enjoyed seeing this again and seeing Jared's journey again from start to finish, and now questioning whether or not he is the true main character of the series, and loved all the Rangers of this series, and the fighting was just top notch in this series.
Oh, absolutely. So, roll calls, all that jazz.
On the
We're
roll
at
calls,
2.5 hours.
So we have. Let me pull it up real fast. On phone. Casey with 23. Lily with 16. Theo with 14. RJ with 6. Dominic with 4. This makes for a grand total of 63.
Damn.
Yeah, oh, go ahead.
I think this makes, the second least.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it's probably one of the least ones.
Wait, who has less than like their season? Is it the Alien Rangers?
I just counted those as a part. I just counted that as part of Mighty Morphin.
Oh,
But the ones with less morphing calls were In Space, Dino Fury, Cosmic Fury, and Once and Always.
Huh. Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense because they did do a lot of like just morph without the roll call in the series as well, or they were just already morphed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah. So, we got any final thoughts on the series?
This was definitely a welcome change of pace, considering what we got beforehand. From what I've heard of RPM, I guess it's only up from here, and then immediately back down.
And then down, and then down.
Before we
And
get
back
up
up.
again, with Dino Charge, but yeah, so yeah, next time we've got Power Rangers meets the Terminator.
That is such a weird fucking way of putting it, but from everything I've heard, that you're not wrong.
yeah.
I'd say the last thing I want to say about Jungle Fury is that this was arguably the most choreographed season on the villain side of things. That is such a change of pace, because we're used to seeing them, kind of, be balanced in that. But like the villains had so much infighting themselves in this season. It really did put a focus on that side of things, and that's where we kind of layered in it was Jared's season more than anyone's, which made such a cool storyline. I'm looking forward to RPM. I'm hoping is just as dystopian as everyone has always said it is. And then I am looking
It
forward
pretty is.
And then I'm looking forward to drinking myself into a coma for the next 2 seasons. Because what the fuck is Samurai and Megaforce? And their super counterparts, because we're doing those as one episode, because why the fuck wouldn't we?
Yeah.
But until then, peace.
Peace.
RPM snooze fest. Honestly,
Getting gear.
Come
I
on,
know
Bex. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad.
I have never.
I've had worse.
I had in the period of watching this, I have never been this bored since Mighty Morphin. And and I will.
Are you drinking NyQuil during this? What's going on?
I will 100% say that this is on me as someone who's been spoiled by a lot of the sci-fi movies that this plays tropes from Terminator to Blade Runner to all of these classic.
I could say the same thing about In Space.
But In Space was fun. This was just retreading the actual plot of some of these movies. And I'm just like, okay, I get you're taking inspiration
In Space, most of Star Wars.
But it was fun. This was boring.
They're both fun. The only thing boring about this season is the monsters of the week, but they're supposed to be just mindless drones anyway.
I get
yeah, that's the whole point of them.
I get that. I
100%
admit this one's on me. This one's on me for not liking it. I understand why it is popular. I will agree that I understand why it is popular. It is an introduction to the sci-fi genre at a heavier story tone, but an accessible rate. I understand its purpose. That being said, it just bored me, and that's my fault.
But yeah, one thing I want to say about this series is the behind the scenes of it is very interesting, because it's literally a case of 2 halves, because the showrunner for this season had a clear, distinct idea of what he wanted to do with the series, which is what you said. He wanted to make it Power Rangers meets the Terminator, but he ran out of budget to finish the season, and then he got fired with a previous showrunner coming in to finish the job.
You can tell where it was disjointed. Like, it's very
where it was
obvious.
disjointed. But if you need proof that miracles exist in this world, the fact that they were able to complete this series is evidence enough of that. Despite the behind the scenes tomorrow. And also, it's kind of funny because the showrunner with the initial pitch was pitching it as super serious, and the Sentai was goofy as hell. Because he had no idea what the Sentai footage would be at the time. And most definitely, to his credit, he did watch dozens of episodes of previous Power Rangers series to get the idea down. So I do like that he did his homework prior to coming into the series, because it reminds me very recently of what Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen did when they came back to Star Wars. Particularly, say what you want about Hayden Christensen, but he did his homework when he came back to do Obi-Wan and Ahsoka. He watched all the movies, plus Clone Wars and Rebels, to kind of get an idea of what Anakin and Ahsoka's relationship was. Yeah. So I do applaud him for that.
Yeah, no, like, that's a great way to put it. Like, he studied his work, and like I said, like, I might not like this, but I understand why it's liked. I am going to be a hater to a degree, because I've seen it done better, but at the same time, I'm going to be respectful for the fact that, unlike other showrunners, he sat down, he researched the source material, he researched what had come before. He paid homage to the films that he wanted to actually pay homage to. I mean, you open basically with an Akira slide into battle. Like, that, you don't get more iconic and sci-fi, cyberpunky style than that, okay? The dude knew what the fuck he was doing. We have a Mad Max scene, like, 45 seconds into this, during the smash cut with the intro. Like, we have these models of the sci-fi genre being utilized to their fullest effect in a kid's show. And we definitely take a lot of liberty with the source material for this to make what we made. And it works to what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, it works to what it's supposed to do, but for everyone's enjoyment, his reaction upon seeing the Sentai footage for RPM, this is a direct quote from him. Holy shit! I just promised Disney that I could have the show appeal to a younger audience. I must be out of my fucking mind! Holy shit! Wait, what's on the front of that sword? Are those motherfucking eyeballs?
Googly eyes.
So yeah, he thought it would be serious Sentai footage, but it was so goofy.
Yeah,
and the Zords can talk and fuck.
Well, couldn't the original Shoe Ranger Megazord talk as well?
Yep, Daijin can talk.
Yeah, it's a god. But in this one, they're just people, except they're cars.
Yeah,
it's basically like the Cars universe, sort of. Because they're from a dimension in which they're sentient cars that just do their thing.
Yeah. Also, for the record as well, might as well come out and say, yeah, this is an alternate universe. The first time when it's not in the Prime Power Rangers universe.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's your opinion on that, Vex, and also Songetsu and Tyler.
I mean, I get it. Like, this is something that would be hard to do in the main timeline and the main continuity.
Yeah, just have everybody just dead.
Right. No more.
No crossovers are netting after like a certain point because they're dead.
And you can't really
time travel.
Well, here's the thing: if this had been what it was originally meant to be, which was the final Power Rangers series, it's funny that keeps happening. Like they keep thinking that this is going to be the end of Power Rangers, and then it keeps coming back.
It's like a cockroach; you can't get rid of it.
It's got like the opposite of like Sentai. It's like happened like 2 times, and it's just kept going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it would have been interesting if this was the final Power Rangers series, because then that would have been kind of like a bleak ending if this was like the main timeline. Like, all the other past Ranger teams are dead now.
Yeah, I mean, it would have put a definitive bow on it if this was the main timeline. Like, well, fuck.
kind of screwed things up. Who do we blame? What's really to do? You know, obviously, like the Vingex virus.
We
Was
blame Google. We blame...
You know what? We blame Twitter. Grok killed the
No,
universe.
no, I mean specifically Google because the name of the, the people who took K was Alphabet Soup.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh yes, yes, definitely.
That's beautiful wordplay. I got to give you credit there.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess we should start talking about the series itself. Oh yeah, we start off with a very ominous message about Vengeance Rise to Power, which is just basically Skynet. It's the Power Rangers equivalent of Skynet.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
We got Skynet. We have the Terminators and these like robots of the week. Essentially, you have various models. You could say the Mooks are one model. We could say that the Generals are another model. It would all depend on which version of Terminator you want to go with. Do you want to go with the good one, the mildly good one, or the very, very shitty one? Because we keep rebooting that shit too.
Yeah. Wasn't the last one rebooted with James Cameron's involvement?
It was rebooted within a retcon within a reboot with James Cameron's involvement. Yes, I know that much about fucking Terminator, and I hate my life.
Why do they keep doing this?
Because money. Because money.
Yeah.
It's the same
I
reason
feel like they should just do a hard reboot.
It's the same reason we don't do a hard reboot with Halloween, because nostalgia and money. Even though clearly the last two times haven't worked, but fuck it, let's do it a third time. Oh, no one likes this one either? Maybe we'll put it on ice for a while and then come back when Jamie Lee Curtis is a fucking head in a jar. Because we'll never let her fucking die. Her contract is with Satan.
Just do a hologram like Tupac.
No. You want to know the reason why? It's because they didn't want to lose Jamie Lee Curtis to One Piece, the live action One Piece. That's the reason why they didn't want to do it. That's the reason why they keep bringing her back.
I figure she'll do something in One Piece at this point. Like,
she wanted to be in the live action One Piece because she wanted to play Dr. Korea because she's mentioned Chopper's a favorite One Piece character.
Well, that makes more sense than Tannis.
Yeah.
The typecasting on Borderlands movie was like the worst I've ever seen in my life.
Don't even get me started. Okay,
in a sick sort of way, it could have worked if they had a competent fucking script. As much as I hate to admit it, and they did do some cool things, like the Siren's powers, and it was pretty cool. That was
the only thing cool in that movie.
The guns were pretty well designed.
Thanks. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started on it because I watched it on here with Songetsu, and as someone who's never played Borderlands,
We're getting your ass to play Borderlands. There's no escaping it. Zangetsu and I will get you to play Borderlands. We are like fucking dealers. We will get you to play Borderlands.
If it's on sale, I'd probably get you a copy.
Okay.
It is always on sale too.
Yeah. Humble Bundle has it all for like $30 right now if you want to get it.
But yeah, back to the episode itself. So we have setups for the established main core Rangers where we have the Red Ranger being brought in by the Yellow Ranger of this series into the Dome of Corinth and having to tell I don't know about you, but how would you go about telling your father hey, one of your sons is dead?
Hey, bitch! One of us is dead. That's the relationship I have.
He wouldn't do that because this is a very loving family and they all love each other very much. That's tough just to say. Hey, my big bro's dead.
Big bro's dead. Sorry, he died on a mission fighting machines.
But for me personally, I don't think I could do that.
That'd be tough.
I'd be the one that's dead because I'm the only kid. So
yeah, but with me and how close my family is, it's I don't know how if I had to go up to my mother and say yeah, you're one of the, yeah. And she was like, oh, where's your brother? It's like, I had to, like, say to her, like, yeah, he's dead. Like, I don't know, like, how I would go about telling her that.
I'm sure mine would find an excuse to find alcohol and cigarettes, and that'd be about it. It would probably be celebratory if I was dead. But
so, yeah, the most, I was just gonna say the most interesting thing about like RPM is that because most of the series, like, you have like, okay, the Red Ranger is usually the main character of the the main Ranger, like we focus on for like the seasons. But with here, it's switched up a bit because it's most of the time it's the Black Ranger in RPM that we focus on the most out of all of them.
Well, most out of the Rangers.
Out of the Rangers.
Yeah.
So, and Dylan in this series, he is essentially like no exaggeration, just Kevin Levin in a Power Rangers series, because he has
super similar.
That he has the brooding bad boy about him. He has a mysterious past, and he loves his car like that. I don't know, if you had Kevin and Dylan in a room together talking about their cards, they could probably have a dick measuring contest about it. Wouldn't you agree, Tyler? Dylan in this series and Kevin talking about their cars. And I think Tyler's breaking up.
Sounds
like. Hear me?
There we go.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I could definitely see Dylan and Kevin getting along, but also having that kind of friendly rivalry in regards to the love for automobiles.
Yeah. And also as well, we have tagging along with Dylan, we have Siggy, who's going to be the Green Ranger in this series, and we have to ask Vex the ultimate question. What do you have against Siggy?
What's your beef?
He 100% reminds me of a former coworker who was overly enthusiastic dickhead about everything, to the point where like it come off as almost blissful ignorance, to where it cost everybody time, effort, and energy. Right? I feel like we all have that one coworker who is the ditz of the entire group, and when they're the ditz of that group, everything else is fucked up when they're on shift. Right? I'm not alone in this.
I can kind of get that, but he is still competent at what he's doing. He
gets more competent as the season goes on. That's why I kind of pulled back, but I still.
But he's not like, oh, I've been trained to be a ranger for like 2 years. He's not. No, he has like, no cybernetics.
He is basically the underdog, and that's the little sympathy he gets from me. But at the same time, like every time he opens his mouth, it is shoving his foot in it. And every time he does something, it reminds me of that one coworker that made me have to stay an extra 3-4 fucking hours because he fucked everything up. And I hated that so goddamn much. But yeah.
Okay, I can kind of see where you're coming from, but at the same time, for all his faults that Siggy has, he more than makes up for it in his own Siggy-like way. If that makes sense.
Constantly failing upward.
He reminds me of Buggy, and I love Buggy.
But he tries. He's trying so hard, Vex.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying he's not.
It would piss me off if he was half-assing everything, and this happens.
He is at least giving it an earnest try, and that is the level of like, okay, he's tolerable, but I still hate him as a character because he reminds me of that coworker.
Which reminds me of like early Billy.
Yeah, no, that's a great way to put it. But Billy was endearing because he was a nerd, and this is just like
you just remove all the nerd elements, and you just have like him like trying to be I think Ziggy's main issue is like what his characteristic was is he's trying to be something that he's not. He was trying to be a mobster, but he's just a nice guy. But he's just like, no, I still gotta play like I am the tough guy because
that's
was
what's
in the
expected
mall.
of me. Yeah, that's what expected. Yeah. And you know, like that's how he survived. And you can't fault him for wanting to survive in the apocalypse. Like, it's just unfortunate. A lot of it's just the way his character was written. You can't fault him for that. It's just, it makes him a very unlikable character for me personally. You know?
Okay. All right. I mean, for me, it just made him endearing. What he went through in this series, especially considering in the next episode, episode 2, we get something that I don't think has happened before or since in any Power Rangers series, where we have Dylan and Siggy in prison, and Siggy literally about to be murdered by the prison inmates.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's post-apocalyptic prison. You're going to have to, have some mob justice in there. And he screwed over a lot of people when he was involved with this version of the mob. So it would be fitting for him to have a contract out on him.
Also, as well, in the second episode, we have Go-Anja bringing on the blue sword. Like, he cannot hide that. It says Go-Anja.
Yeah, it's always been on there. You can't hide it.
Yeah, and the Rangers' finishing weapon in this series is a scale electric track. That is literally what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Episode 3.
But what I do like about this series, and especially the suits, is like how high efficient they are, because they could literally, the Rangers, use the suits themselves to grind up the foot soldiers of this series, because of all the tire wear that's on the suits themselves.
That reminds me of like I know I'm the death battle guy, but if any of you have seen Optimus Prime versus Gundam, like Optimus Prime does like a bicycle kick and like grind his tire in the RX-78's face.
No, like, and you're right. Like, it's something akin to that. I remember that animation popping around Reddit for a while. And I love the animation of that. I'm not big into Death Battle, as it's clearly obvious from previous content, but I love the animation for it. Like, the Yoda and King Mickey one is one of my favorites of all time, but I'm also a fucking Kingdom Hearts nerd, so that tracks. But, there's a lot of cool shit with the designs of the suits in this season. I'll 100% give you that. Episode 3, we see the first group morph, which is odd that it's the third episode in this more modern era that we're getting the first group morph. And I loved the closing battle to this episode, were the two notes that I took.
Where you have fucking bubbles.
It's so goofy. It's so Power Rangers.
It is. But the notes I had for this, for the way they even, which is something that Megaforce does not do, they incorporate their own version of the morphing grid in this episode, which they call a biofield that is used to create the Ranger suits. So yeah, even RPM in another dimension can get their own version of the morphing grid in that Megaforce could not do for some reason. Oh god.
My only notes for episode 4 are just anti-Ziggy propaganda, so yeah.
Anti-Ziggy propaganda.
This is strawberry ribs. It's just a lighter. You want to put them down over there or something.
But also for going back to episode 3, there's also like what I do like about this as well is that we do get the detailed training explanation because of Dylan having to go through the training exercises to actually become a ranger. It helps explain like, okay, we have this Ranger tech. We have this Ranger tech at our disposal. Why isn't everyone being turned into Rangers to fight Venture 6 forces? And they give an explanation like not everyone can handle the stress of being a Ranger.
And it makes sense.
And
because-
limited resources. It's like,
Yeah.
you think she has enough for everybody? No.
It makes sense because we have seen the stress of being a ranger is put a lot of the teams through too. Not everyone is built to handle that kind of stress, let alone the physical toll that this technology and these augmentations will take on your body. For a newer example, you know.
Yeah. So so those are my notes. Episode 3, episode 4. The episode 4, which is the one where Ziggy becomes the Green Ranger. So we have the first instances of the Rangers' individual abilities. So the Blue Ranger can stop time, the Yellow Ranger can fire projectiles, and the Red Ranger can have a burst of energy, and the Black Ranger has a shield of invincibility, but it only lasts for 5 seconds. Of course, anything that has invincibility, there's a time limit on it.
Well, I mean, it would be too OP if it wasn't time limited, especially for like a kid's show, because kids will go out and play this. You know, like a lot of us probably played Mighty Morphin out in the fucking yard when we were kids. Or
I don't know. I was more doing Digimon than Power Rangers in the yard. But yeah, the other note I had for episode 4 was because in the previous episode we got introduced to Titania 7, which is basically the human henchman of Fenchix, and she is simultaneously terrifying and kind of hot at the same time.
That's the asexual saying that, by the way, everyone.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
I in this instant would be a clanker fucker.
Yeah, she would. Yeah, she would.
She also loves the wistful farmer in the day.
Yeah, and she also has detachable body parts, which makes it
even
more interesting in the bedroom.
I don't know if it's the tune you're thinking of, but I always heard the farmer wants a wife. The farmer wants a wife. E-I-I-D-O, the farmer wants a wife. That was what I was thinking of whenever I heard that tune.
Is that a lyric in the said song?
That I'll have to look it up. I
don't think it is.
If it's the same song me and Tyler are thinking of.
It's a play on it for sure. We have Dr. K's reveal as well, sort of kind of in this episode. We'll get more to that as the time goes on. But
yeah. And by the way, gotta say, Dr. K, best representation of autistic winter ever.
Yeah.
Find me on it.
I love her roasting Ziggy as the series went on. Like that just
of course you did.
Like and listening to an autistic person just cut you down to a molecular level is always beautiful.
Yeah.
My favorite, for example, is "You're just another piece of equipment."
Yeah. Also as well, in the episode where Dr. K reveals herself, because they think, Dr. K's a man, but no, Dr. K's a woman, and a young woman at that. Because Dylan does make a good point in the episode where it's like, hey, I have a problem with it's you, because you could be literally anyone. You could be a spy for Fenchix for all we know.
He's right.
Very ironic statement.
Yeah,
it's a very ironic statement, but yeah, that is a good point. Like, if you're gonna be just a voice on a screen, that people are gonna be suspicious of you eventually, which is probably why she's like, okay, yeah, I best reveal myself so that there's no like second guessing me.
Here I am, a short queen. And I really
get the reveal of the true main character of RPM.
Yeah, the true main character, which none of the wikis seem to agree on, but then again, it's the wikis. What do they know?
Some people can't keep up, you know.
Yeah,
Everything.
yeah.
is sold
These
through
same
her
type of
lens,
website.
basically.
Yeah, these are the same type of websites who don't put main characters as who don't put clearly main characters as main characters. They put them as supporting characters. Like, no, they are main character.
Funny though,
Like,
because
it's obviously the main character of RPM. There's
Right,
no
the entire story revolves around her. All the plot points, you know.
I mean, technically, you could argue Dylan as well. Like, Dylan and Dr. K are on equal footing for main character.
I would say both of them are, but it's mostly focused on Kay.
I mean, she's the whole reason the entire plot of this season happened, after all. So
yeah,
right, and it's more of like the events of the story and like the Rangers themselves impacting and affecting her rather than anything else. So.
But yeah, so after Dr. K gets revealed, this is where we get into a series of flashback episodes focusing on the Rangers before they became part of the team. Starting off with Siggy. Like, come on, we got. I know you don't like him, but we've got to get him out of the way first. Vex. So we have Siggy's range of power being teleportation, and being revealed like, hey, I was part of the mob, but I was too of a goody two shoes to even be in this role because of the fact that the mob was like, hey, instead of dealing with drugs like I don't know, can we say the type of drugs that I want to say on YouTube at this point?
I mean, I don't see why not.
Like, okay, like instead of it being heroin that the cartel are shipping, they're shipping medical supplies, which makes sense because of the fact that limited supplies, where the last few minutes is in a dome city, it makes sense that it would be medical supplies.
Also,
the
mob doesn't only just smuggle drugs.
Nope, they what is profitable? That is what the mob does.
Right. At some points, it's like, you know, alcohol, hooch, because, you know, prohibition.
Sometimes it's medical supplies because there's a war going on. You know, it's whatever can make them money. And you can't say that this isn't a war.
Oh, no, it absolutely is a war. So yeah, we also have my last note for this episode when Dr. K finds out what Siggy did. Like, hey, he did something heroic for these kids. She goes outside for probably the first time in many years to actually save him.
And what they called the sickness? They called it like gamma or something. Gamma sickness or something.
It was gamma sickness. So
it's just cancer.
So no, I was gonna say they're all gonna become the Incredible Hulk.
I mean, that would be hilarious, but yeah.
Also be depressing, but yeah. Like, it's either a cancer or something attuned to mutation that will happen.
Or radiation sickness was very close to cancer, but, you know.
Kind of like Fallout,
Worse.
essentially, for the ghouls. You know, that could be the future. I mean, look, we have people like Piggy in one dimension.
That's different. That's just an alien.
This could be what they mutate into. This could just be a different fucking Earth, you know? Maybe they spread out through the fucking... Because humans are a plague, after all.
Oh, yeah, and somebody said totally not all humans are on Earth.
And you never know. They could have crossbred with some form of alien and created a piggy.
Yeah, it makes sense. He's deep down, he really wants to help people, but he has this tough exterior. What he thinks is a tough exterior, everybody else is like, "What the hell are you doing?"
You are like 4'3". You are a small individual. Let me just push you over with 2 fingers. Hello. But also, I'm changing his height in canon now, making him look weaker than he is. What is wrong with?
Oh, you doing Diamond is Unbreakable? Have every character that just shrinks.
Why
They
not?
deal with Echo for no reason.
Dr. K is canonically 3'4". She's a short queen. We get licensed music in an episode, which was shocking. Or at least what sounds like licensed music, because it's better than any random bullshit track that was put in a Power Rangers episode before that for episode 7. And we also get the Red Rangers story at this point.
Yeah, where it's focusing on his relationship with his brother and father, and how his brother wanted him to be part of his squad, but his father was like, "No, you're not ready." But this also helps to explain why Scott's dad is such a hard ass, because I mean, it makes sense. He's already lost one son. He doesn't want to lose another one. But at the same time, he's got to let his son make his own choices sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I can understand where he's coming from. Like, yeah, he's a dick to Scott, but he's a dick with a purpose, and not just being a dick for the sake of being a dick.
Yeah.
And also as well, we get the first mention of Dr. K saying she has made mistakes once before. So foreshadowing done right, because we're gonna get into it in a couple of episodes time about what her big mistake was. So yeah, unless you had anything else to say, Fex.
I really don't. We have the double part with Yellow's parents, and I've never wanted to see parents be crucified before this episode. Yeah. But yeah.
Why do they think money will be the answer to everything in this situation?
Because they're rich.
Yeah, like they did a really great job of portraying billionaire mindset in this episode, because they unironically think if we have money that will last till the end of time, we will still be valuable to society. No, bitch, get in there and dig a ditch like everybody else. Oh, you can't lift the shovel? Okay, well then starve, cunt.
Yeah. So yeah, the whole idea about Summer is that it was just a desperate cry for attention. Like, her parents were so embroiled in their own life that I don't think they even cared that they had a daughter.
She was literally used as a bargaining chip to get more wealth. No, they didn't. They wanted to fucking commit child marriage here.
Hey, what happened?
Yellow's parents.
Oh, you're talking. Oh yeah, you talk about like the arranged marriage. Yeah.
Yeah. They want to marry off their fucking child here. No, absolutely, they didn't care if they had a fucking kid.
Yeah, hell, the butler was more of a father to her than her own parents were.
That's usually the case.
Yeah, whatever they were paying that guy, it wasn't enough. He needed to be paid millions for what he's done.
It's the Alfred effect, right? It's love that never gets resolved, right? He unabashedly loves Batman, right? That's the thing. Like, everything that Alfred did was for Bruce, was for Tim, was for name the Bat Child. There's enough of them to start a whole nother country. Like, unironically, they did have a series where there was an infinite amount of international Batman because there were so many.
Now as well, we have a movie where there's just an infinite amount of Spider-Mans as well.
Yeah, well, that's a multiverse.
Except Spider-Man wasn't just piping down enough women to make a country.
he can never get lucky long enough to hold a relationship together. The writers do not allow Peter goddamn Parker a day of peace.
I mean, neither does Batman, but it still happens.
He still gets pussy, which is more than Peter really gets. He might get one, and oh no, my semen is also radioactive, so I'm killing my girlfriend. That was a fucking plot line. I kid you not.
Wait, what?
That was a fucking plot line. His semen poisoned Mary Jane. I am not kidding.
I question everything about humanity right now.
And you would think that'd be a plot line with the Hulk and not Spider-Man.
My dick too big for Black Widow, but also I'm killing her slowly.
Yeah.
I hate myself for every word I've said in the last 3 minutes.
It's all right. It's all... The other note I had for this episode is Summer saying, "Sorry, my parents are visiting. Can we skip all the bad guy blah blah blah?" when Tanaya, I think, is trying to do her speech, and she's like, "No, you're not going to do this. We're going to get on with things."
I love Dr. K playing the bride here. She looks great in a dress, by the way.
Oh, absolutely, and she can strum a violin.
Mm-hmm. And fighting and morphing while
Lynn
in a
rocking
dress.
the kilt.
Get those heels on, fight, kick some ass. Like all of this, the choreography in this episode was top tier. I'll give them that. We finally get in the next episode questions about how morphing works.
Yeah, I loved the meta joke that Siggy makes about the cal explosions, as they're called, the 6-story high fireballs.
And we finally get an explanation for it. It's probably just feedback from the morphing grid, just letting itself out.
Yeah.
I love that we actually did that. I love that we also get copyright-free Justice League in this episode. Speaking of Batman,
Justice Unleashed copyright comic book that wasn't Justice League.
We get Blue getting his ass absolutely handed to him for that accent and the kilt and the trying to be the good guy and also just existing because you can't let one of my people have an accent. Okay, just let him have the accent, why don't you?
Yeah,
it's just even when he's like doing things properly, he still get fired because it's just like, you know what, corruption, you know what, you being a good cop and all, can't have that, you know.
No, matey, we gotta sit here and abuse our power and get more money for the chief of the police, eh? And I hate how on the nose a lot of the metaphors are for this.
Yeah. Also, as well, Red is the perfect boy. Black is the brooding bad boy. Yellow, green is the clown, and yellow, well, she's the girl. So what is Blue? I'm Scottish.
I am Scottish.
Yeah.
He also could have just said, "I'm the mechanic," and it would have worked.
It still would have worked. It still would have had the same number of syllables too. You know, you could have just kept on going with it.
Yeah, it still would have had the same amount of memes, but not as much as "I'm Scottish."
No, that is an eternal line. I love that.
Yeah. But yeah, one thing I have to point out to be kind of a bit of a nerd here is that they mention Flint's just got out of school when he's 21, and technically he would be out of university, not school in Scotland.
Yeah. Also,
if he's 21.
Also, the fact that by the end of this, his entire goal was getting recognition from his dad, and that was a lot of what these people wanted recognition for, was just, doing good, which is a very real and human emotion to want to be recognized for doing good, whether it's in the community or whether it's as a Power Ranger, whether it's just being a good kid, right? That's something that a lot of people strive for. But he had a whole ass book full of accolades that his son had, which was just really touching.
Yeah, and his dad even admitted at the end, hey, I didn't believe that there were superheroes before, but I had one later time. So it was nice that his father actually acknowledged him as being a hero. Yeah. But now we get to that episode.
We get the CIA insert. What's not to love?
We get alphabet soup.
We get the we definitely didn't overthrow a fucking democratic election in 2065 or some shit over here. No. The evil corporation definitely didn't replace all the different police forces and government agencies. No, surely not. What?
Yeah,
I want to know. Overlord?
Yeah, I want to seriously know how messed up Dr. K's parents had to be to literally allow the government to kidnap their child.
I mean, what?
I mean, that happens all the time. No one really could do anything about it. I'm not making it up.
No. Well, there's a whole list of declassified documents that show how fucked up the inspiration for some of this shit is. And it's all redacted and government of records from the US of A. We disappeared enough kids during the Cold War.
Yeah. So yeah. Also, I don't care what you say about this series or anything. Thanks. This episode has probably the most soul-crushing line of any episode.
I wish I could remember my name.
Yeah, just that line alone is just like it's like a gut punch there, because the fact that she was just stripped of everything, including her own name, like basically taken away, like
a dementia
who
patient.
she was. And
she's a fucking dementia patient that is fueled solely by fucking Stockholm syndrome. You know, she's been locked in this room for years and years and years on end until her mind was basically erased by being surrounded by white. That's why white rooms are technically a form of torture.
And also, I just thought about like the stuff about Iggy. She said it could have been half of the stuff she thought about herself, such as the line about "you're just a tool."
Yeah. Oh my god. That makes so much sense about why she's like that with the Rangers and everything, because that's how she feels about herself as well. Like she's just a tool for the government and Venjix, as we learned that she's the one who created Venjix, simply for the fact that she wanted to get outside and get away from the government. And if the government had just allowed her to install that firewall, none of this would have happened.
The thing is, like, this episode is your top 10 most dark moments in Power Rangers history. Your top 10 most soul-crushing moments in Power Rangers history. This is your Watch Mojo episode, right? This is number one on a lot of those lists. And
yeah, this is... Yeah.
It is for a reason.
And it is, yeah.
It is for a reason. Also, as well, this is where we get introduced to our... who are going to be our new... who are going to be our Gold and Silver Rangers of the... Yeah, Gem and Gemma.
How are they so happy? How are they this chipper?
It's a coping mechanism.
Yeah, it's literally a coping mechanism for them, and despite their attitude as well, like they are literally probably why Dr. K puts up with them, because up until that point she probably never really had any real friends other than them.
She also probably thought she killed them. You know, in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah. She probably thought, like, I sent them to their deaths.
So having them back, you know, was a moment of like, well, I'm not all sin. I did save some people somehow, you know, and that gave her a bit of motivation to continue to fight Venjix and continue this program, because she's like, wait, maybe not everyone's going to die around me.
Where they kind of, and
go ahead.
Yeah. And in a way, they kind of saved her as well, because of when they gave her like a literal present for the first time probably in her life, she's like, "Oh my god, genuine kindness from someone."
Also, this is kind of giving me like Wild Force vibes, because mostly because most of the Rangers have been like active for a long ass while before like they come on the screen. No, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
And this is how the Zord gets Crocs, by the way. The Zord gets Crocs because of these two.
Absolutely. So yeah, that was what is arguably the darkest episode of Power Rangers, because of the just because of the fact that it literally spelled the end of the world, the end of everything. So yeah, now we get into the episode where my first note about this was, and I don't know how much of this you agree with me on, Songetsu, but Dylan basically being Kuma from One Piece and Venjix being Saint Saturn.
There's parallels there. Yeah.
Because you could imagine. Oh, go ahead.
My first note is Dr. K and Fuzzy Slippers.
Dr. K. Hey, information for you about I've got doggy slippers.
She's just the purest autistic girl. I love her.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Her psychoanalyzing the ship between red and yellow was one of my favorite bits for this episode. That's my second note. And also, third note, Ziggy getting slapped to shit.
Yes, I was like, as soon
That's all I have, by the way, for this.
All right. My other notes were that Dylan actually confronting the monster who has his memories, because that's the whole thing about Dylan in the series. It's like trying to find his past, trying to find out who he came from, who he even is. Because Dylan in many ways is similar to Dr. K, that he's had everything stripped from him, including his memories and including what his actual name is. There's it's like the two sides of the same coin, Dylan and Dr. K in a way. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I did have that note as well. Siggy getting bitch slapped by Dylan. And
do it again.
Also as well, yeah, do it again. Like, you could just like take that clip, put it on repeat, and have it be a GIF. Vex.
If I could make a GIF a thumbnail, it would just be Dylan getting the shit stomped out of him repeatedly. Yeah. But unfortunately, they don't allow video GIFs. And I don't want to fight Toei for footage, because that one video you made for Joel was instantly copyright struck.
Instant copyright struck. So, and again, Siggy's the Green Ranger in here, and Joel is the Green Ranger in Lightspeed Rescue. So,
I have a thing against Green Rangers, apparently.
Yeah, you have a thing against Green Rangers about it.
He's way better than Joel. Like, we could agree on that.
Yes, we can definitely agree with that. I will agree there. It's not by much. He's just not as much of a misogynist.
Country mile, he's better than
He's not a misogynist, and that's a point.
I mean, he's not a misogynist. He's just stupid. He saved a whole hospital full of like cancer patient. That's something.
Yeah, that is something. So yeah, my other note for this episode is that Dylan has a robotic virus in him that's taking him over, and the only way that they can get it stabilized is that Dr. K has to feel like, yeah, I'm the one who created the Venjix virus to begin with. So yeah, the secret's out for everyone.
That's why I said we should blame Google. Their alphabet soup.
Yeah. So with the episode after that,
hey, Google,
the notes I have is that
I know that you're listening to some degree. So please don't diddle our booty hole with this upload. Don't make it age restricted. Don't limit views.
They're probably going to find a way to make it age restricted.
Don't send Diddy at us.
I love that my Samsung went off when I said that.
What didn't Diddy do at this point?
Throw that under the fucking prison. Throw away the key, or just shoot him.
What he's getting out.
Well, I mean, look. So, never mind. I'm going to. 3 years, 6 months, 18 days.
Which is bullshit, but what can you do?
Yeah, what can you do? So anyway, next episode, after the whole reveal of Dr. K creating Venjix to the team, Venjix, after being in his HAL 9000 form for the majority of this run, decides, hey, maybe I should download myself into a real body so that I can actually go and fight the Rangers, which is what he does.
I'm a real boy. I'm a real boy.
Yes! I am Venjix, the one immortal
Do I have a robotic penis too?
He
He wouldn't want one. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't, because he's just like, what am I going to use this crap for?
Tanaya's over there. I mean,
to bind Tanaya 7.
Impregnate Tanaya
I
7.
love her lines. I love her lines about her, like, damn it, did I go to sleep now? It's just like, well, I need your help with this.
I
It's
need
like,
your
fuck
help to
you, I'm
create
sleeping.
a fleshy robot baby.
Yeah. Also, gotta point out the
Somebody
obvious
clip
here.
that
with-
out of context for the love of God.
Yeah. Also, gotta point out the obvious here with the camper fan that Scott's dad lends them. Project Go Onja.
Yeah, there's a lot of Go On Your references in RPO.
They didn't really try to re-edit a lot of footage. It's
No.
I'm not talking about just that.
I mean, what was even the plot of Go Onja? Do you know, Songetsu?
Essentially, like, bad guys come around Earth and stuff. It's kind of like the Car Rangers plotline, except they're not like thugs or whatnot. This is like a serious group, and it's just like, hey, we're these cars from different dimensions. It's like what's that car from Cars? What's his name? Lightning McQueen.
Yeah.
Say if Lightning McQueen just popped up in our world, and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna help you with these fuckers.
Take the gummy ship mechanics from Kingdom Hearts where you can cross across dimensions and add in the, like, it's just a car like Lightning McQueen, and then there you go.
Yeah, it's basically that. And they canonically do fuck because, like, Go Kaiser, like, his son is in that.
Yeah.
Just hilarious.
It's a show. It's not the deepest plot of any of the fucking Toku series, that's for sure.
And he got married. His son got married canonically.
I tried to wipe a lot of that from my memory. This is one of the few that I've seen, and I've done a lot of trying to
That was in
forget.
Boon Boon. They referred to him like he was getting married. It was
I
what?
hate how far in the future this seemingly one-off season has taken the fucking Sentai law of.
It was popular. It was a popular season. It wasn't as popular as like other ones, like or but
it was something that existed, and we get a really, really odd mystery Zord, because why not?
Yeah. Yeah. When we get reintroduced to the Gold and Silver Ranger, which are Gem and Gemma, because obviously they are, and then Summer in the next episode calling the new swords weird, and Siggy rightfully pointing out, like, how are they more weird than our swords? Because Siggy drives around in a big yellow fish, and Summer drives around in a big teddy bear. So yeah. And regardless of anything, Siggy does have a point there that
we got
are weird.
We got a wolf and I think it's supposed to be a falcon or chicken. I can't remember which one.
I think it's a falcon.
No, it's like a chicken because the red is a falcon.
You're right.
Yeah.
We also have Dr. K just threatening the corporal because she's badass like that. She says fuck the police on every level. Doesn't matter if it's the military or not. Yeah.
And the only other real note for this episode is that the Golden Silver Ranger go toe-to-toe with Fenjix, and they get reunited with Dr. K. So yay, she got her best friends back.
Moving on to episode 16. Dr. K is a fucking lesbian. Canon. I don't care. Argue with the wall. She is a lesbian.
Yeah. But yeah, also as well, Gem and Gemma, now that they're back, telling Dr. K, like, maybe now, instead of calling them by their Ranger colors, you should be calling the Rangers by, Also, as well with this episode, we have Fentrix. Oh, you're back.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I was just saying the whole point about this episode. Dotsuke finally learning that hey, maybe you should call the Rangers by their actual names and not their colours, since now you've got Gemma back. But of course, Siggy is the only one that doesn't get that honor, which I bet you're happy about.
Exactly. Fuck Siggy forever and always.
Yeah. But I also had the comment about Flynn. Dotsuke's comment about Flynn's accent. Exactly what Red says about my accent.
Mm-hmm.
Which again, I don't get why I'm like what he has about my accent, like what his beef is. I've never gotten that.
It's an auditory thing. He has trouble disseminating how your speech pattern flows. I guess is how he's explained it, which is odd.
Also,
I don't have any problem with it.
Yeah, but also, well, I've got to point out here, Dylan's reaction to having a hug is exactly the reaction my brother would give if ever you gave him a hug. Be like, oh God, okay, get on with this already.
No, literally. Like, I used to be that way too, so I get it. Like, I used to not like being touched, and then it took me a while to get over that. And I'm like, okay, I actually enjoy, giving and receiving a hug.
But Fentrix in this episode, I love the idea that he uses this episode. Is literally the Mega Maid Spaceball idea. It's like, oh, I've got this dome with all this air in. Okay, commence operation. Fuck you, suck. I love that. I love that he employed the Spaceballs idea.
Yep. We have next episode, Chainsaw Man being real.
Yeah, literally Chainsaw Man bot. That is literally what I put. But also as well, everyone going up to Jim and being like, "Why are you so hyperactive? You're acting like a bunch of kids." And that's because they are kids.
Mentally, they are kids.
Mentally, they are kids. But also as well, as well, them having insight in this episode when it comes to the tune that's in Dylan's watch, because they realise like, hey, this was in a factory that we heard this, and it came from what is presumably your sister, Dylan. So yeah, this is one of the mentions of Dylan's sister, and you can kind of put two and two together where this is actually going.
Anyway, my other note for this two-part, double-parter, but not a double-parter, is Tanaya is still a weak female villain after a slew of strong ones, but her sass is top tier. I love her sass. I think compared to, like, even the last three, female villains, she is just weak compared to them. And that's
compared to
doesn't want her to do anything. It's just mostly like, could you do like something with the grunt work for me? It's like, can I make the monsters and stuff like the fun bits? Like, no.
I think it's more of how they wanted to treat the non-Ventrix villains for this. They wanted Ventrix to shine as the main the main antagonist here, but
it kind of left the others scrounger to do anything of substance,
and that makes for a less interesting watch, in my opinion. Like, there's some cool ideas that could be here, but they never really let anything really flourish outside of Vengeance and Dr. K and Dylan. Like, that was the story they wanted to tell, and they did it well.
Which I've got to say it right now. Vengeance has probably one of the best villain voices in Power Rangers.
Can I say, like, Ventex monsters are just as goofy as, like, K's inventions?
100%. My singular notes for episode 19 are Jim and Gemma are brain dead children, and the lesson of not shooting first is anti-American. We were watching this around the 4th of July, by the way. So that was just a funny for me.
Honestly, I don't know if it's just me, but Jim and Gemma just remind me of the delightful children from across the lane from KND.
Thank you.
They're too happy. They're too happy for that.
They are. You want to know who? You want to know what movies they would absolutely probably go crazy for?
Ape shit.
No, Michael Bay movies.
You know what they remind me of is like Lil and Philip, but if they never like got, like if they never like unironically grew up.
Yeah, no, like as if they
Oh.
never formed another brain cell one. Yeah, no, that's
Like they're intelligence wise, they're just as smart as K, but like emotionally, they're extremely stunted.
Yeah, they're kind of. It's kind of like K went in one direction of the extreme, and they went in the other direction of extreme.
Like emotionally, that's for like K, and then for them, it's just like, well, we don't know what else to do. For it's like we're gonna like be still like childish and childlike because it's either that or we go completely insane.
Yeah. So yeah, the
they
only
broke
other notes
themselves
I
to
had.
preserve themselves, essentially.
Yeah.
The only other notes I had for episode 19 as well is that the big doomsday weapon that they've all been building up for the past several episodes is revealed to be it's revealed to be able to be configured into another Megazord now that the Rangers have gotten their hands on it. But yeah, also as well, Gem and Gemma's first taste of their shooting first, ask questions later, childlike innocence comes back to bite them in the ass when they get beaten badly.
Episode 20, my first note is, what are we even doing here? Like, I want the villains to win this season. This is the most unlikable team ever. Yeah. I unironically agree with that. Still, like,
Yeah, I don't know.
He is like kind of one of my favorite teams. It's like,
yeah,
next to SPD. Like,
I can't agree with you, Vex. I've seen worse teams than it. Mystic Force. Oh,
I mean,
what is
like, I agree with you there. Like, I think overall, the Disney team either did one of two things rather well. They either put all of their love and passion into building the main Ranger team, or they put all of their love and passion into building the main villain. And a lot of everything else fell by the wayside. Whether it be the script writing, the choreography, the CGI, something had to suffer for something else to flourish.
I would say, like the only 3 seasons that, maybe 4 that kind of the only 3 seasons that kind of like find the perfect balance for me personally in the Disney era are Dino Thunder, SPD, and Jungle Fury.
I wouldn't even say that Dino Thunder did everything right, because it had some of the worst CGI ever. And this was a season that was mainly focusing on using CGI for a lot of it. And it looked like a cheap 2001 Sony PlayStation render. And even that is giving it more credit than it deserves for a lot of it. But its villains and its like heroes, top tier. It was one of the rare instances that 2 actually really flourished. Because you have, you know, Dino Thunder, SPD, and then we have Mystic Force, Operation Overdrive, and
Jungle Fury.
Jungle Fury, and we have, you know, now RPM. Like, yeah, no, there's, I would say SPD did the best out of every of them, all of the season. All of this
and that's why it's still my favorite season of Power Rangers.
It's just like, for me, it's just like, all right, if nothing's going on and they're just there, it's like it feels believable to me, like these characters would hang out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what's like it kind of important. It's like a team layout, like some other teams, it's like these people would be nowhere near each other.
Yep. Looking at you, Lightspeed Rescue.
You cannot convince
yeah,
me that half of those people would hang out.
Well, they're getting paid to be there by the
They
government.
it's their job.
They're
It's
an
their job.
obligation. They're not there because they like each other. They are there because it's an obligation.
It's the same reason I punch into work. Okay, I'm there because I'm being paid. I'm not there because I enjoy what I do.
It's like RPM is kind of the same way because there's an apocalyptic event and they was like working for K, but I feel like outside that they would still hang out.
I could, I could definitely see, Siggy, Gem and Gemma hanging out together. Definitely.
Well, they share 3 brain cells between them. It's not hard to put those 3 together.
Oh yeah, with episode 20, I feel like this one and episode 21 are the ones where Gem and Gemma shine the best because they split them up. They split them up and like give them their own stories separate from each other. Showcasing that, hey, they don't need to always be, because that's one of the things that I feel a lot of people gets grading a lot of time between Gem and Gemma is when they finish each other's sentences. Yeah, but with these
love
2
that we use
episodes,
an XLR cable to transfer data when it's an audio platform cable, but we'll just scrape by that. It made no sense.
You can turn a virus into like actual like human cells. So
I know.
What else can this weird
I know
magic robot thing can do?
my audio nerd came out and I'm like, why are we here? What are we doing? Then again, that is like 90% of my notes for the rest of the season. So it's just little nitpicks.
Yeah, just little nitpicks from you, but I had more notes. So yeah, with episode 20, we have Scott not getting validation from his dad for basically doing what Gem did, and yeah, Gem actually being smart enough to read the room for once and be like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't just flaunt around the medal that you've gotten from Scott's dad when he didn't get one. But also as well, Scott's pride getting the better of him at times and showcasing like, yeah, even though I did help people, I don't think I deserve this medal because I wasn't on a mission, Dad. So again, nice that Scott put his pride aside and be like, yeah,
I didn't earn this shit. Get this away.
I did not earn this shit. Put it away, Dad. I'll take this medal when I feel like I've earned it. And then with episode 21, we get Gemma's side of the spectrum here, where it's like, oh, what is Scott? What is Scott? What is Flynn? He's a simple mechanic, and that's all he is. But then when she realizes, like, no, he actually is more than just a simple mechanic. If he was given like more techie work to do, I feel like he could create some pretty useful weapons for the Rangers instead of being like, oh, they fail once, so we're never using them again.
Yeah, like he doesn't have an optimal chance to shine, and I hate that for him. You know, because he's not all idiot. Like he might have the country bumpkin Scottish accent, but he's not all idiot. And that's something I love seeing, like my people, you know, the Irish and the Scottish be shown in some sort of, you know,
right. It's just
that. Yeah, same here. Which is which I think I've mentioned this before, but that's something me and you have in common, Fex, because I'm part Scottish and Irish as well.
No, I do believe we've had that discussion. I do think that we hit in this levels of fucker, or this episode, the levels of fuckery that were, you know, previously thought possible. Like everything is crazy. His inventions are batshit insane, and I love that for him, but they never really work out. I love the fucking magnet thing at the end of this episode.
Also as well, when the Hammerbot comes out, guess what plays?
I didn't really pay attention to that.
MC Hammer. The intro from MC Hammer plays.
That probably cost him all
the intro from what now?
MC Hammer.
Gramps opened up the bag and took out the magical shoe.
Oh god, no, don't let us get copyrighted.
That's less than 30 seconds. It should be good, unless Warner.
Also, it's not It's playing through Discord. It's not like anybody can hear it.
I mean, obviously there's the Discord levels for you guys, but like it's not going to be loud enough for YouTube to care unless it's owned by Warner. And then who knows?
Fuck.
So
who knows? It's also going to be like 18 hours into this video. Will the YouTube bot even scrub that far?
Yes.
No, I don't think it would.
Like
but yeah,
5 seconds of
episode.
audio, I doubt it. But yeah, it's an interesting episode. Episode 22, on the other hand, is the Seasonal Girl Power episode.
Yeah,
we forgot to talk about the wheel. The Defender Wheel 2.0.
Oh, the Defender Wheel 2.0, yeah. I mean, that is stupid, but it's Power Rangers level stupid.
I mean, it makes sense. It makes more sense here because this is car themed, and the Defender Wheel was in a season which was about like ancient civilizations and shit, and there's just a big ass wheel.
Like,
fair enough.
Let me chuck this tire at you. I am shaped like 2 lines upside down and sideways.
But yeah, episode 22, it's the girl power episode, and also we have the episode with the sexist robot general that acts more human than the actual humanoid on the villain's side.
I mean, why not? It's Power Rangers. I think it gets this one.
Yeah, and yeah, it's the girl power episode because the chemicals in this episode only affects men chromosomes. So it kind of reminded me of that episode of The Simpsons where Lisa's having doubts about her intelligence and she thinks she has the Simpsons gene, and she's told like, oh no, it only affects men. It only affects men.
How is she still the worst character in that show 30 years later?
She really is. Because she's literally just a talk piece for like the writers, and it's really bad.
Yeah.
It's gotten worse since I've been an adult, and I didn't think that would be possible, but it is.
She has no agency of her own as a character. At least Bart has some of that.
And even that's stretching it, to be honest.
And he's just a marketable like plushie of a character.
That.
Yeah. And her pettiness knows no bounds, because it's like, especially in one episode where it turns out like, oh, Bart's a better musician than her, and she's like, no, he can't be better at me than anything. It's like, Lisa, grow up.
Yeah.
Didn't they do that again in like the Family Guy special we had?
Yep.
I didn't watch that one, so I'm like,
yeah, they did it with like Meg, and it was like Meg was really good at playing music. She was like, no, you're terrible. I was like, what the fuck, Lisa?
Yeah, it was weird.
But you want to talk about weirdness in Power Rangers
behind the scenes
and action.
Yeah, I feel like at the point where the original showrunner got fired, and they had to bring in Chip Lynn, who was the showrunner up until Time Force, to come in and finish off the series. So this is probably the reason why this episode even exists.
It's like, we gotta buy time so he can read the rest of the scripts that he didn't have anything into and try to tie it all together in some way. Because that other dude, he was wasting our budget making his sci-fi porn. I mean, marketable sci-fi for children.
Wait, this isn't Amazon. This isn't Avatar. What are you talking about?
No. Unfortunately, there's no hair sex here. It's just a robot that can detach its hand and give you a really, really strange hand job.
That also, like,
by the way.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, even with the premise of the characters all stayed in character, that means they like met with Tanaya 7 mid-fight and asked her, "It's like, hey, can we use some of this for our movie?" And she said yes.
See, the funny thing is, I'm not even joking. I found like where somebody had drawn Tanaya 7 detached and giving a hand job.
Oh God!
Where are you finding this stuff?
this was on Rule 34.
Of course it's on Rule 34.
I'm like, there can't,
There go
is.
my eyes.
There is. Goddamn. People are freaky. I was genuinely curious if there was anything, because you can tell how popular something is by how much porn there is of the thing.
Overwatch.
You know what? Valid point. There's also Destiny 2 porn, and I don't think anybody that even plays that game likes it. I'm in an abusive relationship with that game. Anyway.
But episode 23 is just like probably one of the weirdest ideas for an episode ever.
It's fluff.
I mean, it's what do you have to say about it? Nothing. So episode 24,
The baddies get upgrades.
The baddies get upgrades. Colonel Truman finds out the truth about about Fenchix being created by Dr. K, and
I
Dr.
like
K
trains.
Trains. We get more trains.
We get more trains.
No one likes a fucking train season. Why are there so many train swords, then, you fuckers?
And of course, Dr. K anticipating that this would happen and preparing, doing like Kisuke are from Bleach levels of preparation for this moment of like, yeah, the government's probably going to try and arrest me. Probably have something in place in case that happens.
I love how
that was pretty obvious they were going to do that. That was like,
I love that
whole football field away.
Yeah,
she probably did that like the first month she got in there.
she probably had that well in advance. Right, probably even before that, like from the beginning when she created the Ranger suits.
That's what I'm talking about. Like day one, she had this set up. It's like, yeah, they're probably gonna do this to me. Like, yeah, so let me have this set up just in case.
Dr. K with prep time or Batman with prep time? Who wins?
Dr. K, absolutely Dr. K. Because here's the thing. Batman's emotions would hinder him more than K's emotions.
Yeah, be too busy screwing Catwoman for it.
See, Scott Snyder is already prepping a new image of him eating Batman's pussy as we speak. Batman eating Catwoman's pussy, Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, there is a multiverse. There could be a there could be a Batman that has
the CW show. I mean, the Batman.
I also remember. Yeah, he did fuck Batgirl in that one movie. That was weird. That's his best friend's wife or daughter.
Daughter.
Yeah.
That's
fucking. It's strange.
Yeah.
Why was that ever a thing? Oh, it was somebody's fetish.
It was kind of implied in like the Batman like show. And Beyond, it was implied.
Yeah,
that something was going on.
Like it was also kind of heavily implied in the Killing Joke originally. It's just like, you know what, that fan theory, fuck it, here you go. Why not run wild with it? Not realizing that generation is long past reading anything DC shits out. But yeah, we find out that the bots are failures. Tanaya is a sister, and I think I saw this film before. I don't want Taylor Swift to copyright us.
This is literally Diet Andros and Corone.
Yep.
I mean, this isn't the first time like they copy themselves, so.
Yeah. Also, as well, just one thing I want to point out. Like, before, in between these two episodes, episode 425, normally this is where the Clash of Rangers crossover movie happens. Yeah, because that's why it's at on the wiki that it takes place at this point.
Doesn't that happen way later though? I feel like it does.
It happens later on in Samurai. So we'll probably watch it when we do Samurai.
And Luke's dead.
No, I'm here. I'm still here. Still,
Your audio was cutting out real bad there near the end of that sentence. You want to repeat
Oh.
that?
sorry. Yeah, so yeah, it was probably on my end. So what I was saying was that probably gonna watch Clash of the Red Rangers when we get to Samurai. If you guys are up for it.
I mean,
yeah, still
makes
part
sense.
of it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, this episode just introduces the Andros and Crow storyline again with Dylan and Tanaya being brother and sister, even though that apparently wasn't meant to be the case.
Like, fuck it, it worked once. Why not do it again? You know.
I mean, it's not fully like that because it's like this time they're both being experimented on.
Yeah, apparently the original idea for it was that all this idea of Tanaya being Dylan's sister and everything, that was one of his planned by Fenjix. That
would actually been really fucked up.
Yeah, because the original. Apparently, the original ending for this series, because we're so close to the end anyway, I might as well just say it. The original ending for the series, had it been the original showrunner, was that the whole thing about memories and everything and trying to find his past, that was all a lie. The big twist was that Dylan was going to be the Fenjix over. Rangers would have had to have killed Dylan to stop Fenjix in the end.
I wish that was the actual ending. It would have been better.
That was what Dylan's actor preferred it to be. He actually prefers that ending.
He has some fucking taste. That's absolutely based. Anyway,
But
Tanaya...
you think Disney would have pulled that off? No.
God, no. You can't have a hero turn into a villain to turn into a hero by sacrificing himself. That's only like 7 other Disney movies.
I'm talking about like at this point. No, they would not do that.
No,
they wouldn't have done it.
They didn't do anything edgy at all. Tanaya leaves the villains and joins the Rangers because Bro and Sis united, stronger. And also we have the fucking Ultrazord like 6 episodes before the finale because why not?
Wwhy not?
Get that G12! G12!
And even though Tanaya goes to the Rangers and actually gets the program that from the villains to Dr. K, she's still taken away and upgraded again. There we go. We have our Stromna storyline fully completed.
Wow. I feel nothing.
So yeah. Yeah, the whole reuse of the Andros and Crone storyline, I wouldn't have minded them doing it if they did something different.
I wouldn't have minded them doing it earlier than like 7 episodes from the finale.
You know?
That is true.
That is true, but I feel like the reason why they did it was because it's like with the from showrunners, he was like, this is his ending, and I don't want to use someone else's ending that they had planned.
Yeah, who knows?
Kind of dumb. I mean, that's free material, but sure.
Yeah, at that point, like, it was already written. Just use the scripts and direct it, you know? But at the same time, maybe he wanted to do his own spin on it. Who knows? It's too late to change the past, like, 15 years in the past.
Too late to change. Even though if I had a time machine, I would go back in time and say to them, like, no, let them do that.
I would go back in time to Mighty fucking Morphin and tell them to condense that shit into 52 episodes.
Okay, so Tanaya's upgraded into a bigger, better form of Tanaya with all her memories being erased, and we finally get the wrap up of Ziggy's storyline where the mob finally gets off his back.
From episode 27 to 28, do you want to guess how many notes on Ziggy I have?
20.
No, it's not that bad. It's please kill Ziggy. I hope he fucking dies. Ziggy got Kay to sit on his lap. Ziggy is wanted for screwing over the mob. Please, God, let him fucking die.
Yeah. But yeah. Siggy's finally got off the mob's back because hey, the big mob boss has saved the mob boss's life. So it's like, yeah, maybe I should like let this go because it's been going long enough. But also Venture Six. I don't know about you, but I do like Venture Six final body in here because it's like gives a barbarian look to him.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it just the henchman's like body, if I'm remembering right?
Yeah.
Just one of them's.
He
just gave him a mustache, and he just
It's like I'm a totally different person now. Haha.
Let me do blackface.
Robot,
even though he's a robot,
robot doing blackface is fucking crazy work. This is also a company that did like Lord Hitler or whatever for fucking Kamen Rider.
No, I was just saying that because he did paint himself black and just gave himself a mustache with the other guy's body.
It's the Detroit Bad Omens concert all over again, except it's not a white woman. It's a very specific reference. If you get that, I love you. Oh my god. Fucking I have nothing other than slander on Ziggy. Episode 29, more slander for Ziggy, and also, why the fuck are we getting a clip show like 3 episodes after a clip show?
Well, technically, that wasn't behind the scenes. It wasn't technically
behind the scenes because they were actually filming stuff that they were going to do in the said episode.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. We got 3 episodes left.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna breeze through my notes for this. So Siggy has a point of maybe Dr. K should be more nicer to him, but of course Vex will not agree with that. And hey,
Kill him.
At least he got
Torture
K
him.
Well, no, because he got K to smile. He got K to smile.
Oh yeah, the K's password.
She's under the rest.
K's password being Siggy. Yeah. So yeah, those were my notes on the episode. Other than it being Dr. K's birthday, and she's like, "Hey, I just want to go outside for my birthday for once." So yeah, episode 30. Before we get into 31 and 32, the finale. So Jim and Jeremy program with the henchmen straight obey them. We get real great nightmare fuel for Dylan about being more machine than man, twisted and evil, because we haven't had enough sci-fi references already.
Stop.
And also, but also as well, the reveal of like, hey, Dylan's not the only machine hybrid in the city. Nearly, practically half the city is hybrids, which get activated, and Fentrix is able to capture Scott's father. So I do like that. I do like that twist of hey, yeah, Dylan not being the only one that actually has the Fentrix virus inside of him.
Sense because like half the city was rescued from like factories and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it does make perfect sense.
It's not shoehorned in. It makes perfect sense. I respect it. I will give them that point. They get a point.
Yeah. So now we move into the 2-part finale, and originally meant to be the finale of Power Rangers as a whole.
And it would have worked perfectly, by the way. It would have worked perfectly, by the way.
It would have done. So Fentrix, we have him infiltrating the base, and I'm finally meeting Dr. K, where he's like, "Oh, I'm a machine. I have no faults." And Dr. K, probably giving like the biggest comeback to any villain in a series, where it's like, yeah, I've made mistakes, but I've learned that the most flawed human is better than the most machine, because that's literally what ends up being Fentrix's downfall in the end. It's like humanity will always triumph over you, even if you think you have no faults.
Yep.
I like the message that we get at the end. Like, humanity will always triumph. You know, that's a really good message. It's empowering, especially like right now and the times that we're in. You know, humanity, like, good will overcome evil. Essentially, that's a great message to lead off on. And it would have been a great message for the end if it hadn't been for the fact that, like, the potentiality for everybody to still be fucking dead, basically, at the end, and have the rebuilt society in this post-apocalyptic world. Like, there's still beauty in the world by the end of it. We see wildlife actually out there in the wilds, you know, as we fade to black, essentially. You know, we see that there is still hope here. But also, Venjix still being fucking alive. Possibly, maybe.
Yes.
There's also a tie-in to Beast Morphers, which we'll get to eventually.
We'll get to that eventually. And I'm so happy. That is probably one of my biggest called at as a Power Rangers fan, because you remember the messages I was sending to you and Son Getsu when Beast Morphers was announced, and me thinking, like, are they actually going to follow up on this?
Like, there was a whole period of time, like, we've been doing this series for a while now. Our first episode being Dino Fury. You know, when we first started this undertaking, way back when it was first airing, going and doing Cosmic Fury once and always, and going back through Mighty Morphin, which was a fucking chore in of itself. Like, all of this has been a process. And you were extremely hyped when Beast Morphers was coming out. You were loving it, and I'm very much looking forward to that because it ties into this. And this, even though I wasn't a fan of this season in particular, I'd be remiss to say that it doesn't deserve the respect it gets. You know, I'm just spoiled by having watched the shows, the movies, the process that actually inspired a lot of this, and that kind of soiled this for me. I am not the target audience for this because I've already watched these films, these, you know, shows, everything that has been built into this, and I've seen this premise done better. You know, and there's nothing wrong with either side of this argument. If you fucking love, if this series is your favorite Power Rangers series, I understand. If you grew up in this time, it was definitely something that would have gotten my attention if I hadn't already seen a lot of these movies. Because I wasn't prohibited from watching an R-rated movie back when I was like 7, you know? That was like, well, I like cinema. I'm going to watch The Terminator. You know, that's a privilege I had. Not everybody had that, so they got baby's first Terminator in RPM. And that's fine. But it having a pseudo sequel, a spiritual successor in Beast Morphers, and that plotline kind of carrying over, and seeing a lot of those other villains from the past be part of that from clips that I've seen, like, that is a really cool concept, and I would be very interested in seeing how that goes on. I
also go ahead.
I love that out of everyone near the end, my boy, my Ken, was the one that was actually over here saying, like, yeah, we've got this handled, you know, but also, like, let's do it smart. Let's be smart about it. You know, let's not fuck around and get our asses kicked again. Scots are always about their self-preservance. So, like, that was really cool. They got their asses kicked throughout this fight too, but they still came through and showed off.
They still came through, and even though 2 of them got killed, essentially, I mean, bringing them back, that was a given. But still, the fact that they were killed,
even in death, you're not allowed to die in the Power Rangers universe. We've seen that with Kendricks.
Yeah. We've seen that with Kendricks, and I do like the idea of, like, hey, how do we defeat a virus? We'll use another virus. So they literally fought fire with fire.
I mean, it was smart.
Thought about this. The whole like download thing was like Vintex just all he did was like do that process of which K does with the Zords, but in reverse.
Yeah. Pretty much.
And so, yeah, they would have been brought back eventually anyway if they won.
yeah, they won. But yeah, so by the end of the series, the RPM universe is safe, but of course there's still the plot point of, like, oh yeah, Vengeance by the end of this is still alive in Scott's Morpher.
Yep.
So
So yeah, that will be resolved at a later date. That's a sport. Not that's something that will hopefully be resolved at a later date. So yeah, my final thoughts on RPM is, as a whole, having rewatched it again, is that it's still one of my favorite seasons. I do like the risk that it took. The first half is definitely better. Is definitely better than the second half, but the second half is not god awful, and it's a series that I feel like for anyone. I feel like it's a series for anyone who argues like, oh, Power Rangers is just a kid's show. It's goofy. It's silly. Like, yeah, watch RPM and get back to me on that one.
I'm just gonna pull back the curtains for a bit. It's like it is. It's a kid's show, but it's like.
So, you still tell a dark plot.
It's a kid. yeah. It's this. I really hate this notion, like, oh, just because it's a kid's show doesn't mean it can't be well written and have meanings and themes and ideas behind it. It's again happening now with like people. I'm just going to use an example recently of a recent kids show that has steam and people basically dismiss it as just a kids show when it has more sophisticated than a lot of shows that are coming out today. Bluey.
Yeah,
like
no, it touches on. I unironically love Bluey. I'll sit here and defend
I love Bluey as well. I'm watching it in my time and loving it now. But no, I see a lot of people on YouTube react to why I love Bluey video, being like, oh, how can you like this kid's show and everything? And instead of watching it, they go like,
they go within that
for
notion
each
of,
part, it's like
it's pretty, it's colorful, it's for kids, and therefore it's going to be shit. That's the same fault that a lot of parents take with shows like Hell of a Boss and Has Been Hotel. These are not for fucking children. They explicitly state that they are not
animated. It must be for kids.
Yeah, they explicitly say not for fucking kids.
But yeah,
but we don't read as an adult. Then
America has a 34% literacy
content.
rate. So it's not hard to believe that they don't actually read what they're putting on in front of their kids. They're just like, oh, it's pretty colors. It must be for kids. No. There's dick jokes.
It's not that they can actually read. It's just like they don't want to take the responsibility for the kids, but that's another topic.
I was just taking a dig at the level
that we're never gonna make because.
But yeah, going back to what I was saying briefly about my point. Yeah, it's those people who just watch those and think, "Ooh, why it's for kids," and then ironically they have like anime T-shirts where you can make pretty much the same argument, just another level, and see how you like it.
See, here's another example, Luke. It's a show that's coming back here soon. The universe fucking ended in Gumball. It ceased to exist. I don't think you can get a darker timeline than the universe ceasing to exist, and yet it still somehow comes back. So imagine the horrors the crew will go through in the new series where they're like, oh, I'm back to life. Everything had ended. And a satirical, dark fantasy that is masked as a child show, right? You can have dark plot points in shows like fucking Adventure Time, Steven Universe. These are all shows that are technically kid shows that have dark storylines.
Yeah.
Regular
is it Gravity
show.
Digimon pointing at it.
Is it Gravity Falls technically a kid show as well?
Yep.
And yet me and Tyler going through that once we've done with Avatar and the Legend of Korra, and it's could technically be classed as a kid show.
But like these
Ben can be classified as a kid show. Literally has an episode that tackles the likes of Stockholm Syndrome.
Yep, literally.
I mean,
like,
Ben 10 also has male teen pregnancy as well. I know, I will not know that.
I hate
Jimmy Neutron too.
Yes, yeah, technically,
it was
wasn't it?
Kind of a bit there.
Wasn't Carl pregnant with Jimmy's kid technically in that show, or was the
No,
other
he
way?
was pregnant with an alien parasite. Baby.
Oh, whatever. Like, I've seen enough other shit on
His
Twitter.
ass.
Yeah, but like,
Whatever.
either way, the Twitter version or the canon version, it's still. I don't even know how that. I think it was because Brett and I were making the fucking Carl Wiesner meme at the time. It just all started showing up on our Twitter feed for the longest time. But like, there is so much darkness wrapped in rose-colored glasses that is there for kids, and it is simply also there for the parents to be able to tolerate sitting through some of the fucking drivel that they pump out for kids' content. Look at things like Teen Titans Go, for example, for like the worst of like this is meme humor, but also is there is moments of like actual adult content, like
Cyborg beating his meat to Raven's legs, for example. That classic meme.
Wonder Woman.
Right, these are all things that happen because it's innuendo there to be like, haha, funny. They're not going to get that for a couple more years, but I find it funny, and I am able to put up with this bullshit that I have on TV to drown my kids crying out because I am having to fucking work 16 hours to pay the rent for my fucking 2-bedroom mortgage here. Like, Power Rangers was that before that was that. And even then, like, we had shit like Dexter's Lab, Ed, Ed, Eddie, etc., etc.
Like, even in, like, Mighty Morphin, it took a lot from, like sci-fi movies and stuff that was around at its time. And, like, Wizard of Oz, and just put that in a blender with Jew Ranger footage.
And it worked, and it told a story, and it did it in a somewhat consistent basis, and it did well. This is not any different than that, and it continues as this franchise progresses. Obviously now, like in the modern era, like all media is kind of blended together. Like there's moments for kids, there's moments for adults, because there is no safe third space for a child anymore. It is all one conglomerate on the internet. We have every piece of content being fed through our fucking phones and our iPads and our Kindles or whatever you're throwing in front of your kid. Like the same bullshit content, whether you have YouTube Kids or not installed, is getting fed to your kid. There's no use. It's just monitor what your kids are watching and actually be a fucking parent instead of sitting on the internet and complaining that the companies aren't doing enough anymore because back when I was a kid, when you were a kid, you had 56k fucking internet. Shut up.
Yeah, and also as well, the reason why the companies aren't doing anything is because no one's watching them. Like, sit down, watch the shows, and then they'll do more.
And you see, the problem is when you don't watch kids and stuff, my content as an adult suffers.
Yeah,
I want to sit here to listen to how fucking dark and gritty and bloody the Warhammer 40k universe is, and I have to hear poop jokes and goddamn duck bleeps in the first 35 seconds because your fucking crotch goblin can't get out in front of the fucking iPad. There.
Yeah, so about all of this is that if anyone out there thinks that Power Rangers, like, oh, it's just a silly kid, you're right, you can that, but
that's an unironic rant, by the way. I actually had a fucking Warhammer video that was censored like that.
Yeah, but it's a good kids franchise. Like, just because it's silly doesn't mean it can't be good.
We're going to have to say goodbye to a friend, guys. We're going to have to say goodbye to the JetX logo because we're going back to the sheet cakes with Saban.
Yeah, we're going into the forbidden zone, as Vex once put it. The Neo Spawn era.
If you think I was tipsy for this episode, get ready for Megaforce when we get to it in a couple seasons.
Oh god, yeah. But before that, I think we have. But before that, we've got to say one thing. Tyler would have had the roll call, the Ranger roll call, but he lost count, didn't you, Tyler?
Yeah. I'll have when we do the samurai video. I'll have the RPM roll call.
We'll do that right at the front of the samurai video. That'll be fun in a couple of weeks, months, because we were doing Samurai and Super Samurai as one video, and we're doing that for all the Neo Saban series, because I think I would rather commit seppuku live on air than have to sit through Megaforce and Super Megaforce and make separate videos on both of those.
Okay. Yeah, so when we get Super Mega Force, please have any kind of beverage you can get on standby because we're gonna need it.
I recommend Peach Crown Royal. And with that, see you in the next video.
See you then.
See ya.